You, Chongchangsheng, a traveler from another realm, traverse the boundless expanse of the universe with the aid of an extraordinary longevity system, while others toil for millennia to merely touch the threshold of enlightenment. You effortlessly break through during a fleeting moment of slumber. Those revered elixirs and techniques, hailed as supreme treasures, are nothing more than commonplace items in your system's marketplace. Yet, the system harbors a cruel limitation. It grants you eternal life but denies you the path to ascend as an emperor. It is akin to bestowing upon you an unparalleled divine weapon, only to decree that you cannot wield it to dominate the martial world. It is utterly absurd. At this moment, you stand beyond the cosmos, gazing upon the terrifying sea of imperial tribulations. Above the tumultuous storm, the threads of destiny flicker, exuding an unparalleled might that compels all paths to bow in submission. Your esteemed brother, Aotian, clad in black, resembles a fearsome sword drawn from its sheath, swimming against the tide of the thunderous sea. With each swing of his blade, he unleashes a momentum that traverses time, yet even he, formidable as he is, soon bears the marks of battle under the onslaught of the imperial tribulation. You are all too aware of the terror that the tribulation embodies. Throughout history, countless dazzling prodigies have perished beneath this storm, becoming mere stepping stones for others on their path to emperorship. But Aotian is different. If anyone in this era is destined to become an emperor, it must be him. After all, this young man has already traversed the 9 heavens and 10 lands, undefeated in all his encounters. As you watch Aotian, despite his grievous wounds, his indomitable spirit remains unyielded. You cannot help but feel a pang of envy and resentment. Damn it! Why does this faulty system impose so many restrictions? It grants me longevity but denies me the path to emperorship. What good is it? You inwardly curse vehemently, casting a glance at the radiant Guyana beside you. She is the most beautiful woman across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, her talents rivaling those of Aotian, yet she willingly remains in the shadows. The frustration wells up within you. Once upon a time, the 3 of you roamed the 9 heavens and 10 lands together, forging an unbreakable bond, joining forces to defeat the unparalleled prodigies of the sacred lands, ultimately earning the qualifications to ascend to emperorship. But what is the outcome? It is Aotian who ascends. While you cannot even provoke the tribulation, you grit your teeth, your heart raging. That damnable Aotian not only ascends to emperorship but also has the first beauty of the 9 heavens and 10 lands by his side. How I wish to slay him, yet there is nothing to be done. The system's restrictions are a stark reality. You have even contemplated leeching off Aotian's tribulation, but the moment such thoughts arise, the destiny looming above the storm acts as if it possesses mind-reading abilities, unleashing its might to pin you in place, rendering you immobile. Damn it! One day, I shall shatter this destiny. Just then, Aotian, sword in hand, unleashes a mighty strike. In an instant, the cosmos seems to lose its luster as a colossal beam of sword light erupts, cleaving the sea of imperial tribulation in twain. Blessings rain down from the heavens, myriad divine lights cascade, and the order of divine radiance pierces the 9 heavens and 10 lands, resonating with the myriad paths as auspicious beasts appear in droves. Guyana beams with joy, and although envy stirs within you, a sense of calm begins to take hold. Ultimately, Aotian has ascended. From this day forth, his name shall be etched in the annals of history, revered by all. As the imperial tribulation dissipates, an aura of supremacy belonging to the emperor envelopes the realm, suppressing all. You and Guyana approach Aotian, clasping your hands in congratulations. Congratulations, brother Aotian, on achieving the status of emperor. After a moment's thought, you add with a smile, but henceforth, you shall be addressed as Emperor Aotian. Aotian waves his hand, in high spirits. We brothers are as one. I have yet to express my gratitude for your aid in safeguarding my path. You shake your head, a bitter smile on your lips. You are so powerful. Do you truly need another to protect your path? Those lurking in the shadows have ultimately not dared to strike. Sensing Aotian's unparalleled might, a pang of bitterness wells up within you. Before he ascended, you held confidence that you could outshine him, but now, he could likely dispatch you with just a few moves. To remain unascended is to be left with nothing. You exhale deeply, recognizing that he has now attained the emperor's position, accompanied by the most beautiful woman in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. This era belongs to him. I must return, Aotian implores. I have just ascended, and my position is not yet solidified. We 3 have shared countless years. We should celebrate in grand fashion. Thus, the 3 of you sit amidst the starry cosmos, indulging in drink and reminiscing about the past. After a lengthy pause, you ultimately decline Aotian's invitation. Before departing, you leave behind a single statement. I shall seal myself away, evading this lifetime, and when the next comes, I will contend for the position of emperor. Watching your retreating figure, Guyana expresses a hint of regret. What a pity. Had he remained, he could have become a significant ally. Aotian merely smiles faintly. I have become the emperor, unrivaled in the world. What need have I for allies? he gazes in the direction you vanished, murmuring, "His innate talent and resolve are not inferior to ours. I had thought he would be my greatest rival this time in seeking the path to emperorship. Yet it seems he has not even entertained the thought of attempting it. At this moment, you have returned to your sanctuary. This is an independent space you have carved out, though it belongs to the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It is a world unto itself. Sensing the vast imperial might of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, you sip your drink and roll your eyes, unable to help but grumble. Is it merely a mere emperor? I couldn't care less, yet despite your words, you shatter your wine cup, shouting at the system in fury. System, is it truly impossible for me to ascend? Surely, you must have a solution, the system's code." Mechanical voice responds, "Apologies, host, but to attain longevity precludes the possibility of ascension. This is the rule." You break down, exclaiming, "To hell with the rules. Who in their right mind devised such nonsense?" You understand well that your longevity is merely an extension of lifespan, not a guarantee of invincibility. Emperors and beings of the Forbidden Lands can easily snuff out your life even now, standing atop the world, a mere step away from the ultimate leap. The chasm separating you from the emperors remains insurmountable. After much contemplation, you decide to lay low, opening the system space. You gaze upon opportunities that would entice even emperors, murmuring, "Techniques and elixirs hold little value for me now. My path has reached its end." Subsequently, you expend a third of your longevity points to exchange for a chance to deduce your own path. My journey has concluded. I must comprehend my own way and forge a unique path. Only by becoming truly powerful can I claim true strength. I possess ample time. I am not without the potential to rival the emperors. With that, you enter a period of seclusion, shunning worldly affairs. Vowing to uncover your own path. Time flies, and a millennium passes in the blink of an eye for you. This millennium is but a fleeting moment, yet for those yet to ascend to emperorship, it may well encompass an entire lifetime. During this first millennium, the cosmos trembles with monumental vibrations, the power of destiny materializes, and myriad forces descend, as a towering figure echoes across time. All beings of the 9 heavens and 10 lands feel as if a mountain weighs upon their hearts. And those in the Forbidden Lands surge forth with countless divine lights to resist the imperial might. In the starry expanse, the reverberations of colliding paths resemble falling stars. This phenomenon persists for several years, culminating in a beam of sword light that roars like a black dragon, shattering thousands of thunderbolts, manifesting the ultimate power as if to sever heaven and earth. That towering figure, wielding a pitch-black long sword, returns from the cosmos, being guided by countless divine lights, illuminating the universe with golden pathways, the imperial might reverberating. Rumors circulate that the celestial phenomena of these years are the result of Emperor Aotian forging weapons deep within the cosmos, and that he wields a weapon of ultimate power, equal to that of an emperor. Subsequently, Emperor Aotian arrives at the entrance of the Shenmue mine. This mine has existed since ancient times, its origins shrouded in mystery, and throughout history, it has been linked to numerous calamities, even causing the demise of an emperor. All beings across the 9 heavens and 10 lands are stirred with excitement. Could Emperor Aotian be preparing to confront the Forbidden Lands and eradicate the source of chaos? The overwhelming imperial might envelopes the 9 heavens and 10 lands as Emperor Aotian stands resolute before the Shenmue mine. His battle intent reaching its zenith, the mine emanates terrifying waves, blood-red light soaring to the heavens, and a voice of authority resounds. Is the current emperor intent on sweeping through the Forbidden Lands? Unmoved, Emperor Aotian steps forward, exuding an aura of unmatched might. "I demand a piece of the Stone of Destiny." You seek the Stone of Destiny. Do you think there are none within the Shenmue mine? A cold voice emanates from within, forbidden powers awakening with a thunderous roar. Once more, Emperor Aotian steps forward. "If you refuse, I shall take it myself. You truly do not fear us reaching the pinnacle of power to confront you. Even if you are the current emperor, the risk of falling remains." The furious voice from within the mine thunders. Yet, what responds is the slowly raised ultimate emperor sword of Aotian, just when everyone anticipates an explosive clash. The Shenmue mine falls silent, a stone emitting peculiar vibrations floating forth, accompanied by an ancient voice. "Take it, as it has been planted. One day, someone will come for the fruit." Emperor Aotian leaves behind a single phrase. "As long as I exist, you shall not emerge." Afterward, Emperor Aotian approaches other Forbidden Lands, remaining as formidable as ever, uttering but 2 words: "Hand it over." The beings of the 9 heavens and 10 lands erupt with excitement. Emperor Aotian is so overwhelmingly powerful that he dares to threaten the various Forbidden Lands shortly after his ascension, contrary to expectations of a grand battle. Those Forbidden Lands visited by Emperor Aotian willingly present their offerings. You, too, briefly emerge from your retreat, observing Aotian's actions, helplessly grumbling. No wonder he is the current emperor. Even the Forbidden Lands tremble before him. "Aotian, you truly are remarkable. Having vented your grievances, you return to your seclusion. Immersing yourself in your own path, you firmly believe that should you master the 12 paths of weaponry you've deduced, even if you cannot ascend to emperorship, you can still traverse the 9 heavens and 10 lands with unparalleled prowess. Emperor Aotian is far too dominant. The beings of the 9 heavens and 10 lands could never have anticipated that this emperor would dare to provoke the Forbidden Lands. Moreover, the fact that these Forbidden Lands acquiesce to Emperor Aotian is nothing short of earth-shattering. Throughout the ages, these forbidden domains have epitomized darkness, slaughter, and immense terror, embodying a profound taboo that instills fear in all living beings. In this era, the emperor's formidable strength is so daunting that even these forbidden places have momentarily retreated. An occurrence that is nothing short of miraculous. Historically, only a handful of emperors have achieved such a feat, underscoring the invincible presence of this proud emperor, who compels even the forbidden realms to lie dormant. Indeed, the might of this emperor is unparalleled. Chen Changsheng gradually retracted his divine powers, his brow slightly furrowed. Despite their unparalleled value, these treasures hold little significance for the already ascended Emperor Aotian. What purpose could he have for them? Chen Changsheng found this perplexing. Aotian had threatened nearly all the forbidden domains for these items, an act of questionable wisdom. Unable to comprehend Aotian's motivations, Chen Changsheng sighed deeply. The karmic ties formed, even with an emperor, would likely render the future more unpredictable when entwined with those forbidden places. Matters involving taboos and invincible beings often bring forth immense karmic repercussions. Chen Changsheng chose not to dwell on this. His heart returning to a tranquil state. My path is correct. If I continue onward, success may indeed be attainable. With the aid of the system's predictive powers, and after a millennium of effort, the path Chen Changsheng sought has begun to take shape. Emanating an enigmatic aura, he sat in meditation, enveloped in a peculiar light, his figure appearing both present and timeless. Yet, despite embarking on this path, he has yet to surmount the chasm that separates him from the emperor. The distance to the emperor's mastery remains vast. Nonetheless, his aura is shrouded in mystery, surpassing even those who have reached the pinnacle of the great path. In the blink of an eye, 6 centuries have passed. Chen Changsheng is nearing 3,000 years of age. In this small realm, time has left no trace upon his visage. He still appears youthful, seated in meditation. He resembles a lifelike statue, devoid of any fluctuations of divine power. Akin to an ordinary individual, yet there is an undeniable grandeur beginning to manifest in his presence. It is unclear how much time has elapsed, but suddenly, the stillness within him resonated with the sounds of the great path. Causing the entire small realm to erupt into turmoil, Chen Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, revealing a void of light within them, as a single strand of hair fell away, transforming into ash. Immediately thereafter, his body began to radiate light, each inch of flesh seemingly on the brink of rupturing. He harnessed the supreme great path to suppress this anomaly, and in a haze, indistinct figures emerged, each exuding an overwhelming power. With a sudden groan, Chen Changsheng coughed blood. The terrifying figures began to disintegrate, and from his back emerged a towering ancient tree, upon whose leaves rested myriad stars. A winding celestial river encircled the tree, within which resided the manifestations of 3,000 great paths, radiantly magnificent. The rupture of his flesh was halted, and all anomalies gradually dissipated. Ultimately, within his being, only 12 indistinct entities flickered into view. This path is indeed correct. I am on the right track. A flicker of ease crossed Chen Changsheng's brow, only to be replaced by gravity. Yet, this path is exceedingly formidable, rare in the world. Even a body comparable to that of an emperor could easily shatter under its weight. Chen Changsheng gazed inward at the 12 formless entities. This is my 12 weapons of the great path. When my great path reaches completion, I shall be truly invincible in this world. A surge of ambition ignited within Chen Changsheng. He possessed absolute confidence in the domineering nature of the great path he has envisioned. Even an emperor might struggle to bear its burden. Should he succeed in mastering 3 of these paths, he might just challenge an emperor without remaining hidden for now. Merely the embryonic form of the great path led Chen Changsheng to feel like an invincible presence beneath the emperor. Even those invincible beings within the forbidden realms, who had once severed their own destinies, he believed he could evade. Even if he could not defeat them, I have ample time. I shall not emerge until I have perfected the 3 paths of weaponry. Chen Changsheng resolved to remain in the small realm to continue his cultivation, while keeping a watchful eye on the happenings of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. For the first path of weaponry, he chose the dim. With a pointed finger, the great path began to intertwine, manifesting from nothingness. Soon, a robust ancient cauldron appeared before him, resting on 3 legs, with 2 ears, its surface inscribed with countless runes representing the myriad elements of heaven and earth. The great path interweaving, with the divine materials he had gathered, he was equipped to forge his first weapon. Within him, one of the 12 indistinct entities resonated with the cauldron. A satisfied smile graced Chen Changsheng's lips as he waved his hand, causing a fissure to appear nearby. Through this crack, An array of radiant divine materials began to drift forth, forming a river of divine essence. Among them was even a piece of celestial gold. Under the influence of the great past power, these divine materials began to be refined, swiftly transforming into liquid and pouring into the cauldron that continued to intertwine before him. Inside, a terrifying aura of the great path began to awaken. Enveloping the cauldron entirely, witnessing this, Chen Changsheng slowly closed his eyes once more. The path of weaponry, each complements the other. Merely a century later, Chen Changsheng awoke once more. The weaponry above him resonated with his 12 paths. Exuding a delicate yet potent aura, the time taken to forge this cauldron was too brief. Although it had taken shape, it remained far from the greatness he envisioned. He gazed ahead, where a red light floated. The reason Chen Changsheng awakened after just a century was the information before him. This was their unique method of communication among the three. Altian sought him out. Chen Changsheng sighed, reaching out to shatter the flickering flame. Soon after, an unusual expression crossed his face, a strange smile gracing his lips. No wonder. I now understand. Chen Changsheng found himself at a loss for words, yet he finally grasped why, a millennium ago, Emperor Altian had persistently provoked those forbidden domains to acquire items of little use to him. It was because Emperor Altian was to wed the Empress. Everything was in preparation for the Empress's gifts. The Empress, Gu Yana, the most beautiful woman in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Chen Changsheng slightly tilted his head. The radiant visage of Gu Yana flooding his mind, as memories began to resurface within his heart. Once upon a time, he too harbored feelings for this unparalleled beauty of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. However, this astute woman seemingly disowned his affections early on, subsequently addressing him as a brother. Thus, Chen Changsheng severed this thread of earthly desire. To him, such sentiments were trivial in the face of the great path. And being immortal, he had never yearned for them. He placed greater importance on the bond among the three of them. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, he must pay a visit to offer them a grand gift. The wedding of Altian and Gu Yana. I should make the journey. It is time for me to emerge. Chapter 4. The Emperor's Wedding. Chen Changsheng present half divine medicine. A significant event unfolded in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. After 1600 years, Emperor Altian was finally to wed the Empress. This Empress was once hailed as the most beautiful woman in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, possessing unparalleled intelligence and talent, and was regarded as one of the most likely candidates to attain enlightenment. Nearly all ancient sacred places and long-established races received invitations from Altian's sacred domain. Now, the entirety of Yuangshan had transformed into a scene of jubilation and festivity. From all directions, sacred places and myriad races arrived bearing gifts to witness this grand occasion, a sight rarely seen throughout the ages. Within Altian's sacred domain, the Emperor displayed remarkable prowess, summoning the once shattered divine mountain from the depths of the universe. The divine mountain towered majestically, emanating an aura steeped in ancient gravitas. Upon this mountain, Altian had already crafted a complete space, ample enough to accommodate the guests from sacred places and myriad races. Furthermore, Altian's sacred domain was extravagantly generous, with spiritual fruits, herbs, and springs readily available, alongside countless treasures displayed within a magnificent treasure pavilion, accessible to those deemed worthy. The mountain was teeming with figures from various races and ancient clans of long-standing heritage. At the forefront of the divine mountain stood a lofty platform, crafted from azure celestial stone, a sacred artifact reserved for the Emperor, possessing myriad mystical properties. Upon this stone platform stood a magnificent figure, exuding no trace of cultivation power, yet beneath him, myriad paths converged into a golden avenue. Beside him was a celestial maiden adorned in a phoenix crown and radiant attire, her beauty breathtaking, her smile rendering the heavens dim. This was the Empress Altian was to marry, Gu Yana, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. This wedding was devoid of overly complex rituals. The Emperor simply grasped Gu Yana as hand. Accepting the blessings of all present, guests from myriad races and sacred places offered their sincerest congratulations, as if their words alone could manifest reality. The heavens themselves bestowed auspicious signs, showering countless golden flowers upon the 9 heavens and 10 lands, prompting gasps of astonishment from many, for these golden blossoms contained insights into the great path. The multicolored rays of dawn soared to the heavens, as the azure dragon and golden phoenix danced gracefully, reminiscent of celestial maidens descending from the 9 heavens, their ethereal melodies resonating in the air, manifesting the grandeur and enchantment of the moment. Gu Yana gazed upon the opulent wedding, a smile glimmering at the corners of her eyes as she looked at Ling Altian. In truth, she had not desired such extravagance. Her wish was merely for a simple and unadorned wedding, yet Ling Altian insisted that he wanted the world to know that Gu Yana was his empress. Thus, she acquiesced to his wishes. At this unprecedentedly magnificent ceremony, she saw many familiar faces, old friends from ancient sacred lands and myriad clans, as well as those who had once vied for supremacy on the imperial path. Defeated by their hands, many had come, yet she could not find that familiar figure. He had not arrived, Ling Aotian remarked. If he is sealed away, he likely will not come. Gu Yana shook her head. He will come. No sooner had she spoken than a ripple of divine energy surged through the skies above the sacred mountain, followed by a thunderous roar as countless bolts of lightning crackled. The myriad beings gathered to witness the event beheld this terrifying spectacle, fearing that trouble was at hand. In the next moment, the divine lightning coalesced into a singular figure, clad in a flowing azure robe. The young man stood tall, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. He proclaimed, I apologize for my tardiness. I hope the emperor and empress will forgive me. With a single step, Chen Changsheng ascended to the high platform. And with a flourish of his hand, a small tree radiating starlight appeared, upon which hung a fruit resembling the moon. May the emperor and empress be eternally united, and may you enjoy a harmonious union for 10,000 years. Brother Changxing, Gu Yang's eyes sparkled with joy. Chen Changsheng smiled back at the couple. The way she called him Brother Changsheng echoed the days of their shared adventures, and Gu Yang discerned his thoughts. The call, so reminiscent of the past, filled the air with nostalgia. Congratulations to you both, he said. Meanwhile, the gathering below the platform was abuzz with excitement. They recognized the starlight tree, a treasure second only to the fabled elixir of immortality. And though it may not rival the elixir, it was certainly akin to a semi-divine medicine. The starlight tree could not only be used to forge artifacts, but its starlight fruit also possessed the power to extend one's lifespan by 5,000 years. Thus earning its title as a semi-divine medicine. 5,000 years, a lifespan that many beings could only dream of. Even those who had reached the pinnacle of their paths, the quasi-emperors, often lived only 6,000 or 7,000 years at most. These 5,000 years could grant them a new lease on life, akin to the elixir of immortality. It was well known that throughout history, only a few such elixirs existed, held tightly by the invincible. Many emperors had lived but a single life because of this scarcity. Thus, the rarity of this semi-divine medicine was evident. Many gazed longingly at the starlight tree, for it was incredibly precious. It would be a challenge to find even a few mature specimens across the vast realms. Who would have thought such a splendid gift would be offered so freely? Yet, once they uncovered the identity of the giver, it seemed only fitting that individual, along with Emperor Aotian and Empress Gu Yana, had once been hailed as the trio of prodigies, among the most likely to ascend to divinity. Ling Aotian's swordsmanship was unparalleled, while Gu Yana was renowned as the most beautiful woman across the realms. Chen Changsheng, though sparing in his actions, wielded a mastery of countless divine spells, earning him the title of the true monarch of all laws. Together, these three had vanquished all other unparalleled talents of their time. Standing invincible among their peers, this starlight tree is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. Gu Yana smiled and politely declined. Chen Changsheng merely clasped his hands behind his back. Longevity holds little significance for me. Soon, I shall completely seal myself away, and when the next era dawns, I will attain the path to becoming an emperor. He then turned to Ling Aotian. Tonight, we shall drink until we are inebriated. You have become the emperor and won the heart of the realm's foremost beauty. Tonight, I shall not concede to you in drinking. Ling Aotian laughed heartily. Very well, let us drink until we are intoxicated. Allowing you to win a round is of no consequence. Once the grand wedding concluded, Chen Changsheng gathered with a dozen friends from sacred lands and various clans, all of whom had once been companions. Now, they stood at the pinnacle of their paths, having become quasi-emperors. Ling Aotian also took a moment to revel with his old friends, toasting and recounting past tales. This night, they shared stories of youthful bravado, of pride and ambition, reminiscing about the thrill of vanquishing foes in dire straits, while lamenting the friends who had fallen along the imperial path. Some drank, others laughed, some felt regret, while a few remained silent. Among them, it seemed that only Ling Aotian bore no regrets, having attained the path of the emperor and wed the realm's most beautiful fairy. What could he possibly lament? As for the others, they would ultimately serve as mere embellishments to the brilliance of this great emperor. In this era, all succumbed to intoxication, and on the following day, the sober ones gradually departed. They were no longer youthful. Each now shouldered significant responsibilities. Chen Changsheng lingered a while longer in the Holy Land of Aotian, engaging in numerous philosophical discussions with Ling Aotian, gaining much wisdom. Eventually, he bid farewell to both Ling Aotian and Gu Yana, marking a formal departure, uncertain of when they might meet again, perhaps never to cross paths again. Upon leaving the Holy Land of Aotian, he was confronted by a figure blocking his path, under the moonlight. The white-clad fairy's eyes sparkled with brilliance, her ethereal demeanor radiating celestial grace, yet she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Little thief!" At that moment, Chen Changsheng felt a fleeting sense of disorientation, as if he were witnessing that bright-eyed, white-toothed girl brandishing a long sword, calling him little thief while pursuing him, wishing to dismember him. The image of that girl merged with the white-clad fairy before him, losing some of her mischievous and lively essence. Replaced by an otherworldly, transcendent aura, Chen Changsheng gazed at the white-clad fairy blocking his path, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Surely, Gu Yana must have revealed my whereabouts to you. Are you trying to escape again? She retorted, ignoring his question, her eyes fixed upon Chen Changsheng. He sighed, uncertain of what to say. The fairy before him was the saintess of the Yaoqi sacred land, or rather, she should have long since ascended to the status of its sovereign. Once, by chance, he had stumbled upon Bai Weiwei while she was bathing, leading to her chasing him with a sword in hand. Over the years, their entanglement transformed from hostility into friendship, and they traveled together across countless realms for decades. Bai Weiwei had developed feelings for him, whereas he, having admired Gu Yana, knew that their relationship was destined to remain unfulfilled. Thus, Chen Changsheng began to avoid her time and again now, without Tian attaining his task. Bai Weiwei regarded the man before her, noting that he had not changed much over the years. As he remained silent, she shifted the topic, inquiring, I thought you would attain the path this time. Chen Changsheng merely sighed skyward, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor. I cannot surpass him. In truth, it was not that he could not surpass him, but rather that he had no way to articulate his inability to attain the path to anyone. Bai Weiwei stepped closer to Chen Changsheng, who did not evade her this time. She said, We haven't seen each other in over 1,000 years. Would you accompany me for a while? Chen Changsheng looked at her and nodded. Together, they strolled beneath the moonlight, with Bai Weiwei doing most of the talking, reminiscing about the past while Chen Changsheng listened. Zhong Hui has died. He has died. When did this happen? Chen Changsheng asked, surprised. Zhong Hui was a friend they had met during their travels. Characterized by his gentle demeanor and exceptional talent, a true prodigy of his generation, Bai Weiwei simply replied, He perished during his tribulation, unable to withstand the heavenly wrath. Chen Changsheng fell silent. Countless prodigies had perished beneath the weight of tribulations. Throughout history, only one emperor could emerge from an era, yet how many prodigies could genuinely stand at the pinnacle of their paths? Very few. The imperial road was littered with the bones of the fallen. However, when the bones belonged to someone familiar, Chen Changsheng felt an inexplicable sorrow. His heart, untainted for millennia, had never wavered, yet today it stirred with a strange emotion. Chen Changsheng gazed at Bai Weiwei, who was equally fixed upon him. A beguiling smile gracing her face. Changsheng, do you believe there truly are immortals in this world? If they exist, can they attain eternal life? Immortals, throughout history, who has not fantasized about ascending to immortality? Even emperors have been ensnared by this desire. Some emperors swore to pierce through the heavens to reach the immortal realm, while others sacrificed themselves, descending into darkness, all to await the opening of the path to immortality. However, the pursuit of immortality is akin to the grandest of deceptions, ensnaring all beings across time and space. Yet, there remain those who tirelessly tread this path no being can resist. All beings who embark on the path of cultivation are seekers of immortality. Chen Changsheng turned his head away. Concealing a monumental secret within his heart, he could attain eternal life, yet could he truly be called an immortal? He could not. Observing Chen Changsheng's continued silence, Bai Weiwei murmured to herself, What will you do next? In this lifetime, you cannot attain the path to emperor. Must you wait for the next era? Chen Changsheng ultimately offered a response that everyone knew. I shall seal my own fate until the next lifetime, when I ascend to the throne. Bai Weiwei gazed at him, a flicker of unwavering belief in Chen Changsheng illuminating her face. You will become an emperor, regardless of the era. You will ascend to greatness, though I cannot fathom why it is not you who claims the throne in this age. I steadfastly believe that you are destined for it. What are your plans moving forward? Chen Changsheng averted her gaze and inquired. Bai Weiwei merely smiled. Although I have reached the end of the great path and cannot become an emperor, I have at most 5,000 years left to me. She turned her eyes upon him. I shall undertake certain endeavors I wish to pursue. She hesitated, as if struggling to articulate her thoughts, yet resolved all the same. Changsheng, can you promise me one thing? Chen Changsheng nodded. Speak. As we part ways, not knowing when we shall meet again, will you come to the Yaoqi sacred land to see me once every 1,000 years? A glimmer of hope sparkled in Bai Weiwei's eyes, a sentiment she had not experienced since reaching the end of the great path. Chen Changsheng hesitated for a moment. Very well. Bai Weiwei's eyes sparkled anew, her radiant smile reminiscent of days gone by. The two continued on their journey for some time, as if reliving their past explorations together, from the brilliance of starlight to the dawn of the following day. Ultimately, Bai Weiwei took the initiative to bid farewell. Changsheng, do not forget, 1,000 years hence, remember to visit me in the Yaoqi. Bai Weiwei departed, yet Chen Changsheng found his heart transformed, not due to instability in his resolve, but rather a lingering emotion that he could not shake off. It is said that one must cultivate without attachment, yet he found it impossible to sever ties, fully aware that he would endure through the ages while those familiar to him would gradually depart. A wave of solitude enveloped him, without return, without self, he murmured, and his heart began to calm, his resolve once again becoming unyielding. Following by Wei Wei's departure, Chen Changsheng did not immediately return to his secluded sanctuary. Instead, he seized the opportunity to visit some old friends, perhaps for the last time in a long while. Thus, over the next century, Chen Changsheng traversed the realms, reconnecting with those he once held dear. Regrettably, not all encounters were perfect. Friends from afar were met with joyous toasts, others remained absent, their return uncertain, while some could only share a cup of wine at their graves. The great path is a lonely journey. In the end, it is only the great path that accompanies one on this sojourn. Upon returning to his sanctuary, Chen Changsheng reflected deeply on his travels. His mindset had shifted, the supreme state of his being seemingly cleansed by worldly experiences. His heart reaching a state of completeness, he sat cross-legged, and within him, profound transformations began to unfold. It felt as though thunder was obliterating all, while countless trees were reborn anew, destruction and creation intertwining in an endless cycle. The entirety of his sanctuary was enveloped by the great path, resplendent divine radiance manifesting from thin air above Chen Changsheng's head. A tripod, ancient and majestic, slowly floated above him, the cauldron, with 3 legs and 2 ears. It exuded an aura of profound antiquity. Inscribed upon its body were the myriad spirits of heaven and earth, the transformations of all things contained therein. Chen Changsheng gradually closed his eyes, countless paths intertwining before him, as if revealing the mysteries of the universe's birth in the celestial expanse. At that moment, he resembled an immortal seated at the end of time. Time swiftly passed, and over a millennium elapsed. Now, Chen Changsheng was over 4,000 years old, time seemingly leaving no trace upon him, as if he were a forgotten soul. Throughout this millennium, he diligently refined his path of weaponry, perfecting his 12 weapon paths. The first path remained incomplete, yet it was close to fruition. His aura was decidedly peculiar, his cultivation nearing that of a great emperor, yet he was still not an emperor. He could not make the ultimate leap to shatter the shackles that bound the myriad paths. Unable to grasp that supreme imperial realm, even fate did not acknowledge him. Damn it, the system is utterly useless. Slowly opening his eyes, Chen Changsheng gazed at the starry sky. Though he was an immortal, free from concerns of longevity, the inability to attain the path of an emperor in this world rendered his heart somewhat unfulfilled. It was akin to being an illegitimate child, no matter how remarkable his accomplishments. He could never inherit the rightful legacy. The sovereign bore the brunt of the injustice. Left to languish in silence, Chen Changsheng opened the system once more. At his current level, few things remained of use to him, with the system's true purpose being longevity, while all else constituted mere side ventures. His longevity points had accumulated significantly. The only thing of value to him was the power of deduction. Thus he expended a substantial portion of his longevity points to exchange for another opportunity. Hoping to perfect his weapon path in the next deduction, over the course of this millennium, Chen Changsheng honored his promise to visit by Wei Wei at the Yaoqi sacred land, where they journeyed together through the realms for several years before returning. The heavens, the closer he approached the forbidden realms, the more he felt the profound mysteries of this world. Hidden within the darkness were ancient beings, long-standing forbidden zones, and the fabled passage to the celestial realm. This made him all the more cautious. Chen Changsheng had always believed that the challenge posed by the proud Emperor Aotian to those forbidden zones was unwise, foreseeing inevitable conflict in the future. 4,000 years had passed, and as many approached the twilight of their lives, that emperor continued to surge forward. Yet to truly reach his peak, he was undoubtedly an extraordinary emperor in the history of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The entirety of the Great Path was thus more easily manifested, countless beings receiving the blessings of the Great Path, finding it simpler to embark on their cultivation journeys. Aotian, you are indeed remarkable. Within his sanctuary, Chen Changsheng silently sensed the changes occurring in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and could not help but acknowledge the brilliance of Emperor Aotian. He mused, if this emperor could eliminate a dark sovereign or penetrate a forbidden zone in this lifetime, his status would ascend even higher. Yet none of this concerned him. Chen Changsheng slowly closed his eyes once more, beginning to deduce his weapon path. 5,000 years, Chen Changsheng emerged from seclusion. His first weapon path had reached perfection, a flawless manifestation of the Great Path, seamlessly connecting to the end of his own path, leading him onto a new road. Compared to the peak quasi-emperors of this world, Chen Changsheng had distanced himself considerably from them. He radiated a power that made all paths tremble, a force unique to the forbidden, on par with those sovereigns. Yet he was still not an emperor, and in comparison to emperors, he remained significantly lacking. Still, when facing an emperor, he felt he could finally contend. No longer utterly defenseless, Chen Changsheng pondered, if he were to confront those invincible beings who had severed their own fates to retreat into forbidden lands, how great would the disparity be? Without having engaged them, he had no means of knowing. Chen Changsheng rose, a weighty cauldron floating above him, manifesting all living things, exuding an overwhelming power of suppression under the augmentation of his weapon path. It would surely rival even imperial artifacts. His first weapon path emphasized defense, possessing the power to seal, exceedingly rare in the world. Next, I shall forge my second weapon path, hands clasped behind his back. His gaze seemed to pierce through the very fabric of this sanctuary. His first weapon path lacked true offensive power, thus, the second weapon path would focus on destruction, and soon, Chen Changsheng had definitively determined his second weapon a formidable axe. An axe capable of cleaving through everything. Unlike the sharpness of a sword or the dominance of a blade, the axe wielded absolute strength and lethality. With a single swing, all laws would shatter, and the heavens would tremble. The materials were sufficient, yet crafting the second weapon path would be exponentially more challenging than the first. So haste was unwarranted. A millennium had passed. It was time to fulfill my promise. The Yaoqi sacred land is nestled within an ancient divine mountain in the upper clear heavens. This mountain is perpetually blanketed in snow, and at its summit lies an unbroken expanse of celestial lakes. Where the Yaoqi Empress once attained enlightenment and established the Yaoqi sacred land, Bai Weiwei had long since relinquished her position as the holy sovereign of the Yaoqi sacred land, outside this icy palace. Beneath a vibrant red plum tree, she appeared ethereal, gently brewing tea. A figure clad in a green robe sat before her in a relaxed manner, sipping the bland tea and commenting, "This tea is tasteless. It pales in comparison to wine." Bai Weiwei merely regarded the person before her, a radiant smile gracing her features. "What brings you here so early? I thought you would delay for several centuries again." Chen Changsheng reclined languidly on the ground, his gaze fixed on the vibrant plum tree. "I feared that if I arrived late, the blossoms would have fallen." Bai Weiwei simply smiled in response. This plum tree, which he had planted with his own hands, had long since transcended the mundane. How could it possibly wither? Being in his presence seemed to transport her back to that time. Bai Weiwei remarked, "Changsheng, this time, take me to see the sea of stars, will you?" Chen Changsheng readily agreed. For over 100 years, he guided Bai Weiwei through the starry skies, seeking that rare celestial phenomenon. Just as they were nearing despair in the 300th year, they finally uncovered the first signs of the star sea. It was a grand migration of stars, breathtakingly beautiful. It felt as though all the stars in the cosmic expanse converged at that moment. The great path intertwining with starlight, transforming into a resplendent ocean in the celestial realm. Bai Weiwei gazed upon this scene, seemingly releasing all burdens. She said, "Changxing, you need not come to see me anymore." It was a rare sight for Chen Changsheng to witness a hint of playfulness on her face, as if the celestial being before him had always been that mischievous little girl. Chen Changsheng remained silent, perhaps having already disowned Bai Weiwei's thoughts. 5,000 years. She had traversed more than half of her life, nearing her twilight years. The laws of heaven and earth, even the mightiest of emperors, could not defy destiny. Chen Changsheng reached out, grasping countless starlights in his hand, which eventually coalesced into a hairpin crafted from the very stars. He gently placed it in her hair. With a teasing smile, he quipped, "What is this? Have you found someone else?" Bai Weiwei playfully punched him, but as she did, tears inexplicably streamed down her face. She said, "Changxing, if only I could truly attain immortality, even if I could only see you once every 1,000 years, I would be content. I fear that I may never see you again. I think each encounter diminishes our chances. Perhaps I should just avoid seeing you by the edge of the starry sea." Chen Changsheng held Bai Weiwei in his embrace. "Once every 1,000 years is hardly enough. I shall bring you to see the starry sea once more." This time, Chen Changsheng did not return to his old abode, but instead remained in the Yaoqi sacred land, accompanying Bai Weiwei while honing his second path of weaponry. It was not until he reached 6,000 years of age that the first strand of white hair finally emerged among Bai Weiwei's 3,000 dark tresses. Chen Changsheng tenderly caressed her hair in silence, while Bai Weiwei merely smiled and held his hands, softly saying, "It is already quite enough." In his heart, Chen Changsheng began to ponder which forbidden zone might harbor half-god elixirs or immortal potions. The star tree, once offered as a gift to Gu Yangna, had left him without any half-god elixirs. Beauty fades with time. Chen Changsheng's eyes radiated a captivating, heart-stirring brilliance. Perhaps it was time for him to venture out. Chapter 7. Time as a blade cuts down the talented. Apologies. No content available. Click the button to download the app for more free readings of great books and interact with the author. Download Long Life for Millennia. I do not covet the path of the Emperor. Chapter 007. Time as a blade cuts down the talented is currently being typed. Please wait a moment. Once the content is updated, refresh the page to access the latest update. Long Life for Millennia. I do not covet the path of the Emperor. Chapter 8. All ancients wither away, the graves fill the eyes. At the critical moment, Chen Changsheng did not allow Bai Weiwei to transcend into the Tao. He employed a forbidden technique to refine the entire starry sea into the essence of divine source. Sealing Bai Weiwei within it, she was the only one in this world who knew his secret. When Chen Changsheng revealed this secret, he felt an unusual calmness, for he had finally found someone with whom he could share his burden. And in his selfishness, he embraced her in the vast expanse of the starry sky. He held a divine source radiating life. Amidst the profound silence of the cosmos, the starry sea had receded, and perhaps in the future, the 9 heavens and 10 lands would forever lose this extraordinary sight. 2 figures appeared before him, yet at that moment, Chen Changsheng felt no fear, even if he stood before the invincible emperor of the age, who had just slain a dark being from the cosmos. He felt an unyielding resolve. A great cauldron floated above him, and all living beings manifested. He walked forward, cradling by Wei Wei. Will you stop me? He called out. Ling Aotian's expression bore a dignified gravity, exuding an overwhelming imperial majesty. Yet Chen Changsheng too emanated an aura that could suppress myriad paths, though he may not have been as formidable. He nonetheless stood his ground. Ultimately, Ling Aotian retracted his imperial might, and Gu Yana nodded at him. Only then did Chen Changsheng tear through the void, returning to the 9 heavens and 10 lands with Bai Weiwei. In the starry sky, Gu Yana looked on with confusion. Ling Aotian's voice carried a hint of amusement. He has embarked on a different path. Gu Yana sought to grasp the meaning in an instant. Has Brother Changsheng attained an unconventional path to the Tao? Ling Aotian shook his head slightly. Not quite yet, but he is close. Throughout history, only one person could attain the Tao and become an emperor in a single lifetime. Many prodigies found themselves stuck at the end of the great Tao, unable to progress yet. In every era, there are always a few beings who manage to evade the heavenly path and reconnect with a severed great Tao. Those who walk this path, though perhaps weaker than the emperors, can still stand alongside them. Such beings are termed as having attained the Tao unconventionally. In truth, Ling Aotian had sensed something since the last time he beheld Chen Changsheng. He had merely assumed that Chen Changsheng would seal himself until the next life to become an emperor. Their figures vanished from the starry sky simultaneously. At this moment, Chen Changsheng had returned to the Yaoqi sacred land. Standing before a plum tree, he personally placed the divine source that sealed Bai Weiwei at that spot, and then he enacted powerful techniques to imbue the area with layers of formations. This place seemed erased from existence. Henceforth, only he could enter. Chen Changsheng sighed deeply, gazing at the girl within the divine source. In the future, I shall visit you often. His supreme heart, after undergoing this ordeal, was profoundly moved, solidifying his resolve. If there were immortals in this world, then he was the closest to becoming one. If anyone in this world could become an immortal, it would undoubtedly be him. For he existed like an immortal, enduring through time. I shall become an immortal, Chen Changsheng murmured, filled with unwavering determination, as a captivating divine light emanated from his eyes. Only by becoming an immortal could he overturn everything and recreate it as he wished. Reflecting the past and future, after standing beneath the plum tree for a long while, Chen Changsheng eventually departed, leaving the Yaoqi sacred land and returning to his old abode. He began to enter seclusion, employing divination methods to derive his second path of weaponry. Before him lay a colossal axe radiating the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Time flowed gently, and in the blink of an eye, 2,000 years had passed. Chen Changsheng's cultivation of the second path of weaponry within the small world was fraught with challenges. On one occasion, he even spat blood, nearly shattering his entire being. Along with his divine soul, the 12 paths of weaponry were excessively domineering. Each method of cultivation was exponentially more demanding than the previous path. Perhaps it was for this reason that Chen Changsheng managed to evade the heavenly path, forging a new route while continually advancing at the edge of the great Tao. He was now over 9,000 years old. Ordinarily, even an emperor would be nearing their twilight years, and many who had reached the pinnacle of quasi-emperorship had already perished. In the entire 9 heavens and 10 lands, apart from that emperor and empress, he knew no one else. They had all perished. An immense sorrow permeated the cosmos. Perfecting the second path might still require thousands of years. Chen Changsheng sighed heavily, his gaze penetrating through the small world to observe the 9 heavens and 10 lands, where the decree of fate remained robust, indicating that the current emperor still stood at the pinnacle. Unweakened, Aotian, I wonder how far you can go. Throughout history, there have been emperors who barely survived 1,000 years, reaching their limits, compelled to consume immortal elixirs to commence their second lives. Yet there were also emperors whose lifespans exceeded 13,000 years due to their cultivation of the great Tao and their innate constitution. Chen Changsheng harbored a feeling that his good brother, Emperor Aotian, would not merely have a short lifespan of 10,000 years. He likely had many more years ahead. He once again entered seclusion to derive the 12 paths of weaponry. During this time, Gu Yana had invited him together, yet Chen Changsheng offered no response. Time swiftly reached the 10,000-year mark. Indeed, the decree of fate showed no signs of waning, and Emperor Aotian's imperial might remained formidable. Thus, Chen Changsheng resolved to continue his seclusion, believing that perhaps only after Emperor Aotian's passing would he emerge into the world. However, when Chen Changsheng surpassed 12,000 years of age, an imperial might suddenly surged within the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Overwhelming yet tinged with sorrow, Chen Changsheng slowly opened his eyes. Gu Yana, have you too succumbed? Even though Altian held the title of emperor, was he unable to procure an immortal elixir for you? A strange aura welled up in his eyes, and memories of the three of them began to resurface, yet soon. Gu Yana's figure began to fade. The imperial might reverberated throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands for a considerable time. Then, Emperor Altian, wielding an imperial artifact, plunged into the sea of reincarnation, seeking an immortal elixir to prolong the empress's life. A great battle erupted within the sea of reincarnation, where the auras of numerous supreme beings intertwined. There were furious roars, and sword lights pierced through time, causing the entire 9 heavens and 10 lands to tremble. The sky split and the earth quaked, myriad paths ceased to exist, and the celestial light manifested. The firmament riddled with cracks of the great Tao. This phenomenon was truly terrifying, yet in the end, Emperor Altian returned from the sea of reincarnation, dragging his battered form. Many beings believed that Emperor Altian had been defeated. But soon news spread that he had slain 2 supreme beings within the sea of reincarnation, nearly overturning the entire realm. Yet even so, the emperor had not managed to bring back an immortal elixir. All were aware that the empress's time was running short, 12,500 years. Even with Emperor Altian using his imperial blood to extend her life, he could not retain her. The heavens manifested signs indicating that the empress was on the verge of transcending into the Tao. Within the small world, Chen Changsheng observed the incoming information, hesitating. Ultimately, he resolved to bid farewell to his dear friend for the last time. Although the second path of weaponry was not yet fully realized, he was more than capable of self-preservation. He stepped out of the small world. Ling Altian, Gu Yana, this should be our final meeting in this life. Chapter 9. The Empress transcends, and the Emperor grows old. Yuan Heaven, Altian's sacred land. A towering figure appeared as though he were not of this world, exuding a forbidden power unique to him. A force so potent that it seemed to solidify into substance, entirely devoted to sealing off the perception of the heavenly path. Beside him, the once resplendent Gu Yana, clad in white, had long since lost her former radiance. She appeared exceedingly fragile, her entire being emanating a fierce glow, the essence of transformation. Had it not been for the formidable measures of the Emperor Aotian, she might have already vanished from existence. No more, Aotian, this is all fated. Gu Yana grasped Ling Aotian's arm and gently shook her head, to which Ling Aotian merely frowned. You have allowed me to remain in this world long enough. I am content to accompany you through this lifetime. I have made my peace. A hint of a smile graced Gu Yana's lips, tinged with regret. It is a pity that I could not see Brother Changsheng one last time. As an empress of an era, possessing a lifespan nearly akin to that of the emperor was exceedingly rare, making her one of the longest-lived empresses. This was largely thanks to the star grass gifted to her by Chen Changsheng. Alas, even though the emperor could defy the heavens, he could not alter fate, unless one possessed the elixir of immortality, which could grant a second life. The Emperor Aotian remained silent, employing all his doubt to suppress the irreversible force of the heavenly path. In the center of the universe, the decree of destiny loomed high, manifesting myriad powers. With divine thunder resounding, all beings seemed to sense the warning sent forth by destiny, though he was the destined one. He too bore the immense pressure bestowed by fate. The entire cosmos roiled like a boat adrift upon tumultuous waves. I shall seal you away, Aotian declared, preparing to act, but Gu Yana intervened. I do not wish to hide within the divine source forever. I have my own choices. This lifetime has been enough. Ling Aotian felt an inexplicable surge of anger. His gaze seemed to penetrate all corners of the cosmos. That fellow has been hiding for so many years. Does he not even wish to meet one last time? What is he truly evading? Gu Yana offered a bitter smile. She had invited Chen Changsheng to appear numerous times, yet there had never been a response. As astute as she was, she had surmised certain reasons. For instance, Chen Changsheng was evading both the current emperor and herself. As for why he did so, she could not fathom. It likely involved his own secrets. Perhaps he had his own grievances. Gu Yana smiled, feeling as though she could scarcely contain the terrifying transformative power any longer. Aotian, I can no longer hold on. Let us venture into the depths of the universe. The Emperor Aotian, unusually silent for a moment, ultimately took a step forward, arriving in the cosmic abyss. All beings understood that the Emperor had departed from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. And they comprehended the reason for his departure. The Empress was about to transform, unwilling to be sealed within the mortal realm. In the depths of the cosmic starry sky, the Emperor's terrifying imperial might surged forth. As if the sun and moon were revolving within his eyes, the aura of annihilation was imminent, and he wished to test whether he could defy the heavenly path. A figure traversed the starry sky, swiftly tearing open a vast rift, appearing before the two. Apologies for my tardiness, Aotian regarded him coldly, while Guyana, despite the intensifying aura of transformation surrounding her, smiled radiantly. Brother Changxing, to see you brings closure to a lingering regret. Chen Changsheng was at a loss for words, sensing the emperor's desire to cleave him with a sword. He then inquired, why not seal her away? The emperor Aotian, with an air of indifference, replied calmly, this is our choice. We take from the heavens and, in the end, return to the heavens. Chen Changsheng wanted to curse him for his foolishness. He turned to Guyana, why not try? Perhaps, there may still be opportunities in the future. He understood that Guyana had always been a woman of conviction. Her decisions were immutable, even to the emperor. I have already lived a brilliant life. This ending is quite satisfactory. Everyone desires longevity. Yet what if immortality is a mistake? Her gaze, imbued with a smile, met Chen Changsheng's, yet she ultimately refrained from articulating her thoughts. Brother Changxing, I am content to have seen you. My time is limited, and I wish to speak with Aotian once more. Chen Changsheng sighed, casting a final glance at the two, marking their last meeting as a trio. He departed, leaving the remaining moments for them. Aotian, in this life, you have offended too many forbidden zones. You are likely to face formidable foes. Chen Changsheng walked his own path, and at the right moment, he would become your ally. Ling Aotian merely shook his head. No need for assistance. I am the emperor of this age and shall crush all adversaries. Even if he can achieve an alternate path, he is not my match in this life. Guyana smiled but did not press further. She reached out one last time to adjust his collar, her eyes filled with reluctance. Aotian, I am departing. With that, she moved away, transforming in the starry sky, as myriad paths roared, sketching her final smile. Ultimately, she transformed into a shower of light, vanishing into the depths of the universe. The emperor remained seated in the starry sky, desolate for years. Yet another old friend was lost. Aotian, in this world, only you and I remain, within the small realm. Sensing Guyana's transformation and the emperor's sorrow coupled with a surge of anger, Chen Changsheng raised his cup, as if to commemorate those departed souls. Everything is an illusion, only the Tao is real. The future cannot be pursued, and the past cannot be retained. Ha, let us drink from this cup together. 15,000 years. At a certain moment, a strange disturbance disrupted Chen Changsheng's meditative state. A resounding roar emanated from the depths of the universe. The noise was not great. Only a few beings standing at the end of the Tao could perceive it. A sense of sorrow. This sorrow originated from the supreme decree of destiny. Such a disturbance signified but one meaning. The emperor of this age was nearing the end of his life, a lamentation from fate for him. Aotian, have you finally awaited this day? Through the small realm, Chen Changsheng probed certain patterns of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, his eyes disregarding all, as if examining how much longer the emperor Aotian could endure. Have you truly not found the elixir of immortality? Chen Changsheng felt perplexed. Throughout history, the elixir of immortality had been fixed, almost entirely held by those once deemed invincible. Only a few elixirs ever circulated, and they were exceedingly difficult to acquire. In this life, the emperor Aotian had been extraordinarily brilliant, surviving for 15,000 years through sheer will enough to make him one of the most remarkable emperors among the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, if the emperor had obtained the elixir, he might have allowed Guyana to experience a second life. Given Aotian's temperament, he would certainly not have hesitated. Chen Changsheng could not believe that such a magnificent emperor would be unable to locate an elixir of immortality. Yet the signs of fate indicated that indeed, the emperor was nearing his end. Chen Changsheng felt he should wait a little longer. Perhaps Aotian was concealing something, until 16,000 years had passed. The 9 heavens and 10 earths experienced a violent upheaval, the sorrow palpable enough for all beings to sense. The Tao itself wept, beginning to dissipate and revolt. The decree of destiny began to weaken and continued to amplify. Various signs indicated that this emperor, who had lived for 16,000 years, was about to perish. Chapter 10. The Emperor's Twilight. Forbidden Lands revealed. Supreme emerges. The emperor is dying. At that moment, nearly all beings turned their gaze toward the position of the Jade Emperor. For the signs of destiny's decline were too severe, causing the great Tao of the cosmic firmament to lament. It was as if columns burdened to the breaking point emitted a horrific sound of shattering. The heavenly light dimmed, and the universe appeared to wither. For a time, the entirety of the 9 heavens and 10 earths was shrouded in darkness, devoid of illumination. Such terrifying signs seemed to herald the arrival of a great calamity. The Emperor Aotian had reached the end of his lifespan. Through sheer force of will, he had lived for 16,000 years, undeniably remarkable. Yet now, the Emperor could no longer endure. It seemed as though even destiny mourned his passing. The entire Holy Land of Aotian was enveloped in sorrow, as nearly all of humanity mourned for this emperor. Do not grieve for me. From the Holy Land of Aotian came the voice of the emperor, resonating in the ears of every being in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It sounded somewhat aged yet filled with vigor. Subsequently, a towering figure manifested within the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Though his hair was now white, he exuded an aura of authority, his robust vitality soaring, shaking the very heavens. It was the Emperor. The Emperor still lived. Countless beings approached, kneeling in reverence, chanting the Emperor's name. This figure towered above all, his profound gaze sweeping across every corner of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, as if wishing to behold the world and beings he had protected at last. His gaze fell upon the eternal forbidden zones within the small realm. Chen Changshen's expression was complex. Do you truly not possess the elixir of immortality? Then how will you choose? Will you sever yourself, retreating into the forbidden zones like those once invincible, to evade the scrutiny of the heavenly path? Or will you transform and return to the heavens? Or perhaps, will you rely on this frail body to vanquish a forbidden being? Even Chen Changshen had to admit that Ao Tian was astonishingly remarkable and equally deserving of respect. He had slain dark beings and personally ended the lives of 2 sovereigns within the sea of reincarnation. Regardless of the choices he makes, he remains speechless. However, the Emperor Ao Tian does not engage in any earth-shattering actions. Instead, he seems to issue a warning to those forbidden zones, and then his figure vanishes. Yet soon, terrifying ripples emanate from the ancient forbidden lands throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The forbidden powers are awakening, giving rise to dreadful phenomena. They are probing, seeking confirmation of whether this great emperor has truly reached his end, and whether this is indeed a grand deception. Ultimately, they reach a unanimous conclusion. The decline of the heavenly mandate is no mere illusion. This once mighty emperor has finally entered his twilight years. Thus, merely 3 centuries pass. A blinding thunderclap erupts in the starry sky, illuminating the desolate voids, resembling a landscape riddled with wounds. At that moment, the heavenly mandate nearly dims, yet within the Ao Tian Holy Land, the overwhelming vitality reverberates, shaking the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, the sea of reincarnation manifests, confronting the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The pitch-black ocean obscures the sun and moon. 2 terrifying figures standing at the ocean's edge, their forbidden power awakening. Ao Tian, you are finished, still pretending to be mysterious. Today, the debt shall be repaid. I shall drink your imperial blood and forge my essence. I seem to witness the tragic twilight of a once great emperor, devoured by the supreme beings. Such a conclusion is truly lamentable. A pitch-black hand, imbued with ultimate power, pierces through the firmament of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, enveloping the entire Jade Emperor's domain. The immense dark force instills despair. This is the former supreme being. On another front, a divine ruin emerges, cascading countless celestial lights toward the Ao Tian Holy Land. Following this, a terrifying figure emerges from the celestial and demonic mines, directly arriving at the Ao Tian Holy Land. Today as retribution is the result of yesterday's actions. The heavenly mandate bursts forth with its final power, as the Emperor Ao Tian steps forth, treading upon myriad paths. Wielding the imperial sword, the astonishing sword light cleaves through the massive black hand. The clash of extreme powers dims the galaxy, creating a vast expanse of devastating black holes. Although the Emperor Ao Tian has aged, he still reveals his invincible form upon making his move. Who else desires to claim retribution? Come forth. I, Ao Tian, shall accept it all. I am the contemporary emperor. Even in my old age, I am more than capable of sweeping away you mere flies and hounds. His resonant voice reverberates across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Subsequently, the Barrier in Heaven Island, the star-swallowing abyss, the 9 Calamity Thunder Pool, the Bronze Celestial Palace, these several eternal forbidden zones manifest, and terrifying figures emerge from within, intent on targeting this emperor who has reached his twilight. Ao Tian, you have grown old, no longer the figure of your former self. By consuming your essence, we can sustain ourselves a while longer. A supreme being speaks. Shrouded in the grandeur of the great Tao, their figures obscured. All beings within the 9 heavens and 10 earths tremble at this sight. So many forbidden zones emerge solely to confront an aging emperor. Even a peak emperor could not contend with so many former supreme beings simultaneously. Despite the Emperor Ao Tian's brilliance and invincibility, he is ultimately aging. In that instant, 7 or 8 terrifying figures move simultaneously. The entirety of the 9 heavens and 10 earths seems on the verge of collapsing under this force, and the heavenly mandate begins to mourn. You mere self-destructive beings, do you even deserve to be called supreme? At this moment, the Emperor Ao Tian feels no fear. The imperial sword in his hand radiates light, becoming the sole brilliance of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He battles alone against these self-destructive supreme beings. The great Tao igniting the most resplendent light, bathed in imperial blood. His white hair billows as he clashes with the supreme beings, creating chaos within the great Tao, obscuring the heavenly mechanisms. Boom! An invincible being is cleaved by the imperial sword, while half of the Emperor Ao Tian's body is shattered by several united supreme beings. Even though these supreme beings have fallen from their thrones and their essences are decaying, they dare not unleash their full strength for fear of invoking the retribution of the heavenly Tao. Yet they are too numerous. The emperor soon suffers grave injuries under their combined might. Moreover, the Emperor Aotian, despite his age, struggles to unleash his peak power. An invincible figure, having wounded the emperor, absorbs his imperial blood. Excellent, I sense the withered essence emanating vitality. In that moment, a brilliant light erupts as several invincible supreme beings unite once more, unleashing overwhelming power, as if the very fabric of time and space were being confined. Yet at a certain moment, the Emperor Aotian appears to move, or perhaps he does not. Only a faint sword light suddenly erupts. Boom! In the blink of an eye, 4 invincible beings are severed in half. They are struck with horror, unable to fathom that this aged emperor could unleash such might, nearly wounding them all. Hurry, elevate to the utmost, do not hold back, swiftly subdue him, we can still retreat to the forbidden zones. Subsequently, 4 or 5 invincible beings, at this moment, reach their zenith, the emperor's power manifesting, drawing forth the heavenly mandate. These were once emperors recognized by the heavenly mandate, now briefly revealed in this instant. What? It is the ancient clan's Chilean ancient emperor. He is still alive, and the demonic clan's snowy night demon emperor, also, the Meizu's thousand-handed emperor. My heavens, so many emperors, they are all still alive, having become forbidden beings. At this moment, the most terrifying battle among emperors erupts. As these former emperors attack the aging emperor of this era, their imperial might intertwining as if seeking to annihilate the world, the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths teeters on the brink of separation. Time and space descending into chaos, imperial blood spills across the starry expanse, imperial techniques erupt, even imperial artifacts shatter, the sun, moon, and stars appear dim and devoid of light in this moment, as the body of the Emperor Aotian nears obliteration. His imperial blood seized by these beings. Meanwhile, within a secluded realm, Cheng Changsheng holds a familiar method of communication, one he had created himself. Aotian, you truly are ruthless. I never anticipated you would orchestrate such a grand scheme, becoming so insidious that you nearly deceived even me. Moreover, Gu Yana, you truly deserve to be the wisest woman of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, since this is your final request of me, I shall truly take action this time, cooperating with Aotian to execute this killing scheme. Chapter 11, The Burying Emperor Killing Formation. Live out a second life. Aotian, you old coin. Zhu Ming initially came to this Ceylon to wage war. Now that his path is obstructed so disrespectfully, when better to unleash his might. At this moment, Fu Yang finally sees the true visage of the so-called ancient demon god within the cage. After all, no matter how strong the physical body, it is difficult to withstand the might of a spiritual sword, unless it is an exceptionally gifted iron-armored corpse. In his view, the hidden Yu Daoist is able to preserve his life even in close proximity to the iron-armored corpse, indicating that his protective spiritual weapon and speed surpass many ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. As Yi Fei's words fall, a chorus of hundreds of bull roars erupts simultaneously, igniting the atmosphere of the entire valley. Sister Dar, is he really alright? At this moment, Ban Yanyu turns to Dar and speaks. In his prime, he was so spirited, yet now in his twilight years, he finds himself forced into such a predicament. Fu Yang jokes that perhaps the trio of humans and demons should disband, allowing A Huang and Xiong Yi to form a comedic trio with Mo Munan instead. All of this, of course, is the idea of Tai Liwa, which is why the Song family holds her in such high regard. Yi Fei now feels fortunate that without the toxin slave, he might have already perished in the marshes, on ordinary days. If not busy with state affairs, one would be immersed in music and dance, rarely having the leisure to reflect. Now bedridden, he reconsiders the seemingly unreasonable words of the black-clad guest, yet cannot help but admire his keen insight. The 10th grade divine elixir is already extremely precious, being the highest grade elixir in this realm, containing boundless laws and divine essence, even possessing elixir formations, making its refinement exceedingly laborious. Your senses are quite sharp. The youth smiles, his appearance unchanged, but the slightly damp and translucent body betrays his identity. A soul, a remarkably powerful soul, yet from him, Daofang Shao feels no darkness. Instead, he senses a kind of tranquility. As the divine sound fades, everyone swiftly ascends to the altar's peak, revealing an ancient grand hall, surrounded by countless azure black divine pillars, composed of bronze and adorned with numerous divine patterns, interspersed with seals. Such casualties, let alone Yin Yi bear. Even the Steel Feather tribe cannot withstand such a tremendous cost. During the previous battle, the Sharp Claw tribe suffered significant losses. Now, under the assault of Thailand, Yin Yi has lost the heart to fight again. Only wishing to retreat. Today, the competition within the Changning Palace renders it impossible to maintain the usual facade. Seeing the usually gentle the concubine's eyes filled with sharpness sends shivers down Xia Guifei's spine. As they navigate past the black-tiled, white-painted wall decorated with a painting of the flowing rivers of Jiangnan, Qinglong, Zhuke, and Susan have been waiting at the side of the red brick corridor for quite some time. They followed the etiquette of Dayu and bowed deeply to Su Ziqing, respectfully addressing her as the Empress. Since they have arrived here, having one more meal is inconsequential, and Su knew and the others naturally agree. Moreover, the existence of this domain, much like that of the original Shura, is connected to Luo Chenxiu's essence and spirit, sharing the same origin, having walked a long way and pondered throughout the journey. Upon catching sight of Rangjin within reach, Chu Xiu let out a sigh, gradually retracting her thoughts as she stepped inside. This time, the matriarch awaited her in the inner hall. She had finally earned the right to enter the inner garden of Rangjin with propriety. However, the cost of this privilege had been exceedingly painful. With Huaxiu's intervention, the reporters present could not continue to vie for interview opportunities. It was evident to all that Qing Feng was in poor condition. With bandages wrapped around his head and a haggard expression, indicating a need for substantial recuperation, thus they refrained from pressing him further. Becoming a weapon spirit meant that the primordial beast had lost its consciousness. Reduced to mere combat spirit, yet, even so, the imposing aura of this formidable beast, the blue-patterned leopard, remained undeniably extraordinary. I believe in you, Yi Fei. We shall never part. Cheng Shuo nodded joyfully, tears welling in her eyes. She had finally received Yi Fei's promise, filling her with immense happiness. This was precisely why, on the first day of testing by Qin Tian and others, an elder from the Liun family had forcibly infused them with elemental power. Aiming to assess the initial capacity of the children's hearts, the greater their potential, the better their future prospects, the two clinked their glasses and drained their drinks in one go, smacking their lips before seizing their chopsticks to savor a few bites of the dishes. Do you have a photo of your grandfather and Master Gong? Let me see how they have aged, whether they still retain any semblance of their youthful charm. Song Jiao exhibited a somewhat mischievous spirit. A playful smile gracing her lips. The water pool was likely a mere illusion conjured by the formation, utterly non-existent. Should one stubbornly chase the end of this ocean, the result would be a futile exertion of energy. Only to find oneself stagnantly treading in place. Yang Yi, feasting on food and drink, attentively gathered information regarding the Lingdi competition from the discussions of various martial artists. Chapter 12. Blood of forbidden beings spills across the starry sky beneath Walker's feet. Something seemed to explode suddenly. He then felt a sticky sensation enveloping him, as if he were slowly draining his own life force. A cold smile flickered within me as I mused. If you continue down this reckless path, you may never have children. Seeing that cold concubine Shui had successfully diverted the assassins, Ji Mengmi felt uneasy. These assassins were clearly formidable. It was not that she doubted cold concubine Shui's martial prowess, but rather that Shui was still inexperienced in the treacherous world of martial arts. The events unfolded as follows. At that time, my cousin had already penned around 200,000 words. I then joined Haiyan, confident that I could surpass her within a week. How could it have come to this? The Moon Beauty wept, her heart brimming with fear. In this desolate land, Walker was her only companion. Yet he seemed oblivious to her plight. The architecture was entirely European in style, with heavy flooring, arched window sills, and enormous curtains, all exuding a sense of weightiness through their deep gray, black, and red hues. In the chaotic battle mode, the Moon Beauty appeared to have grown accustomed to conversing with Walker, her complexion stabilizing slightly. But the courtyard is overgrown. How shall we view the moon? Ali, ever the straightforward one, couldn't help but inquire. With a mournful howl, the large yellow dog decisively turned to retreat in the face of yet another barrage. I remained silent, lost in thought, reflecting on Chu Tian's words, which were enough to occupy my mind for an entire night. My heart felt a twinge of uncertainty. I had vaguely surmised that the Su family summoned me to contend with the Zhou family, yet I had not anticipated that I too would become a target for elimination. The arrow towers in the courtyard were of Tier 3, while the poison arrow tower was Tier 2, as was the lookout tower. A flurry of blades and swords clashed between the two, each collision igniting sparks, as if attempting to set the dim sky ablaze. That was a Hermes Canton. Su Luojing had never carried such an expensive bag before. She was merely aware of its existence, having mentioned one morning in the villa after her affair with Qi Ting that once she saved enough money, she would purchase an Hermes. Wang Ting glared at Qin Huifeng, who was assisting the village chief away, ready to rebut, but was silenced by Wu Chengren's stern gaze, forcing her to swallow her words. Upon hearing this, Wu Shufeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. The three of them walked back, illuminated by the lanterns they held. Having paid little attention to their surroundings while searching for others now, walking along the road, an unsettling feeling settled over them. With you all acting like this, come winter, will you not find yourselves huddled by the fire? Ji Nian couldn't help but utter a few curses, especially her left hand, where 4 fingers had vanished without a trace, including the storage ring of the 4th young master on her left middle finger. However, Gu Zhangyan was relentless, pressing forward, and Xiao Wang had no choice but to step down a level, instinctively glancing back without hesitation to grasp Guzhanian's collar. After Xiaokur gestured, Feishuang floated before her. And the once formidable Feishuang now appeared in such a state, leaving Chen Tiaofeng sighing in lament. I wondered if it were merely my imagination. I felt a sense of unease regarding Lin Xinyu's unusual behavior today. A nagging premonition lurking within, Takahashi Nan nodded gently, as everyone's gaze converged on Ao Zhenmei. Regrettably, by the end of the Han dynasty, the Fu Fengqin family had declined, failing to produce high-ranking officials for generations. Later, due to marriage with lowly families and barbarians, they became a source of shame for the gentry, considered to have sullied their lineage 20 years ago. During the revision of the gentry genealogy, the Fu Fengqin family name had already vanished. Gao Zhongyang looked down upon Higufeng, though the latter had not turned against him since the other party was willing to help. It saved him trouble. I could not comprehend such medical knowledge. Only knowing that passing gas was rather impolite, Mao Dongfu struck up a conversation with him, stating that acupuncture alleviated pain, and since his mouth was free, it might as well be occupied, while Guangmen had stabilized. Who knew what future attacks might arise? If the vehicle were to be damaged then, the losses would be even greater. Mo Qinyao felt a pang of sympathy for her husband, naturally unwilling to plead for the sake of an inconsequential person. Everyone is selfish. 1,000 lives cannot compare to one dear to one's heart. It is human nature. As long as you are well. Jiang Yuzhu sighed in relief upon learning her family was safe. Her heart finally at ease. He Yulang noticed Su Yi and Cheng Xi's actions, finding the mother and son duel quite amusing. Their disdain for disliked things was strikingly similar among all the factors in the fight. Apart from the sheer number, the security team held an absolute advantage, with all other aspects falling short against the mercenary corps. It was a monk and a youth. The three of us walked together. Drawing little attention, this was the same combination used during our regular heists, capable of deceiving others. The soul finally revealed itself beautiful, indeed beautiful. The white-clad youth, Du Yuan, felt quite helpless, suddenly being questioned at that moment. It seemed entirely normal, and he unwittingly uttered the words. Meanwhile, Chen Hao above was exceedingly excited. He had initially thought he could only kiss her lips, but unexpectedly, it turned into a French kiss. All of this had led to the psychological imbalance of the Haishi star beings. Prompting such perverse demands, however, Qi Yijun had already been imprisoned by him. Pursuing further would hold little significance. These mistranslations, while a few may not pose great issues, could ultimately alter the conveyed meaning when they accumulate. Compounded by the missing segments, rendering comprehension impossible due to the temporal protection measures on the data page, to onlookers, Chen Hao merely appeared to be standing in a daze for a few seconds. Evoking no interest from others, you must be Yi Wudo, a white-haired man approached, speaking. The begonia forest, lush with foliage and vibrant colors, presented a stunning array of hues. It was eerily quiet. Even the wild winds that swept through the blossoms were subdued. Only the breeze that swept through the begonia forest scattered the spring's beauty. In the distance, it seemed far away, shrouded in a mist of memories. Simultaneously, Xiao Fei wielded his Qingyan sword, striking out continuously. Subsequently, several aircraft were brought down yet. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class did not accelerate significantly. Instead, it politely meandered around the alumni and classmates. Chapter 13, 6,000 years. A difficult path to grand battle in the depths of the universe finally concluded. With the proud Sky Emperor reborn in a second life, returning in his prime, utilizing the imperial artifact to establish the Emperor's slaughter array, decisively vanquishing all emerging forbidden beings. This scene astonished all beings across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Instilling fear in every visible forbidden zone, the indomitable presence of the proud Sky Emperor rendered them incapable of meeting his gaze. The blood of the Supreme flowed in the depths of the cosmos. His imperial form shattered, obliterated by the great Tao, all forbidden zones vanished without a trace. Hiding in fear of being discovered by this peak-recovered emperor, above and below, I alone stand supreme. This was the unrivaled stance of this emperor. Transcending the mundane and suppressing the ages, all beings across the 9 heavens and 10 earths fervently chanted the name of the proud Sky Emperor, a guardian of myriad races, worthy of reverence from all. Simultaneously, some beings speculated about the forbidden being that had aided the emperor. Unfortunately, neither the cauldron nor the colossal axe bore any discernible origins, as if they had never appeared in the annals of history across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Many beings speculated, yet dared not speak openly, for merely uttering a word in relation to such forbidden beings could invoke tremendous consequences. The proud Sky Emperor returned to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At last, peace reigned across the cosmos. However, the aftermath of that terrifying war gradually began to manifest. Numerous fundamental principles of the Great Tao lay in disarray. The spiritual essence of the world had withered. And deep within the cosmos, countless fissures appeared, as if they were consuming everything. Many realms of living beings transformed into desolation. This was an irreparable scar of the Great Tao. one that could only be slowly mended by the passage of time. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth diminished sharply, no longer conducive to cultivation as it once was. Many beings who had reached the pinnacle of the great Tao became acutely aware of this shift and swiftly resolved to seal themselves away. This decision was not limited to those who had reached the apex of the great Tao. Even those who had merely brushed against its path chose to seal themselves, preserving their cultivation to sustain this realm. Subsequently, even the spiritual treasures of the heavens and earth became elusive, while perilous locations radiated a peculiar power, growing increasingly treacherous, as if to resist the impending cataclysm. The ancient forbidden lands vanished without a trace. Leaving no evidence behind, this world seemed poised for monumental change. Within this small realm, Chen Changsheng also sensed the subtle shifts in the cosmos, yet, for him, these changes held little terror, as they bore no adverse effects upon him. In the expanse of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, perhaps only 2 individuals remained untouched by these transformations. One was he himself, and the other, the unparalleled emperor of the age, redirecting his gaze. Chen Changsheng continued to immerse himself in the cultivation of his 12 armament Tao. Through his previous encounters with those forbidden beings, he had gained a profound understanding of his current standing. If the average value of an ordinary emperor was 1, then the value of the current supreme emperor was approximately 1.3, while those forbidden beings who had severed their own paths were around 0. 8. In his still incomplete second armament Tao, he found himself slightly inferior to those self-sundered beings, estimating his value to be around 0.7. Should he perfect his second armament Tao, he would surpass those forbidden beings, achieving a value of 0.9, drawing ever closer to that of an ordinary emperor. Faced with such emperors or exceedingly formidable forbidden beings, he felt little apprehension and could even afford to leap forth and strike a blow. However, in the presence of the astonishing Supreme Emperor, he would need to deliberate carefully. In the time that followed, he resolved to first cultivate his second armament Tao to perfection in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Aside from the emperors, there should be no formidable threats to him. Having come to this conclusion, Chen Changsheng decided that he would remain secluded until he had thoroughly perfected his second armament Tao. Even if chaos erupted throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, his eyes, deep and contemplative, cast a final glance at the realm before he slowly closed them. What of the inability to attain the Tao? Given time, he would inevitably stand shoulder to shoulder with all emperors, and perhaps even surpass them. Merely 3,000 years had passed, yet the 9 heavens and 10 earths underwent drastic transformations. The great Tao receded, and the heavens and earth became increasingly solid due to the sharp decline in spiritual essence. Those extraordinary beings found their lifespans dwindling, their paths of cultivation slipping away. The path of cultivation grew ever more arduous. And while many beings embarked on their journeys, few could comprehend the great Tao of the cosmos. Ancient sanctuaries and myriad races receded into obscurity, though they occupied the most refined locations in the world. They could not maintain their former states indefinitely. Many sects sealed their gates, retreating from the world until they could weather this upheaval and emerge once the great Tao was restored in an instant. The 9 heavens and 10 earths seemed to fall into an eerie stillness. Though still vibrant, only a handful of prodigies emerged, unable to compare to the era when exceptional talents flourished. Many from the elder generation lamented that this condition might persist for thousands to tens of thousands of years before the 9 heavens and 10 earths regained their former vitality. Perhaps, when this generation of emperors reached their twilight, returning to the cosmos, the mandate of heaven would unveil a new chapter. Yet, this generation of emperors was too remarkable. The first had lived 16,000 years, and the second would undoubtedly be even more formidable, perhaps even surpassing the first. No one dared to speculate. The Supreme Emperor loomed like an insurmountable wall, pressing upon the hearts of all and snuffing out countless hopes. In the 6th millennium, the great Tao solidified to its utmost. Aside from those ancient beings who had managed to survive, scarcely any new sages were born in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Many beings were ensnared at the threshold of severing the Tao. With the great Tao fortified, only a select few exceptionally gifted beings could break free from its constraints for an entire 6,000 years. The Supreme Emperor had not manifested in the world since the Great War in the cosmic expanse, nor had a trace of his aura appeared over time. Many had only heard tales of this unparalleled emperor, yet none had ever laid eyes upon him. At this moment, within an unfathomable small realm of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, a figure that seemed to have sat in silent meditation for millennia suddenly emanated a powerful tremor, akin to the heavens themselves cracking open, stirring anomalies within the small realm. Following this, a radiant light began to materialize within the figure enveloped in long hair. The instant the light appeared, the laws of the great Tao within the small realm erupted into chaos. As the earth birthed lotus flowers and auspicious omens descended from the heavens, a colossal axe manifested before the figure, while a grand cauldron slowly ascended from within him, hovering above his head. Casting down myriad laws, the figure abruptly opened his eyes, which seemed to embody the cycles of destruction and rebirth. A withered hand grasped the colossal axe, and an overwhelming, world-destroying force radiated from it. He rasped, "My second armament Dao is perfected. Moreover, the first and second armament Daos are united. I can contend with emperors." Chapter 14. The Three Epochs of Forbidden Lands. After Xu Sui concluded her narrative, Qi Yumian recalled that, in the past, Lijiang No. 1 had a competition team, with several members receiving direct admission qualifications. Should we contact the 8th master? After all, we have all paid our dues. The bearded man felt somewhat dissatisfied. However, that was not their domain. Some arms companies that sought to enter the fray not only failed to profit, but also suffered significant losses, inciting anger among prominent figures who eliminated several operators. Regarding the warning against Qin Tian, he promptly communicated with the school leadership, urging them to re-verify the relevant facts, while Mo Yan had already gathered pertinent evidence. The most troublesome issue now was the public opinion pressure created by those who were unaware of the truth. That night, he nearly shattered Victor's every bone and organ. Facing the saber-toothed tiger with near-superhuman regenerative abilities, he did not hold back and thoroughly exercised his limbs. Wei Yong confirmed the data from the adjusted machinery, instinctively calling out Wan Zhulan's name, yet received no response. This was an expansive, cavernous underground cave, towering over 10 meters high, with extremely low temperatures, and a subterranean river over 10 meters wide frozen solid. As for what the next steps would be after reaching an annual production of 12 million mobile phones, that was a matter for the future. The flowers bloom in twain, each displaying its own beauty. On one side, Yi Tian successfully subdued Gao Yuan and captured Lu Tai, while on the other, Yin Liang strained every nerve to subvert Dai Kuang. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the three did not prolong the suspense. Sharing a few light-hearted jests before jointly opening the award envelope, "This matter seems to concern you little. How we return is our own affair," I said. Manchester's face flushed, chuckling awkwardly, and refrained from further comment. 10,000 people is indeed a considerable number, yet in comparison to the total strength of the Ezhou army, it appeared somewhat insufficient. When he announced his intention to recite poetry at the London Art University, Louis took note of the information. At that moment, Louis suddenly recalled something, prompting him to head towards the office of President Zhailaf. The King Kong 8 punches required a foundational level to cultivate, which meant Shen Tianyu could not practice for the time being. However, each day after Shaolin Song finished his cultivation, he would share his insights with Shen Tianyu, allowing him to minimize the trial and error process in the future. Yang Feng and Gong Du were not particularly familiar with the combat capabilities of the trench camp, which is why they harbored doubts, just as everyone was in a state of uncertainty. Cheng Che suddenly drew the Zhifang sword, and with a swift motion, before anyone could dissuade him, a strand of black hair soared into the sky, slowly drifting down into the valley under the winter sun's rays. As for the next steps regarding the construction of the adult bed in the concrete pit, that was another matter altogether. Wouldn't that be irrelevant? Matters concerning Brother Qi Yan's safety, I will not disclose to anyone. Lin Er was perplexed as to why Sister Lu Bai would pose such a question. For a sect like the Wuxiang school, which boasts elders who have attained the second realm, this inquiry could indeed cause considerable concern. Aside from the recently flourishing Wuyang sect, the only other notable figures would be Kang Doran and Granny Qianxiu. At this moment, Zhang Xiufeng noticed that the celestial energies within this ancient palace ruin were suddenly surging wildly towards the Qingyu divine sword, which he had embedded in a sword sheath-like groove on the ground. Upon hearing this, Shu Gangdang looked at the sect leader with confusion. However, the leader did not provide an explanation but instead gestured for Shu Gangdang to continue observing. In an instant, under the relentless assault of the coalition of cultivators and demon practitioners from the Chinese nation, the knightly formation composed of 20,000 light knights began to teeter on the brink of collapse. It seemed merely a matter of time before it would be breached. As the advance approached, the 5,000-strong army awaited Dirangia, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, ultimately parted ways with Xiong Guang, riding towards the ranks of the army while continually waving goodbye to her. Shao Zhang was recuperating, his back nearly destroyed, a sight too gruesome to behold, yet it remained a fact that he had saved an entire village. On this very day, Li Hao, clad in white, arrived at the majestic Zhurong Mountain in Xianying, where the Zhao tomb is located. Jiang He, accompanied by Tao Hua and Jiang Bai, leapt down from the city walls. The five of them converged to unleash a massacre, while Shen Wei signaled for an offensive. In the vast depths of the Indian Ocean, the aircraft carrier fleet belonging to the Chinese nation was neatly arranged in formation, akin to tigers lying in wait within the jungle, silently anticipating the moment to reveal their claws, pure white and translucent. On this stormy night, as lightning flashed in an instant, Zhao Zishen felt his heart tremble violently. The peaks of the mountains overlapping, the mysterious and profound valley causing his mind to surge with blood. The grassland, known as the land of the setting sun, was also the sword pool that everyone had been searching for. Where countless swords lay in slumber, as dawn broke, Honggu delivered a warm towel, placing it on his face. He leaned back in his chair, dozing off, waiting for the day's closing report. Early in the morning, several individuals had risen early, hastily dressed, and had a quick breakfast before heading towards Zhao's hot pot. Due to the presence of the water pool, Zhong Manting had previously harbored suspicions about whether excess moisture in the soil would yield adverse effects. However, after multiple measurements with precision instruments, no issues had arisen. Upon receiving it, Wang Homing discovered that it was merely a shovel head, the head of which bore a hollow, inwardly spiraled thread, presumably for connecting to a wooden handle. At this moment, Nang's wings had returned to the scene, rushing towards the not-so-distant Chen Chongsheng from behind, directly finding the mayor's office. Su Zongha strolled in with 2 bodyguards. It must be said that he was quite audacious and arrogant. Arriving in the mayor's territory with bodyguards, leaving one to wonder what he was thinking. Could he perhaps threaten the mayor? Such a decision-making approach is exceedingly perilous for enterprises, especially for colossal corporations. This was precisely the purpose behind Zeimang's proposal to establish a fund investment group. In the coming days, she planned to explore the Changpan forest, which was even larger than the Baidai forest. Perhaps uncovering some secrets. Chapter 15. Forging weapons in the depths of the universe, the birth of destiny and sorrow. Without suitable environmental laws for life activities, beings above the first level could only survive briefly in the void. Even engaging in combat, yet each passing moment drained vast amounts of their own energy and logistical reserves. Despite the protective tattoos, impacts upon them were excruciating, leaving red marks as if blood was about to flow. He knew that this was not the time for tempering his body, and upon witnessing the emergence of rule chains, he utilized his void martial soul to evade, step by step advancing deeper. Not to mention, he was a cultivator at the golden core stage. As long as he practiced, he would not feel hunger. Suddenly, the ground beneath Zilo cracked open, prompting Zilo to quickly retreat a couple of steps, only to see a massive sharp stone protruding from the previous spot. After a long while, the group settled in a grand tavern not far from the guest rooms, 8 of them filling a table, while others sipped tea. Meanwhile, Chu Yin, Bai Jian, and Lin Yu were competing over the menu, eager to place their orders. Although Locke had previously wielded the power of thunder, that power was reliant on his thunder god set. Not innate to Locke himself, Hong Chongxian lowered his head in contemplation, his expression complex, and after a while, he sighed. Although I truly do not understand, I envy you. Bam! A loud sound echoed as Guangqing's palm struck the ghost's mouth, forcefully sending that mass of black energy back. The ghost, feeling the immense force on its mouth, was sent flying, its rigid body flailing through the air like a gigantic piece of wood, utterly disheveled. No! It can't be. Could I also use it? Tu Ming was taken aback, but then he was astounded to discover that this energy not only cleansed the spirit but also washed away the memories of the soul, creating a sensation of memory loss that frightened him into quickly sealing the resurrection grass within a prohibition circle. Lelouch's words elicited a cheer from the soldiers, igniting an even fiercer assault. Today, they would grind the demon vanguard to dust. Although it was all packaged food, it still provided a delectable experience for the hungry. Charlie and Della, 2 ordinary administrative personnel, were partaking in what might be their last outdoor meal before reaching their destination. And one cannot deny that Lelouch's arrangement of this dining experience greatly facilitated those in need of sustenance. Although Su Yang possessed the ability to create life, that was exceedingly exhausting, and he estimated he could use it at most 3 times before reaching his limit. Moreover, once his stamina was depleted, it would signify the end of his challenge. There was truly nothing to compare. Ning Xian did not wish to discuss the matter, finding it tedious to compete with them. This, indeed, cannot be overlooked. Not only must one attend, but one must also adopt a humble demeanor, presenting a sincere apology. Only in this manner can forgiveness from all sectors of society be attained. Allowing Wutong High School the possibility of continuing its operations, the light wave stirred, and the stars of the vast cosmos appeared in lynch-laden Kunlun. Re-entering Kunlun, the beautiful scenery remained as ethereal as smoke, with spiritual birds and mystical beasts racing past, reminiscent of the previous encounter, indicating that the biochemical virus had not harmed Kunlun. In the air, he had already spotted El Shenji. Yi Huang gripped his sword with both hands, bringing it down upon El Shenji's head in a fierce strike. This stroke was imbued with the might of the heavens, causing all breaths to halt. It felt as if Yi Huang's body had transformed into a ferocious tiger, ready to devour El Shenji whole. Upon realizing this, Wang Zifeng felt an immense sense of pride, for those who disowned such truths were none other than top-tier figures like his master, the Pope, or the Grand Chancellor. However, Wang Zifeng now discovered that the true power held by the nobility was, in this instance, conferred upon the commoners, outside Foshan City, a main road led into the city. The city gates were heavily guarded by the enemy, with puppet soldiers providing assistance should Yi Wen or any significant figures dare to appear. They would be immediately captured. In an instant, the four found themselves in a predicament, utterly exhausted from countering Chong Yan's directives. He gazed up at the night sky, which was filled with everything stars. Clouds. The only thing absent was the moon suspended in the sky. For cultivators, what they feared most was suffering irreparable injuries. In an era where numerous medicinal formulas had been lost, the ones in Lucy Tian's possession that could cure such irreversible wounds would render her an untouchable existence. Lu Chui sighed, initially intending to keep the peace. However, it seemed best to let it go for now. As she was already feeling vexed, she had merely planned to obtain a marriage certificate today, with the children present. Thus, she contemplated spending money to avert disaster. Considering the matter settled, the great monkey bared its teeth and lunged once more at the summer night. This time, the great monkey swung its long tail, resembling a lengthy whip. Hong Yi furrowed his brow in thought. Realizing he had been too hasty, Shang Yu had completely forgotten about his injuries. Yet why had this doctor? He recognized the poison at first glance. Had his personal eunuch been bribed? The grand sorcerer returned to the high rooftop, and the black mist enveloping the street gradually dissipated. Jiang Tianyan glared at the grand sorcerer, disregarding the pleas of the dark guards, and soared into the air, determined to reclaim Yung Tianga. Qin Zong glanced at her side profile, noticing her innocent and naive gaze, and inwardly mused that she was still merely a child, unacquainted with the malevolence of human nature. The crew, having witnessed Ryan's bare-handed cannonball feats, swiftly grasped the situation and hastily transported the shells. His expression quickly wilted, and his arms, once bracing against the onslaught, now hung limply at his sides, twisted in shape. Over the course of half a month, he had planted suggestions in 5 high-ranking officials and reinforced them, though regrettably, he had yet to encounter individuals from the upper echelon of the estate lord's domain. Thus, he had been unable to penetrate the innermost circle. At that moment, a gust of wind suddenly swept through. The spring breeze was already cold, and given the open terrain of this location, the wind felt particularly harsh. Moreover, the topic of their recent discussions had left many feeling chilled to the bone. Now, with the wind blowing through, the people there shivered even more. Indeed, merely having bathed in that golden light, Li Shiqi's realm had ascended to the mid-tier of the 8th level of the martial spirit body. It was unknown whether Ramon had attended some sort of newcomer exchange meeting or gathering, of which Mu Yan was entirely unaware. In any case, these 4 new companions appeared to be quite formidable. I must express my profound displeasure at the sheer arrogance displayed. You seem to revel in frivolity, but should you wish to indulge in your amusements, I suggest you take your leave. I have been summoned to the art hall by Wang Shao, and should I arrive late, I fear my standing in Jiangnan province will be irreparably tarnished. As Liu Ji concluded his statement, he turned on his heel and departed. Chapter 16, The Emperor's Ascension. A farewell toast from the eternal life. Upon reflecting on this, he felt a sense of relief for having dedicated himself to cultivation, thus escaping the confines of the fishpond known as the Great Shou Kingdom and broadening his horizons. Yet, possessing only a modicum of fire-based power, he faced such relentless aggression. What then of the moon, the source of fire? All were astute observers. How could they fail to notice Jiamu's demeanor? Silence enveloped them as they gathered around her. In the ethereal white city, countless silhouettes flickered into view, each coldly observing the solitary golden-haired man standing in the street. Ma also recognized her genuine desire to participate. Thus, he acquiesced to her wish to be a guest. Deeming it a trivial matter, he nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the colossal sword that cleaved toward Tanming, akin to fragile skin, erupted into a shower of scrap metal when it was still 10 meters away. The lament of love, recounted for millennia, is the most heartrending of tales, life and death entwined, vividly manifesting within the ranks of the Brotherhood. Just as the stone star believed itself impervious, the spear pierced through, causing blood to flow freely. Yuan Chang beamed upon seeing Jiao Buyu and Jia Qing, her lips parting to speak. She then left her seat and descended the steps. The influence of Jietang Peak was far beyond that of Cheongtian. In former times, Wu Rui would have needed no justification to engage in war with Cheongtian sect, but the current peril left no room for such considerations, as the wine flowed freely. So did the chatter. Under Luo Xilin's probing, Chao Jianwei ultimately revealed his true identity. Upon hearing Wei Erhuan's words, Li Feng and others halted, gazing curiously at the distant vineyard thanks to his enhanced cultivation. Qin Guang found his other abilities significantly augmented, leading to a newfound understanding of his powers. After a thorough self-assessment, unbeknownst to Luo Xilin and Yang Qing, they were the center of attention, with many capturing photographs and videos, which later circulated on prominent websites and forums, igniting fervent discussions. Some even traveled to Jiang Mountain to witness the spectacle. Harden was correct. With Paul absent, he bore the burden of single-handedly orchestrating the offense. Compounded by the king's strategy of unlimited passing through the system, Yung Tian no longer needed to seek out each descender individually. Opportunities could be directly arranged using the system's enhancements. Ouyang Hong felt a pang of sympathy for her. Yet, she was wed to another. What could he do for her? I am Song Wukong, the first among my peers. Is it not true that I have not utilized Song Wukong's full potential? Cheng Shu retorted defiantly. Brushing his hair back, the chief physician, Lin Hong, emerged, and the crowd surged forward in a frenzy, all uttering the same question. Doctor, how is the patient? What is the situation? Are your text messages truthful? Witnessing such chaos unfold, Xiong Lihu's expression darkened. Before long, the winds died down, the clouds receded, and the bright moon once again illuminated the sky. The 10,000-year Bat King had departed with its legion of bats, leaving behind a scene of desolation within Linxi Pavilion, where only the fallen poisonous bats and the injured disciples of the 5 great sects remained. Damn it! I am Yang Hong, one of the 5 overlords of Binyang University, the man ceded, tossing aside his cigarette butt. Reveling in his own identity, suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in Lin Chi's eyes, and he swiftly flicked his wrist. An ancient-looking bell-like object emerged from his sleeve, its bronze hue adorned with interlacing silver runes. Unmistakably a remarkable artifact, with a resounding thud, a simple straight punch was unleashed, creating swirling vortices of air that crackled violently. It was not until this moment that the BMW driver regained his senses. Casting a hateful glare toward Qin Bing, yet beneath that gaze lay a profound tremor and fear. Cheng Yu glanced towards the door, where Ming Xian in his purple robe entered. His timely arrival seemed too fortuitous. Was someone within the estate warning him? Xian Gong, please return to serve the emperor. I shall prepare and join you shortly. Ming Xian gestured graciously. Meanwhile, Wu Yuling, who had been lurking in the shadows, chose not to depart. Fixating on Lin Xinyu and Wen Qian's every movement, rain fell gently from the heavens, yet the mountain path was crowded with drenched individuals, numbering at least 3,000 to 5,000 in his view. Mu Hong's audacity in disregarding the Taoist of the teapot stemmed from his belief that he was the Mo family's savior. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, with a flurry of chatter erupting, particularly among the reporters who eagerly sought to inquire about the new drama. Who does not recall Director Zhao's proclamation that he would only produce award-winning scripts henceforth? When the day arrives that I confront the one who dared to scheme against me, I shall ensure they are utterly obliterated. Ao Cheng spoke little else, for after Nan Gongyi arrived in the southern wilderness, he changed his surname, believing that the seasoned old-timer Gugu could decipher the implications within his words. In such a world devoid of supplies, Shao Long could only hide within those treacherous depths, consuming earth and sand. His inner turmoil mirrored this. Yan Xinyin addressing Yu Ningfu as auntie meant he would be her elder, complicating any hopes of togetherness. Ding Hao, on some distant planet in the cosmos, marveled at the golden virtue flowing toward him, contemplating how beneficial it would be to engage in such deeds more frequently, thereby fulfilling his journey as a high-ranking knight. At that moment, he stood on Sandal Star, gazing at the magnificent architecture of the new Star Legion. Chapter 17. After the Emperor's departure, I conquered the Supreme in the depths of the universe. Lin Xiuxi vividly recalled the misty eyes of her grandmother whenever she spoke these words, her eye sockets sunken within deeply wrinkled skin, gradually becoming flushed. At that time, Lin Xiuxi could not comprehend why her grandmother wept so often. Not long past, perhaps 7 or 8 days, Qin Yao, being the daughter of Wu Gen, did not extend her kindness, even holding a grudge for several days. However, when the news spread that the emperor himself would visit the scholar's residence to behold the exquisite peony, she began to believe she would finally meet Shen Duanglong that night. The Sommer clan in the general's residence suffered a stroke in bed, her speech faltering and actions requiring the assistance of several maidservants. Chu Qiuzhu nodded, her mind racing back to her earlier words, clutching his sleeve as she implored, Your Majesty, you must avenge me against that wretched person. She pointed accusingly at Chu Wurong, casting a sidelong glance at Yixian. Blood Princess resumed her impassive demeanor, turning to the mirror once more. Yet, no matter how she looked, she could see their teasing faces reflected back at her, helplessly leaning against the mirror with eyes shut. Coldly regarding the menfolk below, Xin Yi turned to Qin Lin and spoke gently, Prove it to them. Thus, while Yu's roar stirred a tempest upon Tianyong continent, all remained seated within their respective caves. Too fearful to venture outside, Lu Qinyong was taken aback. The ferocity of the soul devourer exceeded all expectations. At this moment, evasion was futile, so he reluctantly summoned his shoulder guard to shield himself. Her words struck a chord with Huasher's concealed anxieties. Her complexion shifted, and though she opened her mouth to speak, no words emerged. The curtains of the warm sedan swayed violently, and with a couple of thuds, Qin Yuer's jade water-green dragon sword was knocked to the ground. Gu Jingtong emerged from the fitting room, leaving the staff and customers, including Lin Nana, utterly captivated by her appearance. Quietly, she could not dare to sleep. Her eyes widened, fixated on the snow wolf beneath the tree, its piercing red gaze unwavering. Occasionally, the wolf would yawn, eyes closing momentarily, yet it showed no intention of departing. Tea was no longer an option. Nor could she remain seated. She longed to escape, to cool both her face and heart, for the situation was utterly mortifying. At this juncture, he could maintain the integrity of his blade, however. A hint of discomfort lingered during its use, and a discerning eye might uncover the flaw. With a muffled groan, he grimaced in pain, his hand refusing to withdraw. Clinging tightly to the car door, Duangzi cast a puzzled glance at Duang Yu, questioning, "What rabbit? When did the crown prince meet the benefactor's sister?" She was entirely unaware. Sure Yu let out a howl, shaking its head, then expelled a breath of mixed flames that instantly seared the wings of the Griffin King. Producing a fragrant char, Shu Gong quietly turned. The cave here was much clearer than within the pitch-black depths, and upon seeing the face of Song Yuntian, he could only weep softly. Several elders engaged in a prolonged discussion regarding the aftermath and the lurking threat posed by Yunlong. After tidying the battlefield, they returned to the Dragonthorn headquarters, imprisoning the law enforcement team members in the dungeon. Every 5 minutes, they subjected them to sounds exceeding 100 decibels, employing a strategy of attrition to extract information from their specially trained mouths. Shang-Chi glanced down, realizing her skirt was indeed unfastened. Fortunately, it was winter, and only her flesh-colored tights were visible. Her face flushed crimson, and she immediately turned to find a place to discreetly adjust it. Before she could flee, Luo Yichen reached out to assist her in zipping up. "Speak freely. Whatever you utter, I shall not impede you." Zhang Huaming vaguely surmised certain matters and spoke in a calm tone. "Of course I'd like to see it. Why not connect to the video so that my brother can have a look?" Lin Jingyu replied with a mischievous smile, simultaneously sending a QQ emoticon featuring eyes filled with hearts and drooling. Should the martial practitioners from Wuxing witness one of the legendary 4 divine beasts, the Qinlong, kneeling so humbly and respectfully before the man in white and black, they would undoubtedly be left utterly astonished. Their jaws agape. Shang-Chi noticed that he was gripping her arm, attempting to withdraw his hand. Luo Yichen, not daring to contest her, promptly released his grip. Shang-Chi felt a chill at her chest and realized that she was not wearing any clothing beneath the covers. She delivered a punch to Luo Yichen's arm, despair flashing in her eyes. Ever since the extermination of Huan Ji, particularly following the bewildering romantic dream that had captivated him, every time they exchanged sharp words, he invariably found himself at a disadvantage. He remained soft-hearted and alarmed, sensing the strangeness and peculiarity of that spring dream, subconsciously feeling as if he had encroached upon her, yet, from her eyes, he could discern not the slightest change. "Master, I also desire a magical artifact," the red-bottomed monkey protested. "If you want me to risk my life, you must offer some incentive." Wang Yu's mind exploded with thoughts. In an instant, the news reached her that the connection to the train had been severed, leaving her and several carriages abandoned. As the number of defeats mounted, Zhang Sanfeng noticeably felt his spiritual power waning, and his protective aura was also diminishing. However, this time he could not calm his mind. Scenes from the riverbank flashed incessantly through his thoughts. They were a bit distant, making it hard to discern the dragon boat clearly. He could only see the tail trailing delicate white waves as it moved forward with determination. After fixating on one boat for too long, he sometimes felt that the others were regressing instead of advancing. Chapter 18. Annihilating the Supreme Beings. Time flows. The Great Dao begins to revive since encountering individuals like Su Feng and Shen Qing. Wei Yuan no longer dared to blindly trust a stranger, remaining cautious in all matters, and refraining from misusing his compassion lest he be exploited for profit. Su Ying scoffed inwardly. She truly found it absurd that Lu Mingdao was sent to find her at such an ungodly hour. Was this a preparation to cast aside all semblance of shame? The Sin God Wuka bowed before His Majesty. The Supreme God Yung feared Wuka deeply performed a kneeling salute, executing a fire transformation before immediately transitioning to a water transformation, unleashing a wave of frigid air that encased the other elder in ice, leaving all present astonished by this bizarre phenomenon. Next, didn't I make it clear, without passing the level for elven language? You are unqualified, a corpulent middle-aged man bellowed, shooing the dejected youth aside and gesturing for the next individual in line to approach. Before setting off, Jiang Rui took the time to check on the shop, noting that the project was nearly 60% complete, ensuring it would be ready to open before National Day. The battlefield imagery was interrupted by chaotic energy fluctuations. Even if one could imagine with the tiniest of thoughts, it would undoubtedly conjure images of a chaotic apocalyptic scene. As Chuangzi cradled Haizi and departed, Cheng Cheng observed a manager-like figure attempting to stuff pastries into her embrace. Countless crescent-shaped golden blades of divine power whistled through space, battering Rose's divine protective shield to a state of disrepair. A cacophony of messages bombarded many minds. However, after listening for a while, he understood that this place was indeed reminiscent of a mercenary hub akin to Carlo City. Having clarified these points, many rose to approach the front desk, tossing out 3 large, lustrous black cloth pieces. Mei-ing obediently moved closer, rubbing 2 flames together. Sparks ignited the grass, and soon a fire blazed to life. He summoned his mystical energy, trembling as he embraced her, weeping bitterly. After his tears subsided, he closed her eyes and utilized these extraordinary spatial powers to confine her body within this realm, which he then placed in a cave beneath the Bat Mountain. Chongdadi cast a glance at her, smiling as he said, "Enjoy the show, and refrain from causing any trouble." With that, he refocused his attention on the stage. Zhong Lichang smugly touched his nose, only to turn and find Zhong Xuang gazing at him with a smile that held an enigmatic quality. Instantly, he felt a fluttering in his heart and awkwardly chuckled as he dashed away. Even 50 years hence, close combat fighting would remain an unavoidable aspect of the battlefield across nations, aside from those wealthy nations armed to the teeth with firearms. Bayonets and blades would continue to serve as formidable weapons for close-quarters combat. Li Tu was aware of the entrance to the Temple of Death and its location, yet he had never descended. Whether due to his unique nature or a desire to avoid offending such a colossal entity, he would not venture into the temple lightly. What he was unaware of was that, for the sake of his younger brother, Zhong Xuang was quite determined. She had spent the previous night in the spatial realm brushing up on knowledge of traditional opera, all to strike up a conversation with Zhao Shifang. "Why did you not shoot earlier?" Tan Jia exclaimed, "You are ungrateful and disloyal." Ning Wang and the others were entangled, unable to extricate themselves. At last, she stood before the sound bowl, her breath heavy with tension as she fished out a cloth pouch tied with a red string from around her neck. "Hello, esteemed teacher. I am the guardian of Song Yao and Song Dian." Zhong Xuang stepped forward to introduce herself directly. Many aboard the fleet had heard that a bullfighting competition was to be held at the port and gathered around. Unaware of the unfolding situation, they found the monotony of life aboard the ship to be tedious, so the prospect of such excitement naturally drew a crowd. Hsien Lang, feeling helpless, released her hand and, taking her by the hand, led her to the table, where he felt the teapot. Noting that the water had grown cold helpless, he found himself lacking in strength, and with the mysterious figure having suddenly vanished, he felt utterly powerless. The mercenary had yet to speak when a robust male voice resonated from outside. Tan Feng recognized it as the voice of Shao Zongxi. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, yet everyone remained seated in meditation. Suddenly, Tan Feng sprang into action, waving his hands energetically, causing the elite members of Longfeng to open their tightly shut eyes. As Tan Feng continued to gesture, they silently encircled him. The few survivors consisted of soldiers stationed on the city wall, who chose to leap down, landing outside. Some, though injured, gained a precious moment to escape with their lives. Indeed, Chao Shu replied with her hands on her hips. Though she had no intention of discussing local customs, she was preoccupied with the mountain of belongings needing organization after her recent move. Removing the hand resting on her shoulder, Shao Xiao's face was as cold as ice as she said, "Thank you." Mu Shichen followed behind, walking while staring in a daze at the hand that had been removed from his. What is true and what is false? Wang Ting, lost in her thoughts, only recalled her desperate battle against Pai Yodi in the underground demon prison when Pai Yodi's secret chamber had revealed her encounter with another version of herself. A disguise from this 10 County. Mu Ai stared at the only part of his face that retained a hint of paleness, glancing at the equally distressed Moro and the detached Daipinyo, his mouth opening and closing in disbelief. Su Song could already envision the reaction of those future magnates should they learn that the Moon King was currently baptizing individuals, charging merely 10,000 for each to fulfill Adil's plan of liberating the suppressed ancient sorcerers. Including Mother Emerald, a 7th-tier strength was indispensable. Hearing that familiar voice, Adil remained silent, merely donning a specially crafted pair of gloves before picking up a nearby scalpel. Speaking of which, Yun Shao was indeed fortunate to have encountered members of the Lu family, who had come to her aid. Thankfully, the Lu family chose to remain discreet. Had there been a scandal, their own reputation would have been severely tarnished. In fact, during this recent period, both Wang William and Kim Tiong had been attempting to reach out. Yet it had been quite some time since they had called upon Yin Chao. Chapter 19. The Great Dao revives. The 5 elements breeding technique, taking apprentices in Hongtian. The principles of the Great Dao across the heavens and earth began to awaken, and many beings sensed the shifts in the world. The Great Dao stirred, allowing for a more direct experience of the changes. This realm once again became suitable for cultivation, and although it was merely the beginning, the transformation was exceedingly evident. In that moment, those beings who had been stuck at the threshold of the Dao for millennia felt the loosening of their bottlenecks, and they collectively attracted their own trials of the Dao. Subsequently, after enduring the arduous era of the Dao, the first batch of saints emerged. A century passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the world underwent significant changes, and the signs of the Great Dao's circulation were easily perceived by those in cultivation. The once hidden great sects and holy lands emerged from obscurity, with prodigies rising to prominence across various realms and even in the starry expanses, holy lands, ancient teachings, imperial clans, sea tribes, charm tribes, human tribes. Even those ancient prodigies who had sealed themselves during the arduous era resurfaced. In this moment, countless beings rolled up their sleeves, eager to make their mark in this era, awaiting the future contest for supremacy among the emperors to establish their legacies. The heavens and earth once again became vibrant. A flourishing manifestation of the great Tao, even certain forbidden zones began to reveal themselves, welcoming the essence of the world. At this moment, within a small realm, Chen Changsheng stood before a divine source, contemplating whether to allow Hongtian to emerge and experience the outside world. Though she may not compare to those prodigies, she could at least refine her dull heart. Chen Changsheng wished for Hongtian to avoid the same confinement he had endured and hoped she could venture out to explore. Just a bit longer. Ultimately, Chen Changsheng decided to wait for 100 years before allowing her emergence, as the essence of the divine source was still insufficient to reshape her origin. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Changsheng raised his gaze once more to the vast heavens and the earth below. Curiosity flickered within him. With his current cultivation, he was remarkably close to the status of an emperor. He pondered whether he could summon his own tribulation of ascendance yet. Though the mandate of heaven had manifested, the time for it had not yet arrived. He settled into a meditative posture, immersed in deep thought. Now, at the age of 43,000, time had passed without leaving a trace upon him. Over the course of several millennia, he had finally made progress with the third path of weaponry, having expended various divine materials alongside the primordial wood of the void. Forging the bell of the void, however, it was evident that the third weapon path was considerably more arduous than the second. Particularly, it encompassed the intricacies of time and space, even with the power of divination. He could not ascertain how long it would take to achieve perfection. Thus, throughout these 8 millennia, he had utilized his divinatory powers several times, leading him to discover a path of unparalleled completeness, the method of the 5 elements. In comparison to the domineering 12 paths of weaponry, the method of the 5 elements was evidently more accessible, harnessing the forces of the 5 elements, interdependent and ever-rejuvenating, to break through the barriers of the great Tao. Naturally, these too required a significant investment of time, albeit less than the 12 paths of weaponry. Furthermore, time was something he possessed in abundance. The forces of the 5 elements mandated that he cultivate each path to its utmost perfection, merging their essences to realize an everlasting cycle of existence. He exhaled a sigh. In truth, many emperors dedicated themselves to the mastery of a singular path. Upon achieving perfection in that path, they would then take the ultimate leap, realizing the utmost transcendence of the great Tao. It was not that those emperors could not cultivate other paths, but rather that their time was finite, and ascending each path to perfection demanded an immeasurable span of time. Now, Chen Changsheng sought to cultivate 5 paths to perfection, a feat beyond the imagination of most beings. The unity of the 5 elements Tao should be sufficient to rival that of a flawless emperor. Once, Chen Changsheng was known as the true monarch of all laws, having dabbled in nearly every path, yet he had never truly delved deeply into one. To cultivate a single path to perfection was, for him, a formidable challenge. Surely, it would not take longer than his pursuit of the third path of weaponry. He spoke with confidence, for the dominance of the weapon paths lay in their layered accumulation, a burden even he found overwhelming. In contrast, he held a profound conviction regarding the method of the 5 elements. He glanced at the source of divinity, then back at the heavens and earth. In this era, he wondered who would ascend to become an emperor. Would there emerge another extraordinary figure akin to the Emperor Aotian? A century later, Hongtian emerged from the source of divinity. Chen Changsheng had brought her to Changsheng Heaven, accompanying her on her journey of exploration and growth. During this period, he introduced Hongtian to the prodigies of various clans and witnessed numerous battles amongst the cultivators. From a frail, diminutive girl, Hongtian had blossomed into a tall young woman. Though her beauty was unremarkable, she stood with a certain elegance, often clothed in black robes. She was a reticent individual, acutely aware of her own shortcomings in comparison to those so-called prodigies. Teacher, am I truly inadequate? Am I really unable to compete with those exceptional beings? Does the path of enlightenment hold no hope for me? Facing Hongtian's inquiries, Chen Changsheng merely clasped his hands behind his back, his expression serene. What, in your view, constitutes the criteria for achieving enlightenment and becoming an emperor? Hongtian looked up. To be invincible, to defeat all adversaries. Chen Changsheng chuckled softly. Yet in every aspect, you fall short. Talent, comprehension, innate gifts, none measure up. Hongtian's complexion paled, her lips pressed tightly together. Is it that, when I say you are lacking, you begin to believe it yourself? Her pallor deepened. Chen Changsheng cast her a sidelong glance. After all, she was merely a young girl on the cusp of maturity. He continued, this world has never been fair. Some possess superior talent, others greater foundation, and some simply enjoy better fortune. There are countless who surpass you, he regarded Hong Tian earnestly. However, there is one thing upon which all of you stand on equal footing. And that is the heart of the Tao. Hong Tian looked at Chen Changsheng, who smiled gently. In this world, everything may be illusory, yet one thing remains undeniably real, the heart of the Tao. If you find yourself lacking in every regard, then strive to catch up. If tenfold effort proves insufficient, then exert 100-fold. If that too fails, then 1,000-fold, until one day you can stand level with them or even surpass them. Only then can you truly be called invincible. For you will have already vanquished the invincible you. With such a heart for the Tao, how could one fear the inability to overcome any adversary? Hong Tian appeared to comprehend, though some doubt lingered. Chen Changsheng shook his head and smiled. I shall accompany you on your travels for another 100 years. On that day when you attain understanding, you may journey forth alone, in the following years. Chen Changsheng accompanied Hong Tian for nearly a decade before she departed on her own. That parting figure resembled the day she had found him beneath the ruins, a persistent vitality echoing in her steadfastness. Chen Changsheng had resolved to allow this girl to experience each of her lifetimes, challenging her against the prodigies of various eras, honing her spirit until her heart for the Tao reached perfection. Perhaps, one day, she too might achieve enlightenment. Chapter 20. The Supreme Being's Bloodlust. Hong Tian's path is fraught with trials, so you mistook Shao Chuo for me, and spent the night with her, Li Luo remarked. Her expression devoid of emotion. I know now, I am destined for death. Death is but a passage. 18 years hence, I shall still be a man of valor. The flower thief showed no fear of death. His demeanor nonchalant. To anyone listening, there lingered a sense of tragic resignation. The fierce battle had turned the world upside down, and amidst the tremors of the onlookers, the very essence of the universe seemed to be in disarray. Shao Linshao observed the frantic demeanor of Shao Fengming, only able to shake her head with a wry smile. After all, it was her own troubles that had compelled him to this state. Her heart felt a warmth in the midst of turmoil. Impossible. It cannot be. It is simply not feasible. Han Qingyu gazed at Xiao Nuanyan in bewilderment. Typically, when ink met water, it dissolved. So how was it possible for one to write upon water? And with such ease and elegance, at this thought, Zuo Mu could not help but shiver. The members of the Blood Mercenary Corps were all formidable fighters, their individual combat capabilities surpassing even those of the divine ninjas. Particularly in firearms, where they were in a league of their own. After Xiao Nuanyan spoke, she stumbled into the room. Jun Shunuo clenched his fists and struck the pillar with all his might. Still unsatisfied, he wondered why Xiao Nuanyan could not understand that he must marry Yan Wanhua, a commitment he had upheld for 7 years. Why would she not relent even a little? Li Yun's face was drenched in sweat, dripping incessantly, yet this did not deter his forward momentum. Together with number 1, he ascended the 580th step, his heart racing with excitement. Get away, the water is cold. Why wash? Cheng Yibiu scolded Dong Gui, who was squatting on the ground. Fei Hu could see that Cheng Yibiu was a bit anxious, yet he could not fathom why he was so invested in this matter. Anyway, if you don't, he asked. I won't, he bothered to answer. A single remark from Shao Linshao caused the old matriarch to tremble violently, her lips quivering involuntarily, her hands gradually clenching into fists. When the golden mouse stood firm at an altitude of 1,000 meters, another individual stood opposite it, an individual with golden hair, clearly another elite warrior from the Golden Clan. As soon as he boarded the vehicle, On lifted the curtain and leaned against the side. Gazing outside, rarely venturing out, he found everything novel, pointing at the scenery beyond the window for his sister across from him to see. Gao Xinqing shook hands with Zhao Hong, sharing a smile without words. Being assigned to serve in the high-tech zone alongside Luo Ziyuan filled her heart with immense joy. When the organization department sought a discussion, she readily agreed, having spoken too much and traversed too many paths. She had no time to drink water. Breakfast and lunch were hastily consumed now. Her throat felt as if pierced by needles. Jiang Wang believed that if she spoke, it would feel like a cactus dancing in her throat, causing her to hesitate in uttering a word. Yet, this helpless action by Gu Qiu had undoubtedly laid down 2 critical pieces on the chessboard. The Wangxiang star system would thus become the foundation of Gu Qiu's fortune. Even if one could manifest the laws of heaven and earth, death would ultimately reveal one's true form, even if some great monsters could grow to a size of thousands of miles. Upon death, they would revert to their original size. Since the last time Lu Man and her sister absorbed all the spiritual energy from the secret realm, it had effectively turned into a wasteland. This time, Gu Qiu devoured the 8 trigrams sacred realm, intending to compensate the academy by creating a new secret realm, one that could be utilized for countless years. Dou Yo was the first person to have helped her since her arrival in this world. Although some of his reactions were unintentional, Jiang Wang still felt grateful to him, considering him a friend. Thus, every time she met him, Her joy was genuine, akin to reuniting with family. Hello everyone, my name is Sima Qingxiu. From the Wangxiang Star, simple and unpretentious, this was Sima Qinglou's self-introduction. Meanwhile, on the other side, the old man in the black robe, Yuan, was already seething with rage, fully aware of the meaning behind Lindsay's gaze. In truth, Ares had long realized that he was not destined to survive. Lin Li was a hero, and it was likely that any hero witnessing the devastation caused by their actions, resulting in the death of over 7 million people, would wish to take their own life. In the future, when Facebook flourishes, the influence wielded by Li Zetian and his family over new media will undoubtedly be formidable, elevating their social standing and clout to unprecedented heights. In the depths of his heart, Ma Huatan cannot help but marvel at the prowess of this great boss, a figure worthy of lifelong emulation. The roar of the governing king reverberates as the turbulence of the spirit engulfs everything in a colossal mental tsunami. However, with the evolution of modern lifestyles, such afflictions are increasingly manifesting in individuals under the age of 30, and even those in their 20s. As Li Zetian articulates his final remarks, his tone assumes a grave seriousness. Imbued with an aura of lethal intent, conversely, in certain domains, the authentic history vividly delineates the brilliance of these factions. The members of the Quanzhen sect have yet to arrive at the mountain villa. Their sole aim is to hurl a few verbal barbs at Chengxiang. When word of this reaches the Quanzhen sect, it may serve to foster amicable relations with them. This elucidates why they remain so deeply entrenched, yet still manage to navigate the landscape. Chapter 21. The heart of Hongtian nears shattering. Over the span of centuries, a multitude of prodigies has emerged across the cosmos. This marks a significant era, heralding fierce rivalries and a brutal journey ahead. Although the time for the imperial path has not yet arrived, these prodigies are already embroiled in a fervent bloodbath. Not only are these exceptional individuals beginning to reveal their brilliance, but the forces supporting them can no longer restrain themselves. Certain formidable competitors have even begun to attract the attention of the great Holy Lands, with some already taking action, leading to the tragic demise of weaker factions, including guardians and prodigies alike. Rather than instilling fear, this tense situation has further ignited the indomitable spirits of these prodigies. In an instant, the entire expanse of the 9 heavens and 10 earths is enveloped in an uncanny atmosphere. Soon, reports of the tragic deaths of renowned prodigies begin to circulate. Individuals who once stood head and shoulders above their peers, ultimately, they do not perish on the imperial path but fall victim to the hands of the elder generation. Simultaneously, some extraordinary prodigies defy the odds, surviving repeated attempts on their lives by these elder figures, even orchestrating counterattacks that earn them widespread acclaim. Of course, these unparalleled prodigies typically hail from ancient sacred lands or powerful ancestral clans, far surpassing ordinary prodigies. However, when a holy son nurtured by a certain sacred land is hunted down by a coalition, it incites the wrath of the sacred land, which retaliates by annihilating a number of individuals. Subsequently, various factions engage in a tumultuous battle, resulting in chaos and rivers of blood. The ultimate outcome of this conflict is a blood oath sworn by all major sacred lands and ancestral clans, prohibiting the elder generation from interfering in the affairs of the younger generation or covertly striking them down, lest they face a united offensive from all factions. Only then does the matter finally settle. The younger generation is liberated from anxiety, able to compete openly. However, it is also due to this incident that the truly defiant prodigies and anomalies emerge into the public eye, subtly shaping a new climate. For Chen Changsheng, centuries feel but a fleeting moment. As he opens his eyes, a myriad of life energies burgeon within him. His understanding of the path of wood-based life has reached an astonishing level, the ancient life tree behind him serving as a testament to his mastery. Yet, to perfect this path, he requires additional time. As for the third military path, despite years of contemplation and practice, it remains stagnant, which was anticipated. This interruption in his cultivation does not propel the wood-based life path to completion, for he wishes to bring Hongtian back and seal her anew. Chen Changsheng fears that prolonged seclusion may leave Hongtian transformed into a white-haired old woman. He shakes his head in a wry smile. After calculating Hongtian's location, enabled by her signal, he swiftly determines where she is. Having confirmed her position, Chen Changsheng hesitates no longer and steps out of the small realm. This time, he exudes no aura of taboo. He is suffused with the essence of life, as if he has transformed into another person. As long as he does not engage directly with those taboo beings, they will remain oblivious to his identity. With his thoughts set, Chen Changsheng makes his way toward Hongtian's location. At this moment, atop a perilous peak in Changsheng heaven, Hongtian, clad in black, gazes vacantly at the swirling sea of clouds before her. A figure silently appears behind her. With a mere glance, he shakes his head and sighs. Alas, a heart of the doll is on the verge of shattering. Chen Changsheng perceives Hongtian's state at a glance. Upon hearing his sigh, Hongtian finally notices him. Having not seen each other for centuries, her heart swells with sorrow and helplessness, mingled with a trace of stubbornness. Master, Chen Changsheng rolls his eyes, feeling somewhat helpless as he sits beside her. Come now, speak to me earnestly about what has transpired over the years. How have you fared? Hong Tian, still gazing at the sea of clouds, recounts the events of the past centuries to Chen Changsheng. He finally comprehends the reason behind the near shattering of Hong Tian's dull heart. It turns out that over the years, she has persistently challenged those with greater talents than her own, though she has always emerged defeated. She has never lost her confidence. After encountering a so-called prodigy of the Sea clan, she found herself utterly powerless, yet through her diligent cultivation, she felt a sense of progress with each failure. And after several setbacks, she conceived a path of her own, confident that she could defeat her opponent in their next encounter. Her fighting spirit is fervent, and her confidence unwavering. However, just as Hong Tian prepares to seek out this Sea clan prodigy for another battle, she suddenly receives alarming news. That so-called prodigy has been slain by another clan as prodigy, and in a single strike. No less, Hong Tian stands frozen in shock. In that instant, her heart of the Dao nearly shatters. As if the desire to continue her cultivation has faded, she cannot comprehend why, after striving so diligently to catch up to an unreachable prodigy, she now finds that this so-called prodigy is nothing more than a featherweight before others. What, then, is the purpose of her efforts? Hong Tian is engulfed in profound confusion. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng, having listened to Hong Tian's tale, cannot help but burst into laughter, further deepening her frustration. Hong Tian, oh Hong Tian, have you considered that the so-called Sea clan prodigy might not even be notable among their own kin? Hong Tian furrows her brow. It's precisely this realization that has made me acutely aware of the chasm between myself and those true prodigies. This disparity is immense, an insurmountable chasm. Chen Changsheng merely shakes his head. Is that chasm greater than the divide between emperors and quasi-emperors? Aren't we rapidly bridging that gap? Hong Tian, those true anomalies regard that Sea clan prodigy much like you regard ordinary cultivators. What are you trying to say? Master, Hong Tian inquires, her tone pensive. I'm simply suggesting that you still have much room for improvement. Chen Changsheng's words leave Hong Tian's heart in disarray, yet they also bring her some measure of calm. Chen Changsheng chuckles. All right, let us return. For now, this life shall suffice. In future lifetimes, you will encounter more anomalies, and your dull heart will inevitably become even more resilient. Return. Hong Tian shakes her head. I refuse to go back. I want to try again. Try again? How will you attempt that? Wait until you grow old and gray to challenge those vigorous prodigies. At this rate, I might have to come and pay respects to your grave. Hong Tian feels as though her master's words are daggers piercing her heart, painful yet infuriating. Regardless, I want to return. Chen Changsheng sighs. Such is this era. He gazes at Hong Tian. Do you not wish to witness a true grand era, to see genuine prodigies? The prodigies of today remain vastly inferior compared to those of a grand era. Do you not desire to engage with the truly timeless prodigies? His words successfully capture Hong Tian's attention. Will such a grand era truly come to pass? Chen Changsheng nods. It will. I shall seal you away, allowing you to emerge once in each lifetime to confront those genuine prodigies, time and again, until you regard those so-called prodigies as mere ordinary beings, nurturing your own indomitable heart of the Dao. Of course, should your heart of the Dao shatter completely one day, you may enjoy a simple life as an ordinary person, and I would find joy in that. Hong Tian's gaze hardens with determination. Master, I wish to contend with those true timeless prodigies. Chen Changsheng smiles. Upon your return, take time to reflect on your recent insights. You still have a long way to go before you can truly challenge them. Chapter 22. The Imperial Path Awakens. Your name inscribed on the Chaos Tablet. Upon hearing Lin Yifeng's words, Zhang Ziqi's initially tense expression visibly relaxes. Husband, the political strife within the court is akin to the treacherous tactics of the ghostly realm. Much like the art of warfare, there is no need for you to strive for absolute perfection in every matter. After uttering this, Kai Yan refrains from dwelling on the issue, entwining her arms around her husband's right arm as they continue into the courtyard. By now, night has fallen, and this area is well within her domain, allowing for a considerable reduction in reservations. This is a sentiment that has emerged in the minds of countless students, and within the hallowed halls of Longyu Tower Academy. The student who stands out with the highest achievements is undoubtedly Xian Xifan from the 3rd year. This remarkable prodigy of the Xian Yun sect once shattered the record for ascending the 7th level of the Divine Beast Tower, accomplishing the feat in a mere 3 days and nights. However, customs vary across different regions. From the day of the deceased's passing, the bereaved family must perform a paper-burning ritual every 7 days, totaling 7 times, commonly referred to as Burning 7. As the crowd turned towards the source of the sound, they indeed beheld an expansive patch of yuanyang grass flourishing ahead. Most of this yuanyang grass, aged several hundred years, is a vital ingredient for concocting yuanyang pills, which enhance the mana of foundational cultivation. Cheng Wei remained silent, he stayed solemn as he surveyed the fiery curtain before him. Fully aware of its formidable nature yet, due to frequent encounters with the Chinke, he possessed a certain understanding of this phoenix bird cage, while he may not know how to dismantle it. Defeating him would not be an easy task. Was this merely coincidence, or a calculated arrangement? If it were coincidental, how could one explain the presence of this driver? Conversely, if it were orchestrated, who was the mastermind behind it all? What was their objective? Yet, this purple golden pill appeared distinctly different from the other 8 Dian. The divine essence emanating from it was unmatched by the other 8 golden pills as the most intelligent race among all beings. Humanity's significance and meaning are profound, whether in life or death. There is a universal desire for peace. Reflecting on this, Lin Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself, questioning whether he truly seemed so despicable. Xing Jia sat beside him, one hand resting on his knee, quietly observing the uneven stitches of Xiao An's work. Yan Muqing was once again pushed into the operating room. Lin Nanzhou initially intended to pursue her, but upon glancing back, he was met with the sight of Yan Yuhang, her brow furrowed and face pale, her expression darkening. Lin Nanzhou cast a cold glance at the bodyguards behind him, who promptly understood and advanced to deliver a flurry of punches and kicks to Xia Qingya. One assisted in parking the car and retrieving their luggage, while another acted as their exclusive butler, guiding them into the resort area, regardless of whether they were first-tier singers or those of lesser renown. All were fervently clamoring for this latest advertisement. To be candid, approaching him directly and attempting to disclose this matter through hints felt somewhat unnatural and overly contrived to her. Zonglin, too, sensed that there was little left to discuss between them, especially since Hu Junyuan was also pressing for a response. Even though she was already cocooned in her blankets, Du Yumi found it impossible to sleep. Her acting skills were already commendable among the new generation of actors. Yet Yi Qingyang remained oblivious to her shifting demeanor. The cultivators donned sturdy robes and wielded sharp weapons, their eyes aflame with a deadly resolve. However, Lin Su was intrigued to observe whether these supernatural beings could evade his artifact. The process of erasing memories through a memory obliteration technique entails the removal of a portion of the soul. As Achihao Itachi explained, at the gates of the Sword God sect, he was skeptical that the cultivation speed of Sword Aura would diminish. Although Philong's divine abilities were formidable, they could not withstand the sharpness of Sword Aura, with the only caution being the threat it posed. Eventually, she realized that every object in this room had been meticulously selected by Mo Chuang for her. Her Sword Aura was similarly obstructed by Zhou Ling, both sides fiercely contesting each other with an impenetrable barrage of sword energy, leaving Zhou Ling no opportunity to unleash his own power. Regarding Xiao Yan's behavior, Lin Lang had little to say. Fully aware of her temperament, she indeed had this flaw, which she had lamented to Fu Shouwei, wondering if Fu Shouwei had divulged anything to Shou Ning. He refrained from voicing any further thoughts, resolutely refusing to admit that they had allowed Yi Fei, a nascent soul cultivator, to escape. However, now was not the time for such contemplations, as Wu Kun attempted to flee. Yi Fei swiftly surrounded him with a barrage of attacks. The soul-searching technique is inherently a nefarious spell, and Lin Lang wielded it against the 9 demons without any reservations. Dongshi Wang could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You truly are foolish. It's not as though I genuinely intend to harm you." Lin Ying also recognized it as a jest and joined in the laughter, in the absence of the Qin Qilin. Those who accused him of consorting with demons would at least have their claims discounted, allowing him to feign ignorance later, on one hand, to prevent future regencies and the potential for power to be usurped by the Xia family. Limitations on their influence were imperative. Upon hearing Min Luo's words, the others fell silent, evidently wishing for Min Luo to first gauge the depths of my capabilities. I offered a cold smile, thinking that if that were the case, I would make an example of you. Xia Ming returned to the Zicheng Palace, pondering the matter thoroughly, yet failing to discern where she had faltered. Liu Zei's brewing formula was no longer a secret. After distillation to increase the alcohol content, it had been widely disseminated across the nation. Since Liu Song's demise, Luoyang's burning knife had been rebranded as Drunken Luoyang, and now belonged to another. Liu Zei hosted a banquet for the lords. Serving this drunken Luoyang, Tang Zishi was astounded to discover that not only Yunha and Li Su had gone missing, but also Yi and Lu Chai. Dai Jin was filled with joy. Disregarding the prince's lecherous gaze that was undeniably distasteful, and sat down to pour wine for him. Gradually, the skeletal figure emerged before my eyes. It was a towering skeleton, seemingly crafted from gold, producing a metallic creaking sound as it moved. Chapter 23. The Manifestation of Destiny, the final ultimate battle. At the journey's end, for the 13 beings ascending the path of the Emperor, having secured their names upon the Emperor's stele and received the acknowledgement of destiny, the entire cosmos suddenly fell into a tranquil silence. The once combative prodigies ceased their hostilities, vanishing into obscurity, for their current conflicts held no significance. The disparities among them were not pronounced enough for anyone to guarantee victory over another. Thus, they all prepared, striving to attain their optimal states, making meticulous preparations for the ultimate confrontation. All beings sensed this as the calm before the final battle, and this tranquility would not last long. An extraordinary clash of paths would soon sweep across the lands. Changsheng naturally remained attuned to the happenings along the path of the Emperor, where these 13 beings had reached the culmination of the great path. Only a final leap away from ultimate ascension, compared to the previous life, there were relatively more beings in this life who had garnered the recognition of destiny. Changsheng recalled the proud heavenly emperor and Guyang. The three had once traversed the entire path of the emperor, effortlessly overcoming all adversaries, ultimately etching their names upon the emperor's stele, a feat accomplished by only a few yet. When it came time to ascend to emperorhood, only the proud heavenly emperor attracted the tribulation of the heavens. He could not, and Guyang would not. As for the remaining few, they could not even envision the prospect of victory. Thus, the proud heavenly emperor ascended, becoming one of the most remarkable emperors across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Presently, only 13 beings remained from various regions. Even compared to his former self, they were equally qualified for enlightenment. Yet Changsheng could not discern to whom the ultimate destiny would belong. Would it be the woman born of the great path, or the extraordinary 9-aperture stone man, or perhaps the saintly child who resembled a fallen celestial? Any of them could potentially emerge victorious. Even someone of his caliber could not predict who would ultimately ascend to emperorhood. When destiny finally manifests, perhaps the outcome will soon become apparent. Changsheng retracted his gaze, casting one last glance at the sealed Hongtian within the divine source, before closing his eyes. A mere 10 years had passed on this day. The entire universe trembled as all beings felt a profound pressure emanating from the great path. Subsequently, the myriad paths of heaven and earth began to roar, releasing intense fluctuations, as countless laws of the great path surged through the cosmos, seemingly responding to some command, as if heralding a momentous occasion. The extraordinary phenomenon in the universe quickly captured the attention of beings across the lands. This was, destiny was about to manifest. As the news of the complete manifestation of destiny spread, one day, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted in the cosmos. That radiant light suffused with the laws of the great path permeating every ancient site of life in the universe. The laws of the great path flowed, embodying myriad pathways. Deep within the cosmos, a colossal sphere of light emerged, woven from countless laws of the great path. This represented an unparalleled power, as if all the great paths of the world converged here. Every being beheld it, for it shone brighter than the sun, emanating a force that suppressed all. This was the heavenly path of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This was destiny, with the emergence of destiny. The final contest was about to commence. Almost simultaneously, Changsheng and those forbidden beings from the restricted area opened their eyes, gazing towards the same direction. That resplendent manifestation of destiny was the most splendid sight in existence. Incomparable to anything else, not even to the emperors. In times past, a decayed supreme being sought to merge with destiny, only to be refined into its essence by the myriad laws. No one could truly lay claim to destiny. Gazing upon the manifestation of destiny, Changsheng felt an unusual surge of impulse within him. He yearned to test whether he could earn the recognition of destiny in his current state. If possible, he too wished to make that ultimate leap and become the emperor of this age. No sentient being would refrain from such thoughts. It seemed to have become an obsession shared by all. Just a bit longer, just a bit longer. Now is not yet the time. Changsheng suppressed the tumult of emotions within him, regaining his composure. The true battle was on the verge of commencing. Now was not the time to wade into these murky waters. He was also waiting to see whether the forbidden beings from the restricted areas of this lifetime would intervene. After all, in his previous life, during the ascension of the proud Tianzheng Emperor, he had only sensed a malign intent lurking, yet no forbidden beings had truly made their move. Changsheng fell into silence, quietly observing the unfolding situation across the heavens and the earth. Meanwhile, after the manifestation of the heavenly mandate, all eyes turned towards the cosmic expanse. Soon, the heavenly mandate trembled, and 13 marks detached, soaring towards various corners of the universe. Subsequently, 13 resplendent golden pillars of light erupted from across the cosmos, suffused with the essence of the great Tao, swirling with the laws of existence. These 13 golden pillars represented the 13 prodigies whose names had been inscribed upon the imperial stele. They stood at the precipice of the great Tao, recognized by the heavenly mandate. Now, the heavenly mandate urged them to engage in the ultimate battle. No being could escape, for wherever they ventured, the mark of the heavenly mandate would fall relentlessly. With a thunderous roar, a colossal figure ascended from an ancient land within the universe, its imposing stature causing the heavens to tremble under the pressure of its blood energy. Armed with a great halberd, it exuded an overwhelming aura. This was the 9-orifice stone man, born from the convergence of heavenly and earthly spiritual energies, endowed with unparalleled combat prowess, come forth and battle, its voice, robust and resonant, reverberated throughout the cosmos. Soon after, another figure appeared, a proud young man with golden hair, shattering the void as he arrived, a five-colored halo illuminating his back, revealing the ethereal forms of dragons and phoenixes. A handsome monk approached. Stepping upon the void, his palms pressed together, with a golden lotus path unfurling beneath his feet, flanked by numerous Buddhas guarding his way, this enigmatic young monk had once subdued the prodigy of the Tianpeng clan with a single strike. And he was among the most favored to become an emperor. These three golden pillars swiftly entered the starry sky, however. Upon their arrival, suddenly, 4 golden pillars extinguished one after the other. This anomaly puzzled many beings until the elder experts elucidated the truth. Some had succumbed to self-doubt and voluntarily forfeited their chance at the final battle, thereby relinquishing their qualifications for emperorship. Only then did all beings comprehend the gravity of the situation at this juncture. It was a matter of either life or death, with no retreat possible, yet some had faltered, lacking confidence in themselves. Observing this scene, the 9-orifice dome man let out a cold snort, its voice echoing across the starry expanse. If you lack the courage to confront us, then withdraw from the final battle at once. How could the position of emperor be claimed by the feeble? Those who tread this path must be prepared for certain death, in swift succession. 3 golden pillars converged in the starry sky, a woman possessing the body of the great Tao, a man from the Taichu sacred land resembling a fallen immortal, and a silent young man from an ancient clan. As these 3 emerged, the remaining 2 pillars simultaneously manifested. One was a man enveloped in radiant light, sprouting 6 wings, his proud demeanor complemented by golden-hued eyes that shimmered with divine brilliance. He hailed from the radiant race. Having never faced a worthy opponent on the path to emperorship, also regarded as the most likely candidate of this era, the other figure, shrouded in an aura of darkness, was obscured from view. Yet exuded a terrifying aura. In the cosmic expanse, the 8 golden pillars shone brilliantly, capturing the anxious attention of all beings, for it was highly probable that a new emperor would soon emerge. How shall we engage? The audacious golden-haired man inquired with a grin. In the next moment, a colossal figure wielding a great halberd enveloped everyone in thick blood energy, sweeping the halberd with a mighty roar. As if a divine power had been unleashed. Ha ha ha, let us fight together. Chapter 24. The Path of Emperors, littered with corpses. Ziwan softly inquired, yet her question hung in the air. Gazing into the distance at a picturesque scene, a landscape adorned with swaying flowers, drifting leaves, and gently flowing streams, everything that ought to have been beautiful, yet, in Ziwan's eyes, it appeared desolate. She had not anticipated that Tan Ming's method would be so straightforward yet bold. Yi Fan seemed somewhat troubled. According to his knowledge, Li Shenshen appeared to have little connection with Lin Xiola and the others. Now, to suddenly venture out shopping together would be rather inconvenient. Despite understanding that the secret spoken of by Christie was undoubtedly deeply concealed, he began to regret listening to this tale regarding Ilan Mountain, especially as it pertained to such explosive privacy. Kida had preemptively taken out the butterfly from his bosom, only to discover it had long since perished, an unexpected yet understandable outcome. However, what transpired next made the plump boss feel utterly humiliated. The eyes of the crowd sparkled with covetousness. Under the decree of Tenchen, if they could slay the sword sovereign, all that he possessed would be bestowed upon them. A temptation hard to resist, Li Jiejio began to gloat, seeing Yi Fan's weary state, as if she had finally released a pent-up grievance. Indeed, a scaled dragon inexplicably burned down the pioneer bastion, and then a calamity dragon inexplicably pursued him for thousands of miles. Once the matter was resolved, Zonggang led Li Ruzi to the back courtyard, as both uncle and nephew were famished. However, it was not advisable to eat too much before sleeping, so they merely had a light supper before retiring to their rooms. He Song, perplexed by the procedures of the government, wondered why the county magistrate needed to deliberate on identifying a corpse. What was there to consider? Why was it that when he spoke, the soldiers exhibited resistance? Yet when the magistrate spoke, they bowed in submission. Behind them lay a path leading inward, but Nangang Yung Ao noticed the sparse feathers on the ground and thus did not pay much attention to the exit. Instructing everyone to remain vigilant of the entrance they had come through, Yu Cheng looked up at the sky, feeling an intangible presence enveloping the atmosphere. The greenery of the earth was also quietly undergoing transformation. Good deity hesitated, clearly sensing a powerful and enigmatic force along their journey. Ha ha, why is old Gu here? A hearty laugh echoed from the heavens, prompting the three present to immediately look up. It could be said that the Qi family sword perfectly illustrated the theory of yin and yang. Deftly neutralizing the ferocity of the Eastern Neon Blade, after being rejected by Yu Jun, Yi Xian directly instructed Yi Liqiu to relocate the banquet venue to a riverboat, since she was unwilling to accept the invitation. He would personally pay a visit, After all, he had to meet her. Voices buzzed and the atmosphere grew tumultuous, as if something significant had transpired, leaving everyone at a loss. Good, this mission was executed exceptionally well. I will record this merit for you. You will immediately hand over all soldiers to the training team, then assume the position of company commander in the 2nd Battalion. Be sure to organize the training well and await the order to eradicate bandits. Cheng Ning commanded. Furthermore, near the refining furnace lay a pile of used fine charcoal, and a faint scent of burning coal lingered in the air. The quenching pool gleamed brilliantly, drawing the attention of Dong Jiangyong. As the lord of a city, he could not afford to take risks, as he was responsible for overseeing the city's protective formation. Should any incident arise, who would preside over the protective array? Suddenly, several shadows dashed past, a pack of wild wolves fleeing in terror, overwhelmed by the royal aura emanating from the azure dragon. Sure, he gradually adapted to the work of the weather vane. Under Coco's patient guidance, mastering a wealth of design knowledge, previously, he had only known he enjoyed design, unaware of the multitude of knowledge and skills it entailed. As for Zhao Yan's rise to prominence, the circumstances were quite different. When Zhu Youzhen was stationed in the eastern capital, Zhao Yan had come as an envoy for Zhu Yugui, secretly persuading him to take up arms. Later, when Zhu Youzhen instigated a coup and ascended the throne, Zhao Yan played a significant role. The school remained familiar, yet with only this semester left, they would bid farewell to Yanlin Middle School. The grind of the 3rd year was undeniably tedious, and many underperforming students, including Li Mingxi, contemplated abandoning the college entrance examination, opting instead to coast through this final semester. The number of evil entities within the city was dwindling, yet they were growing increasingly ferocious. The remaining evil beings were the cream of the crop. In the past, not only did they worry about exterminating the evil, but they also feared being ambushed by these malevolent forces at any moment. Silly child, tell grandpa the truth. Do you love Fei Liangyan? Song Changjiang asked Shi Yi, his tone laden with significance. This matter was fraught with difficulty, as the blood transfusion method was clearly documented. One misstep could lead not only to failure but also to the complete loss of Cheng Yi's blood, even resulting in death later. Nan Shizhong conveyed the method of contacting Yan Yifeng and the others to Lin Luoqi. Shouqi's gaze was firmly locked onto the young maiden's blood-stained visage, her smile deepening. He understood the weight of his responsibility. Having obtained a portrait of the princess from the royal consort, he embarked on the quest to find her. The young masters around him felt a twinge of anxiety. Before he departed, Shouqi had instructed them that the princess was playful, and he must return her to the manor promptly to alleviate everyone's concerns. Thus, she chose without hesitation to face this challenge alongside him. No longer alone in her struggles, she leaned against the wall, her large eyes sparkling in the dim corridor, and in the face of darkness, her heart grew unexpectedly calm. Thus, the matter reached a conclusion. Regarding their destruction of the Hotu Hall and the death of its master, Feng Yao, the subsequent affairs were to be entrusted to the undying sacred fire, no longer concerning him. Chapter 25. The Imperial Calamity Falls. The Forbidden Land reveals itself. The small world, Cheng Changsheng gazed at the fierce battle among the pinnacle beings in the starry sky, astonished by its intensity. Perhaps it was due to the simplicity with which Altian ascended to the throne, making this era's conflicts particularly fierce and brutal. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a strange fluctuation, as if something was secretly observing the final showdown. Cheng Changsheng realized that this time, the beings from the Forbidden Lands might soon intervene, as the essence and blood energy contained within those pinnacle beings were the most desirable for them. Those who could not endure might strike when the others were on the verge of transcending that chasm. Drawing ever closer to sublimation, Cheng Changsheng felt a stir of temptation. If he could take advantage of their triggering of the Imperial Calamity, perhaps he could indeed attempt to shatter the path of the Imperial Calamity and successfully attain the status of Emperor in this era. An eternity of time coupled with boundless combat prowess, who knows? He might indeed gaze down upon the future spanning countless ancient epics. The mere thought stirred excitement within him. Brother Tongzi, this time, perhaps I can truly become an emperor. Tongzi, you wishful thinker. Ignoring the system, Cheng Changsheng continued to watch the battle in the starry sky, waiting for an opportunity. However, he did not anticipate that everything would conclude so swiftly. The melee, which had dwindled to 6 participants, suddenly saw the Light Clan Man and the multicolored Dragon Phoenix join forces to obliterate the young monk, shattering half of his body in the process. Meanwhile, the Taichu Holy Song faced off against the 9 Aperture Stone Man. But suddenly, a problem arose with the Dao. The chaotic energy dissipated, and his body suffered an unexpected mishap, as the 2 streams of Dao within him began to clash. The 360 beams of light trembled before ultimately shattering. In an instant, the Taichu Holy Song's body exploded amidst the starry sky, leaving behind only a mass of chaotic energy. Cheng Changsheng sighed. The power of chaos, difficult for beings below the level of an emperor to control. Even if I were to balance it with another stream of dull power, my body could not endure for long. After the fall of the Taishu Holy Sun, the woman with the innate dull body confronted the 9 stone man. And the ultimate collision of dull and physical form rendered the surroundings an abyss of darkness. The young monk, despite his extraordinary talents, found himself overwhelmed by the combined might of two beings of the same caliber. Suffering severe injuries and ultimately succumbing, one Buddha after another fell, littering the ground with their corpses. He coughed up golden blood from the corner of his mouth, ultimately meditating upon a golden lotus. Beginning his transformation into Tao, and subsequently becoming a golden relic that vanished into the depths of the void, although the Light Clan Man and the multicolored Dragon Phoenix had joined forces. They too suffered grave injuries, with the wounds of the multicolored Dragon Phoenix evidently more severe. He cast a glance at the man, bracing himself for what was to come. In an instant, under the decree of fate, only 4 brilliant beams of light remained, and they clashed once more. Just then, a violent wave of energy from the decree of fate surged forth, and the 4 battling beings seemed to sense something amiss. The multicolored Dragon Phoenix, on the verge of collapse, immediately distanced itself and unhesitatingly responded to the decree of fate, summoning its own imperial calamity. Boom! A tremendous roar emanated from the heavens as the decree of fate shone with resplendent brilliance. The myriad paths converged, and a terrifying aura that seemed poised to annihilate the world emerged, as thunderclouds churned and bolts of various colors rolled within, resembling a vast ocean, evolving into a bizarre realm where countless terrifying beings appeared to descend. The imperial calamity fell, colossal and overwhelming, as bolts of divine thunder rained down from the 9 heavens, radiating unparalleled power. A multicolored Dragon Phoenix struggled against the imperial calamity, shattering bolts of divine thunder as it ascended. Madness flickered in its eyes. If it could shatter the sea of thunder imbued with myriad paths, it could achieve the ultimate leap, becoming the singular emperor revered by all races in this era. However, the imperial calamity was far too terrifying. Incomparable to its previous tribulations, the 5-colored divine light flickered upon its body, as the imperial calamity manifested as a being, descending upon it, leaving it bloodied and battered. At that moment, as the multicolored Dragon Phoenix summoned the imperial calamity, the 9 stone man, the woman with the innate dull body, and the Light Clan Man also hesitated no longer, each summoning their imperial calamities in turn. Boom! In the cosmic starry sky, 4 seas of imperial calamity thunder connected, illuminating the universe, transforming the entire starry expanse into a radiant ocean of thunder tribulations. The aura sent tremors through the beings of the 9 heavens and 10 realms. A quaking that resonated from their very souls. The imperial calamity, it was too fearsome, especially as the 4 seas of imperial calamity overlapped, their combined aura threatening to obliterate everything. The 4 prodigious beings caught in the imperial calamity at this moment exhibited unmatched valor, unleashing their utmost power to vanquish the tribulations. Yet, the 4 seas of imperial calamity descended upon the starry sky with an unprecedented force. Despite their extraordinary might, their auras were perilously close to those of the forbidden beings, leaving them grievously wounded. The multicolored Dragon Phoenix's blood rained down, turning to calamity ash. The 9 stone man's robust blood energy waned, while the Light Clan Man's wings lay shattered behind him. Forced to haul at the heavens amidst the thunder tribulations, struggling against the tide, even the woman with the innate dull body faced dire straits. Countless paths once shielded her but were cleaved away by the imperial calamity. Her form glowing as an 8-tetragram's diagram materialized, exerting her full effort to resist, yet still sustaining injuries. Beings across the 9 heavens and 10 realms observed this scene with profound astonishment. The 4 beings were immensely powerful, bathed in the imperial calamity. Though wounded, their auras showed no sign of waning. Instead, they grew ever stronger. They began to shatter the myriad paths of the imperial calamity, step by step elevating their forms toward the supreme ocean of thunder. Who among them would ascend to the status of emperor? Chen Chongsheng scrutinized the 4 vast seas of thunder, aside from the multicolored Dragon Phoenix, which appeared somewhat overwhelmed. The remaining 3 surged forward with unyielding momentum. The imperial calamity was being shattered by them, each radiating an aura that transcended the mundane. As they ascended, his eyes narrowed. Suddenly sensing something amiss, in the cosmic starry sky, a strange fluctuation erupted, hinting at the emergence of something. Chen Chongsheng, while observing the 4 seas of imperial calamity, kept his gaze fixed on the peculiar disturbance, eager to discover which forbidden being could no longer restrain itself. Then, a light emerged from the depths of the universe, illuminating a vast celestial palace, grand in scale, emanating a bronze glow, adorned with rust, as if it had existed for eternity, exuding a mysterious aura. It was the bronze celestial palace. He frowned. This was an immensely mysterious forbidden land, seldom revealed throughout history, yet unexpectedly manifesting this time. Subsequently, Chen Chongsheng sensed the trace of another forbidden land, the star-devouring abyss. It melded with the starry sky, vast and exuding terrifying magical power, were only two forbidden lands revealing themselves. As Chen Changsheng pondered, a figure emerged from both the bronze celestial palace and the star-devouring abyss. One was an ancient bronze coffin, the other a grotesque stone statue of a demon god. Upon seeing these two figures, Chen Changsheng wasted no time and stepped out of the small world. His life force brimming with vitality, having already attained perfection now, even those forbidden beings could not discern his second identity. Very well, you may pursue the path of the Taoist, and I shall attempt to commune with the decree of fate. Perhaps, in this life, I shall become an emperor. Chapter 26. Only Chen Changsheng was injured as the world reached its conclusion. Chen Changsheng concealed his immense life force, as long as no beings of equal caliber targeted him. He would remain undetected. He swiftly approached the fringes of the four seas of thunder. The imperial calamity was indeed suffused with terrifying, world-destroying power, yet for him now, these imperial calamities were merely a slight inconvenience. Ultimately just a form of trial, he focused ahead, harboring no thoughts regarding the four beings undergoing the imperial calamity. The emergence of an additional emperor in the 9 heavens and 10 realms did not pose a significant threat. Provided no emperor as remarkable as Altian arose, he awaited the decree of fate, suspended high in the 9 heavens, uncertain whether he could achieve his goal this time. He merely sought to test his hypothesis. It came, at that moment, his life force extinguished entirely as he sensed the arrival of forbidden beings in this starry expanse. Boss, an ancient bronze coffin suddenly materialized in the cosmic realm, though still distant. The aura of decay and forbidden energy emanating from it was impossible to conceal. This scene was quickly noticed by the pinnacle beings across the 9 heavens and 10 realms simultaneously. The four beings undergoing the imperial calamity also keenly sensed it. However, they dared not divert their attention, for they likely anticipated this development. Throughout history, many emperors had faced obstructions from forbidden beings while confronting the imperial calamity, yet when the imperial calamity descended, the aura of fate was particularly acute. And such forbidden beings dared not act recklessly, fearing the repercussions of fate's decree should the imperial calamity fall upon these forbidden beings. The consequences would be dire. Boom! The ancient coffin trembled, exuding a deathly aura. As a colossal hand imbued with forbidden power reached out toward the four beings undergoing tribulation, this strike belonged to the forbidden beings. Even a casual move could obliterate a multitude of quasi-emperors. A colossal hand, imbued with the formidable might of the forbidden, reached out unrelentingly towards several individuals. Engulfed in the calamity of the imperial tribulation, they had little time to spare, yet, in that very moment, a radiant light began to emanate from within each of them, as a power rivaling that of the forbidden beings began to awaken. Boom! A splendid brilliance erupted from their bodies, intercepting the strike of the forbidden entity. The ultimate weapon of the path, Chen Changsheng sighed lightly. That was the might of the ultimate path. Each of these four beings harbored within them a dormant imperial weapon, specifically to guard against the assaults of the forbidden creatures. Throughout the previous life and death struggle, they had refrained from revealing their imperial artifacts, presumably biding their time for this very instant. Did they truly believe that a few imperial artifacts could safeguard them? A voice, ancient and frail, emanated from the bronze coffin. Subsequently, a pitch-black radiance surged forth instantaneously. At the same time, dark suns appeared, raining down torrents of black flames. The imperial tribulation erupted violently, though much of their divine abilities were obliterated under the tribulation. Some still managed to affect them. It must be understood that under such an imperial tribulation, it is exceedingly difficult to maintain focus. Even with imperial artifacts, they dared not fully awaken them, merely using them for protection. Boom! A dazzling bolt of lightning shattered the 5-colored dragon phoenix into a gruesome spectacle, and with an anguished roar, he fought back with all his might, yet it was evident that he bore far greater wounds than the others. Amidst the perils of the imperial tribulation, with the forbidden being now attacking, he felt utterly powerless. He erupted with a surge of 5-colored divine light, shattering countless tribulation forces. His golden hair billowed wildly. His body radiated light, and he summoned his last vestiges of strength to charge toward the sea of thunder. Just then, a grotesque stone statue of a demon god materialized, towering and with its eyes tightly closed. It suddenly opened a vivid red eye in its forehead, unleashing a blinding beam of blood light that pierced through the tribulation, striking the 5-colored dragon phoenix boss. The 5-colored dragon phoenix erupted with resplendent light. As an imperial artifact shot forth from within him, intercepting the blow, however, the artifact was subsequently sent flying, vanishing into the depths of the starry sky. It was evident that this strike had severely wounded the 5-colored dragon phoenix. After all, it was an attack from a forbidden being. Even a self-inflicted wound could not be resisted by an artifact that had not fully awakened. Blood spilled like a river from the 5-colored dragon phoenix. As he rolled his massive form amidst the tribulation, the 5-colored divine light swirling chaotically. Ultimately, he could not withstand it. With a reluctant roar, his body was torn asunder in the tribulation, leaving only a stream of 5-colored blood. Witnessing this scene, the bronze coffin and the demon god statue acted decisively, employing great powers to siphon the imminent source and lifeblood of the being about to transcend, which would serve them greatly. Thus, a being on the verge of transcendence fell amidst the imperial tribulation under the assault of the forbidden entity. He ultimately faltered at the last step, unable to achieve the final leap. Now, only the 9-orifice stone man, a man of the light clan, and a woman of the human race, the embodiment of the heavenly path, remained. They certainly beheld this spectacle, yet their resolve was unwavering, and they would not retreat. They roared with fury, charging fiercely into the imperial tribulation, racing towards the sea of thunder. They were not far now. If they could just break through that layer of thunder, they could achieve the ultimate leap. However, the bronze coffin and the demon god statue did not allow them to proceed unimpeded. They struck once more. 2 streams of forbidden power surged simultaneously toward the remaining 3. The terrifying might erupted, causing the woman of divine body to tremble violently, a layer of treasure garments manifesting upon her, radiating the brilliance of the ultimate path. She managed to block the strike, but the imperial tribulation shattered half her body. She struggled to maintain her stance. Meanwhile, the man of the light clan also suffered grievous injuries, as a pure white vessel erupted from his forehead, intercepting the supreme blow. The 9-orifice stone man, drenched in blood and brimming with fighting spirit, continued to press on in his relentless assault. Once I transcend, I shall cleanse you all, he bellowed, his vitality surging as he drew upon the source to heal himself, advancing towards the sea of thunder. At this juncture, the bronze coffin and the statue had already made 2 strikes. Now bound by the decree of fate, should they strike again, they risked incurring repercussions. Suddenly resolved, they launched a 3rd strike. This time, the man of the light clan and the woman of the human race could no longer withstand it. Their imperial artifacts cried out in lament and fled, leaving them with no recourse amidst the imperial tribulation. Boom! The divine thunder descended. Thus, the 2 supreme beings vanished beneath the imperial tribulation. The decree of fate trembled, as if locking onto the 2 forbidden beings. After draining their essence, the bronze coffin and the statue fled without hesitation. At the moment the decree of fate was about to descend, both forbidden beings returned to their respective domains, the bronze celestial palace and the star-devouring abyss. Now, only the sea of imperial tribulation remained, amidst which the 9-orifice stone man's corporeal form had long since dissipated, leaving only a mist of blood, barely clinging to life. Beings from the 9 heavens and 10 earths stared in horror. Are they all dead? Is there truly no one in this era capable of becoming an emperor? This turn of events left all beings in disbelief. An age devoid of emperors, without a guardian, would surely plunge into a prolonged darkness. At this moment, Changcheng, witnessing the impending conclusion, recognized his opportunity. He began to unleash his aura, a pure essence of life awakening amidst the stars, radiating forbidden power. Is there still a forbidden being yet to depart? This revelation plunged all beings into deeper despair. However, Changcheng paid no heed to the 9-orifice stone man, who was barely surviving in the sea of imperial tribulation, but instead focused on the decree of fate. He released his aura, seeking to merge with the decree, hoping to summon the tribulation. Come, my dear. With a resounding boom, the decree of fate trembled, and divine thunder erupted. Changcheng's expression turned somber. Indeed, he had summoned divine thunder, but alas, it was not the imperial tribulation, but rather the long-anticipated cataclysmic thunder of divine punishment. An infinite force of law coalesced into the thunder of punishment, descending directly upon Changcheng. This aura was several times more formidable than that of the imperial tribulation. Damn! What the hell? Changcheng cursed vehemently, as a towering ancient tree materialized behind him, and all the life essence within him surged forth at that moment. The heavens seemed to split apart. He managed to withstand the strike and immediately began to flee. However, the thunder of punishment appeared to have fixated upon him, as bolts of divine retribution rained down. Boom! At that moment, Changcheng maximized the path of life, braving the divine punishment as he ventured deeper into the starry expanse. Just then, he unexpectedly observed a surge of forbidden might erupting not far ahead, which quickly retreated. He was momentarily speechless. It must have been another forbidden being, akin to himself, attempting to evade notice, only to flee upon seeing him withstand the thunder of punishment. Witnessing this, Changcheng felt utterly exasperated. He cast a final glance at the decree of fate, raising a middle finger at it. So I cannot achieve enlightenment, can I? You only wish to strike me down. Just wait. One day, I shall shatter you. Boom! A bolt of divine punishment thundered down, causing Changcheng's figure to shudder. Yet he pressed onward into the depths of the stars. Chapter 27. The birth of a new emperor. Changcheng, 45,000 years old. I nodded affirmatively, while Jin Jiu bore a trace of confusion on her face. Yet she seemed not to delve deeper into her thoughts as we both exited the elevator. The waiter, who had been waiting for some time, led us towards the banquet hall. However, you have just entered the residence, and you are already set to oppose the lady of the house. This truly is. Lady Zhong expressed concern over the potential gossip outside. Upon learning that someone intended to target Hong Shua, Hong Lang was initially quite worried, but upon hearing the name Luo Tian, he was first taken aback. Then his eyes revealed profound astonishment. The dual calamities of yin and yang were nothing less. First, they had assaulted my elder brother. How now did they wish to employ the same tactics against brother Xiang? Hong Lang coldly chuckled, stepping forward to glare at the dual calamities, after hanging up on Song Sisi. I once again urged her to ensure the safety of Zhang Huing. After finishing one cigarette and preparing to light another, I heard the crisp sound of high heels clicking, although I could now handle monsters of level 20 or above. The level 1 silver fox was far too different, and the experience would be significantly compressed. Currently, level 5 monsters were the most suitable for it. Li Yizhou pondered for a moment, glancing once more at Lu Qian. Lu Qian, ever eager for chaos, naturally nodded in agreement. Li Yizhou gritted his teeth, thinking that at worst, he would keep a close watch on him. It might not provoke too much danger, and he nodded. To successfully encircle Hong Lang this time, they had gone to great lengths, determined to eliminate him. What was originally a flawless plan had not anticipated that the Star God would leak the news, allowing Hong Lang to get wind of it in advance, necessitating extra effort. Upon witnessing this person being swiftly eliminated by Mu Yuan, Bai Li Qi and the remaining 2 disciples of the Heavenly Extreme Hall displayed expressions of indignation. Hiding in the shadows, Ao Tian looked disdainfully at these 2 Japanese fools, thinking to himself, "You laugh now, but soon you will weep without tears." After the rain, a resplendent rainbow appeared above the golden dragon. Seemingly celebrating its successful tribulation, Li Luowei's face shone with uncontainable excitement as she chatted incessantly with Nian Nian. Although Nian Nian rarely spoke, she occasionally responded, "Qi Yan, I thought your sealed sword was some heavenly treasure. Turns out it's nothing exceptional." With that, she stomped heavily on the sword's body, causing it to emit a resonant hum and sway helplessly. The northern desert kingdom was vast, and this imperial garden was equally expansive. However, in order to evade Shou Houtian and Shou Yinhua, Ling Dongwu had thoroughly explored this imperial garden for quite some time. Rui Kenji leaped down, landing before the crimson-maned corpse demon, which was weeping uncontrollably. Several others climbed forward, clinging to Rui Kenji's legs, sobbing and wailing in a manner reminiscent of human voices, their bodies emanating a ceaseless flow of crimson light. What is this creature? Ling Yi's brows furrowed slightly. Gripping his military knife tightly, taking a cautious step back with his left foot, the grass rustled ominously, akin to a volcano filled with magma. On the verge of eruption, Tang Ruo suddenly found it hard to breathe. Her heart and lungs constricted, engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. No one took the so-called gratitude seriously, nor did they dwell on Huang Yanrong's words, after offering her a few words of comfort. They returned to their own rest. In a bid for power, President Chen secretly engaged in deceit, even covertly setting traps for Nia Yukun, waiting for the opportunity to topple her. While this seemed despicable and sinister, Nia Yukun had not been innocent in such machinations either. Yu Feng wore a broad smile, yet Lin Yi couldn't help but feel perplexed, his brows knitted tightly, unable to decipher the other's intentions. Fortunately, he understood that Yu Feng and his companion surely harbored no noble intentions. The windless atmosphere seemed to swell, their garments fluttered as if caught in a gale, and even the pebbles at their feet trembled incessantly. Originally, Yi Lingchen intended to resolve matters within a minute, but upon hearing that Wang Qianling needed to use the restroom, the time stretched to 3 minutes, after carefully scanning the peacock to ensure it was uninjured. Wang Nanbei felt a slight relief, yet, confronted with the current unforeseen circumstances, he could not find solace. "Do you think the emperor will be aware of this?" Li Gan inquired, his expression slightly improved yet still laden with concern. It appeared that these 5 suddenly appeared mentors were aware of spiritual power and knew how to harness it, leaving Wu Xiao in a state of deep shock. Chu Yun, no, tell him to leave. Perhaps still brooding over Chu Yang's withdrawal from the competition, Director Xia issued an eviction order without even laying eyes on him. As Jiang Yizhou entered the room, he mentally prepared himself to meet Lin Qianyu's new roommate. Qi Yuanxiao logically, given the old man's status, it was not uncommon for him to indulge occasionally, yet he managed to handle it discreetly, never exposing his father's indiscretions. On the way back, Ji Junshu took out her phone and dialed Dong Qing. "What happened?" Diana observed with confusion, as in her perception, those left behind had perished after a series of anguished cries, yet she failed to discern what had slain them. If it were poison, the scene of bloodshed would not have been present. Fiona possessed charisma, grace, and sufficient leadership prowess, effortlessly winning hearts. These qualities endowed her with the potential of a ruler, the capabilities of an absolute leader. However, she begrudged the fact that, at least for now, Luo Xingchen no longer had to meet Bei Jinru's summons. Chapter 28, Confrontation with the Great Emperor Bao. Remember to visit the palace more often to see the empress. The old adage continued to emphasize, I took you in out of kindness, for I felt pity for your background. As long as you diligently follow your master in cultivation, you will acquire the strength to seek vengeance. As dawn broke over Huai County, many were preparing for breakfast when a significant announcement reverberated. In addition to the exquisite warm sun elixir, Lu En can concoct other exceptional spiritual medicines. No, even perfect spiritual medicines. Zhou Lingsu glanced at him. What have you been doing all these years? You can hardly speak now. Are you trying to? The word entice lingered on her lips but ultimately remained unspoken. He Ning chuckled lightly, shaking his head, showing no disdain for Su Binchong. It was simply human nature. Farmers might believe the emperor's hoe is made of gold. Now, with the Jun family in disarray, some dead, others missing, and one, Jun Yan, lost to the military over a year ago. Save for Jun Yan, who might still be alive, none remained after 2 days, having unloaded all the cargo from the ship and received full payment. Fan Yue hurried to the supply and marketing cooperative at the port to procure goods. After all, he was currently in the demon realm, not in the heavenly or human realms. Thus he felt little need to adhere to excessive rules. Qi Yuhan's expression stiffened, hesitating to speak, as this was, after all, a matter of treason. Zuo Yi observed Qi Yuhan's ever-changing demeanor, unhurried, his gaze piercing as he sought to breach the other's defenses. Jiang Jin had witnessed his confrontation with Qiao Yuan and, seeing the current scenario, felt her heart leap into her throat, yet she dared not advance. The 6th member of the Tianyang Society did not wield pupil techniques, nor did the leader. Lin Feng and his companions concealed themselves in the shadows, watching as 3 Earth Origin Realm Masters soared past. Once assured no one was pursuing, they chose a different direction and continued deeper into the Tianlu realm, in the White Dragon Immortal Domain. The strongest was none other than Ku Xiuchen, yet even he did not rival Tan Yifeng's might, though Yun Yan and Huang Haoren were formidable in the White Dragon Immortal Domain, sharing the same realm as Ku Xiuchen. They had yet to fully unveil his hidden strengths. He had always believed marriage should be sacred and singular. While many men took multiple wives, that was someone else's affair. Qin Shao did not subscribe to such notions. Shen Guanzili nodded, swinging her sword towards the assassins. Upon seeing Ouyang Shenga, those few knew their plan had failed and could only flee in anger. As the alchemy session concluded, 5 days had passed in the space, culminating in a resounding bang, releasing a rich fragrance that permeated the air. As the aroma spread, the celestial energy in the space intensified. Jian Qiling's aura had already diminished significantly since Zhang Shao had extended an olive branch. Jian Qiling naturally agreed, observing her sudden pallor. Jiang Jin felt a weight lift from her heart. Her gaze fell upon the bowl of dark concoction on the table, a complex expression flashing in Ning Xuemo's eyes. Even if Zhou Feng emulated Huo Xiubing and eradicated or exiled the Xiongnu, it would merely treat the symptoms, not the root cause. Qin Su secretly rolled her eyes, exchanging pleasantries with Zuo Siquang before stepping aside to remain silent. He simply stared blankly at the sky, from sunrise to sunset, never once leaving his spot. His body trembled, yet he showed no sign of movement, gazing into the distance with a profound, indifferent expression. As for the princes, they adhered to the Han system, with no positions for generals or military officers. Sure Gonghu, in a daze, carried the moon-worshipping sect leader on his back, stumbling step by step toward the exit. His eyes were clouded with gray, oblivious to Qin Yun and the others, mumbling to himself as his figure gradually faded from their sight. Meanwhile, Lu Shimi approached, seemingly concerned, and asked Mei Yang, "Are you all right?" As he spoke, he drew closer, as if intending to assist her to her feet. Unable to defeat them, shall we become them? Shuer instantly grasped Mu Yi's meaning, though it so said nothing about the white-egg's keen perception of demons. This was a directive from Lin Yu, also informing him that Daoji was currently a malevolent spirit. At any time, following along was acceptable. Lin Xi understood his implicit promise, refraining from further dialogue, merely smiling gently and gripping his hand. With a light huff, Lin Qingyu chose not to pursue the matter with Zhong Lin, despite her earlier actions being intentional. In truth, Lin Yang had roused Taisu Ryua, yet she, enamored with her beloved's warm embrace, feigned sleep, unwilling to rise. Tianwei, look, that must be the barrier erected by humans to thwart us. Qi Yan pointed ahead. A chilling, heart-wrenching wail echoed through the chamber, reverberating in their ears. Jing'er was determined to subdue the beast. In the end, the outcome was the same, yet none of her meticulously laid plans came to fruition, leaving her both exasperated and amused, remarking that even divine beasts were drawn to beauty, which elicited peals of laughter from Lin Wanxue. As the golden light dissipated, Zhong Lin frowned slightly, tossing a cultivation pill to Lin Qingyu. Once the disruptive skill was unleashed, the immense pressure weighing upon the assailant was instantly alleviated. However, before he could rejoice, 2 massive stone hands emerged from the surging earth, firmly grasping his feet and anchoring him in place. Tomorrow is Grandpa Su's birthday banquet. Su Han says she'll wait for you at home. Gu Xintong reiterated. Chapter 29. The Emperor Lax. The great emperor of this era arrived with overwhelming imperial majesty, his presence akin to a true dragon soaring above the heavens, exuding a fierce aura that trampled countless realms. This is the emperor, the destined person of this age, synonymous with invincibility. In the starry sky, two paths of existence collided continuously, ultimately dissipating. Chen Changsheng raised his gaze, speculating that the arrival of a long-silent emperor was certainly not for him, but rather for this celestial tree. Indeed, the gaze of the nine orifices stone emperor was fixed upon that celestial gate, his eyes gleaming as if seeking to unravel the secrets of the divine wood. Yet, this complete and sentient divine wood radiated an air of mystery. It blossomed in the starry expanse, its unique rhythm spreading forth, even eluding the emperor's discernment. Throughout history, such complete celestial woods have rarely appeared. Just as when he subdued that dragon crocodile demon emperor, the Guishuru Omu he acquired was merely a fragment of its trunk. Now, however, a complete celestial wood was blooming, undergoing some form of mysterious transformation. Beside the celestial wood, two formidable beings were gazing intently, one of whom was a contemporary emperor. After a prolonged silence, the nine-poor stone emperor cast a fleeting glance at Chen Changsheng before departing. Chen Changsheng found the situation laughable. He had lived for 50,000 years. Even if he did not qualify as an emperor, he could hardly be deemed invincible, so how could he be intimidated? Did he truly believe that after 50,000 years, he had degenerated into a mere dog? He stood proudly, his voice calm yet resolute. As for the contemporary emperor, I wish to measure your worth. Without any preamble, the imperial might erupted, a terrifying aura collapsing the heavens. The nine-poor stone emperor surged forth with unparalleled strength, shattering the void instantaneously. Chen Changsheng, undeterred, thought to himself, do you think you are the proud heaven emperor? His two perfected pathways ignited. Behind him stood a towering ancient tree, upon which the radiant sun of the Tao Laos coalesced. He advanced a step, and in his hand manifested a spear woven from the intertwining powers of the Tao Tree, a formidable weapon of the five elements. Although not yet perfect, it was undeniably terrifying. With a resounding crash, he engaged the contemporary emperor. Their clash sending ripples of Tao energy across the void. In an instant, boundless Tao transformed into flames, seeking to consume him. Concurrently, ancient trees began to take root in the emptiness, advancing menacingly. Kill. Yet the contemporary emperor was too fearsome. The nine-poor stone emperor, who had proven his strength through might, wielded an imperial weapon, a great halberd. Extinguishing flames and shattering ancient trees with ease, his fists unleashed light that ravaged the void, leaving it in tatters. Chen Changxing, witnessing this, could only retreat momentarily, his eyes gleaming with divine insight, discerning the underlying patterns. Yet, he still fell short. The two perfected pathways could not truly contend with an emperor. However, he believed that should he awaken the 12 military paths, the fusion of his two flawless martial paths would undoubtedly allow him to stand against this stone emperor without yielding. Nevertheless, he refrained from doing so. Though the stone emperor was indeed powerful, his strength was not limitless. He could suppress Chen Changsheng, perhaps even defeat him, but certainly could not annihilate him. Over the past millennium, the stone emperor's cultivation seemed stagnant. Perhaps he had not exerted his full strength. This thought led Chen Changxing to ponder a certain possibility. Suddenly, he unleashed his utmost potential. The perfect embodiment of the path of life surged forth, invigorating his fire path to perfection, followed by his imperfect earth path. Three brilliant lights erupted, radiating formidable power that engulfed the nine-poor stone emperor. A great halberd, imbued with vitality, struck forth, transforming the stone emperor's figure into an insurmountable giant. His nine pores shimmering with brilliance, and terrifying eyes piercing through all, he stood upon myriad paths, blood vitality vast as the ocean, tearing through the three-colored divine light, his invincible form surveying the world. Indeed, the emperor was an emperor. He fixed his gaze upon Chen Changxing, a flicker of surprise crossing his countenance. Were you the taboo being eyeing the heavenly mandate when I attained enlightenment? Chen Changxing's lips twitched slightly. His identity had been recognized, yet he did not covet the heavenly mandate. He merely sought to experiment. Very well. After a moment of silence, he acquiesced, three pathways auras cascading down, concealing his figure from even the emperor's gaze. However, he became certain of one thing. The nine-poor stone emperor's body bore some significant issue. Otherwise, a millennium's time would not have led to stagnation in cultivation. He speculated that it was likely due to the severe injuries sustained in his battle against the bone demon emperor, resulting in an affliction. The stone emperor had flaws, he concluded. Thus, he felt emboldened. The nine-poor stone emperor, fixated on Chen Changxing, fell into contemplation, indecision flickering in his eyes alongside a tinge of murderous intent. Chen Changxing was prepared to continue the fight. He even considered reviving his 2 military paths right here to vanquish this invincible emperor and establish his own reputation, yet in the next moment, the 9-Poor Stone Emperor reigned in all his imperial might and blood vitality. He merely glanced at the celestial wood flower still blooming in the void and spoke plainly. "One day I shall owe you a favor. Today I repay my debt." With that, he declared, "Should we meet again, I shall surely annihilate you." After leaving these words, the 9-Poor Stone Emperor departed. Chen Changshen merely cast a casual glance at him. "Do you truly believe you are the proud heaven?" Then, he paid no further heed to the departing emperor, quietly awaiting the bloom of the celestial wood flower. The battle had concluded. He decided to sit cross-legged in the void. The flower of the celestial wood resembled a blue lotus. Yet its stalk was a vine, bearing 9 leaves, each radiating a unique brilliance etched with the marks of the Tao and time. The life force emitted by the flower grew ever more enveloping, akin to a vast ocean of vitality. Chen Changshen was certain this was merely a celestial wood and not an immortality herb. Otherwise, the 9-Poor Stone Emperor would not have left so easily. Regardless of the immense karmic ties between them, death would have been inevitable. However, it was indeed a celestial entity, yet the overwhelming life force stirred his emotions. Perhaps even those taboo beings would be unable to resist. This life force might extend their lifespans and slow the depletion of their essence. The flower of the celestial wood fully bloomed, revealing a 7-colored fruit at its center, exuding an aura akin to the essence of the Tao. At that moment, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. A surge of forbidden power erupted, directed at the fully blossomed celestial wood. "Who dares?" Without hesitation, Chen Changshen unleashed his divine might, shattering the enormous hand that encapsulated the Tao laws, forcing a shadowy figure to emerge. Yet at that instant, as he confronted the unknown taboo being, the fully bloomed celestial wood suddenly vanished into the void. The speed was so swift that both Chen Changshen and the unknown supreme being were momentarily taken aback. In the next moment, the two figures simultaneously pursued its trail. This pursuit lasted for several months, but the unknown supreme hesitated for but a moment before abandoning the chase, leaving only Chen Changshen. Months passed, and Chen Changshen continued his search for the celestial wood. Another wave of forbidden might surged towards him and the celestial wood, compelling him to unleash his utmost power. The two beings exchanged glances, neither truly engaging but merely trading casual strikes. That being ultimately joined the pursuit of the celestial wood but soon also relented. In the years that followed, Chen Changshen encountered several other supreme beings intent on seizing the celestial wood. Yet in the end, only he remained, until one day, the celestial wood slipped beyond the desolate edges of the universe, disappearing without a trace. Chen Changshen could only gaze into the barren expanse, speechless. What a futile endeavor. Chapter 30. The era of the 9-Poor Stone Emperor comes to an end. Taboo beings assault the small world. Chen Changshen was utterly speechless, watching the celestial wood flower vanish into the desolate edges of the universe. The cosmos held countless mysteries, and the desolate edges were one such place, a wasteland devoid of sun, moon, stars, and life. Even an emperor, if stranded here for too long, would find their cultivation diminished. Thus, the desolate edges of the universe had always remained an uninhabited realm. He never anticipated that a celestial wood flower would ultimately escape to such a forsaken place. In those years, he had even clashed with several taboo beings, yet in the end, the celestial wood flower had evaded capture. Chen Changshen felt a wave of misfortune wash over him, recalling the tragic events of his communion with the heavenly mandate, and he erupted with divine might, rending the surrounding void. After a brief pause, he fell silent and began his journey back to his small world. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, the celestial wood flower slowly drifted back toward the cosmos, radiating brilliant ripples of the Tao. By the time Chen Changshen returned to his small world, several years had passed. He conducted a brief inspection of his realm, glanced at the vast heavens, and entered a state of cultivation once more. As his third pathway of the 5 elements breeding technique was nearing perfection, he resolved to push forward with determination. Time swiftly passed, and 2,000 years elapsed. The contemporary emperor had reached 9,000 years of age, a pinnacle for one of his kind, with ample lifespan remaining. This 9-Poor Stone Emperor did not appear to be a short-lived sovereign. He was endowed with natural advantages, abundant blood vitality and essence, indicating a likely extended lifespan. What remained to ponder was whether this Stone Emperor had acquired an immortality herb. Furthermore, Chen Changshen sensed that this emperor bore flaws. At the supreme imperial level, he was uncertain of how far he had progressed. Thus, when he reached 54,000 years of age and perfected the third path of the 5 elements breeding technique, he specifically observed the heavenly mandate across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Though he found nothing particularly noteworthy, perhaps the Stone Emperor had already recovered from his injuries. During this time, several forbidden places had revealed themselves, including shadows of a bronze celestial palace. Yet, the Stone Emperor did not emerge. He did not forcibly invade a forbidden ground as before. Instead, he occasionally emanated waves of imperial might, seemingly issuing warnings to those forbidden places. the emperor still reigned. Chen Changsheng initially believed that despite the 9 poor stone emperors' lackluster achievements, he still had a considerable span of time ahead. However, he did not anticipate that when the emperor reached 12,000 years of age, this era would abruptly come to an end. He abruptly opened his eyes in his small realm. A flicker of astonishment evident within, yet he soon regained his composure. It seemed he had already anticipated this moment. Why had this great emperor, full of vigor and essence, suddenly fallen when the signs of destiny had yet to manifest? It appeared that he had indeed taken a self-destructive step, plunging into the realm of forbidden beings. He let out a long sigh. Shortly thereafter, the heavens and earth trembled, myriad sounds roared, and the essence of destiny revealed a trace of sorrow. Soon, the sturdy shackles of the great path were also released, allowing countless forces to escape and return to the cosmos. Such a significant omen was undeniable. Beings across the 9 heavens and 10 realms were aware, at that very moment, that the Stone Emperor had reached his end, vanishing from the vast expanse. However, only a select few supreme beings discerned the underlying intricacies, yet could not divulge any secrets. This was but a cycle. Perhaps, it was a choice every emperor must make. At the very least, this 9-orifice Stone Emperor had indeed sheltered countless beings during his enlightened period. He had vanquished a dark entity, which counted as a merit. Chen Changsheng's eyes seemed to pierce through everything, a subtle curve forming at the corner of his mouth. You truly chose the sea of reincarnation. Before this immense wave of upheaval, Chen Changsheng had sensed a faint trace of the sea of reincarnation. Instantly recalling how this 9-orifice Stone Emperor had stormed into the sea after achieving enlightenment, that battle shaking the very foundations of existence, it now appeared that it was indeed a ruse. It must be that this Stone Emperor had made a prior deal with certain entities of the sea of reincarnation. Perhaps, the Bone Demon Emperor was also a part of this transaction. It turned out that the 9-orifice Stone Emperor had long harbored intentions of entering the Forbidden Lands. Chen Changsheng found it laughable, yet could only sigh deeply. He recalled the grandiose proclamations made by the 9-orifice Stone Emperor, vowing to purge all forbidden beings, yet ironically, he himself had become one. Indeed, not every emperor is as proud as the Celestial Emperor. He suddenly began to reminisce about the era of the Celestial Emperor. The mark of the 9-orifice Stone Emperor faded, no longer suppressing the myriad paths, and the shackles of destiny began to dissolve, allowing the myriad paths to surge forth like countless dragons returning to the sea. Manifesting simultaneously in the world, an era had come to an end. The unlocking of destiny's shackles signified that someone could now attain enlightenment. However, the traces of the 9-orifice Stone Emperor lingered on, still exerting influence for a considerable time. Even though supreme beings had already reached the pinnacle of the great path in this era, they could not invoke the emperor's tribulation. This was the suppression imposed by the current emperors on this age. Only when his traces of the great path completely dissipated, and the myriad paths were fully released, would destiny be restored. Heralding the dawn of a new era, Chen Changsheng merely cast a glance at the sorrowful essence of destiny. Filled with disdain, each time, it acted as if it had lost a son. Had it chosen him earlier, would he not have lived long enough to care for it in its old age? With a dismissive scorn towards the lofty essence of destiny, Chen Changsheng directly closed his eyes. Regardless of the upheaval across the 9 heavens and 10 realms, it bore little relation to him. He only needed to comprehend his own law and tread his path of invincible longevity. Given another span of time, once the method of the 5 elements was perfected, he would stand shoulder to shoulder with the emperors. He had already thoroughly comprehended the 3rd path of earth, and his 4th would be the path of metal, which bore some resemblance to his 2nd path of weaponry, coupled with the remaining longevity points. Chen Changsheng believed that his time to ascend would not be long. However, Chen Changsheng had not practiced for an extended period when he was taken aback to find that after the 9-orifice Stone Emperor's self-annihilation and subsequent descent into forbidden existence, those forbidden beings had become exceedingly active. Indeed, while the 9-orifice Stone Emperor was present, those beings of the Forbidden Lands appeared not to fear him as Chen Changsheng entered his 500th year of seclusion. A surge of forbidden power unhesitatingly assailed his small realm, the supreme aura suppressing the myriad paths, and the sky was filled with countless path laws manifesting as path soldiers, descending endlessly as if intent on delivering a lethal blow. For the first time, Chen Changsheng truly felt anger within his small realm. The entire space began to tremble violently, radiating brilliant light, barely withstanding the onslaught of this forbidden being. Chen Changsheng waved his hand to retrieve the essence of the divine source sealing the heavenly sky, along with some divine materials. Only then did he reveal his own forbidden power. 3-colored brilliance soared into the sky, shaking the great path with a thunderous roar. He stepped forth, emerging outside his small realm. Witnessing a forbidden being resembling a portal to the heavens, with countless path soldiers pouring forth, exuding an overwhelming aura, Chen Changsheng erupted, the dense essence of life permeated the cosmos, followed by the paths of fire and earth operating at their peaks. The intertwining of these three unique perfected paths unveiled a distinct and resplendent forbidden power, which astonished the mysterious forbidden being. You are not him, Chen Changxing, already furious, merely scoffed. Is that your mother? The dazzling free-colored brilliance erupted with an invincible might, shattering countless path soldiers, obliterating that heavenly portal, and completely engulfing the forbidden being within. Chapter 31, Threatening Free Supreme Beings. Darkness emerges in 2000 years. Fourth path achieved perfection. Chen Changsheng unleashed an unparalleled might as the three flawless great paths intertwined, resembling a tricolored canopy suspended above his head, cascading down the laws of the great path. This source of power was extraordinarily abundant, rendering Chen Changsheng akin to a resurrected emperor of humanity. His figure was towering, standing defiantly, his eyes holding the sun and moon, exuding unmatched dominance. This terrifying forbidden power had even subtly surpassed that of the self-annihilated supreme being, its aura seemingly fully revived. Pressing towards the emperor, the three-colored divine might obliterated everything. Yet, for that supreme being, it was evidently still insufficient. However, the one sealed within the essence of the divine source displayed a hint of trepidation. He severed the fabric of time and space, an ancient portal hovering above, yet did not make another move soon. A fluctuation emanated from this forbidden being sealed within the divine source essence. This is not him. Your information is erroneous. Chen Changsheng merely stood with his hands clasped behind his back, emanating a pressure that suppressed eternity, his three-colored divine light flickering, exuding an unmistakable intent to act without regard for consequences. However, with the revival of two other forbidden powers, they formed a triangular formation, sealing him and the small realm within. Indeed, Chen Changsheng internally acknowledged, suspecting that the forbidden beings emerging this time were likely not limited to one. Upon appearing outside his small realm, he sensed something unusual. Not him, a forbidden being spoke, evidently perplexed. Three powerful soul forces sealed everything. Also discerning Chen Changsheng's revealed source power, the last supreme being fell silent. At this moment, Chen Changsheng revealed his fury. The three-colored divine might continuously evolved, and with an angry tone, he questioned, "Three friends, is there a reason for your unprovoked siege upon my sanctum? Shouldn't I be afforded an explanation?" Chen Changsheng's words plunged the three supreme beings into silence. Finally, it was the previously silent supreme who spoke. "We were indeed hasty. We surmised that this place might belong to an adversary, yet never anticipated it was your sanctum." "Do you think I would believe such trivial words, sealed for hundreds of thousands of years? Do you truly think I am powerless?" Chen Changsheng's tone was exceedingly domineering, his anger palpable. The second appearing supreme being also let out a cold snort. "Once invincible beings, who would fear whom?" He directly spoke. "What do you wish to do?" Chen Changsheng fixed his gaze upon him, his eyes radiating unparalleled brilliance, the three-colored divine might resonating throughout the cosmos. "Let us engage in a battle. At worst, we shall ascend to the extreme, and I can at least perish alongside one of you." Chen Changsheng's words rendered the three supreme beings speechless. They were all self-annihilated supremes, having hidden away in the forbidden lands to survive. Now, should they fight to the utmost, all would turn to naught. This was not fear but rather a decision made only under dire circumstances. They would continue to choose to lie low. Moreover, the three supreme beings had evidently discerned the abundant source power exhibited by this forbidden being before them. Perhaps, should they reach the extreme, it would only be they who would be exhausted. This was why the three forbidden beings, upon discovering that Chen Changsheng was not the individual they sought, revealed a hint of caution. Seeing the three forbidden beings' reluctance to engage, Chen Changsheng grew increasingly audacious, continuously unleashing his divine might, harboring a thought of mutual destruction. Ultimately, it was the first to strike who managed to pacify the situation. The three supreme beings reached a consensus, ultimately compensating Chen Changsheng with a substantial sum of precious materials before taking their leave. Once the three supreme beings departed, Chen Changsheng returned to his small realm. Frowning as he spoke to himself, "It seems they truly came for me." He speculated that his previous act of slaying the dragon crocodile demon emperor using the power of the second path of weaponry had drawn the attention of all beings from the Forbidden Lands. Long before, he had sensed a potent killing intent. Those beings of the Forbidden Lands would not allow someone resembling an emperor to obstruct their path. It was sufficient for the current world to have an emperor. There was no need for another supreme being to disrupt the balance. All these years, he had already sunk into silence for countless epochs, yet they still deduced some clues, leading them to this small realm. However, he had long been prepared, having opened up another great path that perfectly concealed the essence of another, manifesting in a different identity, as long as he did not employ the path of weaponry. Merely presenting himself through the essence of the method of 5 elements, he would not raise suspicion. Of course, this was not due to fear of those beings from the Forbidden Lands, with his currently perfected 2 paths of weaponry. He was more than capable of exhausting these forbidden beings, however. Once his identity is exposed, it is feared that it would incite the relentless pursuit of all beings from the forbidden realms. He harbors no fear of entities of the same caliber, but he is wary of the possibility that there may exist beings surpassing even the great emperors behind the scenes, which is not beyond the realm of possibility. If that is indeed the case, his future is destined to be one of constant evasion, devoid of the opportunity to truly cultivate his path to invincibility. It seems this place is under suspicion. Although he currently conceals his past under disguise, the location of this small realm may have been entirely laid bare before the eyes of those from the Forbidden Lands, rendering him exceedingly passive. He cannot remain in this small realm any longer, yet he cannot vanish immediately, lest he arouse suspicion. None of these former invincibles are easily deceived. Chen Changsheng fell silent. He would continue to linger in this small realm for a while longer. But he would also seek out a new refuge, given a few millennia. By the time his third military path reaches fruition, whether faced with forbidden entities or great emperors, he would remain unperturbed. Those who dare to trouble him shall be utterly annihilated. He estimated that it would require no less than 20,000 years for his third military path to reach perfection. As for the 5 elements vitality technique, only 2 paths remain. Perhaps, in 10,000 years, if 2 would achieve completeness, he could endure your presence for a time. Time has never been a scarcity for me. After a cold snort, Chen Changsheng proceeded to conceal the small realm thoroughly within the void. After a period of meticulous contemplation, he once again immersed himself in cultivation. The era of the 9-aperture stone emperor was not one of tranquility. 2,000 years after his complete dissolution, an immense sorrow suddenly reverberated throughout the universe. Several ancient lands of life were drenched in blood, billions of lives, along with ancient life stars, obliterated by a colossal hand, with all gods and souls dissipating, and the ancient lands of life vanishing from the cosmic expanse. Some of the most formidable quasi-emperors participated in the great battle, yet the outcome was tragically grim. Chen Changsheng felt this sorrow as well. Sensing the lament of myriad beings, the cauldron of myriad spirits erupted with divine might, yet he did not emerge. His grand path was not yet complete. Should he opt to annihilate those forbidden beings, he would likely have to expose another aspect of his identity, the consequences of which could entail facing a siege from multiple forbidden entities. Perhaps this was a trap laid specifically for him. Chen Changsheng calmed himself, his heart of the Tao as tranquil as an ancient well, no longer concerning himself with any matters beyond the small realm. This year, Chen Changsheng turned 60,000 years old. His fourth path of the 5 elements vitality technique was flawless, and the essence within him grew stronger, as the 4 sources began to form a cyclical trajectory, embodying a principle of the Grand Tao. Once the 5th path reaches perfection, my Grand Tao will be deemed perfect, truly embodying the essence of perpetual life. However, I can already sense that I am infinitely close to the great emperor. Brushing against a ceiling, this sensation is akin to what I experienced during my cultivation of the 2nd military path. With my current cultivation, these forbidden beings should not pose a challenge unless they undergo a complete transcendence. If combined with the 12th military path, perhaps I would now be unafraid of the great emperor. Nevertheless, he remained cautious. His longevity spanned eons, and while the great emperor was a goal, it was not his final destination. Thus, he must still exercise vigilance, as the present moment could only temporarily alleviate certain crises. Just as Chen Changsheng contemplated these matters, ancient lands of life in another part of the cosmic expanse were once again extinguished. However, this time, the movement of the silent beings was so profound that it unexpectedly opened an ancient site. Within this ancient site, the essence sealed by time permeated the air. A decayed figure reached out a hand from the shattered source of life. I have awakened. Chapter 32. The invincible being sealed away, not a great emperor, but surpassing one. In a certain ancient land of life within the universe, a dark being, devoid of essence, was harvesting countless sentient beings, with their wills echoing throughout the cosmos. Yet, this was an era following the demise of the great emperor, and no being could halt this fallen entity engulfed in darkness. An ancient land emerged from the void, the power of time rendering this relic close to decay. From the moment it appeared, everything turned to dust. However, the cries of the beings in the universe awakened a slumbering entity within the relic. He emerged from the shattered divine source, wielding a silver spear, his hair as white as snow, his form withered, and his gaze devoid of light, yet imbued with profound compassion. What time is it now? He sighed lightly, a beam of snowy divine radiance piercing through the ages, exuding a unique forbidden aura that stood in stark contrast to that of the dark being. This was an invincible entity, not of this era. As this aura spread across the cosmic expanse, it resonated with all beings. Even Chen Changsheng within the small realm felt the overwhelming divine might. An invincible being sealed away. No! This is not a being that has self-destructed. Chen Changsheng was somewhat taken aback. From the aura of that being, he did not sense the fallen essence typically associated with those forbidden beings who had self-terminated. Instead, it radiated an incredibly pure force of the Grand Tao. However, the pervasive aura of decay surrounding him made it easy to mistake him for a soon-to-be transcended forbidden being. He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the cosmic expanse. That elderly figure with silver hair, though his form was withered, the grip on the silver spear exuded an aura that pierced the heavens, akin to an invincible being descending to the mortal realm. His face bore the marks of age, yet one could still discern the vigor of his youth. Once a spirited young man clad in white, boom, he moved, the silver spear erupting with an invincible divine might. As if creating a chasm in the universe, shattering the dark being's prison, the harrowing scenes of the ancient lands of life flooded his vision, as countless beings fell prey to the dark being's bloodlust. He was filled with sorrow, his wrinkled visage suffused with rage. Where is the great emperor? Where is the great emperor of this era? He roared into the cosmic void, yet soon after, he gleaned valuable information from the blood and souls of the fallen beings. The great emperor had passed away over 2,000 years ago. He fell silent, then began to mutter to himself amidst the stars. So, I have missed such a lengthy span of time. It has been too long. I may have even missed the previous dark upheaval, for which I sealed myself, resulting in this misstep. He sighed lightly, his eyes reflecting nostalgia and a hint of melancholy. Then he raised his gaze. Has this era not given birth to even a single guardian? No one answered him. Within the cosmic expanse, only his solitary and aged figure remained. Ultimately, he charged toward the dark being, silver spear in hand. Beneath the stars, the clash between these two forbidden entities sent ripples across the cosmos. The white spear light crashed the starry skies, vowing to obliterate the chaotic dark being. The two forces of utmost might collided, leaving behind terrifying traces of the Grand Tao in their wake. Boom! Though the dark being's essence had decayed, he had once been an invincible entity, his gaze icy. In that moment, he unleashed supreme divine techniques. A myriad of spatial rifts transforming into fearsome weapons of destruction. The elderly figure with silver hair wielding the long spear, his aura imperious, shattered countless rifts with the might of his spear. Yet in the end, he was still sent reeling backward. He bled amidst the stars, his already withered form growing even frailer, unable to produce even a drop of blood. I am too old, no longer belonging to this era. Unable to summon my peak power, he brandished the long spear, charging forth once more, like a silver dragon stirring the heavens. Suddenly, his body radiated light, the principles of the Grand Tao surging like a tidal wave. The dark being momentarily froze. Boom! The dark being was also wounded, his shoulder shattered by a single thrust of the spear. He roared, then unhesitatingly transcended to the utmost, his colossal form collapsing the void. His flawless power returning. In that moment, he regained his peak, a true invincible being. He surged forward, brandishing a black flag, a dark moon materializing, his overwhelming might manifesting, revealing terrifying beings across the heavens, each being transformed into a force of the Grand Tao. Striking forth, crack, the Grand Tao shattered, unable to withstand the might of the great emperor. The silver-haired figure was struck back by this force, his silver spear splintering, as he hunched over in the stars. Devoid of brilliance, resembling an ordinary old man, his form marred by terrifying cracks, as if a fragile porcelain figure on the brink of shattering. He coughed repeatedly, yet could not produce even a single drop of blood. His vitality was extinguished, the essence of his blood long gone, leaving only the final vestige of his will, viewing all beings as mere grass. You are unworthy to be a pathfinder. His voice was weak, yet it resonated with conviction. The dark being scoffed dismissively. A mere non-transcended being dares to obstruct me. A decayed form seeks to save the world. Even the great emperor could not achieve that. A colossal hand, bearing countless principles of the Grand Tao, shattered the universe, poised to obliterate him. The silver-haired elder sat cross-legged amidst the stars, his expression serene, with only a faint glimmer of light flickering. I still possess one final strike. As his words fell, the shattered silver spear let out a mournful cry, merging into his being, and suddenly, a terrifying surge of power erupted. It was a force equal to that of the great emperor. Lacking imperial might, yet undeniably commensurate with the power of a great emperor, this overwhelming force prompted the heavens to roar, unleashing countless divine rays of order. The silver-haired elder vanished, leaving only that colossal silver spear in the cosmos. Its momentum transcending all, illuminating the ages. A faint silhouette of a youthful figure emerges, clad in white garments, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an aura of gentleness. A confident smile graces his lips, and his demeanor is carefree, as if he regards all worldly matters with indifference. He chuckles lightly, his tone imbued with a sense of freedom. I once reached the pinnacle within forbidden realms, slaying supreme beings. I once stood toe-to-toe with emperors, undefeated. I once quelled dark upheavals alongside the emperors. Ho ho ho, this is not my era. there is no vessel in this age that can contain me, my time belongs to the ancient past. A time I cannot return to, the sun's secret emperor, I cannot return. Buzzing through the cosmic expanse, resplendent light bursts forth, and myriad paths simultaneously erupt, coalescing into the most formidable strike. No one recognizes this being. Nor do they know from which epoch he hails, yet all remember that silver spear, that spear capable of obliterating all. Even the dark beam, despite reaching the zenith of ascension, found itself grievously wounded beneath its might. A truly fatal blow, ultimately, it retreated with a thunderous roar, plummeting from the divine realm, retreating into the depths of the cosmos. The world returned to tranquility, only a shattered realm of ancient life remained. Yet as long as there is life, there exists hope. The decayed elder dissipated silently into the cosmos. This was an invincible being, Chen Chongsheng sighed, filled with regret, yet utterly helpless. He had not ascended to become an emperor, but instead embarked on a path akin to mine. An alternative route to imperial ascension. Chen Chongsheng speculated that this being, who had taken an unconventional path to enlightenment, sealed himself away in anticipation of a future dark upheaval. Alas, a mishap occurred, leading to his prolonged entrapment until now. Leaving behind only a decaying body, struggling to unleash its peak power, respectable, regrettable, each era births an invincible emperor, yet at times, unexpected occurrences arise, such as beings achieving alternative paths to enlightenment, rivaling the emperors themselves. Much like how the era of the proud heaven emperor witnessed the emergence of such a being, although these beings are few, they certainly exist. It is possible that in some epochs, unparalleled beings may remain sealed until now. Could it truly be a paramount figure from the era of the sun's secret emperor? From that final sigh, a message emerged, suggesting that this extraordinary being indeed hailed from a bygone era. It is hard to fathom. The sun's secret emperor was also renowned as an unparalleled emperor, and millions of years have passed since his time, making it unimaginable that a being from that epoch could have survived to the present. Furthermore, he had quelled a malevolent dark being of this era. Chen Chongsheng regarded this with deep respect. In this world, there are always beings worthy of admiration, radiating brilliant light. It transcends mere cultivation and attainment. Embodying a self-sacrificial heart for salvation, Chen Chongsheng felt that, at present, he was incapable of such deeds, unless he truly became invincible across the world. Thus, he holds admiration for those who seal themselves away to avert future calamities. Merely 3 years have passed, and suddenly, a surge of transformational energy emanated from the depths of the cosmos, an overwhelming sign that reverberated through myriad paths, heralding an apocalyptic calamity. He surmised that the dark being, having been grievously wounded, had reached its limit. Simultaneously, he delved into ancient records. During the era of the sun's secret emperor, another being of unconventional enlightenment emerged, brimming with vigor, who interacted with the emperors and had once fought against dark beings in the Forbidden Lands. His name was Bailuoyu. Some beings are not emperors, yet surpass them in might. Chapter 33. Trials in the mortal realm. Encountering celestial light while the two were still exchanging pleasantries, a series of anguished wails echoed from a distance. Zhao Liming recognized it as his nephew's cries. Despite his reluctance and trepidation, Li Shuo, upon seeing the lovely visage of Qian Ying, acquiesced and followed her mechanically. Like a puppet, my grandfather instructed me to deliver this to you. He said he agreed to all your terms, and the contract has been drafted as per your wishes. With his signature affixed, Song Shangxiang retrieved 2 copies of the contract from her bag and handed them to Lin Feng. It is worth noting that last time, young Lai Feng appeared in Yulin City and was mistakenly captured, only to reveal his 7-star martial master cultivation. Su Yuan did not regard the matters concerning the Wu brothers as significant. He was merely waiting for old Hu to sign the documents. Shang Yi Tingtiang's remarks were made in front of nearly 20,000 spectators and millions across the nation, exuding arrogance that provoked ire among both the onlookers and those watching the live broadcast. Nevertheless, the situation remained relatively stable. Xiao Yang, fearing a sudden attack from the illusion, swiftly struck down Yuan Tianqi and carried him off, dashing toward the next level. Is this my dream? Upon entering the Star Tower, my 3 souls and 7 spirits detached from my body, immersing themselves in another dreamlike space within the Star Tower. Mu Fan felt an overwhelming sense of novelty. This Star Tower was indeed unfathomably marvelous. The creature was taken aback, emitting frantic squeaks once more, while the gigantic python merely opened its mouth to roar but did not reveal the stone door again. Mu Fan seized the moment without hesitation, channeling divine power into the divine whip, transforming it into a brilliant purple, and piercing through her heart. The Chancellor did not anticipate that the Empress would suddenly alter her tone at this moment. The Empress, not yet wishing to sever ties with the Chancellor, was willing to offer him a way out but felt the need to issue a warning nonetheless. Above, a bat-like statue flickered with spiritual light, its previously vacant eyes suddenly igniting with a dark red glow, as though it were on the verge of awakening. Well, it seems that the blood of the demon race has not only remained but has intensified. Now occupying nearly 2/3 of my body, Yi Xian murmured, a single word, fool, carried immense affection. Du Xiuyu ceased to ponder further, swiftly shedding his garments to reveal his perfectly sculpted physique, muscular yet not bulky. Graceful yet not excessive, Hu Yuanshan remarked, you do not consider your own well-being. Do you not care for the child at all? Of course. This was not the crux of the matter. The focus was on Elder Du, who could no longer bear to face the world. Had it not been for the enforcement team at the foot of Tianshu Mountain, the situation would have worsened. However, Xu Yu, lying on the starry expanse, scrutinized it, uncertain of its gender, contemplating whether it should be paired with the general, and pondering the peculiar shape of the mud. As for concepts such as patents and exclusivity, these were merely casual remarks made by Dang Shuangwu during idle chatter, devoid of any substance. Yet, Princess Lun surprisingly brought them up to instill fear. Ding Hao could have directly led 2 legions to seize a spaceship from the New Star Empire's forces, which would have been easier. However, such actions would lead to a galactic manhunt, akin to the Guardians of the Galaxy before rescuing the planet Xander, living like a rat scurrying through the streets. Thus, endless evasion awaited Ding Hao. The banquet was notorious for its arrogance. Even after a previous incident involving violence, those who adored her cherished her haughty demeanor, while those who disdained her ceded with resentment. Although the Phoenix King had limited appearances in the Pokemon animation and was even dubbed the exclusive photographer, it must be acknowledged that the Phoenix King is, after all, a divine beast, and a particularly rare one at that. Ordinary individuals might never encounter it in their lifetime. In truth, Su Yan was also unaware of the reason. Upon seeing Feng Wanxing, an irresistible urge to remain by her side surged within her. Moreover, she had long since abandoned cultivation, yet now, the spiritual energy within her was gradually rising, observing the helpless gaze of Lang Lang's Dong. Zhao Fang suddenly felt a pang of pity for him, realizing he had been called Dialga by the cuckoo. However, soon after, Zhao Fang sensed a profound pressure. The Qin Huairu family, regardless of their wealth, certainly could not bear to buy a chicken for no reason, not to mention Ban Gong'er, accompanied by 2 younger sisters, had snuck into the factory to dine, witnessing a chaotic martial world with its former ruler emerging to assert control. Everyone was initially taken aback, then promptly expressed their compliance. The poison baby glanced at Zhao Fang, hesitating for a moment, before cautiously drawing closer and stealthily leaning against Zhao Fang's back. The warmth of the human body seeped through the fabric, providing the poison baby with a comforting sensation that eased its anxiety. However, events did not unfold as anticipated. Miu Miu stood frozen, scratching his head in confusion, casting a bewildered glance at Ban Mu. Unsure how to employ this technique, Shuai Longjun and several elders from Zhou Yuan simultaneously appeared, yet they all restrained their auras. After all, the Zhou family had come to provoke the old man by, and it had no bearing on them. The group quietly observed the unfolding scene in mid-air, harboring no intentions of intervening. Just moments ago, Yi Feng had acted decisively against Su Changda's disciple due to their alliance. Who could have predicted that Yi Feng would falter? Now, facing Su Changda, he could only cling to hope for Yi Feng to speak on his behalf. Earlier, while downstairs at the hotel, Lin Yi noticed the top floor of the Vienna Hotel had a unique design, showcasing European style, with nearly 40 stories sufficiently high to enjoy the cool evening breeze. As he threw a punch, the sound of rushing wind filled his ears, and the force of his blow swept away the projection device from the table. Chapter 34. The 6 Supremes of the Universe. The vibrations of life surged and expanded across the starry sky, an overwhelming sign of vitality. The once desolate ancient stars were revitalized, resonating with waves of life energy. This celestial wood flower is extraordinary. Chen Changsheng felt that this celestial wood was indeed remarkable. The previously lifeless expanse of the cosmos had birthed life, accelerating its cycle. However, at that very moment, a colossal rift suddenly tore through the air nearby. Thunder and flames rolling within it, a gigantic hand, seemingly charred and blackened, descended with a pitch-black radiance, extending an astonishing distance in an instant, reaching directly for the celestial wood flower. Chen Changsheng's brows furrowed coldly, followed by a disdainful snort. You shall not succeed. In that fleeting moment, his internal energy erupted entirely. 4 resplendent dull principles ascended, transforming into a canopy of 4 colors, enveloped in this radiant halo. He resembled an invincible emperor of humanity. Swallowing the heavens and the earth with his presence, he advanced with a single step, raising his hand to seize, as the laws of the Tao swirled, the 4 sources of the Tao converging instantaneously. With a mighty punch, the 4-colored laws surged skyward, embodying an unparalleled might that represented his forbidden power, unmatched in ferocity. Boom! The immense hand was shattered by the force of the 4-colored laws, yet the massive rift remained. And soon after, a forbidden power began to awaken. Following this, a desiccated skeleton seated upon a throne emerged, hovering above the vast rift. This was a dark being hidden deep within the cosmos, exuding an aura of supreme authority. Causing the surrounding void to tremble, however, Chen Changsheng seemed to pay it no mind, instead fixating on the celestial wood flower, which continued to gently rotate in the void, radiating an overwhelming wave of life energy. As if oblivious to everything else, only then did he turn his gaze to the dark being. "Why do you obstruct me?" The pristine skeleton seated upon the throne emitted a voice that resonated through the heavens. Halting the flow of the Tao, Chen Changsheng merely stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the four-colored halo soaring into the sky, his aura dense and far surpassing that of the semi-slumbering dark being. With an air of disdain towards all, he replied coolly, "This celestial wood flower is mine." Ridiculous. The dark being was clearly enraged, and behind it manifested a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. As skeletons crawled forth from the depths of darkness, exuding an aura of devouring everything, Chen Changsheng remained unfazed, yet at that moment, he suddenly sensed a shift in the fabric of this space. Subsequently, another forbidden being's aura emerged. He turned to see a colossal black sun, seemingly isolated in a realm of its own, radiating an aura of supreme forbidden power. However, like the dark being, it too was in a state of semi-slumber. Its true form sealed within the essence of divine origin, reluctant to truly manifest. With the appearance of this forbidden being, 3 more began to awaken one after another, converging within this void, including Chen Changsheng. 6 supreme beings were now gathered in this space, each having once been an invincible figure. They were either emperors or demon monarchs, belonging to different eras, yet drawn together in this moment by the celestial wood flower. The presence of 6 supreme beings was overwhelmingly vast, causing the very laws of the Tao to become muddled, the speed of their flow stagnating. The surrounding void seemed unable to endure the weight of their collective aura. Shattering and reconstituting incessantly, this space appeared to be severed, existing as a unique realm, likely a precautionary measure against the potential escape of the celestial wood flower implemented by some forbidden being. Goodness, this was nearly comparable to the scene when Emperor Altian was besieged in his later years. Chen Changsheng felt a wave of speechlessness, yet he was not the same as before. He could only delay the intentions of these supremes. Now, he possessed sufficient combat strength to confront them directly, unless they underwent complete ascension, regaining their flawless peak state. He was confident in his ability to face any supreme being without fear. The 6 supremes remained silent. While the celestial wood flower at the center appeared to be in no hurry at all, Chen Changsheng suddenly sensed a gaze upon him, and upon turning slightly, he beheld a resplendent source of divine energy surrounded by countless auspicious beasts. This aura felt oddly familiar, and he instantly recognized it. This was the forbidden being that had once besieged his small realm. He never expected to meet it again. The dark sun seemed to also recognize Chen Changsheng. Recalling the essence of his Tao finally, a cold voice emanated from the black sun, its gender indiscernible but brimming with supreme authority. "It appears our goals align. It is that celestial wood flower. Shall we not divide it among ourselves?" Following this statement, several forbidden beings quickly expressed their agreement. Should a battle among supreme beings erupt, particularly a chaotic clash among multiple supremes, the depletion of their essence would be a painful endeavor for them all. However, almost immediately, an uninvited voice interjected, "I disagree. This celestial wood flower is mine. You all shall depart at once." In that instant, 5 pairs of supreme gazes simultaneously turned towards the figure shrouded in the 4-colored halo. An overwhelming wave of energy erupted, each supreme being radiated their own unparalleled might at that moment. They had once been invincible. When had they ever been made to lose face like this? Boom! The void split apart as a figure reeking of decay emerged from the grey mist. It was a remarkably emaciated form, not of the human race, but distinctly belonging to the tree clan. Its entire body resembled the intertwined roots of an ancient tree, each root seemingly inscribed with celestial patterns. This was likely an invincible being of the tree clan, though from which era was unknown. To think you would desire to monopolize it, that is exceedingly greedy. Countless roots began to sprout from various locations within the void, yet devoid of any sign of life, they exuded a chilling stillness. The other figures simultaneously regarded him, each emanating an overwhelming divine might. "Your words are too grand. Do you think we do not exist? It has been quite some time since I have heard such arrogant declarations." The other forbidden beings sent forth a wave of energy, some gazes seemingly capable of melting the void itself. Chen Changsheng merely cast a glance at the unknown era's emperor, his own 4-colored halo swirling. Completely disregarding the glances of the 5 forbidden beings, standing with utmost pride, "I have pursued this celestial wood flower for a considerable time. Now, I am the first to discover it. It rightfully belongs to me. If you disagree, let us fight, each relying on our own means. At worst, we shall exhaust our essence in a battle. I fear nothing." Chen Changsheng's words were imbued with immense dominance, his confidence radiating mightily. Yet, this also provoked the ire of the other supremes. It could be seen as a threat. The entire void trembled, the six supreme auras disrupted everything. Even the Tao began to retreat then, in the next moment. It seemed as if the five supreme beings had reached a silent consensus, and almost instantaneously, the battle commenced. The entire void shattered on the spot, countless roots transformed into myriad worlds, siphoning all life essence. The flames from the black sun scorched the void. Boom! A heavenly gate opened, and countless golden Tao soldiers surged forth, rushing to annihilate. The dark being extended a colossal hand, obliterating all in its path. Yet, Changsheng was already prepared. At this moment, the five elements vitality technique operated in full force. The light of the four-colored laws swirling, resembling a resurrected ancient emperor as he unleashed a mighty punch. Radiating a dazzling four-colored brilliance, following this, a towering ancient tree rose behind him, intertwining with the starry river, stabilizing the continuously fracturing void. The starlit laws transformed into a great dragon, refining all the surrounding roots. Subsequently, worlds began to spread outward beneath his feet, instantly covering the entire void. The air crackled with a sharp aura, filled with a sense of impending slaughter. His black hair danced wildly as he faced the five supreme beings without fear. Stepping forward, tearing apart everything with his hands, while the four-colored divine light assailed the supremes, rekindling the spirit of battle within him. Do you truly think I would fear you, unless you undergo complete ascension? Even if you are flawless emperors, I can still battle and triumph. Chapter 35. Single-handedly battling five supremes for the Tao tone. Changsheng's tone was exceedingly domineering, his overwhelming aura shaking the void. He, with the strength of one, attacked the other five supreme beings simultaneously, an endless surge of divine might erupting forth. His face was filled with the fervor of battle, showing not the slightest hint of retreat. Boom! A gigantic hand tore through the heavens and the earth, radiating an abyssal black light. As the hand descended, it left a multitude of bones in its wake, with five colossal fingers manifesting hollow black voids. Devouring everything around them, Changsheng pivoted, his eyes swirling with blazing Tao symbols. Immediately, a cauldron formed of the power of the laws supported the heavens as it charged towards that immense hand. A scarlet phoenix soaring forth from the cauldron, its fiery might piercing the void. Suddenly, the ground beneath him cracked open, countless roots pierced through the earth, exuding a force of deathly stillness, causing Changsheng's blood energy to surge violently. He fixed his gaze upon the Tree Clan Supreme, astonished that he had chosen the path of deathly annihilation. An ancient tree appeared behind him, dripping with myriad rays of light, as powerful life energy surged forth like a tempest. The path of wood clashed with the path of stillness, leaving a barren riverbed in the cosmic expanse. A round black sun descended directly, as if lightning, instantaneously tearing apart everything, the densely packed void shattering into fragments. The power of the Tao exploding upon it, engulfing the four-colored figure within. Changsheng had the four-colored canopy protecting him, yet his blood energy still roiled. He turned and unleashed a punch directly against the being within the black sun, sending it flying. At this moment, a colossal figure emerged above, a radiant silhouette entirely cloaked in gold, wielding a golden blade that exuded an aura of invincible majesty, instantly rending the fabric of the void. Simultaneously, the space-time surrounding Changsheng layered upon itself, ensnaring him within a specific temporal realm. With a cold snort, his dark hair whipped about wildly, the quintessence of the five elemental forces within him surging forth. Soaring into the heavens and resonating throughout the universe. Open, he declared, extending his hands as the four paths fused into one, transforming into a sacred offensive technique that shattered countless dimensions in an instant. His form reappeared within this cosmos, the immense golden apparition trembled, and the golden chilling manifested, opening its eyes and roaring fiercely, obliterating everything in its wake. In that moment, Changsheng's body seemed to transmute into gold. An enigmatic power swiftly transforming his flesh, blood, and passed into a metallic essence. The two martial energies within him vibrated in unison, instantly dismantling everything. The quintessence of the five elements restored itself with a mere gesture. A golden aura of slaughter enveloped the sky, shrouding the five shadowy figures entirely. The cyclical interplay of the five elements gave rise to towering ancient trees, coalescing into a realm of its own. A colossal red furnace loomed above, casting shadows across the land, radiating countless laws transformed into ethereal flames. With phoenixes spiraling above, in the boundless void, a world as spacetime appeared inverted, the profound force of the paths blossoming. Intent on suppressing Aldian, the five supreme beings found themselves trapped within the evolving realm of the four elements, while Changsheng summoned the primal forces. The worlds rotating, yet still fell short. The five taboo entities were once unrivaled, wielding transcendent powers capable of reaching the heavens. With a resounding crash as one shattered a dimension, that tree tribe supreme transformed into an ancient tree, rupturing its own domain to absorb all life essence. Subsequently, the realms of fire, gold, and earth crumbled, as the five taboo beings treaded upon the void, revealing their invincible stature, subduing myriad paths. Yet they were not the complete five elements. Changsheng shook his head slightly. Feeling a tinge of regret, had it been a complete elemental realm, these supreme beings might have had to expend their primal forces to escape. Nevertheless, the issue was not insurmountable. With arms crossed, he gazed ahead. The four colors of divine radiance saturating the heavens, still exuding an air of disdain for Odeon. These supreme beings could only master 7 or 8 parts of their peak strength. Meanwhile, he stood a mere hair's breadth from the zenith. Equivalent to a flourishing emperor at 95% of his might, this power was sufficient for him to face multiple supreme beings without fear, unless these supreme beings were willing to undergo extreme elevation. Confronting him in full force, they would only barely be able to suppress him afterward. Chen Changshen's primal energy was abundant, seemingly boundless, capable of outlasting them. Alternatively, they could only hope that multiple supreme beings would elevate themselves simultaneously. Striking with lethal force, however, Chen Changsheng was acutely aware of their dispositions. They would not easily resort to extreme elevation unless their lives were at stake, for with each elevation, their primal essence would deplete faster, risking total collapse and annihilation. Thus, he faced the 5 supremes with unwavering confidence. He was certain these 5 beings would not dare elevate themselves for a full confrontation. The void around had been reduced to tatters. Countless void flames and heavenly thunders ravaging the space, and this chaos continued to expand. Although the 5 beings radiated an aura of invincibility, they refrained from launching another attack. Chen Changsheng boldly proclaimed, "I grant you the time for extreme elevation. Regain your peak, and I shall fear you not." This proclamation ignited the fury of the 5 supremes. When had these invincible beings ever been so underestimated? The 5 supreme paths began to awaken, yet Chen Changsheng remained unfazed. A fierce battle erupted once more. The dense supreme law seemingly set to reshape the heavens and the earth. However, at that moment, the tome of paths, emanating ripples of the great Tao in the void, suddenly closed. Sensing something amiss, attempting to escape, yet Chen Changsheng, attuned to this shift, broke through the blockade of the 5 supremes in one decisive move. The 4-colored canopy descended, capturing the tome in his grasp, sealing it away. The quintessence of the 5 supreme powers surged to an unprecedented intensity. Chen Changsheng lifted his gaze, the 4 flawless paths swirling, the canopy gleaming with divine light, its might overwhelming. "Do you think I fear you? Come, let us engage in the ultimate battle." His words resonated through the void, his demeanor calm in the face of the 5 supreme beings. The 4-colored flames flowing ceaselessly, yet ultimately, the 5 supreme beings did not advance. One of them, with a cold snort, shattered the void and departed. The supreme being from the tree tribe rasped, "I happen to need an imperial body for nourishment." "You are quite suitable," Chen Changsheng scoffed, "old fool. Even if you were to elevate yourself to the extreme, I would slay you like a pig or a dog." The tree tribe supreme emanated a chilling aura before vanishing into the void. Soon after, the other beings followed suit. At this juncture, there was no longer a need for contention. They needed to retreat to their forbidden grounds, yet they all remembered Chen Changsheng's presence, releasing a wave of murderous intent as they departed. Finally, Chen Changsheng gazed at the tome in his hand and smiled. "Now, let me thoroughly investigate what secrets you conceal." Chapter 36. The Secrets of the Tome, turning the page on the old era. Welcoming the new era, she suddenly felt as though her heart had been struck by something. Previously, she had seen him injured, often reveling in his misfortunes, yet never had she worried for his safety as she did now. Indeed, as he had said, once one becomes his, their heart aligns with his. "I do not know you, but I can tell you are a formidable individual," the man in the black suit with piercing eyes inquired with a smile. If there was anything in this world that could compel her to submit, aside from Anyang, it would surely be wealth. "What brings you here?" Yunxia asked, her eyes curving with delight, though her words seemed casual. Her heart brimmed with sweetness. Standing at the street corner, she scanned her surroundings, deciding to wait at the tailor's shop since she had no intentions of shopping. After completing this task, Zhu Gouxiu suddenly felt as if he were a rustic tycoon, secretly unveiling his hidden treasures, fearful of being seen and robbed. Continuing negotiations with other nations, entering one could yield billions. He Suishan remarked once more. Yan Nanming, standing aside, regarded the scene with cold detachment, feeling an impulsive urge to leave at once. Observing the sweet smile on Yilanling's face, so warmly received by all, unsettled him. Moreover, Jiao Nianhui was already aware of who was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. After leading them into the interrogation room, he summoned 3 prisoners. The royal palace had yet to be finalized, but according to Zhang Hua's plans, its area would need to be at least 7,000 to 8,000 square meters, accommodating both office and residential needs. 100,000 exchange points. This figure caused Kusaka Hano to hesitate momentarily. To be truthful, she indeed possessed over 100,000, yet after spending this amount, should another situation arise or a task present itself, it would spell danger. The officials in the court were increasingly skeptical of Su Dao's actions, believing he had grown too old to fight. Our past is but a bygone era. However, the bond of kinship endures. Do you understand what I mean? Shen Guangtianyu stated. Wei Shaoqing nodded. He too found it difficult, as he knew that keeping secrets for others was an arduous task. He produced the fragrant incense he had pilfered from the two madmen, blowing it into the inner chamber, causing the breaths within to become increasingly even. On the battlefield's opposite end, Zhu Muying and the commander beside him gazed down from a hill at the conflict below. Regret began to seep in as he recognized that despite Su Tai's withdrawal for several years, he remained intimately familiar with the capital's affairs. Auntie, you truly possess keen insight. How did you know my family engages in significant business? Wei Shaoqing glanced at the rearview mirror. The void body is an extraordinary constitution. Is there truly no way to unravel the collapse of the Dao source? Mo Junyu lamented, uncertain whether this condition was a stroke of fortune or misfortune. Although Qian Xuanyan scoffed inwardly, he had already boarded the pirate ship and could only express his gratitude outwardly. Great benefactor, after your arduous journey, why not first take residence at the city lord's manor? A meal before we discuss matters would not be amiss. Ashina Keilu remained unfazed by Mu Qingfang's demeanor, well aware of her standing in Beifu, and continued to show respect. The conference room was spacious. Unlike the crowded waiting area outside, it was bright and airy, yet bore a seriousness akin to a formal company interview, with 3 interviewers seated across from them, a rabbit weighing about 10 pounds. After deducting the portion for old man Gu, was devoured completely without a trace left. Each time Su Yang swallowed a spirit stone, warmth radiated through his limbs, gathering in his abdomen. The residual effects of having taken life had caused his temperament to shift dramatically. My lord, this is simply unbelievable. Since following you, my life has felt so futile. Only now do I grasp the application of spiritual energy, Wu Yong exclaimed excitedly, while Yang Yuan, though silent, nodded fervently, his expression speaking volumes. In an instant, the fervor swept through the entirety of Changling West Street. If the previous discussions had been dominated by the elders, now even the youth were invigorated. At that moment, she came to understand the significance of the words spoken by Lin Muan. It was indeed not enough to simply voice them for belief to follow. When turmoil arose, they were able to sense it at once and dispatch personnel for on-site investigations. Undoubtedly, He Wang was an enviable figure. Not only did she effortlessly possess what others might toil for a lifetime to attain, but she also had parents who cherished her deeply. Sister Lu could not help but pout defiantly at the west gate, anticipating tomorrow, when they could finally be together again. However, Hang Yu did not unleash any heavy-handedness upon Gu Su Yang, often merely pinching his cheek or teasingly grasping his waist, deftly indulging in playful antics. Ji Zio's smile suddenly broke forth, his teasing laughter causing Guang Xintong to momentarily flounder. The tip of her chin was already exposed, revealing bone beneath, connected to a neck that had been torn apart. Brown clots of blood frozen in a layer of ice, akin to rotting fish left forgotten in a refrigerator. A grand and spacious sword hall stood, its walls embedded with numerous spirit stones, enhancing various sword formations, ensuring an exceptionally stable space. At this moment, Sang Shua and the others had long been awaiting in the private room. Not only were Zhao Gu, Lin Long, and Chong Mingguo present, but Sister Lu had also been invited, leaving only Ximen's presence to complete the gathering. When Su Wei recognized that the person before him was Jin Junmei, his eyes widened in disbelief. The figure of the Buddha before him had its palms pressed together, reciting scriptures with an air of utmost reverence and solemnity, evoking an involuntary sense of awe. I am indifferent. I merely came to share a meal. Some are eagerly awaiting, Yu Fihong remarked with a smile, his words laden with implication. Chapter 37, Fractured Images. The girl who embarked on the path of divinity because of her lineage had once again faced defeat. In the small realm, Chong Changsheng, who observed the affairs of the heavens and the earth, could only remain speechless. This foolish girl, could she not choose some easier targets? Lacking self-confidence, she sought out the prodigies right from the start. Was she not courting disaster? Perhaps this was just Hong Tian's stubborn nature. She would not concede unless vanquishing a prodigy, yet even Chong Changsheng found it hard to watch. It felt as though he had dug a deep pit for her. Though Hong Tian suffered a swift defeat, she was not annihilated. Years of experience had equipped her with a well-honed escape plan, which she executed with remarkable skill. Subsequently, Chong Changsheng only monitored her occasionally. He granted Hong Tian a century to refine herself, to ascend her cultivation, and to engage with those prodigies. Thus, over this 100 years, Hong Tian's path was fraught with challenges, consistently walking the road of defeat. Yet, paradoxically, the more she lost, the more resolute her fighting spirit became. Ultimately, Hong Tian began her ascent to glory on the path of her defeats. She personally overcame the very prodigies who had bested her multiple times before, accomplishing this in merely 3 moves, albeit taking 30 years. One day, I shall defeat you again, declared that prodigy, gazing at the reticent and unremarkable woman, his heart shattered. From initial effortless suppression to now being subdued in free moves by her. He found it hard to believe. It was crucial to understand that those prodigies were also progressing, not stagnating, yet the rate of her advancement was terrifying. The chasm between geniuses and ordinary cultivators had truly been bridged. Plunging his heart into despair, Hong Tian merely regarded him with indifference, stating, "I have never regarded my defeated foes with any significance. I grant you time to catch up, however. When next we meet, you shall find yourself in even greater despair." In the following years, Hong Tian underwent yet another transformation, consecutively defeating those prodigies who had once triumphed over her, as if to initiate a streak of victories. Yet upon encountering another prodigy, she faced defeat once more. Still, Hong Tian remained undeterred, fervently honing her skills, setting her sights on that prodigy until she could finally vanquish him. However, at that moment, Chen Changsheng felt it was time to intervene, appearing to bring Hong Tian back. Yet Hong Tian felt she required more time. Unwilling to be sealed away, she fled, but how could she escape the grasp of Chen Changsheng? Thus, she was sealed and confined within the divine source. Left with only a parting remark, how can one ascend to the pinnacle if they cannot even govern themselves? Do you truly believe that defeating a few so-called prodigies suffices? And so, Hong Tian was once again imprisoned within the divine source. In truth, Chen Changsheng was quite satisfied with this incarnation of Hong Tian. She had already entered the ranks of ordinary prodigies, which was commendable. Continuing her training, the heart that had faced countless defeats might give rise to demonic traits, and by severing those inner demons, perhaps she could truly succeed. After countless defeats, it would be time to reap the rewards. By then, the rewards should be plentiful. Thus, the realm of the 9 heavens and 10 lands was deprived of an ordinary prodigy. However, the competition among these so-called prodigies never ceased, merely 2 centuries later. This contention intensified, leading to a resurgence of conflicts among major factions, which left Chen Changsheng feeling quite bored. Yet it was during this time that he once again captured significant scenes from the celestial wood blossom. Within the small realm, Chen Changsheng gazed upon the celestial wood blossom blooming once more, a blue lotus emanating a rich aura of life, gently swirling. At the center of the blue lotus lay a radiant dough fruit. Suffused with vibrant colors, swirling with 7-colored divine light, the dough fruit pulsed with the resonance of divinity and spirit. Seemingly, having developed a profound trust in Chen Changsheng over the years, was it reincarnation? Or perhaps rebirth? This celestial wood blossom was exceedingly peculiar, from which he gleaned a hint of the rhythm of reincarnation, simultaneously capturing some complete images. It revealed a vast and shattered world. A magnificent golden path to ascension traversed the heavens and the earth. He witnessed a time long past, where beings forcibly ascended the path, leading to a devastating battle, ultimately spilling blood and shattering imperial weapons. A colossal mountain loomed across the path to ascension, as white as jade. Eternal and unchanging, yet triggering a series of upheavals that caused beings to plummet from its heights. Those beings radiated a unique brilliance, falling from above the path, drawing forth innumerable extraordinary phenomena. Chen Changsheng turned his gaze back to the celestial wood blossom. Could this dough fruit be the transformation of that fallen being's rebirth, then parasitically dwelling within the immortal divine medicine? Such thoughts were truly unfathomable. The path to ascension lay at the edge of the cosmos. Chen Changsheng recalled his first encounter with the celestial wood blossom, which had ultimately fled to the cosmic wilderness. He speculated that the path to ascension resided therein. However, the cosmic wilderness was perilous. Accessible only to emperors, the water dough was nearing completion, and once the 5 elements rebirth technique reached its pinnacle, perhaps I could attempt to seek that path to ascension. By then, possessing the battle prowess of an emperor, I should face little difficulty. Brother Tongzi, grant me another exchange for the power of deduction. 800 years into the restoration of the great Tao, the universe once again reverberated with tremendous tremors. As countless laws of the Tao surged forth, the stars shimmering brilliantly, once more drawing forth the imperial paths from across the universe. The grand and magnificent ancient paths connected the 9 heavens and 10 lands with the ancient realms of life throughout the cosmos. All beings understood that the era of the imperial path had commenced. Henceforth, those stepping onto the imperial path would be prodigies from all corners of the universe, engaging in the most intense and brutal contest. No being could truly claim invincibility, nor could any being remain undefeated forever. Yet upon this imperial path, countless beings, possessing an unwavering heart for the Tao, commenced their battles. As the sole sage of the Mutang star, Li Haitan departed her homeland with the mission of her king, stepping into the cosmic expanse, inadvertently treading upon the imperial path. For the Shensu Jinshu clan, nothing was more vital than discovering a life-sustaining ancient star for their people. The ancient star they inhabited was far too old, akin to a life nearing its end, ultimately unable to escape the fate of vanishing within the cosmic void. As the only clan upon this ancient star, the Shensu Jinshu had long harbored hopes for a sage to emerge from their ranks, to venture into the cosmos and locate a life-sustaining ancient realm. Then, Li Haitang was born, heralded by celestial phenomena. Even causing the desiccated ancient star to weep with dew. Thus, the clan devoted their scant remaining resources to Li Haitang. Blessed with exceptional talent, she did not disappoint. She successfully severed the Tao, overcoming great tribulations. Becoming the sole sage of the ancient star bearing the weight of her clan's hopes, she first stepped onto the ancient path of the cosmos, simultaneously entering the imperial path. Yet, she found herself perplexed. She could not comprehend why those beings resorted to violence. Some even attacked her on sight, leaving no room for mercy, as though they were sworn enemies. When she fought back, the result was the annihilation of her foes. Her seemingly fragile exterior belied her confusion. Even after vanquishing her adversaries, her heart ached. These were living beings. After all, why? I merely seek a life-sustaining ancient star for my clan. Why must they turn to murder? I'm sorry, she trembled, gazing at the lifeless being she had slain, grating her teeth before ultimately departing. She has never forgotten. Her kin are engulfed in turmoil, and she desperately needs a sanctuary. Chapter 38. Li Haitang's Path to Sovereignty. Boom! In the vast expanse of the starry sky, a fierce battle erupted on one segment of the imperial path, illuminating the entire route. Countless laws of heaven and earth upheld this ancient road. Yet it continued to tremble. A knight clad in armor was relentlessly pursuing a woman. His gaze was icy, and his golden armor gleamed brilliantly in the starlight, imbued with divine power and resonating with the runes of the great Tao. Armed with a golden spear, he rode atop a beast resembling a chilim, there as nowhere to escape. At that moment, the spear in his hand seemed to pierce through the void itself, erupting like a miniature sun. The aura of the great sage exploding and pervading the ancient path. Ahead stood a seemingly fragile woman in white, who had no desire to engage in battle with other beings. Yet, at this moment, she had no choice, for the being pursuing her was formidable. Renowned as one of the most powerful prodigies of the ancient road, she struck, transforming into a streak of white light, as if traversing through time and space. Shattering the golden radiance surrounding her, the young knight let out a cold snort, raising his hand to strike forward, simultaneously transforming his body into a vast ocean of gold, with countless golden chains surging forth like a torrential tide. The chain-like beast also revealed extraordinary powers, manifesting the image of a colossal creature behind it, charging with overwhelming divine might. Li Haitang became a flash of white light, biting her lip, yet her eyes betrayed no hint of panic. Boom! Numerous golden chains pierced towards her, and she met them head-on with her bare hands. A beast lunged at her, and the surrounding void seemed to melt away, the crimson light threatening to engulf her. Suddenly, she turned her head, transforming into a beam of light that instantaneously appeared before the beast. The aura of the great sage surged forth without hesitation. At that moment, the beast felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Yet, in the next instant, the woman merely swatted it aside with a single hand, shattering the manifestation of the colossal creature as well. I do not wish to fight you. Li Haitang gazed at the knight, hoping to persuade him to relent. However, the man in golden armor pressed forth relentlessly, the sky filled with sharp chains aimed at her, and he snorted coldly, charging with his golden spear. Boom! The power of the great sage erupted. As the golden spear emitted blinding light, shattering the void, those who dare tread the imperial path must be prepared for death. The two clashed amidst the starry sky, with Li Haitang shattering countless chains, both their auras reaching a crescendo. Realizing he could not defeat her, the knight advanced once more, this time revealing a spell. He transformed into a golden serpent, coiling through the heavens, covered in golden scales and sprouting wings. A single flap of its wing created innumerable rifts in the void, tearing towards her. Li Haitang sensed the imminent danger. This colossal being was far too perilous, and thus, she decided to hold nothing back. She became a streak of white light, weaving through the rifts, while simultaneously launching a counterattack. The golden serpent let out a roar, summoning wind, fire, and lightning, descending with the force to annihilate all. Yet, just as the golden serpent charged forth with unparalleled divine might, she suddenly formed a seal with her hands, and a pitch-black Taoist treasure jar materialized above her head. This jar, dark as night, radiated a terrifying aura, as if devouring everything in its vicinity, exuding an overwhelming dominance. Abruptly, she opened her eyes wide and softly uttered a single word, seal. The Taoist treasure jar trembled, and a pitch-black light instantly spread forth. Wherever the dark light passed, everything was sealed. The golden serpent felt an incomparably powerful force restraining it, rendering its techniques and laws ineffective, as if even its lifeblood had stagnated. This shocked it profoundly. Gazing ahead, it saw the figure of the seemingly fragile woman becoming ethereal. In the next moment, its massive golden serpent form shattered into countless fragments in an instant. It suffered grievous injuries and could no longer maintain itself. Its colossal body collapsed, and the golden armor shattered as it plummeted from the starry sky. I have lost. The young man found it hard to believe. Since stepping onto the imperial path, he had never encountered an opponent, and yet today he had been defeated by a seemingly frail woman. he felt a bitterness in his heart, a sense of unwillingness. Yet reality was as such. A beam of white light lifted him, returning him to the imperial path, and he was somewhat taken aback. "I'm sorry." The fragile woman unexpectedly uttered an apology before transforming into a streak of white light and departing from the imperial path. He was intrigued. How had this seemingly delicate woman come to tread the imperial path? On a desolate ancient star, Li Haiteng paused briefly, sitting upon a rock, hugging her knees, lost in thought as she gazed at the barren landscape. Having been away from her homeland for over a century, she couldn't help but yearn for her king and the dying ancient star beneath her feet. Perhaps it would soon meet the same fate as the one she stood upon, devoid of life. She grasped a handful of sand beside her, letting it slip through her fingers. With hope in her heart, she had initially entered the cosmic expanse seeking a life-giving ancient star, yet the universe was cold and dark. Mostly filled with lifeless ancient stars, devoid of vitality. Even when she found lands teeming with life, they were already occupied by other beings. To this day, she had yet to discover a truly unclaimed life-giving ancient star. During her wandering, she inadvertently stepped onto the imperial path, expecting to find information there, only to discover the path was merciless. All beings were engaged in slaughter, seemingly fighting for the destiny of this era. She harbored no great ambitions and held no interest in becoming an emperor. She merely wished to find a life-sustaining land for her king. However, throughout her journey, she had witnessed too much, from the initial saints to the present great saints. Her path had been remarkably smooth. She had stumbled upon hidden realms, collected rare treasures, and even forged her own path. Every challenge posed by other beings had been vanquished, yet she seldom resorted to lethal force. As her reputation grew, she stood alongside the brightest prodigies, only a hair's breadth away from those monstrous talents. Yet none of this was what she desired. She was concerned for her king. She needed to find a life-giving ancient star swiftly. Thus, she set forth once more, resuming her journey along the imperial path, wandering through the cosmic expanse. Unbeknownst to her, she crossed into the realm of the great sage, stepping into the ranks of the quasi-emperors, and was simultaneously hailed as one of the most extraordinary prodigies of this era. In a conversation with a close friend, she learned of a piece of information. When the emperor attains enlightenment, the will of destiny would bestow blessings, revitalizing the land of enlightenment. Furthermore, after attaining the status of emperor, the emperor would possess supreme power, able to subdue even the beings of forbidden lands, rendering the search for life-giving lands trivial. Inspired, Li Haiteng resolved, "I shall attain the status of emperor. I will become the great emperor of this era, revitalizing my homeland." The gentle and kind-hearted woman began to conceal her true self. After this, she transformed into a formidable figure bearing the Taoist treasure jar, employing overwhelming methods to subjugate numerous prodigies. Her demeanor was now cold and unyielding, devoid of any softness. Her strikes were ruthless, and she encountered no rivals along the entire imperial path, standing alongside a few other beings as the most radiant prodigies of this era. At the end of the imperial path, the wheel of destiny descended, enveloping 7 beings in golden divine light. Upon the imperial monument, it listed the 7 individuals qualified to attain the status of emperor in this era. Li Haiteng was among them. Chapter 39. The perfect harmony of the 5 elements. Entering the supreme emperor realm, the final battle of this era, suddenly, an unparalleled supreme power surged within the small realm, causing the great Tao to resonate, manifesting countless phenomena, and the entire small realm trembled. Radiating light, a 5-colored aura shot skyward. At this moment, the 5 supreme and flawless sources of the Tao intertwined and merged, ultimately forming a 5-colored canopy that descended with the supreme laws simultaneously. An indomitable aura, capable of suppressing the ages, began to fill the small realm. At this moment, Chen Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing the heavens, seeing through the ages. Finally, he achieved his goal. He rose slowly, his figure becoming immensely imposing. The 5-colored canopy swirling around him, countless paths converging, as if he were an emperor overlooking the ages, causing the sun and moon to pale in comparison and suppressing all the harmony of the 5 elements. Embodying the supreme source, this was the true essence of the supreme emperor realm. Feeling the boundless divine might within him, Chen Changsheng finally comprehended how terrifying a true emperor could be, far beyond the self-destructive forbidden beings. He had perfected the final aspect of the 5 elements vitality technique, achieving complete harmony of the 5 elements. The integration of the 5 perfected paths burst an eternal cycle, transforming into the purest and highest source. Even without the blessings and baptism of destiny, he was now indistinguishable from those ultimate beings who lived to seize destiny. Throughout history, many alternative pathfinders had evaded the constraints of destiny, yet most were on par with emperors. And he was now the perfect emperor, unbound by any restrictions. This immense power, he had only briefly felt when he initially unified 2 martial paths. Now, he needed no martial techniques. Every gesture summoned the power capable of shifting the very foundations of existence. He had achieved it. At 67,000 years old, he successfully broke through the ceiling, officially entering the Supreme Emperor realm, standing among the revered emperors of the highest order in the world at long last. He no longer has to live in fear of anyone. Having reached this pinnacle, he seems to embody the very essence of heaven and earth, rendering all doctrines and divine powers inconsequential in his eyes. For he himself is the great way. If those forbidden beings still harbor designs against me, I would not hesitate to unleash a massacre. His previous restraint stemmed from an inability to disregard all others. However, in the present, he can dismiss the majority of forbidden entities. Even at the utmost pinnacle of ascension, he can confront them head-on rather than delay. Chen Changsheng cast his gaze upon the celestial tree blossom, which now radiated an overwhelming vitality. Once I stabilize my realm, I shall accompany you to explore the path to immortality at the edge of the universe. Now, having entered the imperial realm, Chen Changsheng's heart has found tranquility. Quietly attuning to the rhythms of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, subsequently, he delved into the profound understanding of the highest essence. Merely a decade has passed. On this day, the 9 heavens and 10 earths erupted in a sudden tumult. Countless paths manifesting simultaneously, as a vast sea of thunder began to coalesce above, exuding an aura of world destruction. A brilliant orb, akin to a convergence of myriad paths, materialized above the thunderous sea. Radiating an immeasurable brilliance, the aura of destiny permeated the ancient lands of life across the cosmos. At this moment, 7 golden pillars of light erupted from various corners of the universe, each belonging to beings recognized by destiny. All vying for the throne of emperorship. Has the time for the ultimate battle arrived? Who shall ascend to become the emperor? Chen Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, although he no longer harbored any obsession with becoming an emperor. He was nonetheless curious to see who among this era would claim that title. Thus, he did not mind waiting, intending to observe the emergence of the great emperor before venturing to the edge of the universe. Boom! The final battle commenced, with 7 supreme beings clashing amidst the starry expanse. The fluctuations from this conflict were immense. Not only were the creatures of the 9 heavens and 10 earths captivated, but also those lurking within forbidden grounds. The identity of the one who becomes emperor mattered little to them. What was significant was whether this great emperor would stir trouble. Chen Changsheng shared the same sentiment. A troublesome emperor could potentially bring great calamity upon oneself. The disparities among the candidates for enlightenment in this era appeared excessively pronounced. Observing the catastrophic battle unfolding beneath the stars, Chen Changsheng discerned clear differences among several combatants. As a result, the duration of this conflict was not prolonged. 4 beings fell one after another, vanquished and reduced to misty blood, leaving behind various ominous portents. Beneath the starry sky, only 3 supreme beings remained. One was a tall man, adorned with antlers, his eyes resembling stars, with a radiant cauldron floating above his head, an unparalleled figure. The second was a colossal entity manifesting as a gigantic golden ape, with a single horn sprouting from its brow, beneath which lay a pitch-black pupil, possessing the power to obliterate all. The last was a woman, with a dark treasure vial hovering above her, exuding an air of unmatched elegance. Her demeanor was icy, and her strikes were overwhelmingly domineering, as she effortlessly dispatched 2 rivals of equal standing. All 3 were beings of different races, the brightest luminaries of this age. One wonders if forbidden beings will intervene in this era. Not every era witnesses the emergence of an emperor. Such interventions by forbidden beings are not guaranteed. There are profound karmic implications at play, and failure may lead to reckoning in the future. The 9 Aperture Stone Emperor from the previous era is a case in point, having faced karmic retribution, suffering grave injuries in the process. Boom! At this juncture, the aura of destiny above the tumultuous sea of thunder surged with formidable waves. It is upon us, as anticipated. The 3 beings standing at the pinnacle of existence did not hesitate to summon their imperial tribulations. With a thunderous roar, the sea of thunder above roiled. 3 brilliant bolts of thunder erupted, threatening to annihilate the world, instilling terror in all beings across creation. This was the suppression of the heavenly path, the final trial for those supreme beings. The imperial tribulation was terrifying beyond measure, transforming the starry expanse into a realm of thunderous peril. In that moment, the 3 beings surged upward, elevating their auras to the zenith, as divine thunderbolts rained down, capable of obliterating any quasi-emperor. With the beings of the forbidden grounds take action, Chen Changsheng silently observed, witnessing the 3 figures within the imperial tribulation fiercely shattering the thunderous trials. Yet, to his astonishment, the 3 began to attack one another. There can only be one who attains enlightenment, and they were all brimming with confidence to kill. The golden ape shimmered with radiant light, as the horn upon its brow forcefully tore through the imperial tribulation. Simultaneously, the long eye erupted with dazzling divine light, aiming to rend the other 2. Boom! The man wielding the great cauldron, brimming with vigor, became enshrouded in countless stars, his form resembling a flawless crystal, impervious to calamities. He unleashed his fists, and in that instant, myriad laws surged forth, manifesting as a colossal dragon breaking free. The unparalleled woman was even more domineering, seemingly disregarding the imperial tribulation altogether. The treasure vial above her erupted, swallowing the essence of the sun and moon. As she charged forward, her aura consuming the universe with unmatched ferocity. Crack! The heavens shattered, as the three beings engaged in a fierce battle within the imperial tribulation. Though they were all extraordinary, even they sustained injuries under the weight of the terrifying tribulation. Blood spilled forth, and flesh and bone were cleaved asunder. Instantaneously turning to ash, they fought with unbridled fervor, completely losing themselves in the fray. At that moment, Chongchongsheng's eyes gleamed, as a colossal shadow materialized within the cosmos. As if separated from the 9 heavens and 10 earths by but a thin veil, would the forbidden ground finally intervene. Chapter 40. Bare-handed reception of imperial weapons. Supreme fate struck by heavenly punishment and tribulation. An immense shadow loomed over the starry sky, seemingly severing all paths and auras. This shadow was so colossal, it resembled a vast island, pitch black and radiating a forbidden aura. A dark figure squeezed through this shadow into the realm of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even from a distance, Chongchongsheng could perceive a profoundly decayed essence. This was an invincible being, whose age was unfathomable, yet their essence had completely withered, their time running short. It was for this reason that they emerged to strive once more. If they could seize the essence of the soon-to-be ascended being, perhaps they could prolong their existence. Is this a supreme being from the Isle of the Dead Sky? Chongchongsheng disregarded the once invincible figure, instead focusing on the shadow, contemplating that perhaps he should take control of a forbidden ground. It might be a worthwhile endeavor, of course. Facing an entire forbidden ground alone was perilous. He could stand his ground, but could not truly overturn a forbidden domain. Throughout history, only a handful of astonishing emperors have achieved such feats. In a bygone era, there were indeed forbidden grounds that had been overturned and never resurfaced. He could not accomplish this, and even the once exceptionally brilliant Aotian emperor might find it challenging, unless he could progress further. Perhaps one day, when the beings safeguarding those forbidden grounds are few, I may attempt it. He remained curious about the forbidden grounds, pondering how they could evade the passage of time and the scrutiny of destiny, as well as the identities of their masters and the secrets behind their existence. Gently shaking his head, he acknowledged that with his current invincible power, he might yet unravel these mysteries. Boom! The imperial tribulation surged as the three beings fought to the brink of death, all sustaining injuries. Just then, a dark radiance erupted, and the decayed figure suddenly appeared in the starry expanse, pointing a finger, as terrifying forbidden power spread forth, crashing into the sea of imperial tribulation. Although this forbidden might was constantly weakened by the sea of tribulation, it was nonetheless a strike from a once invincible being. Even in self-destruction, with their essence depleted, they were far beyond the capacity of an unascended quasi-emperor to withstand. Crack! The void shattered, along with the imperial tribulation. Obliterated, the tall man, glowing with radiance, manifested a resplendent divine garment that intercepted the attack. However, he too was pushed back thousands of miles, engulfed by the terrifying imperial tribulation. The golden ape let out a furious roar, wielding an immense halberd exuding supreme essence, launching a devastating strike that intercepted the forbidden being's assault. A terrifying shockwave erupted, amplifying the power of the imperial tribulation, as terrifying thunderous beings descended from above, unleashing various imperial techniques in a barrage. Boom! The golden ape, beneath this onslaught of thunder, was reduced to a bloody pulp, manifesting a 3-headed, 6-armed avatar, yet it was soon shattered by the relentless bombardment of the thunderous beings. Chongchongsheng was somewhat taken aback, for he sensed the aura of the 9-aperture stone emperor from the halberd. To his surprise, this imperial weapon had been lent to the golden ape. However, due to its affiliation with a recent invincible being, the unleashed power was immense, drawing the attention of destiny. Consequently, the terrifying imperial tribulation grew even more formidable than before. Under the imperial tribulation, the figure of the golden ape was pitifully battered, continuously fracturing as it plummeted. Chongchongsheng's gaze involuntarily shifted to the unparalleled woman. In the face of the forbidden being's ambush, she lacked any protective imperial weapon. Instead, ancient artifacts manifested from her body, her fortuitous treasures. In that moment, they all surged forth, intercepting the dreadful assault. Yet, in the blink of an eye, these artifacts were all obliterated. Her expression remained unchanged, resolute, revealing a glimmer of determination. Please calm down. Suddenly, the great dull vial above trembled, engulfing all the surrounding imperial tribulations. In an instant, a terrifying beam of pitch-black light erupted. Under the thunderous imperial tribulation, that forbidden strike was intercepted. However, her figure was in tatters, and the great dull vial lay shattered. A humanoid imperial tribulation descended from the heavens, piercing through her body. She was left powerless to continue the battle, blood spilling across the starry sky. Could she not endure? Witnessing this scene, Chongchongsheng sighed deeply. Initially, He held high hopes for this woman, yet now, all was in vain. The beings in the other two realms of thunder were evidently struggling as well, particularly, the golden giant ape was on the verge of collapse. The entire chain of causation stemmed from the actions of this forbidden being. Chen Changsheng merely cast a faint glance at him, lacking any intention to intervene. Everything was but a matter of cause and effect. Even if no beings achieved the throne in this lifetime, it made no difference to him, yet, at that moment, Chen Changsheng suddenly froze. Could there still be a turning point? Was it truly beyond her capabilities? Within the imperial tribulation, the terrifying thunder tribulation obliterated everything, and Li Haitang's figure was continuously destroyed beneath the thunder, along with the great Tao dissipating, in the blink of an eye. Only half her face and a faint trace of consciousness remained. In this final moment, she felt a pang of regret. Ultimately, she had failed her kin, she had not become an emperor, nor had she found a suitable ancient life star for her clan. This was her sole obsession. Deeper than the desire to become a great emperor, my kin, I am sorry, I am so sorry. She was overwhelmed with self-reproach, guilt, and a touch of unwillingness, yet it was all futile. The remaining eyes shed tears. But faintly, she heard a voice. We have not yet lost. We have not yet found a place of life for our kin. Have we? Are you tired? You have worked hard these years. Rest well, I will take over from here. I will find the ancient life star for our kin, and I will attain the throne in this era. She vaguely perceived a delicate silhouette caressing her cheek, eyes still shimmering with that irritating fragility. This was once her, the kind-hearted, compassionate, and weak version of herself, the very aspect she despised most long ago. She had suffocated that weakness, sealing it deep within an unfathomable abyss. Kindness and fragility could not save her kin. Only by relinquishing all aspects of herself could she embark on the true path of salvation. This was her way, yet, she reemerged, smiling, filled with tenderness and pity, and radiating an unparalleled confidence. She felt at ease as the foreheads of the two figures gently touched, intertwining to form the purest blinding white light. Beneath the imperial tribulation, a dazzling white light emerged, almost more blinding than the thunder tribulation itself. Chen Changsheng suddenly rose to his feet, his eyes glowing with divine light as he gazed at the imperial tribulation. What a terrifying Tao! How is this even possible? He saw two figures amidst the thunder tribulation, both bearing the same visage, one exuding a domineering aura that looked down upon the world, while the other was as gentle and tranquil as water. At that moment, her aura returned to its peak state. An arc of white light appeared, shattering countless imperial tribulations, including those thunder tribulation beings. This scene was utterly astonishing. It was as if the entire imperial tribulation ceased to unleash any further thunder, entering a state of vacuum, like a celestial river suddenly running dry. However, no one anticipated that the golden giant ape would, at that moment, unleash all its strength, wielding the imperial weapon with overwhelming might. Charging towards that woman, at this time, Li Haitang beheld the imperial weapon. Her appearance was weak, yet she showed no signs of fear. What of the imperial weapon? She transformed into a beam of white light, rushing directly towards the imperial weapon, her delicate hand striking against the great halberd. When the surrounding thunder tribulation and great Tao all crumbled, the imperial weapon trembled, and ultimately, it fled without looking back, vanishing into the depths of the universe. This spectacle was utterly astonishing. A being yet to attain the Tao had managed to repel an imperial weapon with her bare hands. Not only Chen Changsheng but even those beings and forbidden existences observing from the shadows fell into silence. Who would have thought that a seemingly fragile woman could effortlessly send an imperial weapon flying? Had she already revealed the power of the forbidden before fully transcending? Even Chen Changsheng marveled. This woman was already invincible, and surely, the great emperor of this lifetime would be her. Soon after, as he had predicted, the woman transformed into a beam of white light, directly breaking through the imperial tribulation thunder sea. At that moment, the mandate of heaven trembled, descending countless auspicious signs and golden lights to guide her figure forward. Meanwhile, the decayed supreme being was filled with dread. He was far too decayed, having drawn attention after just one action. He felt anxious but still waited. The golden giant ape exploded within the imperial tribulation. He swiftly employed his means to absorb all origins and essence blood, transforming into a beam of light. Ready to depart, yet, it was too late. Someone had ascended to the throne. In that instant, the massive shadow disappeared, a terrifying wave enveloped him, and he could only unleash a roar of unwillingness. In the next moment, the wave of annihilation spread, engulfing an entire expanse of starry sky, including him. In the cataclysm of heavenly punishment, a generation of supreme beings thus vanished without a trace. At this moment, someone ascended to the throne. Merging with the mandate of heaven, on the other side, the thunder tribulation obliterated the world. The supreme perished beneath the heavenly punishment. Chapter 41. The Empress ascends, celestial phenomena descend. Changsheng bravely ventures into the cosmic wilderness. Regardless of the circumstances, Barrett would be informed to come see her. He only worried that she might quietly slip away during these 2 days. As they spoke, they arrived at the residence of the Spirit Sparrow. The Spirit Sparrow instructed Lu Shao to wait outside while she entered the house, searching for quite some time but unsure of what to take. Meanwhile, Lu Shao grew impatient waiting outside and urged her to hurry. In her fluster, she pulled a golden token from her bundle and held it in her hand before stepping out. Brooks acknowledged the defeat in this match, as the young Oklahoma City Thunder raised their white flags within the American Airlines Center. Was it not permissible to go out? Was drinking also off limits? Was nothing allowed? Then what was the purpose of her existence? You both should leave as well. These 10 are stronger than before. Jiang Dong looked at Zhang Doying and Tu Long. Filled with gratitude, as Shen Yuan spoke to this point, his eyes fixated on Luo Xian, as if he wanted to bore 2 holes into him, while Luo Xian furrowed his brow, diverting his gaze elsewhere. At that moment, the senator's envoy arrived at the prison, directly informing the man. He was now a senator and wished to avoid further trouble, as long as he promised to forget this matter. The senator would release him from prison, otherwise, no one could guarantee his son's safety. The internet CF owner was not obsessed with participating in CEST merely for the prize money. After all, in a first-tier city like Beat City, any owner capable of running a large internet CF could easily master hundreds of thousands to millions. In short, Shengzong was also human, afraid of death. No matter how fearless, he had no intention of sacrificing his life. Suddenly, the Bailin Pearl emitted a gentle green light, and Jiang Dong felt all pulling forces instantly recede like a tide, restoring his sacred body in an instant. Jiang Dong was overjoyed, realizing the Bailin Pearl was indeed effective. Alleviating much of his previous concerns, the White Jade Dream Demon, claiming to be the most prestigious top laner, was certainly not undeserving of the title, and naturally would not give the crocodile any opportunity. Of course, it was unanimous that those elder brothers, after witnessing the death matches, practiced martial arts with even greater diligence. Are you certain that the 4 who besieged you at that time could withstand your repeated attacks solely because of their battle gear? Could it be that your punches lacked sufficient force to completely incapacitate them? The suited man inquired after He Zong finished speaking. Meanwhile, in the back, Magneto, upon hearing Hong Tian's words, revealed a hint of smugness on his face. Brother has left first. Wait for me here. After saying this, Taizhu exited the room. Those who had just arrived needed to meet Feng Tian. Undoubtedly, the power of the wind and fire calamity was crashing within Hong Tian's body, and the thunder was naturally meant to penetrate Hong Tian's bones. Although he had not comprehended the thunderous net, this innate power was a part of himself. Was he not free to wield it as he wished? Mr. Liu need not stand on ceremony. Please, take a seat. Today, Yuan Zhang wishes to consult you on some matters. Yuan Zhang said courteously, separated from Su Ni's soul. Rong Lao regained consciousness, having sealed his 6 senses to ensure Su and I could smoothly utilize his realm. Completely unaware of what had transpired moments earlier, in the boundless and vast ocean of consciousness, Man Tianmin suddenly discovered a slightly larger black dot compared to those memory bubbles. Yet there was not a single bubble within a certain radius around that black dot. Thomas was about to retort, but upon seeing the chaotic formation of his side, he realized that now was not the time to pursue. If enemy troops charged over, it would surely lead to a grave defeat. So he reluctantly had to retreat. Then your father is the great sage Fan Xing. Wang Yu suddenly recalled something. At this moment, was Fan Xing already by Xiang Yu's side? Meanwhile, Leonard accomplished something monumental. He returned to his hometown, dug up his former colleague's grave, and upon discovering Klein had faked his death, he recklessly prepared to enter the dream realm to clarify matters with Dante. Lin Qingping decided to attempt this daring idea. Directing Qing Ren to leap among the 7 green skeletons while wielding the Peking sword, unleashing a dragon slash against the 7 skeletons that faced away from him, in the shadows. A series of creaking sounds echoed, reminiscent of teeth grinding against finger bones. The thunderous roar reverberated in her ears, a manifestation of her helpless cries, while the name Manfusheng etched itself indelibly into her very soul. Upon returning home from the hospital, the grandmother and granddaughter deliberated over preparing a nourishing yam and bone soup along with a goji and black-boned chicken soup to deliver to their aunt. For the hospital's meals could never rival the meticulous care of home-cooked fare. Lin Qingping, unlike L. Yifan and his companions, had not adequately prepared for the game. However, the system spirit's elucidation granted him a clearer understanding of what lay ahead. Ultimately, they discovered the animated corpse in a garden villa within the ruined enclave, confirming that Ma Wei and his entourage had established their base in Biam. After all, he possessed only his fists and feet. Despite the impossibility of hundreds of stone men surrounding him simultaneously to attack, there were always 4 or 5 encircling him, with one falling only for another to take its place, an endless cycle of relentless pursuit. Contrary to what many had anticipated, the scene in the basement was not one of chaos, since Yang Chuin's corporeal form had been incinerated within the crystal coffin, it was indeed within that very structure that the flames consumed her. Furthermore, the safe containing the Tian Bao and the Yinshan demon jewels had been breached, both treasures having mysteriously vanished. If this fellow could be subdued, he would undoubtedly become a formidable ally, as his defensive capabilities might prove invaluable. Is it true that domestic creations pale in comparison to their foreign counterparts? Very well. Create a work in your own field that surpasses those of foreign origin and then come to criticize me. What? Is there perhaps a celestial army lying in ambush? Yun Shu felt a thrill of joy upon hearing such news, yet he could not shake off the feeling that this surprise was too grand and sudden for him to fully believe. Gu Ya's fingers gradually descended as the prelude began to play, the melodious notes of the piano resonating, and soon after, Gu Ya's voice emerged softly, although he did not particularly require sleep to replenish his energy. Jiao Hao found immense pleasure in the sensation of slumber. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly. Kang Ming was the young supreme of the Kang clan, and he had also heard of Duanmu Changqing. It seemed Kang Ming had intentions of forming a partnership with her. Zhao Zhengjie also believed that with Huan Paopo and their 3 pairs of watchful eyes, there should be no significant issues. And thus he chose not to dwell on the matter further. Chapter 42. The mystery of the cosmic wasteland. What exactly lies in the cosmic wasteland? Chen Changsheng ventured into this desolate expanse, where an icy chill enveloped him, devoid of any light or signs of life, save for the ethereal glow emitted by the blossoming immortal wood flower, guiding him forward. It felt as though he had completely departed from the realms of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Unable to sense their essence or the grand past that governed them here, there was no sense of direction, severing all connections, leaving only emptiness and void. Moreover, this barren place was suffused with an eerie and inexplicable power, akin to a consuming force, a semblance of time itself, everything in utter chaos. Living beings could not draw upon the power of the grand past here. Even an emperor, should they delve too deeply into this realm, might find themselves unable to retrace their steps, gradually eroded by its overwhelming aura until they were utterly depleted. Chen Changsheng's essence was abundant, yet he felt that strange and uncanny force invading his being. Although his supreme essence could mercilessly crush it, this bizarre power seemed inexhaustible. No wonder this place was so perilous, Chen Changsheng mused, recognizing that even a being of imperial caliber would perceive danger here. This peculiar force was merely one aspect of the overarching threat. He glanced at the immortal wood flower, thinking that had it not been for this blossom, he would never have ventured into the imperial realm so readily. I hope you still remember the way a 5-colored divine might erupted, permeating this whole world, shattering all enigmatic powers. As he pressed onward, with each step, time became irrelevant. Even he found it challenging to gauge the passage of time in this forsaken place. Eventually, a faint glimmer emerged before him, and he quickly made his way towards it, intrigued by the presence of light in this void. Soon enough, he arrived at the source of the dim radiance. And to his astonishment, he beheld a vast ancient world, not smaller than some life-abundant ancient lands, yet in a state of ruin. Could life truly exist here? He advanced further, ultimately alighting upon this ancient realm. Wielding the unparalleled might of an emperor, unafraid of whatever may transpire, there was no vitality, nor any trace left behind. Was this all an illusion? It was a strange sensation. Within this world, he perceived no color. As if only the monochrome hues of antiquity remained, he reached out to touch the crumbling edifices, yet the sensation was not one of reality, but rather akin to shifting sands. As he moved forward, the structures and walls seemed to evade him, like flowing sand that dissipated only to coalesce anew not far off. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. These are relics not belonging to this epoch. He sensed an anomaly and was immediately enveloped in 5-colored flames, the radiant canopy of divine might cascading down upon him as the laws of the grand path swirled around him. His eyes glowed, as if to penetrate the veil of this world. In the next moment, the 5-colored divine might illuminated this realm, and as the light spread, the black and white scenery gradually faded, revealing the original hues of the ancient structures. Mountains and rivers. Simultaneously, he glimpsed some ephemeral shadows, beings that once inhabited this ancient land. Chen Changsheng unleashed the supreme forbidden power, casting this ancient world into relief. Indeed, it did not belong to this epoch, and he could distinctly sense the aura that was foreign to this time. What kind of power could transform this realm into a blend of reality and illusion? He muttered to himself, and at that moment, a forbidden force awakened within the illuminated world, far more powerful than those who had resorted to self-destruction. Yet, it emanated an unparalleled aura of chaos, slaughter, and destruction. He turned, the 5-colored divine might revolving around him. A half-charred, pitch-black hand erupted from the depths of the earth. With a single strike, it drained the world of all color, reverting it to monochrome. Chen Changsheng remained unperturbed, raising his hand to suppress the myriad laws. After all, it was merely a half-hand, infinitely close to the supreme, yet still bound by its limitations. The five-colored divine light tore through everything, annihilating the darkness and chaos that the blackened hand had conjured. Following this, he unleashed his imperial fist, the laws erupting in a dazzling display. Soon after, the half-charred hand was subdued, the power of the grand path transforming into radiant strands of order that bound it securely. He reached out, drawing it before him, sensing an awareness emanating from the half-charred hand, an awareness that mirrored his own aura, chaotic, dark, and rife with brutality, as if the souls of countless beings had fused to form this consciousness. An ominous entity, this half-hand possessed power rivaling that of a supreme. Chen Changsheng felt an unease, uncertain if this entity had wrought destruction upon this world or if it had come into existence only after the world's demise. He had no time to ponder further. The five-colored divine flames crystallized into the purest essence, thoroughly refining the half-charred hand. Subsequently, he departed from this place. Though mysterious, it was not the purpose of his journey. Chen Changsheng set forth once more, and the world returned to tranquility. In the void, he floated for an indeterminate time until suddenly, the realm quaked, emitting a sound, hee-hee. Since encountering the previous bizarre world, Chen Changsheng resolved to avoid all that lay before him. For instance, at this moment, a towering corpse floated towards him. This corpse, tinged with an ancient bronze hue, had long since lost its vitality, yet it radiated a potent imperial aura, supreme and unparalleled. This was a being of enlightenment. How it came to be here remained a mystery. Enveloped in five-colored flames, Chen Changsheng found himself targeted by the imperial corpse, which seemed to flow toward him as if carried by a current. He discerned that the imperial corpse was bound by 3 chains of celestial gold, inscribed with various runes. He could grasp only fragments of their meaning, leaving him bewildered. Is it looking to confront me? With imperial might surging within him, he unleashed a tremendous divine aura against the encroaching imperial corpse, yet it remained unmoving, merely exuding a faint imperial presence. Ultimately, Chen Changsheng extinguished his divine might, willingly allowing the corpse passage. Very well, you are formidable, a forebear. I yield the way to you. He stepped aside, and the imperial corpse drifted past him, origin unknown, its destination likewise uncertain. The absence of conflict with this imperial corpse brought Chen Changsheng a measure of relief. Should a confrontation arise, what would that entail? Winning would be one thing, but losing. He shook his head in resignation, continuing to follow the immortal wood flower, though he could not help but voice a complaint. Little flower, do you still recognize the way? The immortal wood flower suddenly erupted with a wave of energy, darting ahead. Chen Changsheng quickly followed, and soon, he spotted a well not far off. Only the well's mouth remained standing amidst the icy void, a pitch-black chain coiling out from it, extending into the unknown. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Changsheng felt utterly baffled. Despite the absurdity, he tensed, the operation of his supreme essence momentarily stalling. Who in their right mind would dig a well in such a place? Chapter 43, The Ancient Well, Path to Ascension, and the Jade Crystal Mountains. Though it was merely a careless remark, at that moment, Chen Changsheng felt as if he were facing an imminent threat. His countenance was grave as he gazed at the ancient well before him, which seemed to have stood eternally in this very place. Such a sensation was rare for him, especially now that he had transcended to the realm of the supreme deity. Possessing the highest primordial essence that allowed him to overlook Aldian, neither the self-exiled sovereigns nor the forbidden zones could evoke such feelings within him. It was akin to the way he felt when he first beheld the 3 ancient forbidden realms. Filled with an enchanting allure, a radiant aura of 5 colors enveloped him, and the 5-colored canopy displayed its utmost might, making him appear as if he were the sole emperor of all ages. At this moment, the 3 martial spirits within him trembled in unison. A cauldron of myriad spirits manifested, revealing countless life forms. A colossal axe materialized in his hand, exuding an aura capable of annihilating everything. With a blade that shimmered with the terrifying essence of creation and destruction. Subsequently, even the incompletely formed 3rd martial spirit emerged, taking the shape of an ancient bell, resonating with the tides of time. In this instant, Chen Changsheng had reached the zenith of his life, endowed with an impeccable imperial essence and wielding the unparalleled might of a supreme being. Even if the once astonishing Aotian emperor stood before him, he would not shy away from battle. Yet, facing that ancient well, despite his unwavering resolve, he felt an overwhelming powerlessness, a sensation more profound than when he first encountered the Emperor Aotian, fully aware of the insurmountable chasm that lay between them. However, as a supreme being, how could he retreat without a fight? The 5-colored canopy burst forth with its most resplendent light, and he yearned to see if he could indeed overturn this ancient well. But in the next moment, the chains within the well trembled, a sound ringing out not loud, yet it detonated in his ears. A faint light flickered from the depths of the well, fleeting as a wisp of smoke. At the moment this light appeared, a force transcending the laws of existence revived, an irresistible power that words could scarcely convey, compelling even the mightiest of emperors to acquiesce. Thus, the five-colored aura surrounding him extinguished. The three martial spirits retracted their essence and returned to his body, trembling briefly before settling into tranquility. His path seemed to have been severed cleanly. What a terrifying force this was, at that moment. He could only reflect on the existence of a power that indeed surpassed that of the Emperor, effortlessly suppressing a perfect Emperor's strength. Truly hard to believe, although that light did not target him. It conveyed a singular message: do not wield weapons. Consequently, everything that constituted Chen Changsheng vanished. This was akin to the decree of heaven and earth, permitting but a single being to ascend to emperorhood. There would never be a second. An absolute principle. Chen Changsheng turned his gaze toward the celestial flower of the immortal wood. So it was. When he looked back at the ancient well, the aura that had once overwhelmed everything had completely dissipated. Rendering the well an ordinary relic, he understood, and without hesitation, he stepped forward. Even as he approached the well, no ominous occurrences transpired. Then, without a backward glance, he departed entirely. Only when he vanished from sight, leaving the ancient well behind, did his primordial power begin to revive, restoring his flawless strength. He smiled and shook his head, comprehending everything yet unwilling to dwell further. The celestial flower of the immortal wood transformed into a streak of light and continued onward. Afterward, he encountered several perplexing phenomena, yet he did not pause. Eventually, it was unclear how much time had passed. The guiding celestial flower finally came to a halt, emanating an inexplicable tremor. At this moment, the guidance of the celestial flower was no longer needed. For Chen Changsheng beheld before him a vast, shattered world. Its vastness was unparalleled, far exceeding that of the 9 heavens and 10 earths where he resided, yet it was fragmented, as if it had sustained grievous wounds. Utterly in ruins, the closer he drew, the more he could sense the grandeur this world once possessed. Merely setting foot upon one of its fragments was akin to standing on a realm comparable to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. And there were thousands of such shattered fragments. At the heart of this multitude of broken worlds, a colossal pillar of light surged skyward, its connection to some unknown realm. This shattered world, with its countless fragments swirling around the towering light column, was breathtakingly awe-inspiring. It bore the essence of the laws of the great Tao. Chen Changsheng, accompanied by the celestial flower of the immortal wood, approached, sensing the presence of the great Tao's essence, though different from that of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This Tao was fractured, imperfect, perhaps remnants of the world as destruction. He reached out, gathering the residual laws of the great Tao and keeping them close. He pressed onward, finally nearing the immense light column. This pillar pierced through the entire world, boundless and enigmatic. It was the path to ascension. Chen Changsheng gazed at the golden column, furrowing his brow. It bore a striking resemblance to the aura of the path to ascension that the Aotian Emperor had once sought. However, this path was far too colossal. Previously, he had glimpsed certain images associated with the celestial flower of the immortal wood. The path to ascension radiated an exceedingly terrifying aura, incomparably greater than what he now faced. With numerous beings of immense power attempting to ascend against the current, these were not ordinary imperial beings but those who could suppress the ages. Yet ultimately, the imperial weapons shattered, their flesh and blood dissipated, and those beings vanished into the path to ascension. Throughout history, records of the path to ascension have existed. From where did this path originate? As he circled the route, he occasionally spotted some incomplete ancient artifacts drifting nearby. Their origins illustrious, yet having long lost their luster due to the passage of time. The path to ascension lay in serene tranquility. Could he enter? He glanced at the celestial flower of the immortal wood. In the visions he had seen, beings had fallen from the path, lost to oblivion. He speculated that it might have been this very celestial flower, whereupon a being had undergone rebirth, residing within an immortal divine herb, successfully yielding a fruit of the Tao. As if sensing something, the celestial flower of the immortal wood dashed into the colossal light column. Chen Changsheng hesitated for but a moment before promptly following suit. Before him unfolded a golden world, devoid of turbulence or any sense of peril. The celestial flower began to ascend against the current, and Chen Changsheng did likewise. However, the higher he climbed, the more he felt an oppressive force, a sealing power that dulled his supreme essence, calming the laws of the great Tao within him. Moreover, this sealing force intensified. At this moment, Chen Changsheng was compelled to exert his perfect primordial essence to resist this sealing power. The 5-colored divine light intertwined around him. He ascended as if an emperor, with a forbidden aura swirling about him. He did not know how long he had been moving upward when a fragment floated in the golden world. He reached out and grasped it, a shard of an imperial weapon. He thought of those beings and continued upward, encountering an increasing number of broken fragments, all remnants of imperial weapons. Yet the principles and truths had long since faded into obscurity. The sealing force grew ever more potent, yet he did not sense any imminent danger. However, at this moment, the martial spirits within him stirred, rushing forth. An unparalleled might unique to him surged ever upward in the golden world. Time passed, and he discerned a massive shadow looming above, radiating brilliant divine light. Chen Changsheng looked up and beheld a breathtaking sight. It was a range of mountains, pristine white as crystal, soaring into the clouds. Shrouded in ethereal mist, immense beyond measure, situated beneath the golden light column, two extraordinary forces clashed against one another. Beneath the mountains, he could not discern the full picture, unless he stepped beyond this golden realm. He faintly guessed why the path to ascension remained so tranquil. It was likely due to this jade crystal mountain. He had witnessed an image in the celestial flower of the immortal wood, where the path to ascension gleamed resplendently, the golden light column piercing through heaven and earth. The jade crystal mountains had seemingly collided into the golden column, obstructing the path to ascension entirely. Chapter 44. The White Jade Capital in the Heavens, 12 Towers and 5 Cities. Lin Yun returned to the stone chamber in a daze, lying supine upon the stone bed, faintly sensing the deep-seated anticipation buried within Jin Xian's heart. Yet this emotion was one he could not accept at present. His heart felt as if it had been turned upside down. A tumult of sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy sensations surged forth, refusing to settle. From the kitchen to the main hall, Mu Ying clung to Uncle Lei and Aunt Huo, eager to uncover the reason for eating laba congee. This inquiry left both Uncle Lei and Aunt Huo momentarily speechless. They only knew it was a customary dish shared by generations, but as for the reasons behind it, they had never truly contemplated. Lin Yuyo had initially resolved not to attend Ouyang Ying's birthday banquet out of spite. However, upon realizing that even the Empress Dowager, who had not attended the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet, had graciously chosen to come, she recognized that if she truly allowed her emotions to dictate her actions, the Empress Dowager would surely hold it against her in her heart. Thus, Lin Yuyo reluctantly followed the Empress Dowager to the banquet, now that the Empress Dowager had passed away. If the Emperor could bring Lady Long into the palace and serve her as he had served the Empress Dowager, even granting Lady Long the title of Empress Dowager, the fourth prince would undoubtedly be immensely grateful to the Emperor. If the fourth prince felt gratitude toward the Emperor, he would abandon any thoughts of usurping the throne. Shao Xiling stated, "With me here, what problem remains? However, you ought to raise my salary. I have yet to receive a single penny from the company." Liu Shaoxia's aggrieved demeanor would evoke sympathy in anyone who saw her. As if they wished to shield her from the storms of life. Has he turned over a new leaf? That would require the sun to hit the moon. Wei Shao scoffed, "But seriously, you should investigate where those original girls have gone. This old fellow surely isn't embarking on a new project, is he?" Shao Gongzi expressed boundless gratitude to Zhang Qi and Yu Tianzhong, showering them with thanks before departing with Lin Xinru. At this moment, Kuna had already commenced her assault on Lu Chengdu, and Lu Chengdu's one-handed sword triggered another special effect, reducing Kunao's health to a mere 11. Huo Rong raised his hand, bestowing a blessing upon Beast King Rexer. This fellow was truly self-destructive. Lin Yun, in a moment of inexplicable melancholy, sighed deeply in his heart, longing for Yi Qinfeng, while the feelings of concern for Rong Zhubian grew increasingly intense, akin to a shadow that lingered beside him. In the Shizhuoville where Lin Gong resided, thick cotton curtains hung around the parlor. As the chill of early winter began to permeate the air, the ancient Buddha knew that something was amiss. Especially with the sudden downfall of Di Yang, leaving the entire Kunlun celestial vein in silence. Long Chu Chu, having followed Xi Zhuya for many years, was aware that in his possession lay a very special entity, the Tiangang divine weapon. Lian Fangzhou intended to take Qingfeng and Zhang Xuer out, so he asked Lian Che and Lian Fangqing to inform them to come over to the main residence later. Yi Linghua only realized after changing her attire that it was the Xian who had stealthily taken that set of garments, while Guangzi was momentarily distracted. Qin Bei, feeling helpless, had no choice but to check if the bird's nest porridge was still warm, while Rui casually let her hair down, securing it with a wooden hairpin, which added an alluring charm to her appearance. However, unexpectedly, after so many years, he had taken the initiative to request to learn, which delighted the old gentleman immensely. "Very well." Jun Wuxiu nodded, as the events that transpired in the dining hall today had truly vexed her. Abstaining in the future would spare her the trouble of tainting her eyes and ears, unaware of the circumstances. One must be brought down. Yi Mingshuang's words were laced with growing hostility. When a person struggles with a matter for too long, their temperament inevitably becomes irritable. The four of them were all formidable sea-level figures. Although the soldiers had mutated, they were still unable to withstand such a combined assault. Shadows flitted by, and limbs were sent flying in all directions wherever the shadows passed. Calamity ensued. Yi Qing touched his chin, observing the suddenly benevolent demeanor of Yao Zijing, who had always spoken ill of him, and felt a tinge of apprehension about entering. Could this fellow be plotting against him? It was not that Yi Qing was overly concerned. He genuinely believed that Yao Zijing, when determined, could accomplish anything. Why was there nothing amiss before? Yet now there is. You are puzzled, aren't you? Fear not, for I shall enlighten you. Gino snapped his fingers with a sense of delight, and Qing nodded in agreement, remarking that it was indeed time to return. After all, this was a matter concerning Jiang Guangguang's family, and she felt it inappropriate to say much. Merely inviting Jiang Guangguang to dine, evidently, he was unable and should not activate the berserker mode, for even if he activated his abilities, he could shake off the second-level zombies, including the Butcher and Blood Demon. Yet, how could he rid himself of the Scythe Demon? The aircraft ascended gradually, cutting through the clouds, leaving a brilliant streak across the azure sky. Having faced adversity before, Song Sheng was now reluctant to approach them. Pondering what else he could do besides discarding it, to date, he had already switched to his third sword. The protective aura enveloped him as a surge of information flooded into Yi Qing's mind. The Divine Beast's protection allowed the Divine Beast to merge with his body, granting him the abilities of the Divine Beast. Caught off guard, Yi Qing hardly had time to eat, however, given his cultivation. Whether he ate or not was inconsequential. It was merely a matter of habit. Rest assured, in 2 days, knowing your time is precious, I won't keep you. Shen Tuholong rose to see his guests off. Only once I have a practical understanding of your abilities can I provide guidance. From what I have observed, your battles seem like mere child's play to me, and thus, I find no need for counsel. Hunting haven't derided them further, provoking them. This matter may not be devoid of recourse. Chen Qiao is fundamentally decent. What if it is a misunderstanding? I do not wish for Enqi to act impulsively and make any regrettable decisions. He advised gently. The medicine you gave me last time remains unused. Let me fetch it, Qi remarked, looking at the unconscious black ape. Addressing Fan Jing, he lowered his head, recognizing those familiar characters, and could not help but let a tear fall. It was not Crocodile who had sent Man Luo flying. It was Bonus, who had closely followed Crocodile. Bonus blinked in surprise after striking Man Luo, then glanced at his own hands in astonishment. Susan and Sang Yu exchanged glances, surprised to discover such profound implications behind it all. Regardless, ensuring she safely delivered the child was now of utmost importance. A piercing gaze from Mihawk above the battleship tightened. As the world's strongest black blade descended from the sky on that day, in the desolate regions of the Milky Way, every royal family that had enmity with Chengfeng was contacted by the ancestors of the Yu Xian clan. Each ancestor gritting their teeth and deciding to join forces to eradicate humanity, with Earth and Chengfeng as their primary targets. Chapter 45. Return to the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The Empress blocks the door. In recent days, Jiang Yan had been exerting herself, engaging in activities such as running and jumping, or lifting heavy objects, even upon discovering that this era possessed desserts made of ice, including something akin to ice cream. She had not ceased indulging for the past 2 days. Huang Zhong, Lu Guo, and Huan Su exchanged glances and nodded in unison, their expressions resolute. The Empress Dowager had prepared thoroughly. It was merely a formality. She noticed that Li Renji and Jiang Ning bore no expressions of surprise, but when she saw Jiang Yan, there was a hint of unexpectedness. In the current continent, attaining the Wu Emperor realm was considered the highest level, yet according to Lian Air, regardless of whether those individuals hailed from the divine realm, they truly seemed not to belong to this continent. Where? Luo Yunxi involuntarily inquired, her sensitivity piqued by the emergence of the heavenly Daoxiu, leading her to question the origins of such phenomena. The maid beside her had grown up alongside Wei Jing. But as Wei Jing had never treated those around her kindly, the maid was not particularly saddened by this. Initially, and Chong had not recognized Shen Fei. It had been several years since their last meeting. Although Jiang Yan had been preparing for this matter, she had never mentioned it much to the Yin family, let alone to her uncle's family. In Bailu, Sun Hong exhaled, sensing the changes in his body. Within his dantian, the bluish-black demonic energy still lingered. However, the blue hue faintly shimmered with a hint of purple light, while the essence barrier beyond his dantian still felt both ethereal and stable. Hosu bore a look of disbelief, utterly unable to comprehend Su Zhang's enhanced prowess. Yu Yunyun smiled at the numerous veteran teachers seated below, her gaze casually sweeping over Zhongzhen, He and Lu Yixin, radiating an air of calmness, as if this were not a trial lecture but merely a regular teaching session. This revelation struck the Grand Alliance leader, who had always believed that the development of 8 Extremes Fist was at its peak. As if he had been dealt a heavy blow, realizing that what he had thought to be significant achievements were dismissed as trifles by others, akin to a legacy that stank of decay. No, this is impossible, Rogers exclaimed in disbelief. How could there exist a demon emperor beyond the control of the adept? How could a mere demon king command such allegiance from multiple demon emperors? The astonishment within Wang Yu's heart was evident. In the stillness of the forest at night, an almost suffocating silence enveloped the surroundings. Devoid of any sound or breeze, the divine energy was of paramount importance to the deities. Second only to the power of rules now, the divine energy throughout the entire divine realm was restless. How could the deities not be curious? Yet they could accomplish it themselves, so why involve him? Moreover, it seemed that side quests were not easily shareable with others. However, these two did not present any invitation. They merely signed on the notebook, and someone came to escort them to the carriage. Jiao Chou exhibited mild surprise. They were leaving just like that. He had anticipated a grand showdown, as he had no fear of those armed individuals. The face, now resembling a splendidly blooming rose, revealed traces of artistry, indicating that this was a man with a high pursuit of art. As night fell, Xi and Zong Tianhua tidied up the chessboard, lighting incense and candles on the altar in the courtyard to commence their rituals. If Pan Feng were to know that he had disrupted the records of the heavenly ladder, he would have anticipated the ensuing troubles. Thus, he refrained from doing so, lest he attract unwanted complications. These self-proclaimed clever individuals relished in speaking in riddles, fully aware of one another's identities yet shrouding everything in mystery. After all, Hong Yun was merely 17 years old, a 17-year-old battle king. If this were to spread, it would likely astonish the entire northern district and the Three Kingdoms. After finishing their tasks, they departed the inn for lunch, purchasing a set of brand new clothes before strolling along the streets with their horse. Once everyone had left, the great hall fell silent, and Beicheng Houyan, fatigued, rested his hand on his forehead. Closing his eyes to contemplate, fuming with anger, he cast a resentful glance at Su Linga behind Haiyan Chang. After encountering Su Linga, the man's attitude towards Zhang Xinyu shifted dramatically. His gaze filled with both fear and hesitation. He struggled to repel the feelings, yet something seemed to tether Haiyan Chang, leaving him ambivalent. Unsure of how to proceed, Zhou Bing and Qin Tian downed 5 or 6 cups of wine before noticing Mr. Li and Zhou Bing's unwavering stares directed at him. Nonsense. I refuse to believe that you, Cui Shengzhen, are so formidable, Mo Chang bellowed, suddenly turning to flee from the 5 elements golden light array, but he had not flown far when a bolt of golden lightning struck his forehead. Meanwhile, the battle intent within Hong Yun grew ever stronger. The Fox Demon King sensed that should he unleash a move embodying the power of the Fox Immortal, he would be unable to withstand the current Hong Yun. The Empress, with her face marred by a cloud of concern, gazed at the figure of Helan Shua, who appeared utterly incredulous at the decision she had made. In a fleeting moment, Liu reached a conclusion. Swiftly turning to face forward, knees slightly bent, adopting a poised stance of both offense and defense, Qinghua clutched her chest, struggling to catch her breath. In the biting cold, her garments were drenched in sweat. She understood that this was the obsession of her original self. His countenance was refined and elegant, perpetually graced with a gentle smile, embodying a warmth and elegance akin to a pristine spring. The relentless wind howled as it departed without a backward glance, and Lu Dongli paid no heed, consumed by the worries of his own choices, deprived of her sight and touch. It must be acknowledged that Sokumura was indeed a formidable adversary, especially after the Yu-Qi Cup, where his overall strength had experienced a remarkable elevation. Tianfeng glanced at the wounded Zhu Yi, pondering thoughtfully before stating that Jiguang was a crucial stronghold to the north of Luoyang. Heavily fortified, it was imperative that no chaos erupted within the city, lest even the Grand Tutor could not safeguard them. Indeed, I hail from the island nation. Shang Shangjian extended his hand towards Huangshan. Aware of the customary handshake among the citizens of the Eastern Republic, he took the initiative to offer his hand. The sudden pulse of the fingers at his neck displeased Qin Shufei, causing him to furrow his brow in irritation, not due to the threat to his vital points, but simply because the chill of the touch was discomforting. He tilted his head slightly, attempting to evade. Yet those fingers clung to his pulse as if they were shadows. Chapter 46. Confrontation with the Empress. 5,000 years. Restoring the pinnacle. The mandate weakens. Chen Changsheng found himself at a standoff with the contemporary Empress of the 9 heavens and 10 earths at the edge of the universe. It was difficult to fathom that the emperor of that time did not directly strike against this forbidden being. Even in the face of his grievous injuries, he could sense the Empress's imperial might was tranquil, devoid of the overwhelming battle intent typically associated with such figures, and there was no murderous intent directed at him. This only heightened his curiosity, prompting him to inquire, "You do not strike at me, yet you block my path here. What is your purpose?" It must be admitted, the unmatched grace of this Empress was striking. Standing beneath the expanse of stars, her demeanor was warm and serene, resembling a celestial maiden from the heavens above. The High-Ten Emperor merely smiled. "I harbor no ulterior motives. I am simply curious about you. When you ascended to Emperor, I sensed your aura, hence my desire to meet you." Chen Changsheng frowned. He was resolute in his belief that this Empress was extraordinary. Upon leaving the small world, he had deliberately concealed his presence, yet it appeared he had still been detected. "You are unlike those forbidden beings. Are you an invincible one, or a guardian?" Chen Changsheng simply raised his gaze and replied with a faint smile. "Whatever the Empress perceives me to be, that is what I am." The High-Ten Empress chuckled lightly. "You bear no scent of decay, nor the passage of time. you do not belong to the category of those who self-destruct at the pinnacle. Even if sealed away, it would not be for long. You have achieved enlightenment in an unconventional manner. Your essence is abundant. I surmise you must be a recent invincible figure, perhaps from the era of the proud Heaven Emperor or even further back. Even Chen Changsheng could not help but admire the sharpness of the High Ten Empress's insight, though he chose not to respond. How many years have passed since you attained the status of emperor? 6,500 years. Chen Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, realizing how much time had elapsed since he entered the universe's fringes. He then scrutinized the empress before him. 6,500 years. She must have traversed considerable distance beyond the imperial realm, and he wondered if she had reached the peak of this world. However, he conjectured she might surpass even the 9 Aperture 10 emperors. You returned from the cosmic wasteland, the empress inquired, her gaze imbued with a hint of intrigue. Might you divulge the circumstances therein? Chen Changsheng merely chuckled, discerning that the empress had no intentions of making an assault. If you wish to know, you should venture inside yourself. The High Ten Empress shook her head. I cannot leave the 9 heavens and 10 earths. She did not elaborate, yet Chen Changsheng surmised the reason behind it. Did you eradicate forbidden beings? Or did you venture to subdue those forbidden lands? The empress responded candidly. Not long ago, I vanquished a forbidden being and visited those forbidden lands, reaching certain agreements during my time in this world. I shall not permit any forbidden sovereign to harm living beings, nor will I actively provoke them. Chen Changsheng smiled, refraining from comment, merely wishing to return to his own domain, if the emperor has no further matters. I shall take my leave. He turned, departing in the expanse of stars, brushing past the great emperor. You are an invincible being. I hope that if calamity befalls this world, you will intervene. Chen Changsheng did not linger. Simply uttering those words, there is too much darkness in this world, too many taboos. Meddling will only lead to one's own demise. The empress glanced back, her eyes sparkling like stars, and in that moment, her presence sharpened, shattering all before her. At the very least, as long as I exist, I shall never allow those forbidden beings to manifest in this realm. Should one appear, I shall eliminate it. Chen Changsheng revealed a hint of derision. For how long can you impede them? 1 lifetime, 2, or 3? The former 9 Aperture Stone Emperor once vowed to cleanse the darkness of the world. Yet, what was the outcome? He willingly became one of the world's taboos. How can you guarantee that in your later years, you will not, in a bid to preserve your life, willingly self-destruct and likewise become a forbidden being? The High Ten Empress fell silent. If that day truly arrives, you may come to slay me. She regarded Chen Changsheng, a smile blossoming on her lips. So, you are an invincible being from the era of the 9 Aperture Stone Emperor. Chen Changsheng was taken aback for a moment before returning her smile. She had gleaned some information from his words, albeit not much. What do you think? He then drifted away once more. High Ten Empress. If you truly wish to safeguard this world, you ought to contemplate how to prolong your existence across more lifetimes. I differ from you destined beings. I can seal myself away, but you cannot. Chen Changsheng's figure gradually faded from view, leaving the High Ten Empress alone in the starry expanse. Moments later, she chuckled softly. To live longer. Perhaps Chen Changsheng returned to his small world, first inspecting everything. After 6 millennia, all remained well within his domain, indicating that no trouble had been stirred by those forbidden beings. Upon returning to his sanctuary, a sense of relaxation enveloped him. After over 6,000 years in the cosmic wasteland, it felt akin to being submerged underwater, and only upon returning to the 9 heavens and 10 earths did he find solace. Although he had endured grievous wounds this time, it was not without gain. The secrets of the Ascension Path and the White Jade Capital would one day come to light. With a wave of his hand, a mystical flower and the divine source that sealed the heavens returned to his small world. In the following days, he focused on restoring his state to its pinnacle. As for the Empress, he shook his head. Time would reveal all. What choice would ultimately be made, Chen Changsheng could not ascertain. Yet, as the High Ten Empress had stated, if she were to fall into the ranks of forbidden beings, then she should take his life herself. In this era, Chen Changsheng possessed the confidence and capability to do so. Let us await the outcome. He slowly closed his eyes. Time flowed endlessly, and within the small world, the great past continued to circulate. The moment Chen Changsheng shut his eyes, 5,000 years passed in an instant. Now, he had traversed 78,000 years. On this day, an overwhelming surge of primal power erupted within the small world, a kaleidoscope of colors swirling, as countless laws of the great path manifested in grand displays. Celestial light descended, and purple energy rose from the east. In that moment, Chen Changsheng quietly opened his eyes, a boundless and majestic might awakening, filling the entirety of his small world, causing it to tremble and emanate infinite divine light. A 5-colored canopy appeared above his head, and along with 3 forms of martial paths, they began to radiate brilliance, subsequently leaping forth from his being. At that instant, he had returned to his zenith. Feeling his own state, Changsheng sighed lightly. After over 6,000 years of wandering and 5,000 years of mending my wounds, I have squandered a decade. The completion of my third martial path shall be delayed once more. He regarded the ancient, imposing clock with a hint of helplessness. The third martial path was excessively domineering. Compounded by the tidal path of time, it would require a span of thousands of years before it could reach complete fruition. Then, Changsheng looked up, his gaze piercing through the small world to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It had only been 11,000 years. Could the High Ten Empress truly be unable to endure? At this moment, he sensed a sign of weakening in the mandate, indicating that this great emperor had entered her twilight years. The lifespan of this era's emperor was dwindling. However, he eagerly anticipated her subsequent choices. Would she live another lifetime? Or would she self-destruct? Yet, as the High Ten Empress had articulated, during her tenure, no dark upheaval had occurred. Still, he wondered how her later years would unfold. A formidable aura of invincibility erupted from Changsheng. Akin to an ancient emperor gracing the world, as a massive axe materialized in his hands. My great axe is parched with longing. Chapter 47. The late years of the Empress in the 11,000 years of the reign of the Empress High Ten. Signs of deterioration in her celestial mandate began to manifest. Only a select few beings, along with certain forbidden creatures that had not entirely succumbed to slumber, could perceive this subtle indication yet. The signs were not pronounced enough to herald an imminent collapse. However, those aware of these signs understood that the Empress was aging, approaching the twilight of her life. This phenomenon intensified abruptly in the 12,000th year, as the celestial mandate experienced tremendous fluctuations. The once vibrant force of destiny now rendered alarmingly feeble, accompanied by ominous portents that echoed sorrow and lamentation. Clearly, the Empress's decline was not merely a matter of time. There were likely physical afflictions at play. Was she contemplating a retreat? Changsheng felt a twinge of confusion. Such signs felt authentic, yet the Empress had only surpassed a mere 1,000 years of life, making it difficult for him to grasp the reality of the situation. Was it truth or deception? Soon, however, forbidden beings seized the opportunity presented by the waning celestial mandate. 2 such entities, imbued with the oppressive aura of ancient taboos, descended upon the ancient grounds of life within the cosmos, their actions seemingly a deliberate provocation towards the aging Empress. In the ancient grounds where the Empress High Ten resided, an imperial might surged skyward, a formidable presence that enveloped the universe, a figure transformed into a beam of white light, arriving in an instant. With a single strike, the supreme power of the Empress erupted forth, akin to the force of celestial beings, inciting a tumultuous response from myriad paths, whose blinding laws surged forth, hurtling towards the 2 forbidden sovereigns. The 2 entities of taboo, wreaking havoc in the cosmos, embodied the pinnacle of celestial laws, causing all paths to tremble and the heavens to rend asunder. A colossal shadow of darkness blotted out the sun, its towering form exuding a terrifying light from its abyssal eye, tearing through the fabric of the universe. The other figure manifested as a massive ancient tree, its trunk pitch black, as if propping up the very heavens. Upon its withered branches hung what appeared to be corpses, revealing that it was indeed a demonic tree transformed into an emperor. Changsheng, situated in a minor realm, paid no heed to the shadow of darkness, recognizing it as a mere illusion. Instead, his gaze was drawn to the immense ancient tree. Rumors spoke of the rarity of demonic trees, which symbolized darkness and bloodshed. Their emergence was akin to igniting chaos. Hence, wherever a demonic tree appeared, all beings would unite to suppress it. Yet, history bore no record of a demonic tree ascending to emperorship. Changsheng furrowed his brow, having scoured historical texts without finding mention of a demonic tree emperor. Perhaps that chapter of history had been erased by this very demonic tree. With a thunderous roar, the 2 forbidden beings, despite not reaching their utmost potential, exuded an overwhelming aura of taboo. This indicated they were not decrepit. Their essence remained substantial, and their power unmistakably manifested, successfully blocking the Empress's assault. Standing amidst the cosmos, the Empress High Ten's vitality appeared far from its zenith, her imperial might lacking in intensity, though she retained her youthful appearance. The 2 forbidden beings discerned her age and recognized she was no longer at her peak yet. Even in her decline, she remained eerily composed before the 2 sovereigns of taboo. Her eyes shone with brilliance, celestial light radiating from her back, and myriad paths enveloped the cosmos, swirling like a tumultuous ocean of divine radiance. She spoke. We once made a pact. While I am alive, you shall not manifest in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The colossal shadow of darkness revealed a single, obsidian eye at its center, as if countless souls were trapped within, crying out in torment, emanating a terrifying resonance. It responded, its voice reverberating through the heavens. A mere empress, now in her twilight years. What does it matter if she was once at her peak? A woman of the first tier truly believes that such oaths can bind us. The shadow's might was terrifying, its feet standing upon a sea of chaos, as if it had opened a pitch-black realm. These ancient grounds of life are but a few in the vast universe. Such grounds are plentiful, ripe for our consumption. They should consider themselves fortunate, and you, if you choose to ignore this, may yet navigate your twilight years in peace. Otherwise, the twilight of an empress shall be devoured by the forbidden. The Empress Haitan's expression remained serene, ethereal as a celestial being. She gazed coldly at the immense shadow of the tree. Withdraw now, and I may spare your lives, for you were once invincible. However, the colossal demonic tree offered no reply. Instead, a withered branch pierced through the void, aimed at an ancient ground of life. The laws cascaded down, causing the ancient ground to tremble as if the heavens were collapsing. You shall not escape. At that moment, the Empress Haitan finally took action. A blinding white light filled the cosmos, myriad laws cascading as she stepped forward, seemingly transcending time and space. Her speed surpassed worldly limits. The branch encountered destruction as if subjected to divine retribution. Shattering instantaneously, the force continuing to spread toward the tree's core. Boom! The countless branches of the demonic tree surged, as if manifesting 3,000 worlds, the dense power of celestial laws erupting like a tempest. Subsequently, a myriad of branches, infused with radiant law power, surged forth, causing the entire expanse of the cosmos to convulse, the void collapsing incessantly. The Empress Haitan's celestial power intensified, and she advanced, her pure, jade-like hand striking forth. Imperial might swirling, the power of celestial beings transforming into the brightest light, obliterating all in its path. Simultaneously, the shadow of darkness also moved, the might of taboo unmistakably evident. Its pitch-black eyes radiated terrifying energy, almost instantly rending the blinding white light asunder. Wielding a long spear, its shadow seemed to pierce the heavens, shattering the sun and moon. You have aged. Boom! The spear erupted in a crimson glow, causing a portion of the void to collapse. The Empress Haitan was forced to retreat, her hands forming seals. Behind her emerging 365 beams of light, each revealing an ancient artifact, all glowing and gently vibrating. She struck forth with her jade hand. 365 treasures of the Tao surged towards the shadow. The jet-black spear wielded the power of the utmost Tao, the shadow of darkness retaliating, continuously repelling the approaching treasures. Its tone dripped with disdain. What does it matter if you are an empress? You are still merely a woman. With a thunderous roar, a river of blood materialized in the cosmos, imprisoning all 365 treasures within its depths. Standing amidst the sanguine waters, the shadow was enveloped by countless bloodlights, a third eye beginning to pulse with a brilliant crimson glow. Meanwhile, within the minor realm, Chongcheng silently polished the axe in his hand. Memories of his previous confrontation with the Empress surfacing. In truth, this Empress possessed a heart of compassion, leaving a favorable impression upon Chongcheng. Despite their differing ideologies, she was indeed an emperor who cared for all living beings. Truly deserving of her title, Chongcheng smiled gently, initially intending to eliminate a self-destructive empress, but now, he pondered, who was to be slain. Thus, he stepped forth, emerging from the minor realm, the essence of the five elements beginning to transcend as he approached the battlefield amidst the stars. Just as he arrived, 3 strands of forbidden power simultaneously locked onto him. In that instant, realization dawned upon him. These forbidden beings sought not only to trouble the aging empress but also aimed to draw out a hindrance in their path. This was a trap laid for him. Remaining calm and composed, he observed the empress's battle, pondering how much longer she could endure, aware that he would soon have to unleash his full might. Within him, 2 forms of martial energy stirred restlessly, yet, the next moment, the 2 forms of martial energy subsided, leaving him astonished, for the empress merely conveyed a single message to him, no need to intervene. Just watch. Instantly, the once suppressed blinding white light surged in strength, multiplying severalfold. Concurrently, an overwhelming force of celestial mandate began to manifest, a chorus of myriad laws resonating throughout. The empress, in that moment, resembled a celestial being, with figures emanating from her form, charging towards the 2 sovereigns. At last, Chongcheng witnessed the formidable might of the empress, compelling the 2 forbidden beings into a corner, forcing them to elevate their power to the utmost. Within the cosmos, a singular phrase echoed repeatedly. I have merely aged, not perished. Chapter 48. The late empress subdues forbidden beings, living a second life within the vast expanse of the universe. The imperial might surged like an ocean, a blinding white light suffusing the cosmos, harmonizing with the potent force of celestial mandate, blooming into myriad lotuses. In this moment, the Empress Haitan unveiled an awe-inspiring presence, though she remained aged and her vitality dim. Her fervent gaze shattered the apex, as if seeking to suppress all ancient beings. The power of celestial beings intensified, figures transforming into ethereal entities, sweeping across the cosmos in a relentless onslaught against the 2 sovereigns. Boom! The power of celestial beings traversed the battlefield, obliterating all in its wake, forcing all paths to retreat. The 2 forbidden beings felt an overwhelming sense of peril, the shadow of darkness, spear in hand, displayed an expression of unbridled fury. The Empress High Ten, with a crack, the heavens split apart, and the two forbidden beings, without hesitation, elevated their powers to the utmost, for they sensed, without such elevation, their demise was imminent. Two flawless strands of the Grand Tao have coalesced, their overwhelming might saturating the cosmos, causing myriad paths to bow in submission. At this moment, two taboo beings have regained their zenith, possessing the power comparable to that of the great emperors in their prime. The sky above trembles, resonating with the presence of three impeccable emperors, distorting the very fabric of time and space within the starry expanse, manifesting chaotic currents that reflect ancient realms. This primordial force is so formidable that it seems the universe itself cannot accommodate their existence. Leading to a continuous cycle of collapse and reformation, the three perfect Tao powers clash with one another, transforming the celestial sphere into a resplendent mosaic of colors. However, the Tao of the Hui Ten Empress is excessively profound, provoking the descent of the heavenly mandate, as myriad laws materialize around her. Surveying the ages, on the opposite side of the cosmos, Changsheng stands quietly, awaiting the outcome of the confrontation between the three taboo presences. With neither side showing any intention to strike, as if they are all biding their time for the resolution of the battleground, a tremor seems to resonate within the martial essence of Changsheng. As he gazes at the figure, feeling an inexplicable connection, has she taken that fateful step? Many beings perceive the pinnacle of cultivation as the attainment of emperorhood, yet they remain oblivious to the paths that lie beyond. Like Changsheng, who has forged an unconventional route, there remains a path ahead, albeit one fraught with difficulty and obscurity, only vaguely visible to him. He muses that emperors must share a similar fate, with roads awaiting them as well. However, he has not endured the tribulations of an emperor nor aligned with the supreme heavenly mandate. Thus, he is uncertain of the emperor's path. Throughout history, countless emperors have risen, yet none have left behind insights on the journey that follows. This remains an enduring enigma. Changsheng believes that the Hui Ten Empress has traversed a significant portion of the emperor's path, far surpassing the 9 Aperture Stone Emperor, and is nearing the level of the Proud Heaven Emperor. If only Proud Heaven had not ventured into the path of ascension but instead lived out a third life, he would have been even more astonishing. Changsheng reflects with a sigh, once again fixating on the ethereal figure resembling a celestial being. He did not anticipate that the duel among the three emperors would conclude so swiftly, not in victory or defeat, but in life and death. The colossal demonic tree, having undergone ultimate transcendence, emanates an awe-inspiring terror. Its primal force obscures the heavens and the earth, refining the very starry sky. Subsequently, a vast arboreal realm descends, ensnaring the Hui Ten Empress within. Within the cosmos, only an immense tree realm remains, with leaves akin to constellations and roots resembling vast land masses. A somewhat slender figure stands at the center of this arboreal domain. Seemingly the deity of this world, he gently presses down a hand, and the sealing power of the entire realm descends, dissipating all Tao laws surrounding the Hui Ten Empress, suppressing her very essence. Yet, the Hui Ten Empress merely raises her gaze slightly, a mysterious character swirling within her eyes. Ultimate transcendence is but this. At a certain moment, the Hui Ten Empress transforms entirely into a beam of white light. When the light dissipates, only a phantom remains, cradling a Tao treasure vial as pure as jade. In that instant, the figure that appears to be the Hui Ten Empress softly utters a single word: annihilate. The jade-like Tao treasure vial suddenly trembles, the blinding celestial power fracturing into countless shards, each imbued with a chilling resonance of the Tao. The azure figure unleashes an invincible imperial might, as the entire tree realm morphs into a crucible of the heavens. With countless corpses beginning to awaken, a torrent of malevolence flooding the arboreal domain. Yet, in the next moment, white flames ignite upon one figure, spreading like a wildfire, enveloping the entire tree realm in searing white flames. Boom! The tree realm quakes, and in that instant, it is shattered, as an azure figure abandons the tree realm and swiftly flees into the distance, pursued relentlessly by a white light. A hand as pure as jade pierces through the imperial body in an instant, obliterating all divine might. In that moment, an imperial form is thus torn asunder in the cosmos, subsequently consumed by the white flames. Meanwhile, several Hui Ten Empresses intercept the demonic shadow, witnessing the fall of a taboo being, which instills within him a desire to retreat. Stand aside. The spear in his hand radiates overwhelming might, restoring him to his former peak, with his essence still relatively abundant, as the ultimate Tao surges forth, shattering several figures in an instant. Yet, soon after, several figures obstruct his path, one of whom, with a smile, declares, "It is too late to wish to leave now." The black spear obliterates all, yet a delicate hand effortlessly lands upon it. A surge of Taoic power erupts, sweeping across the surroundings. In that moment, the Hui Ten Empress comprehends everything. Why should the emperor of the Dream Charm clan conceal themselves? The demonic shadow lets out a cold snort, finally shedding its disguise, transforming into an exceptionally handsome man. "I shall cease here. I wish not to contest life and death with you. I have said, it is too late, the man coldly admonishes. You have grown old. Continuing this struggle will only lead to mutual destruction. However, the Huitan Empress shakes her head, transforming into a beam of celestial light as she charges forward. Above the head of the Dream Charm Clan Emperor hovers an ancient mirror, radiating beams of light that illuminate the ages, solidifying the space around them. Yet, the Huitan Empress is far too domineering, as the two shatter an entire starry expanse, with chaotic energies swirling in. Ultimately, she shatters the ancient imperial mirror, and the heavens are filled with a world interwoven with celestial power, thoroughly subduing the emperor of the Dream Charm Clan. Following this, the Huitan Empress employs a grand technique to refine this imperial body into a stone statue, kneeling upon the ground, as if in penance to countless beings amidst the starry sky. Thus concludes the great battle of the Empress in her twilight years. The outcome astonishes all beings. This unassuming Empress, during her later years, has forcefully subdued two taboo beings of considerable essence, even those in ultimate transcendence. This achievement is profoundly shocking. Chen Changsheng notices the three taboo beings that had been observing him have vanished. He steps forward to stand before the Empress, sensing her physical state is dire, seemingly afflicted prior, and now, following the great battle, her essence is nearly depleted. The Empress sits cross-legged in the cosmos, garbed in white as if she were a celestial being. Your body is in grave trouble. You are on the brink of passing into the Tao. Chen Changsheng states this fact plainly. She gazes softly at him, inquiring, Are you here to accompany me on my final journey? Or to slay me? Chen Changsheng shakes his head. It holds no significance now, given the Huitan Empress's current state. Even self-immolation would not retain her. He sighs. The Huitan Empress suddenly chuckles, saying, If you wish to see me self-destruct, you shall have to wait for the next life. What? Chen Changsheng is taken aback yet. In the next moment, a medicinal herb appears in the Huitan Empress's hand, exuding a rich essence of immortality. It is the elixir of immortality. Not long after, a surge of immense imperial might resurfaces within the cosmos, grand and magnificent, permeating every corner of the universe, as myriad Taos and the heavenly mandate manifest simultaneously, showering down countless divine rays of order. The Huitan Empress has lived out her second life. Chapter 49. The Secrets of the Emperors. The Huitan Empress's two suggestions. Time is of the essence. Do not keep the bride waiting. With that, the county magistrate directly pushes Bai Weiong through the door, then summons the servants from within to close the door from the outside. Seeing her mother beckoning, Yi Shusan bounces over to Qin Qingtong's side with a bright, innocent smile. Rest assured, dear grandson, grandfather will avenge you. Fang Jianxin rubs the photograph of Fang Chenjia, his tear-filled eyes radiating a vengeful glare. Indeed, the next moment, this cursed infant tugs at my sleeve, gurgling a few sounds. Perhaps, like that lost child, stepping outside to explore might be a splendid choice. Chu Haoren is indeed somewhat surprised that such a formidable general recognizes him and mentions that those old fellows are also aware of him. Could it be that I have become renowned within the nation? I am clad in body armor, and in terms of handguns, it is insufficient to match the look of relief on Akai's face, which suddenly turns stiff. It is not that he has been reduced to ashes nor transformed into a mist of blood, but rather, he has been utterly obliterated by Yi Chui's single palm strike, rendering everything to nothingness. Half an hour later, Miner encounters Physician Chen, who discerned her joyous pulse, the most apparent and easily identifiable. After two assessments, Physician Chen repeatedly congratulates the Empress. Miner and Qingyao feel reassured, and Miner advises him to refrain from making it public for now, waiting until after today to discuss it with the Emperor. In the face of the enemy's failed assault on the fortress, those cavalrymen will be a nightmare for them, and when others are compelled to retreat, those cavalrymen will follow and strike, because it is exceedingly challenging for rural households to convert to urban status. Furthermore, the children's household registrations are tied to their mothers. As a result, the following day dawns bright, yet she remains asleep. The children, seeing their mother still resting, knowing she is fatigued, do not disturb her. They dress themselves and stay in their room to do their homework, awaiting her to accompany them to their grandmother's home. Originally, Feng Jiuxiu had already guessed this, but when she heard the answer from Di Youchen's lips, she was still taken aback. Junior sister, you must have misheard. How could there possibly be footsteps? A deep voice from a man resonates. The adult has also consumed quite a bit of alcohol and is likely somewhat intoxicated. I will have Yanshu escort the adult back to the residence. Mu Junxian cast a somewhat amused glance at him and remarked, To leave is to leave. The wise rabbit darted into the dense thicket nearby, and despite a Yan calling out several times, the sage had already vanished without a trace. As they passed by an alley, Lu Aihua inadvertently glanced inside. After speaking, he tucked the car keys into his pocket, then ventured into the yard to fetch a broom. Commencing to sweep the area, Jinran listened with considerable vexation, pondering why Yao Huan had chosen such an ambiguous descriptor. After all, in just a few days, it would be their momentous day of celebration. The yellow mud road meandered westward, as a fierce wind howled past, stirring up clouds of swirling sand, and the sky darkened ominously like ink, heralding an impending storm. At that moment, the leader of the group was soaring through the air. Even more absurdly than Huo Yi, his entire body lifted off the ground. This radiant will composed of the dual forces of yin and yang shattered the defenseless barrier of Aoshao. Severing one of its dragon claws, it wasn't until I was reassigned to the land's home military district that I learned Ding City had long since passed away, during the winter of the year when Fatty and I left the grasslands. A brutal white disaster centered around Bayan Cave, which claimed many lives of both people and livestock. Ding City perished in that harsh winter calamity, and her body has yet to be found. By the way, do you have any plans during this period? After explaining, Xiaojia continued to inquire later. I discovered that the first person to confess to me in school was one of the members of the Tiger Squad. At that time, he was submerged headfirst in water, nearly drowning. No wonder I was apprehensive. The car gradually came to a halt outside the airport, where Rashid's family had arrived. The airport reporters, sensing a significant story, hurriedly surrounded them, completely blocking the road. Time was of the essence. Rashid left his son waiting for the interview and, under the protection of bodyguards, intercepted Yinan and his companions, who were preparing to board the plane. Far away in New York, numerous renowned culinary merchants and farmers gathered together. After a series of marketing strategies, the market share of the farm's ingredient shop has now reached 8. This experiment took only a night. Yet the results left Shao Yingjian immensely disheartened. Not only could he not absorb the celestial energy he distinctly felt surrounding him, after much effort, he made no significant progress. Yet now, his tone was calm. And he even smiled while speaking, which only made her feel colder. The body in her arms stirred, looking up at him, with dark, bright pupils faintly betraying unease. The Canlo, simply wished to live a life of freedom, akin to the days of a grand emperor. Upon seeing the incoming demon, young Leilang swiftly grabbed its neck and leapt upward, directly entering a room on the second floor through the window. The scene inside could only be described as filthy. 3 demons were engaged in a brawl on the bed. Chapter 50. Partnering with the Empress to venture into the cycle of reincarnation. However, after a volley of arrows and fireballs fell, only half missed their targets, and the other half barely diminished Ling'er's vitality by 5,000 points. Given her recovery speed, a sip of blood would suffice to sustain her. The 2 young women looked pale with fear, worried that Qingjiao might unexpectedly give birth to something spiraled and steaming here. What a predicament that would be. Roar was simply curious whether Prince Sheng was disconsiderate towards all young women. Jiang Roar did not respond but instead countered with a question. After murmuring to himself, Bei Ming entered Aunt Chiu Yu's home, first having lunch, and continued working in the afternoon. The sect leader is truly courteous. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiu finally relaxed, relieved that her momentary fright was over and she could return home the next day. Sir, as I previously mentioned, though I have lost my memory, I am now clearly aware that my name is Lu Xiao. Xiao Lu was taken aback by his sudden shout but soon regained composure. Upon seeing the blood-flown sword, Richard was certain that Oberdin harbored great secrets. Otherwise, he would not practice such a widely known but rarely attempted blood sacrifice technique. Qi Jiujiu and the others immediately opened fire to repel the enemy's charge. Even the best shot, AIZ, only managed to hit one soldier's left arm, who continued to charge forward without uttering a sound of pain. While the other bullets veered off course, hearing Bei Ming's words, Aunt Chiu Yu found them quite reasonable, and she sank into contemplation about how to face her future life, following Wang Mozi and Liu Kezi out of the office in silence. This news wasn't particularly good, but compared to Bart's earlier thoughts, it was 1,000 times better. It was a blessing that the person was not dead, though now that Sherry was missing, it posed another significant issue. Additionally, regarding the brothel, given her current situation, it would be inconvenient for her to visit such places. Perhaps it could wait until later. Unfortunately, he would never have the chance to use it. As Fatty stumbled forward, a piece of wood fell from above and landed behind him. Ignoring everything else, he ran madly, exclaiming, "Where is it? Where is it?" Dong Yaning cast a puzzled glance at Tan Kun, who had risen from his seat, wondering, what is this? Moreover, why had this area been arranged? Hadn't she told Luo Ziqiu to cancel the interview? Well, I actually wanted to say it directly, but as soon as I opened my mouth, I felt it was inappropriate. After contemplating, she decided it was best not to say anything. The gasoline had been spread over a wide area, even beneath Lin Xiao. If it were ignited now, I wouldn't be the only one perishing here. Yet even so, the 2 hardly interacted in the military, fearing that others would uncover their true identities upon learning of their relationship here. Take a look. He was cautious not to harm the child's delicate skin. Moving his hands with utmost slowness as he placed the child beside his wife's pillow, He had long known that Hu Yang was skilled at songwriting and had always wanted to inquire with his uncle about it. However, being a chronic procrastinator, he had let it go unresolved. Meanwhile, Lin Chaoquang observed that the scene had already been controlled by those he had brought and stepped forward to pull Lin closer to him. The Antony was cornered, and in a bid to bolster the offensive of the main squad, he appointed Marbury, who had been suppressed for a season, to the starting lineup. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from the pile of stones. Debris scattering as a figure soared into the sky, hovering dozens of feet above the ground. After exchanging pleasantries, M.O. Qingyu instructed Butler Yan to escort the Zhou brothers away. The individuals brought by Qian Liwa had endured a prolonged, devilish ordeal but were finally able to stand on their own. Ultimately, it was announced that everyone was to be dispatched to ensure the capture of Qin Chu, alive or dead, leaving no room for him to escape the clutches of the Supernatural Bureau and evade justice. With resolve, Mu Zi summoned a faint layer of black energy. Compared to the black and red energy emanating from Bismarck, Mu Zi's was undoubtedly purer. In the next moment, Mu Zi extended his hand and placed it flat against Bismarck's chest. Yun Nishang gradually regained consciousness, looking at the concerned expression of the person before her, feeling the large hand on her waist, a blush appearing on her pale face. Tang Ning returned to the Pettifufu tea house. Accompanied by her cousin Tang Kaisai, Jeffrey and Andrew seated themselves at another table. Naturally, the website was lazily named Zhang Yi's shop. Moreover, the core program was exchanged with the system through points. Otherwise, even 1,000 software engineers could not have developed it within 20 days. Observing that the two marshals on the podium had already left, the officers seated below began to rise and exited the conference room to chat and smoke outside. Banana curiously asked, thinking that the two pets were unbothered, which indicated that the curse of the fire mist had little effect. Meanwhile, leaders at all levels from Baoan City, equipped with binoculars, were intently watching the safety crash tests of the Chinese A6. What could she do if she refused? Could her strength match that of a group of strong men? Qian Yaoyao replied somewhat unsatisfactorily. By the time the Empress Dowager learned of the matter, the person had already been sent away. One could only say that the benevolent Empress Dowager was unaware of the situation, yet it was difficult to disregard her face. Sokov mused that the defensive front of the Imperial Guard was only about 2 kilometers long. Even with fewer troops, it should not be too difficult to withstand the German assault. However, for safety's sake, he decided to call Moranjin to inquire about their situation to make an informed judgment. At this moment, I distinctly felt his body trembling slightly, as if this decision was causing him great pain. Sokov's conversation with Sidolin lasted 5 minutes, causing him to miss the appointment with Zakharov. Within 2 miles of Tiger Head Mountain, there were 3 villages: Weiwang Village, Pyoguo Village, and Woody Village. A bit farther away were 2 more villages, and many others over 10 miles distant. Players from these villages would come to Tiger Head Mountain to explore and seek treasures. Don't let Lord Hong and Lady Hong worry. If we arrive late, I'm afraid the lady will be upset. Chapter 51, Battle Against Forbidden Beings. The Psycho Sea erupted in a tumultuous upheaval, unleashing a shroud of inky darkness that manifested the unique laws of the Great Tao. Distinct from the realms of heaven and earth, in that moment, the entire Psycho Sea transformed into an ocean of principles, boundless and infinite. A divine radiance of 5 colors burst forth like a resplendent sun, cascading downwards in a flame-like brilliance that enveloped the endless ocean as if to incinerate and refine it. The sea roiled violently, as if rising from the depths, instantly morphing into pure, unadulterated power of the Great Tao, submerging 2 invincible figures. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a dazzling white light manifested between heaven and earth, revealing an ethereal being, immaculate and flawless. With a delicate gesture of her jade-like hand, she forcefully tore the infinite Psycho Sea asunder. Splitting it into 2 halves, a figure emerged, shrouded in forbidden power, seated atop the obsidian ocean, grasping a dark long sword, with a resonant clang, a blade of light, exuding unparalleled might, cleaved through everything, aimed directly at Chen Changsheng and the Empress Haitan. Chen Changsheng turned, his eyes ablaze with 5-colored flames. Behind him, a towering ancient tree materialized, alongside a river of crimson, flowing like molten lava. He propelled himself forward with a punch, as the ancient tree released countless vital energies, causing the fiery path of the red flames to erupt instantaneously. The cataclysmic shockwave obliterated the sword embryo, transforming the vast and endless Psycho Sea into an abyss that could not be quelled. Let the ultimate realm ascend, he advanced, treading upon the 5-colored path that unfurled beneath him. Those forbidden beings dwelling within the Psycho Sea, positioned at the core of the battlefield, could regain much of their strength without the need for complete ascension. Yet they remained imperfect. Chen Changsheng, undaunted, invoked his great powers, enveloping the heavens in 5-colored flames, intent on dragging all the forbidden beings into the fray. From the depths of the dark sea, a terrifying aura surged forth. In an instant, colossal hands wielding the might of the ultimate realm blossomed like lotuses, sweeping away everything in their destructive wake. The five-colored divine might converge at that moment, as Chongcheng stamped down his brilliant laws of the great Tao, suppressing the myriad dark hands, resulting in an explosive wave of energy. The entire surface of the sea split open, revealing a rift to the void. However, at that precise moment, a single crimson eye quietly opened in the space behind Chongcheng, its peculiar form adorned with three hooked runes. In the next instant, Chongcheng found himself immobilized as spatial shackles continued to bind him. Simultaneously, chains of law grew from within him, restraining his spirit and soul, locking away his path as well. With a crack, a segment of the void collapsed, a myriad of incandescent sword lights erupted, imbued with lethal intent, obliterating all in their path. The sacred sword technique of slaughter. In that moment, he comprehended this law, a legacy from a great emperor of the human race, one who followed the path of the ruthless sword. With a cold snort, he ceased holding back, and the two brilliant orbs of weaponry within him suddenly exploded into action. All spatial shackles and chains of law shattered at once. Then, a five-colored radiance rose like a small sun. As the powers of the five elements surged towards the dense array of sword lights, supreme forces of law continuously shattered, sending ripples throughout the entirety of the Psycho Sea. Alone, Chongcheng managed to contend against multiple forbidden beings. Showing no signs of retreat, all things live, he called out, and the surrounding void expanded, giving rise to countless towering ancient trees. Simultaneously, a complete world as phantom emerged, with mountains and rivers stretching before him. Following this, a crimson cauldron appeared, its runes swirling, from which a phoenix soared forth, letting out a triumphant cry. With another gesture, a rain of sharp golden sword energy filled the sky. Gazing at the Psycho Sea, he smiled gently, made the most of everything. An essence of the great Tao pulled forth the power of the waters, as the five elements slaughter technique manifested perfectly at that moment. Finally, Chongcheng unveiled the full extent of his five elements slaughter technique, transforming it into the greatest threat, enveloping those forbidden beings entirely, compelling them to unite in resistance. Meanwhile, the Empress Hai Tang was overwhelmingly powerful, advancing towards the radiant orb, unleashing her utmost flying immortal prowess, tearing through all laws within the Psycho Sea with a dazzling light. The Psycho Sea convulsed, as all its laws converged upon her with intent to suppress. Concurrently, a massive halberd crashed the void as a figure brimming with blood energy swung an imperial fist, seemingly shattering fragments of time and space. Yet, at a certain moment, a breathtaking smile blossomed on the Empress Hai Tang's face. The sovereigns of the previous era were but trifles, as the imperial fist approached. Everything seemed to be suspended. Even if it was but a fleeting moment, it was sufficient for her to accomplish more. A jade hand effortlessly swatted away the imperial weapon. In the next instant, her flying immortal power descended upon the towering figure, crashing down with a thunderous roar, directly submerging it into the inky depths of the sea. The clash of two emperors from different eras resulted in a swift delineation of victory and defeat. She stepped forward, confronting the radiant orb. Today, the entire Psycho Sea shall be overturned. A jade-white treasure vase of the great Dawn materialized above her head, gathering the power to suppress all, preparing to unleash an unparalleled strike of origin. At that moment, the radiant orb rippled with a sudden expansion. With a resounding boom, the entire Psycho Sea erupted with a palpable darkness, engulfing everything. Not only Chongcheng and the Empress Hai Tang, but also the Forbidden Supremes were consumed within. Surrounded by the five-colored radiance, Chongcheng felt an overwhelming force of suppression, reminiscent of the sealing power he encountered when he first entered the cosmic wastelands on his ascension path. Though with subtle differences, under this power, even he found himself hindered. However, should he employ the 12 paths of weaponry, perhaps he could escape this predicament. Yet, Chongcheng clearly had no intention of revealing his other identity. Nevertheless, a brilliant white light erupted. A figure of a flying immortal broke through the tangible darkness, arriving before the radiant orb. Her pristine hand radiated with intense flying immortal power. Simultaneously, a dark hand emerged from the radiant orb, meeting her palm. In that fleeting moment, it was as if a world was continuously being destroyed and reformed in their grasp, ultimately converging into an indescribable beam of light. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings, obliterating all laws of the great Tao. Centered around the two, the Psycho Sea retreated, forming a void of nothingness. Enough. Continuing this battle will only lead to mutual destruction. A voice emanated from the radiant orb. Chongcheng stepped beside the Empress Hai Tang, the strength of their five-colored divine light unwavering, their combined presence warding off the laws of the Psycho Sea from encroaching even a step closer. Now, let us see what you can offer. In the silence following the voice from the radiant orb, several brilliant glimmers emerged. The Empress Hai Tang grasped them, then chuckled lightly. Not bad. She then issued a warning to the Psycho Sea. Remember, as long as I reside within the realms of heaven and earth, you shall not manifest. A silence ensued once more. What? Are you not going to open the door? Do you wish to keep us here? In the next moment, a colossal rift appeared at the sea steps, through which the familiar laws of the realms of heaven and earth seeped forth. The Empress Haitang merely cast a glance. "Let us go soon." Their figures vanished from the cycle sea, leaving behind the endless sounds of crashing waves, seemingly a representation of certain beings' fury. Before departing, Chen Changsheng glanced back once, as if to convey, it was merely this. Chapter 52. The Mysteries of the Cycle Liquid in the Cosmos. A massive rift suddenly materialized. From this rift, two figures emerged, enveloped by the laws of the Great Tao. Once they had fully returned to the universe of the realms of heaven and earth, the rift abruptly vanished. Chen Changsheng couldn't help but glance back, feeling the laws of the realms, before turning to the Empress. Is this how it ends? He had initially thought they would completely overturn the cycle sea. Given the commotion they had caused, he had anticipated such a sudden conclusion. The Empress Haitang smiled softly, then pushed several radiant orbs toward Chen Changsheng. "These hold no value for me. Take them." Upon examining the orbs, Chen Changsheng found them filled with immensely precious divine materials, including two rare celestial metals, Tao Tribulation Gold and Immortal Tear Green Gold. He looked at her in astonishment, never expecting the Empress to bestow upon him both types of celestial metals. Clearly, there was something even more valuable than celestial gold. In response to his inquiry, the Empress simply smiled lightly, revealing a small black vial floating in her palm, emanating a unique aura, the distinct laws of the cycle sea. With a sigh, she handed it to Chen Changsheng. "This truly is a rare treasure, the true secret of the cycle sea. Yet, as the current emperor, this item is of little use to me." Chen Changsheng took the pitch-black jade vial with a hint of surprise. "What is this object?" The Empress smiled faintly. "It is something called the reincarnation liquid. You may regard it as a product akin to the celestial mandate. In terms of efficacy, it may even surpass the elixir of immortality in rarity. Otherwise, do you think those forbidden beings would willingly inflict harm upon themselves to seek refuge in a forbidden land? It possesses myriad effects, but it stands in contrast to the celestial mandate. This substance may prove useful to you." Chen Changsheng toyed with the jade vial in his hand, feeling that the rewards from this venture into the forbidden land were indeed substantial. He experienced the exhilarating thrill reminiscent of the time when the proud Emperor Aotian ventured into the forbidden realm to claim celestial gold. The sensation of threatening the forbidden land as a brigand was utterly delightful. "So, other forbidden lands possess similar substances?" The Empress nodded, intrigued. Chen Changsheng thought that perhaps once he had studied this reincarnation liquid, those forbidden lands should be wary. "A century hence, I shall send a message to you." At that moment, Chen Changsheng understood the Empress's intentions. In 100 years, the beings within those forbidden lands would likely be aware of the tumultuous events involving him and the Empress of the current age in the reincarnation sea. Perhaps by the time they came to visit, these forbidden lands would present a different visage, and as they traversed each forbidden land, they would ascertain the number of supreme beings residing within. Ultimately, perhaps they could determine which forbidden land they aimed to upend. "Where do you believe the reincarnation sea stands among these forbidden lands?" The Empress pondered for a moment. "I can sense that there are numerous supreme beings sealed within the reincarnation sea." "This is not a wise choice." Chen Changsheng nodded in agreement, and then said, "Very well, I shall take my leave." The Empress smiled brightly. "Are you truly not inclined to visit my abode for a while?" Chen Changsheng immediately shook his head and stepped back. "That is unnecessary." The Empress harbored ulterior motives towards him, clearly desiring his company. Chen Changsheng was well aware that should he accept, it would be akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. "Farewell." With a slight smile, a radiant five-colored divine light tore through the void, and Chen Changsheng's figure vanished in an instant. In the starry sky, only the Empress remained, letting out a lonely sigh. Could it be that he prefers a more assertive approach? Within the small realm, Chen Changsheng had returned, sorting through a plethora of divine materials before retrieving two pieces of celestial gold. The desolation axe could fuse with a piece of celestial gold, enhancing its destructive power. When forging the myriad spirits cauldron, Chen Changsheng had integrated a piece of celestial gold, while his returning ruin spell contained a piece of the ruin's divine wood. Although the desolation axe remained the most lethal, it was crafted from a collection of divine materials, and if infused with celestial gold, its strength would undoubtedly increase. Chen Changsheng even contemplated that future Dao soldiers should utilize celestial gold or celestial wood. Once the 12 Dao weapons reached completion, the corresponding Dao soldiers would surely leave an indelible mark on history. Yet, he was uncertain when he would achieve the completion of the 12 Dao weapons. Chen Changsheng displayed a hint of bittersweet amusement, as his third Dao weapon still lagged considerably behind. With a sigh, he recalled the pitch-black jade vial, swirling with a thread of laws from the reincarnation sea. He raised a finger, the five-colored divine light completely isolating this realm, before finally breaking the seal of the jade vial. A droplet of liquid, resembling mercury, floated out, causing the surrounding void to warp as if being drawn by this droplet. Chen Changsheng gazed intently at the liquid, Sensing that it possessed a unique law that obscured all prying eyes, suddenly, a surge of waves akin to a crashing ocean erupted, compelling the primal essence of the five elements and the essence of weaponry within Chen Changxing to simultaneously erupt with profound divine might. So it is, Chen Changxing appeared to grasp a fragment of the truth, then directly ingested the droplet, slowly closing his eyes. In that moment, the small realm emanated an inexplicable fluctuation, and his figure became entirely enveloped in a five-colored halo. Akin to being encased in a cocoon, time flowed slowly. In the blink of an eye, a century had passed. On this day, a surge of flight power lingered just beyond the small realm, the five-colored cocoon. Devoid of any glimmer, trembled at that instant. The next moment, a radiant five-colored light burst forth from the cocoon, revealing a tall, slender young man who pinched the flight power between his fingers. Is it time? A smile graced his lips. The thought of testing those forbidden lands filled him with uncontainable excitement. Though merely over 100 years had passed, and he had refined only a small amount of reincarnation liquid, Chen Changxing had comprehended its true purpose. Shaping the primal essence and divine soul was but one aspect. Its real function was to illuminate a path that transcended the realm of emperors. A path that became exceedingly clear during his refinement of the reincarnation liquid, extending straight to the heavens. He discovered that he merely stood at a certain node along this path, and there were 9 such nodes in total. He was situated very close to the second node. This might be the secret concealed by the emperor. Moreover, during this century, his primal essence of the 5 elements and the essence of weaponry had imperceptibly become more substantial. Under the influence of the reincarnation liquid and the power of deduction, his Thudo weapon had also made a step forward. Perhaps every forbidden land harbored such substances. Completely seizing a forbidden land would be a favorable choice for him. Chen Changxing suddenly recalled the white jade capital amidst the desolate edges of the universe. If he could occupy the white jade capital, it would undoubtedly be the best choice. However, he was not yet capable of truly ascending to that white jade capital. Thus, for now, an interim choice was to seize a forbidden land, and he, Chen Changxing, would truly become the master of a forbidden land. Chapter 53, Forcefully invading the star-eating abyss in the cosmic expanse. The power of the celestial mandate surged like a vast ocean. The imperial might of the Empress, who had lived a second life as the C10 Empress, permeated the air, and every being felt an overwhelming sense of oppression akin to divine wrath. Chen Changxing located the Empress, who radiated flight power amidst the stars. She smiled charmingly, her pearly whites gleaming, garbed in a flowing white celestial gown, appearing ethereal as if descended from the heavens. Must you create such a commotion? Chen Changxing sighed in exasperation at the sight of the Empress. Unfazed, she replied, I merely wish to inform them of my impending arrival, urging them to prepare and make their choices. She cast a surprised glance at Chen Changxing. It seems that substance is indeed beneficial to you. I no longer have the confidence to suppress you. Chen Changxing simply chuckled in response. He recognized that she referred to the reincarnation liquid. In truth, he had only refined a small quantity over the century. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that he owed her a debt of gratitude. Thus, he inquired, do you have any leads on the forbidden land we are to visit next? The Empress chuckled lightly. Over the past century, I have identified 2 forbidden lands, both marked with the celestial mandate seal. Chen Changxing was momentarily taken aback. This must be the advantage of attaining the celestial mandate, as long as one exists within this universe. Those endowed with the celestial mandate will invariably uncover traces. Conversely, to achieve an alternative path necessitates sheer self-reliance. Follow me. The Empress glanced at him before transforming into a beam of flight power. Swiftly departing the starry expanse, Chen Changxing followed closely, both of them intentionally leaving no traces, exuding supreme divine might throughout the cosmos. This is the place. Days later, 2 figures arrived in a realm abundant with stars. Teeming with life essence, the Empress stepped forward, causing a section of the starry sky to collapse instantly. A surge of flight power erupted from the collapsing space. The Empress gracefully grasped the flight power with her pristine white hand, a faint smile gracing her lips. It has been locked in. In the next moment, a rich surge of flight power erupted, transforming into a pure chain of laws that instantaneously sealed a portion of the void. A moment later, with a gentle clap of her hand, the supreme imperial might fused and refined myriad paths, obliterating all the space before them shattered like a mirror, and several tornado-like spatial storms surged toward the 2. Chen Changxing stepped forward, his fist coalescing with the 5 elements killing technique, and the glowing fist imprint shattered everything with its 5-colored supreme divine might. Let us go. The 2 forcefully breached the barrier, leaving a path of destruction in their wake. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light radiated from the heavens, and pure law power transformed into the sharpest blade, delivering a devastating strike toward the 2. The C10 Empress's eyes gleamed. A surge of flight power erupted from her being, materializing into a celestial slaying blade, the snow-white flight power solidifying in an instant. effortlessly cleaving through 2 law spears in the next moment. 365 snow-white light orbs materialized behind her, each containing an ancient artifact radiating astonishing energy. She stepped forward, and the 365 artifacts trembled in unison, brimming with supreme might, radiating dazzling brilliance, as if 365 worlds had simultaneously manifested. Expanding the locale, layers upon layers of world illusions began to intertwine, and ultimately, the 365 light images vanished, as if a portal had been opened. Thus, they stepped inside. The world before them began to shimmer with celestial light, and Chen Changsheng simultaneously sensed a forbidden divine might spreading unabashedly, as a melodious chime reverberated throughout this world. The supreme divine might of the 5 elements within Chen Changsheng erupted, repelling that captivating chime, obliterating all traces of its essence. As the veil of mist gradually dissipated, a vast expanse of starry sky unfolded before one's eyes, with countless brilliant stars twinkling like an infinite ocean, imbued with the potent essence of celestial bodies and the vital energies of all living things. Chen Changsheng recognized this forbidden realm, the star-devouring abyss. This place, a forbidden zone beyond the 9 heavens and 10 regions, rarely manifests in the mortal realm, shrouded in mystery, and serves as the origin of certain dark entities. The Empress Haitan advanced forward, radiating an overwhelming imperial might and the unique power of destiny that belongs to the 9 heavens and 10 regions. The entire ocean of stars seemed to stir, as innumerable celestial energies surged forth, seeking to suppress this Empress. Yet she stood resolutely, hands clasped behind her back, her 3,000 strands of hair dancing in the cosmic winds. Above her head a pristine jade-like Taoist treasure bottle emanating ripples of law. All approaching celestial energies were forcefully extinguished. I know you are aware of our arrival, so is this your choice? The Empress spoke, and in that moment, the entire sea of stars erupted in resplendent radiance. At the heart of this starry expanse lay an incredibly brilliant star. No, it should not be referred to as a star. It resembled something akin to destiny itself, woven together from the essence of countless celestial energies, the vital essence of all things, and the power of law. It manifested as a colossal orb of azure and silver light, pulsating with an immensely vibrant aura. An ancient voice emerged from within, calm yet imbued with supreme authority. I, the star-devouring abyss, am willing to concede, provided you cease your actions. During your time in the world, I shall restrain the others and prevent their emergence. The Empress merely smiled faintly. Too late. Do you not realize the choice made by the sea of reincarnation? No sooner had her words fallen than the entire starry sea began to tremble. Forbidden energies awakening, and indistinct figures ascending from the depths of the starry expanse, their momentum as if to rend apart the very fabric of the cosmos, an aura of utmost supremacy pervading the air. Chen Changsheng stepped forward, the quintessence of 5 colors erupting in a dazzling display, its brilliance and divine might compelling the attention of the forbidden beings. To his surprise, he encountered a familiar face here. With a light chuckle, he directed his gaze at one of the figures, a familiar aura emanating from it indeed. It was the skeletal being that had once occupied a throne during the contest for the celestial wood flower. A dark entity hailing from the star-devouring abyss, an invincible being, from that azure and silver orb. A voice resonated, almost as a warning. Your alternative path to enlightenment is not without its challenges. Why wade through this murky water? After all, you and I are of the same kind. Why not take control of this forbidden realm? By sealing the future, you may await the opening of the path to immortality. On the grand path, our only adversary is the reigning emperor, he who severed the road to enlightenment. To walk alongside him is to invite calamity. One shall inevitably face reckoning. Throughout history, which of the myriad invincibles has met a good end? Ultimately, after a lifetime of struggle, they become mere embellishments to the emperor. Chen Changsheng fell into a contemplative silence, hands clasped behind his back, the supreme divine might of the 5 colors rippling around him. He turned to the Empress and suddenly remarked, I find myself considering that there may be some merit to his words. What should I do? The Empress smiled. What do you wish? Chen Changsheng turned his gaze back to the azure and silver orb, a faint smile playing on his lips. Taking control of the forbidden realm is indeed a commendable choice, but the position of the realm's master is far more suited to me. With a thunderous roar, the starry sea erupted in chaos, an endless torrent of celestial energies surged forth, and the forbidden beings began to awaken. The colossal star at the center radiated the most dazzling light. Merely a single invincible being, the star-devouring abyss is not without the means to subdue an emperor. Let us see, then, if I can breach your grand formation of celestial burial, the Empress cried. As 365 phantoms of worlds materialized behind her, the potent force of transcendent beings filling the heavens, as if to rend the starry sea asunder. At that moment, Chen Changsheng transformed into the first manifestation of quintessence. Directly charging into the starry sea, his divine might unparalleled. Today, he aimed to subdue a forbidden being within this realm. Chapter 54. Changsheng slays the supreme, Empress refines the grand Tao. The boundless starry sea erupted into turmoil. As Changsheng plunged into the fray, seeking out that dark entity, with a wave of his hand, a sword of five-colored light, imbued with supreme authority, cleaved through an entire celestial domain. A massive skeletal hand descended upon him. While simultaneously, another skeletal hand rose from below, its surface ablaze with the green flames of law. In the space between the two hands, everything was ensnared, the supreme power of the law's flames incinerating all that could be burned. Even the void itself vanishing, a tremendous skeletal figure loomed, colossal amidst the starry sea. Suddenly, within that green flame, an eruption of five-colored divine might manifested, its brilliance unparalleled. Changsheng advanced, unleashing the ultimate technique of five elemental slaughter. Rupturing the very fabric of space, he then planted a foot upon the head of that enormous skeleton. His unique forbidden might surged forth, causing the enormous ivory skeletal structure to disintegrate in an instant. Yet in that moment, the entire starry sea transformed into a colossal killing formation, the power of countless celestial bodies erupting forth, emanating a deadly aura. Changsheng merely cast a glance, unable to discern the Empress's figure. Yet he was unfazed. This was a formation designed to exterminate forbidden beings, and even he felt a twinge of trepidation. The quintessence began to circulate continuously, the laws of the grand path descending. And his aura grew ever more formidable. Subsequently, an overwhelming surge of five-colored divine might erupted forth, sweeping across the surroundings with devastating force. The power of the killing formation surged, countless celestial energies transforming into terrifying weapons of slaughter, overwhelming Changsheng's figure in an instant. Meanwhile, within the killing formation, the Empress gazed at the colossal star, her expression serene as she smiled faintly, imperial might swirling around her, before transforming into a force of transcendence. The phantoms of 365 worlds surged forth, forcibly prying open the killing formation. The Taoist treasure bottle trembled lightly, obliterating all surrounding starlight. She soared towards that immense star, with a single strike of transcendence. She shattered the heavens, shaking the entire killing formation. The colossal star began to radiate resplendent light, and a figure emerged gracefully, behind which unfolded a tapestry of the celestial firmament, with golden dragons roaring and divine phoenixes soaring. With a single punch, myriad paths shattered, and an overwhelming aura spread forth, the pinnacle of power. The Empress chuckled softly, launching another strike, her dazzling transcendent force outshining even the stars. Within the starry sea, several terrifying figures approached at great speed. With a thunderous crash, a massive iceberg materialized from thin air, the extreme chill of its laws freezing countless celestial bodies, even the void becoming tangible. In the distance, a figure brandished a golden ball, its frame resembling a dragon, inscribed with unique runes akin to dragon scales. As a hand drew the bowstring, it summoned forth a tempest of thunder. In an instant, a resplendent beam of golden light pierced through all, akin to a golden dragon emerging from the sea. Behind this golden dragon surged a torrent of golden light, as if an entire golden world descended to vanquish Odin. A terrifying aura enveloped the scene, and the killing formation surged once more. Yet at this moment, the Empress floated like an ethereal being, imbued with transcendent force. A flash of light flickered at her brow, and in an instant, a beam of white light shattered the icebound mountain. An exaggerated figure layered upon itself, as if millions of Empresses were repeatedly transcending and returning. A colossal hand blotted out the sky, and the dense transcendent energy descended like a complete heaven. With a resounding crash, the golden light dimmed, the entire starry sea seemed to plunge suddenly. Yet suddenly, countless starlights flickered out, leaving only darkness. Upon the Empress, countless slender lights of the grand path pierced through. The immense figure shattered abruptly. The Empress's expression shifted, as if the light had been extinguished, her entire form fracturing and reconstituting, as if two opposing forces were in constant contention. Finally, only a solitary white light remained in the void. This was the forbidden killing formation woven from the entirety of the starry sea, a trap even the most ordinary emperor would find fatal. 3 figures emerged, each gazing intently in a single direction. In that direction, a flawless imperial power began to ascend. Yet soon, this power began to falter and ultimately vanished. A 5-colored divine might obliterated a stretch of the void, and he cast a glance at the figure cocooned in light. Before discarding a snow-white, jade-like skeleton, his gaze remained fixed upon the only colossal star present. Who dares? I grant you the utmost time for ascendance. Changsheng's tone was imperious, hands clasped behind him, the quintessence illuminating the entirety of the star-devouring abyss. The laws of the grand path swirling around him, as a towering ancient tree materialized behind, the supreme aura obliterating Odin. The 3 figures remained silent, the resplendent star mirrored their stillness. An exceptionally exalted imperial being had been slain, and within the forbidden realm no less. They understood the significance of this event. You are an anomaly. A voice emanated from the brilliant star. Changsheng merely smiled. Yet you, an anomaly, have no hope against us. A figure emerged from the midst of the stars, enveloped in the power of celestial bodies, rendering its features indistinguishable. I glimpse the future. You shall become my greatest obstacle, thus, I shall entomb you here. Utterly, Chen Changsheng found the situation utterly laughable. Confronted by that figure and three forbidden beings, he sensed the awakening of several other forbidden auras, yet he remained unfazed in this world. No being has yet appeared capable of laying me to rest. Within him, two masses of martial essence began to tremble, infused with a spark of excitement. They had lain dormant for far too long. Perhaps it was time for them to manifest here. To completely submerge the Star-Eater abyss might indeed be a commendable choice. Suddenly, the entire forbidden ground trembled. All eyes, including Chen Changsheng's, turned toward the Empress, now cocooned in light. At that moment, the laws of the Great Tao circulated, and a beam of transcendent light surged forth, carrying with it an unparalleled oppressive force. The voice of the figure, surrounded by starlight, turned icy. So, you intend to refine your Great Tao by leveraging my forbidden killing array? I have miscalculated. A radiant celestial light pierced through the cocoon, revealing the vast star sea once more. However, this star sea, despite its resplendence, lacked a certain forbidden lethal force. Having been tempered by the Empress of Begonia, the Empress of Begonia appeared, exuding unmatched grace, her head crowned with heavenly light. As the ethereal silhouettes of 365 worlds intensified their gaze behind her, while she held aloft a vial of Great Tao essence, she chuckled lightly. What do you think? The figure, encircled by starlight, let out a sigh. Very well, as long as you, the Empress of Begonia, exist in this world, I vow that the Star-Eater abyss shall never again make its appearance. He waved his hand, and a brilliant starry light detached from the celestial bodies. Take it. The Empress accepted the starlight as a rift in the void appeared. Yet neither of them moved. Chen Changsheng merely chuckled softly. You say it's over, and so it shall be. Who do you think you are? Did you consult me first? With a thunderous explosion of multicolored divine might, Chen Changsheng bypassed the Empress of Begonia, locking his gaze onto the figure shrouded in starlight, his aura soaring skyward, shaking the starry river. Several forbidden powers seemed poised to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Converging upon him, the figure looked at the Empress, who merely shook her head and smiled. This man is not under my jurisdiction. He is himself, and I am myself. After her light laughter, the Empress of Begonia took a step back, retreating behind Chen Changsheng. Furthermore, I am merely a woman. It is only fitting that I take refuge behind a man. She gazed at Chen Changsheng's back, her lips curving into a subtle smile, her eyes sparkling. I not only cannot govern him, I rather admire him. Chapter 55. Joining forces to traverse the forbidden grounds. A commotion erupted in the square as the words fell. Many were unaware of the dangers we faced in this final destination, let alone the treasures we might gain. What? Truly a bargain, I exclaimed in astonishment. Swiftly leaping over, I right-clicked on the villagers, and an exchange window promptly appeared. Indeed, it displayed a trade of 16 pieces of rotten meat for a single emerald. The elderly man began to speak, each harboring different intentions, their gazes fixated on the roasted meat in Chikai's hands, with signs of salvation evident, revealing their ulterior motives. What do I mean? Have my words not been sufficiently clear? The celestial talisman is no longer in my possession. You truly find it amusing to ask me for it, elder. If you have matters to attend to, simply leave the herbs with me. Thank you for bringing this precious spirit herb. Lu Man expressed with heartfelt gratitude. With a wave of his hand, the ancient tree spirit surged forth like a divine tree, shooting up to over 10 meters high, its 5 slender branches unfurling, bare like long whips, then moving with the grace of serpents, coiling, striking, or lashing out, each blow claiming the life of a monster. Lei Tao, you may go, but you must not transform into a titan, nor harm Hans and the others. Guang Yi made this decision, for sending a power-type ability user was the least likely to raise suspicions. After all, power types were the most common in the world of abilities. Murong Linhua had grown accustomed to the sight of her self-serving demeanor. Having witnessed it countless times, though her heart brimmed with disdain, she maintained a facade of enthusiastic smiles. Yan Bei felt a chill sweep over him, drawing in a breath of cold air. He had nearly joined this vast expedition to seize opportunities, only to find himself unexpectedly spared from calamity. Mo ran not on the door of the neighboring room. When Yunor opened it, a foul stench assaulted her, akin to a biochemical weapon. I must leave. Thankfully, the source was already deceased. Had it not been so, I would have likely succumbed to the stench. This odor surpassed tear gas by a considerable margin. The man lay unconscious on the ground outside the arena, and after a stout uncle helped him up, he slowly regained his senses. However, at that moment, the BF Team S jungler took the opposite approach, opting not to attack the UF Team S top jungle red buff. Instead, after finishing off the large bird to level up, he immediately learned the E skill, activating it to sprint toward Su Yeoman's Syndra in the mid lane. Breakfast was enveloped in a heavy silence, so quiet that Amu felt stiff. Even the usually lively Nana and Alex fell silent, As for what to reflect upon, Su Long herself was at a loss. Perhaps the regret stemming from a hero's decline is akin to the sorrow of a beauty growing old in the spring. Clad revived and immediately used his flash to approach Vayne, leveraging Li Wen's E-skill to close in on Nar. With Nar's E-skill not yet on cooldown, he attempted to create distance after landing a basic attack followed by Q to slow Clad down. Thus, Huan Puqian speculated that the information he received must have been lacking. As JIS still possessed unknown powers, what could that power possibly be? At this moment, the true immortal, adorned with a crown of stars and clad in golden thread robes, stood upon cloud shoes, a treasure belt around his waist. Entwined with exquisite ornaments, wielding a golden hook of fortune, his attire and demeanor exuding an extraordinary presence. Speaking of which, Mu glanced at Ze's chest, then at her rear, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. All things, do not approach me. Jiangdong sensed that old Zhang's mood seemed to stabilize upon hearing those words, and he promptly repeated them. I heard from Royce that it seems to be due to the Geneva Motor Show. They want to have everything prepared before the exhibition, and then showcase the direct injection system in full during the event. Wang Yunqiu pondered for a moment before responding, watching Lin Qiong leave quietly. The governor couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, she was from the Sacred Martial Academy, capable of disappearing without a trace, her strength far surpassing his own. Before 3 o'clock, Wang Shu returned to the villa, citing exhaustion from flying as the reason. Accompanied by Gai Mao Jiaoyang and Ding Hui exclaimed in unison, their eyes alight with excitement, indicating that their earlier defeat had not dampened their spirits. Today's events were rather dire. Should they escalate, the consequences could be unpredictable. People like them were inherently bound by constraints, and the phrase "think twice before acting" truly applied to them. The man in red showed no signs of anger. Rather, he struck a pose, fiddling with his wedding attire while stifling laughter behind his hand. However, Cheng Gan found himself at a loss, resorting to his phone to dial the number Wang Shu had called him from earlier that afternoon. While we were chatting, he became so agitated discussing old Mu's illness that he broke into tears. Lin Xian explained on his behalf. Li Yusheng, a soldier by nature, could not tolerate slander, his voice booming with authority. Drawing curious glances from the civilians accompanying the army, following a thorough half-month investigation, a batch of individuals was apprehended while another was released. After all, Zhang Dongfang could not arrest the entire staff of the Jiangning district. Jin Li cast a cold glance at Sun Yan's reckless demeanor. He did not appear to be persuading Sun Yi, but since Zhou Lu had already spoken, he had no choice but to play the role of the Good Samaritan. Merely the two of them stood in the grand hall, their presence exuding an aura so potent that even the formidable Star Tower found it challenging to contend with. Jun Luo glanced at the Sand Scorpion, still collecting internal elixirs, and tossed 2 top Great Spirit stones to Bai Li. Since Mu Yi had purified her grievances, a unique aura seemed to have manifested around her, evoking an instinctive sense of compassion in those who beheld her. Bianjia inhaled sharply in frustration, turning to look at Mu Yan, whose indifferent gaze met his, the blood still dripping from the yuhua in her hand. Yi Wu's eyes widened in surprise. He was impressed that she could withstand his sword intent and approach him. The film on the screen had long concluded, fading into darkness, akin to a story reaching a solemn end, everything falling silent. Suddenly, a piercing gaze focused intently, slowly turning its head, revealing several figures atop a mountain behind the Sex Grand Hall, who were observing him with keen interest. After a round of questioning, Sheng Tucheng, having already formulated a plan in his mind, deduced the identities of these individuals as he had anticipated. Chapter 56. Entering the Cosmic Wilderness. Achieving the filled military path within the small world, Cheng Changsheng gazed at the floating orbs of light before him, each radiating a unique law, akin to the reincarnation liquid he had encountered earlier. All possessing a similar essence, the waters of myriad stars, the tears of gods. These items belonged to the very core of the forbidden grounds in the eyes of those self-sacrificing beings. These treasures were considered even more precious than the elixir of immortality. Cheng Changsheng directly grasped a ball of water infused with the essence of countless stars, shimmering like starlight in his hands. Radiant beams of celestial light radiated outward, and he could even feel his body expanding with every passing moment. Without hesitation, he swallowed the orb of starry essence. A unique glow enveloped him, as the laws of the stars, not of this world, manifested in their unparalleled vigor. The reason it was ineffective against the Emperor was perhaps due to it being a product not of destiny. So that was it. I have glimpsed the path once more. Cheng Changsheng slowly closed his eyes, envisioning a magnificent road leading to the heavens, resplendent and brilliant. This road was divided into 9 nodes, and he found himself approaching the second node. At this moment, the essence of the 5 elements involuntarily surfaced, beginning to circulate the 5 foundational laws simultaneously. The martial path within him quivered gently, leaping outward to undergo a certain transformation. The birth of heaven and earth, the myriad things as law, within this small realm, an inexplicable and unfathomable aura enveloped everything. This aura was supreme and boundless, akin to a brand new destiny. Chen Chaosheng entered a realm of profound mystery. Losing all sense of time and duration, as if everything had vanished, leaving only the essence of the 5 elements and the 12 martial paths in his world. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, in the ancient land of life where the Haita Emperor resided, a dense imperial might blanketed the area, unleashing waves of overwhelming energy. The destiny now hung high, showering down brilliant beams of golden power onto the ancient land. No one knew what transpired. Even beings standing at the pinnacle could not discern it. For that potent imperial might severed all means of investigation, making it difficult even for those forbidden beings to glean any information. As the power of destiny descended, myriad paths emerged, flickering in and out of existence. Above the 9 heavens, it seemed as if thunderous seas were gathering, unleashing terrifying bolts of lightning. At this moment, within a simple loft, the Haita Empress fell into a deep slumber, her serene visage framed by cascading black hair. An aura of celestial might continuously radiating from her, resembling a slumbering celestial maiden of the 9 heavens. Above her head, a jade-like great vessel of the Tao consumed the essence of the sun and moon. Countless stars swirling within, as if devouring the starry seas of the abyss, exuding an air of forbidden menace. Behind her, ethereal figures floated, as if 365 worlds were in constant flux, alternating and ultimately merging into oblivion. At a certain moment, the ever-evolving vessel of the Tao trembled suddenly, beginning to rotate in reverse. An extraordinarily tyrannical aura instantaneously spread forth, causing all anomalies to vanish, leaving only an abyss of darkness. The oppressive waves surged forth, devouring everything, as the vessel transformed into an eerie spectacle of half obsidian and half pure jade. Meanwhile, the Haita Empress exhibited 2 faces, strikingly similar yet entirely different, one black, one white, both alluring and sinister. As Chen Chaosheng drifted into the first millennium of slumber, he thoroughly refined the liquid of reincarnation, as he had anticipated. Both the essence of the 5 elements and the martial path made remarkable progress. However, simultaneously, his body began to encounter issues. He started to feel the subtle exclusion from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even within the confines of this small realm, he could sense a faint repulsion emanating from the laws of the universe, akin to the sudden estrangement of a once close individual. Thus, it was no wonder this substance was ineffective against the Emperor. Our connection was due to my own unwelcome status in the eyes of destiny. Chen Chaosheng wore a faint smile, increasingly feeling akin to those self-sacrificing beings, as a unique aura of prohibition surged within him. Yet, he paid it no heed. After spending a century, he completely refined the aura that was being repelled by the laws of the universe. Following this, he commenced the refinement of the starry essence water, taking 1,800 years to do so. Under the influence of this essence, his imperial body grew immensely powerful, exuding an aura capable of suppressing myriad paths with every gesture. Yet again, his body faced another dilemma. The small realm seemed unable to contain him any longer, beginning to tremble incessantly. As the laws of the Tao began to riot faintly, he sensed that something was fixating on him, summoning thunderous seas to converge above the small realm, emanating a sense of impending doom. Nevertheless, no thunder tribulation fell. Once more, Chen Chaosheng spent 800 years to completely refine that aura. He sensed that he was just a step away from breaking through the final barrier to reach the second node. Merely needing a force to pierce through it, he stepped outside the small realm, turning his gaze towards a certain ancient land of life within the cosmos, where imperial might pervaded, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Inscrutable even to him, it appeared she was preparing for something as well. Retracting his gaze, Chen Chaosheng ventured to the Yao Pool, then roamed the cosmos for a century, ultimately arriving at the desolate outskirts of the universe. Within the 9 heavens and 10 earths, aside from a few forbidden zones, perhaps only these outskirts were free from the shadow of destiny. In this desolate expanse, even the greatest of emperors might remain oblivious to any happenings. Thus, without hesitation, he transformed into a beam of 5-colored divine light, breaking through a certain barrier and fully entering the desolate outskirts of the universe. Observing the void before him, it felt as though time and space had ceased to exist. Leaving only a profound silence, the 5-colored divine might swept away the bizarre auras surrounding him. Before him, several luminous orbs emerged, radiating enigmatic waves of law. These were the most precious substances from within the forbidden realm. Here, he would complete the final step, undisturbed by anyone. He extended his hand, devouring the various materials before him. In an instant, a terrifying wave erupted, as if Chen Chaosheng was momentarily frozen, all the laws of the Tao descending into chaos. His form began to flicker with ethereal shadows, continuously converging. Ultimately, only a ball of 5-colored divine light remained, intertwining endlessly. In addition, 12 indistinct shadows materialized, appearing to harbor divine demons, 3 orbs of light among them. At this moment, they shone with an unparalleled brilliance, radiating an everlasting luminescence. A millennium passed, 2,000 years, 3,000 years, 4,000 years. in the desolate expanse of the universe. Chen Changxing floated like a lifeless body. The five-colored divine light extinguished, along with the 12 martial paths. His aura had seemingly succumbed to a profound stillness, devoid of any life essence, and not a single ripple of law remained yet, at an unknown moment. A sudden rumble resonated within the desolate outskirts of the universe. Boom, like a heartbeat, strong and powerful. In an instant, myriad laws erupted, illuminating the desolate expanse. A beam of five-colored divine might tore through the desolation. Soaring into the heavens, a supreme force of origin surging forth, seemingly limitless, a long-dormant figure awakened. With eyes resembling the deep expanse of the starry sky, 3 brilliant orbs of light leaped from its form. One cauldron, one axe, one bell, my third martial path. It has finally come to fruition. Chapter 57. The Empress and the unrivaled beings of the present Zhou Yusheng, with his slender physique, stood there, his face appearing gaunt and pale. He retrieved a silver note from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Yueqi. Looking at the note, Xiao Yueqi broke into a silly grin, seemingly forgetting her earlier worries. You've worked hard lately. Eat more. Su Xinyuan smiled at him, then began to summon soldiers from the 2 clans. However, on the Beast God King's side, the training for new recruits would last 6 months. This series of actions made these 3 players feel quite distinguished. They relished the thrill of defeating their unreliable teammates, and now it was even more gratifying hearing that Yang Yi had gone to the province to seek assistance. Qin Zhongwang was taken aback. Never expecting her to find a way out of her predicament, he glanced at his assistant, his expression darkening, remaining silent as he leisurely sipped from his teacup. Lang Song instinctively glanced at his back, her heart tightening, before biting her lip and speaking up. You're thinking too much. It's time to gamble. Chen San did not respond to him, instead signaling to the dealer to begin. Xian Yuan Tingji studied the border map given to him by the Han Emperor. Yet his mind frequently wandered to her serene slumber. What was happening to him? An unnatural feeling welled up within him. He also realized that Yu Ming was cunningly scheming. Across the moat, he only saw archers. But who knew if he had arranged hidden troops elsewhere? However, if Jiang Yiru intended to establish a sect and impart teachings, it was uncertain how many would flock to him upon hearing Lila's words. My body suddenly stiffened, and I slowly lowered my head, as if a scene materialized before me. A lotus concubine gazed quietly at Xian Yuan Tingji, whose previous charm had faded, replaced by a sense of desolation. Mentioning her beloved, she surmised he must be feeling sorrowful. Thus, she said nothing more, merely clutching his hand tightly, intending to feel his warmth. However, she was met with a chilling cold that pierced to the bone. Don't call me husband. It's too easy to say. Lin Hangxi disregarded his forcefulness, enduring the pain to mock him, knowing all too well that a man's pride was paramount, especially someone as confident as Ye Feng before her. The objective previously set by Xin Lao for Jiang Yi was the divine power value of the 36 caves, which has now more than doubled. Once Luo Xi had tied it up, she sent Cui Er off to work. She was aware of the basement, and anticipating the possibility of being confined there, she secretly forged a key, which has now proven to be quite useful, in a gathering place for noble youth. She discovered that the Blood Clan was attacking humans, primarily targeting nobles and their servants. My husband, I do not comprehend your words. What is this about splashing water and falling in? She was not foolish enough to admit her own wrongdoing. Desperately flailing her limbs, though she did not understand why Mama Bear had suddenly struck her, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Nevertheless, she remained silent, for even if she were to retreat, this man would insist on her acceptance. Upon entering the parlor, Chu Huai got straight to the point, presenting the items with both hands toward Lucia and Su Qiming. Instinctively, Qi Bai felt something was amiss. He tugged at Duang Chongyuan and called a few times, seeing no response. He began to push the goose. Of course, he exerted little force, so Duang Chongyuan remained steadfast, just as Chao Shuai was riding her crane away from the flying boat. A tremendous explosion erupted from the vessel, sending flames shooting in all directions. The 3 sons could hardly believe that Lin Chuang possessed any formidable skills or abilities. They felt their father had been brainwashed by Lin Chuang's master. Growing old and stubborn in thought, however, as soon as this was said, her pretty face paled, furrowing her brows at the archway, and she clicked her tongue in disapproval. Before long, she stumbled upon a damp clump. After a moment of groping, realizing she had found it, she turned and headed toward the large pot. Some even blatantly indicated their intention to take advantage, with some resorting to moral coercion, almost simultaneously. The remnant soul of the giant ape king, which had possessed Qin Lai, exploded violently, vanishing completely. The ancient being at the pinnacle of the divine realm turned pale, beads of cold sweat streaming down his temples. As he turned to flee, Yun Yu and the Transcendents did not enter through the main entrance, but rather through a specially arranged passage into the prearranged private room. If he were to select only certain ordinary herbs like his ancestor, then indeed, he would have no way to contend with the lethal poison residing within the good bowl. I was orphaned at a young age and then sold into the palace. I just exited the palace and arrived here. Had it not been for meeting you, I fear my innocence would have long been compromised. Ran Hongxiu said with a hint of sorrow. Li Xiyu looked at the obstinate figure before her, as if gazing at another version of herself, feeling a wave of sadness wash over her, tears suddenly welling up. So, today you must engage in battle with us righteous folk, In Jiancheng inquired. It was a soldier of the god of killing army, who swiftly beheaded a soldier before him, yet 2 more soldiers surrounded him. This soldier showed no fear, and the battle knife in his hand danced with ferocity. A nearby comrade of the god of killing army swiftly joined in, resulting in the immediate demise of both enemy soldiers. However, whether it was due to the spiritual luminescence of the 7-colored ever-bright lamp or having completed the priest's elevation, what had once been a pitch-black void seemed to awaken to the notion of light upon waking from slumber. In the bedroom, Tan Jingyun, seated in a wheelchair, had seen significant improvement in her injuries. Merely lying in bed was no longer viable. This was inevitable, for she was his wife, and he could not possibly plant her in a place beyond his sight. He had to keep her close for safety. With Long Zi gone, she had lost a rival, yet it was uncertain how many more vixens would emerge. Chapter 58, The Path Beyond the Emperor's Supremacy. The secret of the Peony Empress, a formidable and taboo power, traversed the cosmos of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Its supreme forbidden aura recklessly drawing the attention of countless beings. However, they were somewhat curious. It was clear that this Peony Empress was headed toward that forbidden entity, yet ultimately, no great battle erupted. She allowed that forbidden being to depart unchallenged. The ancient sects and imperial clans, long established, were left perplexed. Some of the top beings sealed within the divine source speculated that either this forbidden entity was simply too powerful or that this empress, who had lived a second life, had begun to approach her twilight years. Nevertheless, no being dared to speculate on the emperor's thoughts for them, as long as the 9 heavens and 10 earths remained undisturbed. Everything else was inconsequential. Who would have thought that so much time had passed? Returning to his own little realm, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but reflect. The empress who had lived a second life was nearing 10,000 years old. Meanwhile, he was now approaching 90,000 years of existence. For one who had never walked the path of enlightenment, nor self-immolated, nor sealed himself away, this was nothing short of a miracle. Time had left no trace upon Chen Changsheng. As if he had been forgotten, upon returning to his lair, the aura emanating from him caused the little realm to tremble violently, with countless paths erupting in chaotic agitation. It even revealed the hidden little realm to the world. Yet, Chen Changsheng remained indifferent, his gaze calm. Should any unwise forbidden entity dare to provoke him, he would not hesitate to dispatch it with ease. The unique forbidden aura within him continued to wreak havoc. Not something that could be quelled in a short time, this phenomenon arose from his consumption of special substances found within the forbidden lands, which contradicted the pathways of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. What contradicted was merely the desire to dominate alone, forbidding any dissent against its will. Chen Changsheng merely glanced at the sky of the little realm, as if attempting to peer through it to discern the hidden destiny. A faint smirk gracing his lips, he had grasped certain secrets, yet verification was still required. The 3 resplendent paths of weaponry within him trembled momentarily, beginning to suppress and refine that unique law's aura. Subsequently, 3 weapons of the path simultaneously leaped forth from his body: the cauldron of all spirits, the annihilation axe, the bell of returning ruins. Over nearly 10 millennia, his 3rd path of weaponry had reached its zenith. He had comprehended the tidal pathways, unraveling the mysteries of time and space, transforming into the unique essence of weaponry, capable of rivaling a flawless emperor. Now, with the 3 paths of weaponry fully realized, he had thoroughly shattered that barrier. It was not merely a transition from 1 to 2. He had already firmly stepped halfway into the 3rd node. Should he also incorporate the elevated essence of the 5 elements, he could fully claim entry into the 3rd node. The once proud Tian might not have reached this stage yet. His combat prowess was infinitely close to that of the 3rd node. Chen Changsheng sighed. Reflecting on his friend, the emperor from tens of thousands of years ago, he believed that given time, Tian would undoubtedly cross the 3rd node. As for the 9 aperture stone emperor, Chen Changsheng merely shook his head. His path of greatness had been far too brief, relegating him to the 1st node. In truth, throughout history, most emperors have occupied the position of the 1st node, with only a select few breaking through that barrier to stand at the 2nd node. Such emperors were considered quite remarkable. As for those at the 3rd node, they were indeed scarce, truly deserving of the title that commands the aegis regarding emperors above the 3rd node, according to historical records. None have yet emerged in the current era of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They may have appeared in ancient, primal, or post-ancient times. Chen Changsheng also pondered those forbidden lands. Most of the self-immolated forbidden beings could only be classified at the 1st node. With perhaps a rare few standing at the second node, the masters of those forbidden lands likely could not be deemed emperors of the third node. However, they wielded the authority of the forbidden lands. Possessing combat prowess comparable to that of a third node emperor, a scroll of the Tao appeared, and the golden boy re-emerged. Only then did Chen Changsheng speak. I have already glimpsed the path ahead. There are 9 nodes, and I am nearing the third node. The golden boy looked at him in disbelief, astonished that Chen Changsheng had come this far. After a moment of silence, he replied, it is impossible to ascertain the corresponding titles of each node. However, in the context of this world, it should be as follows. The emperor of the first node, reliant on the power of destiny, is called the Destiny Emperor. The emperor of the second node, whose might is unmatched and can disregard most forbidden lands, is called the Universal Emperor. The emperor of the third node, who suppresses the ages and astonishes the world, is called the World-Suppressing Emperor. As for the fourth node, it is called the Celestial Emperor. The golden boy did not continue to reveal the remaining corresponding titles but instead retreated into the scroll. Seemingly wary, I see, Chen Changsheng smiled. Perhaps in the future, the strengths and weaknesses of these emperors in the 9 heavens and 10 earths would indeed be compared by these titles, summoning the 3 weapons back into his body. He clasped his hands behind his back and approached a source of divine essence, which encased a woman in black. She was not particularly beautiful but bore an air of determination, through the trials of the ages. May you transform from mortal to immortal, soaring to great heights. Chen Changsheng pressed onward, traversing rivers and mountains. Suddenly, a brilliant white light surged from his hand. It was the power of flight, embodying the essence of time and speed in the world. This was indeed a terrifying essence of the great Tao. Chen Changsheng was enveloped in a surge of flight Tao, mirroring the flight Tao of the Penny Empress. Chen Changsheng had once observed the great Tao of the Penny Empress, thus understanding the terrors it encompassed. In the previous life, you lived just over 10,000 years. It remains uncertain whether you can endure in this life. The body of the Empress Haiteng has encountered difficulties, much like his own. However, Chen Changsheng has already surmised the reason behind the changes afflicting the Empress's body. It stems from the battle that engulfed the Star Abyss, during which the Empress harnessed the starry battle array to refine her Tao, leading to the sublimation of her path simultaneously. The Tao of another being within her also ascended. This situation is exceedingly peculiar. At that time, Chen Changsheng harbored some doubts, but now, by correlating it with the moment the Empress attained enlightenment, he has deduced the truth. A singular body with dual souls. Such a method of Tao has never been witnessed throughout history. To be precise, the Empress's dual souls were not innate but were born under certain circumstances, resulting in the suppression of her primary persona. Thus, she was capable of decisively slaying her peers on the imperial path. During her ascension to emperor, the second persona of the Empress suffered severe damage, allowing her primary persona to claim the title of the world's emperor. With the might of an emperor, Haiteng certainly possesses the means to restrain her second persona, yet now, due to external forces, her second persona has fully awakened. Within the Empress, 2 personas coexist. Hence, at that time, Chen Changsheng could sense the Empress's murderous intent towards him, yet also felt an inexplicable restraint. What shall you do now? Await the end of time, or shall I lend you a hand? Chapter 59. Further into the divine ruins, Chen Changsheng lingered in the small world for nearly 2,000 years, until the last trace of forbidden murderous intent within him was completely worn away. The myriad paths of heaven and earth settled, and the Tao of the 9 heavens and 10 earths no longer targeted him. He felt his own essence and Tao growing increasingly stable. 12,000 years have elapsed since his second life, and the mandate of heaven shows no signs of weakening. It seems the Empress should be unscathed. Silently, Chen Changsheng contemplated his situation. He has now crossed the threshold of 90,000 years. Entering the third era he has experienced. Moreover, he has successfully transcended his past, truly standing at the pinnacle of the mortal realm, able to disregard the prohibitions of emperors and the world. You may conclude in this manner. Or perhaps, there are other choices. Chen Changsheng mused, then gently shook his head. Regardless, his time is ample. Even if the Empress Haiteng reaches her twilight years and wishes to annihilate the forbidden lands, he shall accompany her to the very end. Suddenly, a surge of transcendent power erupted from him, dazzling to the extreme. This is the Tao and law of the Empress. 4 beings of their caliber, the Tao and law felt by each individual are distinct, often manifesting as one transforming into myriad paths. He is utilizing the Empress's Tao and law to observe the Tao, refining his own essence and path. All laws converge on the same route. A century swiftly passed. On this day, Chen Changsheng suddenly detected a rich surge of transcendent power emerging from beyond the small world. He materialized, grasping the transcendent energy, only to discover it was the foundational law of the Empress Haiteng. He furrowed his brow and ultimately merged this essence with his own transcendent power. Then, he looked up at the 9 heavens and 10 earths, where the Tao appeared exceptionally stable, and the mandate of heaven showed no anomalies. At that moment, the entire cosmos erupted into chaos. All living beings sensed this immense phenomenon. In an ancient land of life within the universe, a colossal figure resembling a celestial being obscured the sun. With an overwhelming radiance filling the cosmos, that was the Empress High-Tam, now reflecting herself. Visible to all beings, the Empress bore a serene smile, her expression gentle and enchanting, akin to a fairy descending from the ninth heaven. Yet only Chen Changsheng, within the small world, could perceive the tyrannical intent concealed beneath her tranquility. Was she proclaiming her will to the world? Chen Changsheng discerned the Empress's thoughts. Her demeanor signified a choice had been made. Indeed, the celestial figure casting shadows over the world slowly spoke, uttering but 3 words: annihilate the Forbidden Land. In an instant, the transcendent energy surged throughout the universe, and the mandate of heaven descended with overwhelming force. The Empress stepped forward, and countless golden ripples surged forth, radiating splendor. With a resounding boom, she struck her jade palm, intertwining the laws of the Tao, shattering a portion of the void. She merely glanced back at the 9 heavens and 10 earths before stepping into the void without a backward glance. At that moment, Chen Changsheng understood this was a signal meant for him. Thus, he smiled lightly and stepped forward, the void before him parting like a series of portals, as if unlocking 1,000 worlds. Radiant colors and chaos emerged. He traversed the realm of nothingness until he caught up with that figure. It seems your physical ailments have been resolved. The Empress smiled back. For now, yes. Then she gazed at Chen Changsheng. A hint of contemplation in her eyes. I find you increasingly inscrutable. Perhaps, as she stated, collaborating with you could make you the greatest calamity in the world. Chen Changsheng merely smiled faintly. You could still reconsider. The Empress chuckled lightly. What concern is the future to me? Shouldn't that be the worry of the future emperors? What I desire now is to obliterate a forbidden land in this lifetime. She looked at him, proclaimed to future generations that beings like you, such as this forbidden land, can indeed be annihilated. Chen Changsheng shook his head. I fear you may leave a significant pitfall for future generations. Forbidden lands can be destroyed, but he, even if all else fades from existence, he shall endure. Who knows? The Empress pursed her lips, her fairy-like demeanor tranquil. The 2 of them shattered all barriers in this void. Ultimately pausing in one location, this battle may, perhaps, obliterate a forbidden land, or it could become the final resting place for both of us. Chen Changsheng jested. Isn't this precisely what you desire? The Empress fell silent, ultimately saying nothing, as they joined forces to shatter a boundary, emerging into a chaotic realm. Before them lay a vast expanse akin to the ruins of a world, surrounded by lifeless ancient stars. Dim and devoid of light, steeped in the essence of time, despite the ruins' decay, they exuded a divine aura, resembling a grand world lying before them. Divine ruins. There was no need for concealment any longer. At this moment, the Empress High-Tam unabashedly displayed her mandate of heaven and imperial might, resounding through this realm with overwhelming authority. Heavenly light blossomed, transcendent power surged, and the pristine dull vial radiated resplendent divine light. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng stood with arms crossed, his expression serene, the quintessence of the Tao flowing ceaselessly, not overly ostentatious, yet at this moment, it emanated supreme power, capable of subduing all. With a thunderous roar, the entire divine ruins began to illuminate. Beams of divine brilliance shooting skyward, and waves of forbidden energy began to awaken, tearing through the celestial firmament, causing the Tao of this place to tremble. Countless laws emerging. Empress, do you intend to abandon our agreement? Within the divine ruins, a figure concealed within a golden light spoke, seated upon a throne, exuding the aura of the master of the ruins, his tone laced with murderous intent and fury. The Empress merely smiled faintly. You have lived long enough. It is time for the curtain to fall. At that moment, the divine ruins reverberated with heavy forbidden energy, and a race of forbidden killing formations activated, prompting the figure upon the throne to emit a soft chuckle. Fall? It seems you do not truly understand us. A force not belonging to the 9 heavens and 10 earths surged forth from the divine ruins, radiating the power to suppress all. This force erupted like a tidal wave of law, bringing with it an aura of destruction. Yet, amidst this unique law, Chen Changsheng and the Empress remained still, akin to an everlasting light, the true chaos of darkness, even if the current emperors were involved. What does it matter? Our divine ruins have already slaughtered no fewer than 10 emperors. It appears that today, within the ruins, we shall add 2 more unmatched imperial corpses. Boss, the entire divine ruins shone brilliantly at that moment. The forbidden energies awakening in full force, amounting to over 10. Chen Changsheng's eyes shimmered with mysterious runes. Then he looked at the Empress. The Empress turned back. As I suspected, only 6 or 7 supremes remain within the divine ruins. The rest are imperial corpses. Chen Changsheng smiled lightly, stepping forward as the quintessence of divine might erupted. Then I shall take care of the remaining supremes and imperial corpses. You can handle that master of the forbidden land. Today, we shall completely overturn this place. Chapter 60. The battle begins. At that moment, as young Xiao Tian wore a face of despair, he suddenly sensed a faint movement beneath the bed. He immediately turned to look. Seeing the bed being lifted, revealing several heads underneath, with the one in the center being echelon, the position of Earth has been exposed, so preparations for the long term must be made, while Bailey and the others focused entirely on their breakthrough. With a swoosh, the second arrow was released, and the wild mountain chicken did not even lift its head, directly pecking at the worms on the ground. Sister, there are certain matters that, in truth, brother-in-law does not mind. It is merely your own unwillingness to let go that hinders you. Su Xian comforted her. Little did she know that at some point, the seventh prince, adorned in a moon-white robe with intricate dark patterns resembling maple leaves, had appeared on the second floor of the brocade workshop. Unaware of how long he had been watching Su Mianmian, the plump Xiong, just awakening from slumber, fell back into unconsciousness at the mere mention of the words open belly. Hu Bugui, Jing Haidong found the situation even more peculiar, as General Gao had just introduced him, and according to Gao's account, Du Zhexiang had already reported his name to the authorities. Why, then, the need for further inquiry? They believed that even a formidable warrior at the kingly realm would likely be reduced to mere dust should they face such a blow head-on. Ti pondered with her arms crossed. Thus it was that Zhou Mingxiu harbored disdain for Sisi. Yet if she truly detested her, why extend kindness, preparing snacks and such? Was it a case of a split personality, akin to what one might find in a film? The moment Mei Qingshuang turned, her expression turned icy, only to meet the gaze of a strikingly handsome man leaning against the wall, one hand casually tucked into his pocket, his chiseled features exuding an air of both righteousness and mischief. Undeniably a visage of unparalleled beauty. Not bad, Wang Yuhang replied. Primarily, he has been quite busy with competitions lately. At this moment, Luo Min donned a simple, unadorned dress, paired with sandals, leaving Su Rongguang utterly entranced by her beauty, which rivaled that of Wang Yuhang, yet she appeared more mature and alluring, her innocent attire amplifying her captivating presence. Man Ke chuckled softly, choosing silence. These fundamental technical skills had been mastered by him at the tender age of 11 or 12. After finally securing a seat in such a high-end sports car, would it not be a disservice to his past efforts to refrain from showcasing his skills? The penetrating energy beams, having reached their zenith, surged forth into the combat vessels and large ships blocking the mothership, tearing through them effortlessly as if they were mere twigs, showing no signs of abating. The sound of free metallic clans echoed, as torrents of spiritual power collided against the eyelids, sinking into an abyss. In a wordless exchange, the gaze shared between Chichong and Jin Yi within the frigid confines of the dungeon stirred an inexplicable warmth in both Jin Yi and Tianxiang. Indeed, go forth, the shark god waved his hand nonchalantly, cutting off Shu Linglong's graceful thanks, signaling the crowd to disperse. The ceremonial courtyard was late into the night, past the hour of the dog, with Chong Yanzhong and Chong Yanyuan keeping vigil in the main chamber, where a coffin lay containing the lifeless body of Chong Zhengyan, who had perished at the tender age of 14. Man Ke refrained from revealing the truth, allowing her to indulge in her meal and heed her advice to return to the hotel early. Little did she realize that in her quest to save her elder sister, she was also unwilling to slay Jin Yi, thus pushing herself toward the brink of death, for at this moment, Jin Yi's capabilities far surpassed those of her naive self. Kang Rong and his companions charged valiantly, as the yellow turban soldiers continued to fall, yet the sheer number of yellow turban soldiers was overwhelming. Those who fell were merely trampled by those behind, who surged forward over their fallen comrades. The ranks of the official soldiers dwindled, with fewer than 20 remaining by Kang Rong's side. The duration of their consciousness reflected the overall capabilities of each nation. From this perspective, the Qin kingdom held a significant advantage. For the first time, Zhang Fei struck her with several ink-scaled blades. Initially, Chris thought them to be treasures. However, she later learned that the ink-scaled blades were among Zhang Fei's least impressive weapons. Indeed, it was an arrangement made by Zhang Yu, yet he merely orchestrated a fire without ordering the use of explosives to detonate the tune. As he spoke, Hong Bo turned toward the direction of Xu Hui and Li Bei. Realizing he had fallen for Tao Yiting, willing to do anything for her, even things he once dared not attempt, the tiger ancestor waved his hand, and a surge of sacred power enveloped the three holy monarchs, leaving only the demon heart monarch to continue battling Gu Qinyan. Enough, Xia Lili could no longer contain herself. She thought back to the days when she had never tolerated such humiliation, especially in the hotel. Being articulate had earned her many friends, whether among the supervisors, managers, or clients, all of whom held her in high regard. Among her colleagues, she always maintained an air of superiority. This statement rings true. It serves as a considerable comfort to everyone. The demons they had encountered before were all, without exception, quite the same, stripped of their magical powers and the halo of their identities. They were merely individuals with troubled minds, lacking in both intellect and emotional intelligence. Plummeting beneath the horizon, These 2 vials of floral dew were purchased from Huaji on Suhan Street, a shop known for providing the wedding dowry of the heir to the Duke of Fu, whose floral dew was favored by the Empress and the esteemed Princess Fangli. The capital of the northern cold nation had always been a place of concern, and Yi Zhao's inability to return brought a tinge of regret. In the imperial palace, Zhang Ren gazed at the increasingly heavy rain and inquired of Su Feng beside him, "Is everything prepared?" Just as the heavenly emperor foretold, the moon swallowing well, as a premier soul artifact, serves primarily to aid soul masters in their cultivation and to restore their soul power. With the speed of these imperial and demonic swords, it would not be long before they annihilate the hundreds of thousands of followers of the Holy Fire cult. Prince Malsak flipped his hand, revealing a broad 2-handed weapon bound in chains. It appears that our world bears significant differences from that of the reborn Tenmu, perhaps diverging in development as well. While similarities may have existed before the apocalypse, post-apocalypse, they are certainly distinct. Thus, he completely indulged himself, valuing the soul crystals acquired through blood at naught, recklessly squandering them. Jiaosu stood before the families of Cao Cao and Yuan Shao. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, who would not feel awkward being treated as a spectacle? Jiaosu patted the door of the delicacies shop. Yi Shao sealed the cave entrance, allowing his aura to settle gradually. Focusing intently to maintain an optimal state. I apologize. That day you were intoxicated, and I couldn't resist, so I inadvertently touched your, well, you know, he murmured, lowering his head to gaze at his toes. Chapter 61. The Forbidden Beasts killing move. A battle erupted between the invincible beings of this age and the Forbidden Lands. Within the Divine Ruins, not only did the remaining 10 Imperial corpses awaken, but the other 6 Forbidden Beings also reached their zenith, fully restoring their combat prowess. Let us go. Chen Changshen stepped forward, his aura suppressing the ages. This was an extreme power, teetering on the edge of transcending Imperial-level strength. A colossal river of blood surged forth, creating a world steeped in crimson. The Blood River Emperor radiated overwhelming might. And at the center of the Blood River stood a red flag, from which countless blood lights cascaded, summoning forth all beings within the river. Blood sacrifice killing technique. With a thunderous roar, the sea of blood churned, as enormous blood-red hands blotted out the sky, erasing the path of righteousness. Subsequently, the Blood River transformed into countless path soldiers, alongside all beings within the river. Charging forward, Chen Changsheng held the Wanling Ding aloft. At that moment, he stepped forward, and the Wanling Ding began to awaken, as if all the myriad spirits of heaven and earth manifested simultaneously. Filling the cosmos with their essence, he unleashed a punch, and the Wanling Ding erupted in resplendent brilliance, its radiance illuminating the ages and suppressing the 8 directions. The colossal blood-red hand shattered first, followed closely by the punch light that obliterated countless blood soldiers and blood beings. Seizing the opportunity, the Peach Blossom Empress transformed into a dazzling force of celestial ascent, bursting forth from the Blood River, carrying an utterly domineering celestial destiny toward the Divine Ruins. 365 world phantoms manifested, radiating boundless might. Break. The killing formation of the Divine Ruins activated, exuding a forbidden killing intent that could annihilate all. A heavenly sword descended from the heavens, wielding the might of thunder. It shattered the extreme path power and the force of celestial ascent. The Empress looked up, her head adorned with a jade-like treasure vessel of the Great Path, and within her, a line seemed to ignite instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, everything appeared to freeze. A surge of celestial ascent, like a flying knife meant to slay immortals, instantaneously severed that heavenly sword. Following that, it eradicated all within the Divine Ruins. The figure of the Peach Blossom Empress vanished, yet simultaneously, the forbidden killing formation within the Divine Ruins activated, enveloping the entire realm in a resplendent light. Only then did Chen Changsheng withdraw his gaze. Now, it is up to you. He turned to face the Blood River Emperor, a hint of ease gracing his lips, and then calmly shook his head, stating, "You are not yet worthy. You are far too weak, a mere invincible being, having taken an alternative path to enlightenment without undergoing the celestial trial, dares to boast before me. Even though your foundation is ample, within this forbidden land, I remain unrivaled. Become a soul in my Blood River, and I shall grant you a true name, ensuring your eternal existence." A torrent of blood surged forth, millions of blood beings rushing toward him once more, as the blood path laws blossomed, resembling a blooming blood lotus in the void, with countless blood chains piercing through. The Wanling Ding erupted in brilliant radiance, wielding supreme authority over all, shattering every blood being and blood light. My Blood River is boundless. The blood spirits are immortal and indestructible. The Blood River Emperor sneered, the blood-red flag in his hand trembling, once again radiating blood light. Simultaneously, another forbidden being charged forth. A section of the void was obliterated by the Imperial Dragon Energy, taking the form of a Grand Seal, with Dragon Energy rolling forth, releasing unparalleled divine might. Directly suppressing down, the void was sealed, and Chen Changsheng merely cast a glance at the Grand Seal, his body beginning to emanate light. In the next moment, his figure abruptly became indistinct. Extricating itself from that realm of time and space, and with a swift motion, he struck the imperial seal away. This ancient sovereign, presumably the benevolent sage emperor, regrettably, his silhouette vanished once more, and the space around him instantly transformed into a pitch-black void. Intent on devouring all, this marked the emergence of the third forbidden entity. Wishing to escape, the blood river surged forth, and at that moment, the crimson beings sealed off all dimensions. Each crimson entity began to radiate light, utterly transforming the area into a unique realm. Subsequently, the fourth forbidden being appeared, wielding an unparalleled might of the ultimate path. Thunder erupted as countless purple divine lightning bolts converged into a tempest of thunder. Descending with tremendous force, at that moment, the heavens and earth were engulfed solely by the brilliance of thunder and the endless crimson light. The blood explosion of the celestial burial, a terrifying wave of energy surged across this void, causing the entire blood-hued realm to begin to disintegrate, with innumerable crimson lights and beings coalescing into the purest essence of the laws of the great path. The tempest of thunder erupted violently. Merging with the blood light, the entire world shattered, the laws of the great path devouring everything in their wake, obliterating myriad paths and annihilating the void. The supreme strike of two flawless emperors sealed the fate of all. Even an emperor might succumb to the threat of demise, and yet, this was not the end. A figure, commanding and majestic, suddenly appeared in the highest echelons of the sky, holding aloft a dragon seal. As torrents of imperial dragon energy cascaded down, a massive surge of blood energy infused the dragon seal, akin to a colossal sun, as 9 golden divine dragons emerged, roaring towards the heavens, encircling that radiant sun. Thereafter, with an unending force of imperial laws, it descended to impose its might. At that moment, this ancient emperor unleashed the pinnacle strike of the imperial weapon, capable of annihilating myriad paths. Boom! The already fragile realm erupted into a cataclysmic explosion. As terrifying waves of energy dispersed, unraveling the fabric of time and space, in that central location, the laws of myriad paths reached an unparalleled intensity, with any single law potent enough to rend apart the most formidable beings. Even an emperor within would likely find their corporeal form shattered. This strike obliterated the entirety of the void, shattering time and space, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energies. The 4 forbidden beings stood together, observing this scene with cold indifference. Even an emperor should fall, let alone a mere invincible one. The Blood River Emperor let out a chilling laugh, seemingly envisioning the invincible being dissipating under this strike. Yet at that instant, from the very core, a force erupted that sought to annihilate all existence. A beam of light cleaved through the ancient firmament, tearing apart all laws, erasing everything in its path. Simultaneously, the 4 supreme beings unleashed their powers, barely managing to withstand this terrifying blow. It was a beam of X light, obliterating everything. Merely a single beam of X light seemed to slice through the void as effortlessly as cutting through paper, leaving behind an enormous, gaping rift. Then, from the center of that dense, annihilating force of law, a figure emerged. Stepping forth, he wielded a massive axe, with a cauldron suspended above his head. Additionally, an ancient bell flickered into view behind him, isolating everything like the ebb and flow of the tides. Was this what perfect imperial power amounted to? He simply cast a glance at the 4 supreme beings, a light smile gracing his lips. So this is your true killing move. Suddenly, he looked up, a trace of mirth dancing upon his lips, as an axe light cleaved through everything. At the pinnacle of this void, 3 exalted beings, having reached the zenith of ascension, jointly wielded a pale spear. 3 forms of flawless imperial power manifested, converging into that spear, with countless runes of the great path emerging. The spear's light was dim, yet it emanated an indescribable aura, one so sharp that even Chen Changsheng felt an unsettling sensation in his body. So what if I know? One of the supreme beings sneered. In the next moment, the 3 emperors bellowed in unison. Exterminate the emperor. In this realm of time and space, only a singular beam of light remained, fleeting as a whisper. An indescribable spear pierced through Chen Changsheng's body, firmly pinning him to the void. At the spear's tail, a multitude of law chains proliferated, all delving deep into the abyss of the void. The heavens and earth trembled. Chapter 62. A single punch to slay the supreme. The realm of weaponry is established. Boom! As that indescribable spear penetrated Chen Changsheng's body, the entire void erupted as though struck by thunder. In an instant, all laws of power turned feral. At this moment, 7 exalted beings revealed their supreme paths, merging all laws in this place into those chains of law. Across the heavens and earth, chains of law blossomed with radiant brilliance, as all chains converged into one, transforming myriad paths into the supreme source of fire, all of which surged into Chen Changsheng's being. In that moment, as the indescribable spear pierced him, a transformation began to unfold within Chen Changsheng, as a curse, akin to rust, spread across him. Simultaneously, within him, his path, his laws were all being eroded, continuously dissipating, constantly invaded, until ultimately, All forms of law and path vanished without a trace. Only 3 orbs of light remained, encased in an inexplicable rest, ultimately returning to silence. Was this the realm of powers that transcend the laws? In that moment, Chen Changsheng felt a sensation reminiscent of when he first encountered the ancient well in the borderlands, yet this feeling was far from rendering him helpless. Or rather, the disparity in power was too vast, beyond any comparable scale, were it merely an ordinary emperor, or even a universal emperor standing at the second node, in the face of such power. Their imperial might could be cursed, ultimately reducing them to an ordinary person, decaying and dying yet. He was different, he had long surpassed the comprehension of all, therefore, when confronted by those 7 supreme beings, as all laws of the great path and the highest sources transformed into flames within his body. His countenance remained serene. Chen Changsheng stood as a furnace. The paths of the 7 emperors were gradually refining him, however, at that moment, a figure surged into the void, a brilliant beam of sword light. Razor sharp, akin to a cascade of stars, instantly sent one of the supreme beings flying. This sword light did not wane. Crashing directly into the divine ruins, an unparalleled force erupted, instantly invading this battlefield. It was a middle-aged man, with a harmonious visage and a tall stature, who suddenly fixed his gaze upon the Blood River Emperor, a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. Blood River. It is time for you to pay for your life. Boom! Behind this figure, a colossal silhouette of a war immortal suddenly materialized, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Mu Xian, after a million years, you remain as difficult as ever. The Blood River Emperor's expression turned icy, and in an instant, a fierce battle erupted between the two, with endless sword light flashing, cleaving into that crimson river. Chen Changsheng was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated an invincible being would emerge and charge into this void. Catching him off guard, this individual had achieved a unique path, embodying a special warrior physique among the human race, possessing boundless combat prowess, sealed for a million years, yet his essence remained remarkably abundant, rivaling that of the exalted beings at their zenith. Clearly, this invincible being harbored a grudge against the Blood River Emperor, and now, an all-out war had erupted. However, soon, the other supreme beings were preparing to take action against this invincible being, unleashing their ultimate might to suppress him. Clang! A blinding beam of sword light obliterated everything as he instantaneously reached Chen Changsheng's side, grasping him in an attempt to lead him away. Has the contemporary emperor already breached the divine ruins? 7 supreme beings. Even if we join forces, our hopes may be slim. Let us first evade their sharp edges. Chen Changsheng abruptly extended his hand to stop him, grasping the dense chains of law, and chuckled lightly. Evade their sharp edges. Where to? The Blood River Emperor's might was unparalleled, as a torrent of blood cascaded from the heavens. Simultaneously, imperial dragon energy surged, thunder crackled, and a vast, pitch-black ocean descended. They should be the ones avoiding my brilliance. With a slight lift of his gaze, at that moment, the 3 orbs of military path energy within Chen Changsheng, previously ensconced, suddenly quivered. Subsequently, blinding light shattered all bindings. The 3 orbs of military path erupted in an eternal, indestructible radiance. Thereafter, the 3 orbs fused into one. A terrifying wave of energy radiated from within Chen Changsheng, obliterating all chains of law that bound him. It annihilated all great path divine abilities, extinguishing all ultimate powers. Thus, let everything remain. A circular beam of light, centered around Chen Changsheng, instantaneously expanded, enveloping the entire void except for the divine ruins. Even as the 7 supreme beings struggled against it, they were all drawn into the expanse. The few remaining imperial corpses were obliterated by a single beam of light. At that moment, the supreme essence of the 5 elements returned to Chen Changsheng's being. At this moment, the invincible being who had intruded fell silent at this sight. However, what unfolded next rendered him even more speechless. Chen Changsheng, with his hands clasped behind his back, strode past him, his demeanor relaxed, before merely waving his hand. In the next instant, the 7 supreme beings, who had been standing together, dispersed without the slightest awareness, each scattering to different positions. What kind of law is this? A supreme being roared, as a vast expanse of pitch-black ocean materialized behind him. The laws of the ocean were overwhelmingly dense, exuding an unparalleled aura of authority. It was none other than a sea emperor. Chen Changsheng chuckled as he stepped forward, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself before this sea emperor. True to his reputation as a former invincible entity, the sea emperor unleashed his full might in that moment, the 9 layers of dark ocean crashing down like a relentless tide, while in his grasp appeared a cauldron, radiating a terrifying murderous intent. However, Chen Changsheng simply unleashed a single punch. The peculiar world around them seemed to come to an abrupt halt. The laws of the great Tao and the ultimate powers were suspended at that instant, and every supreme being bore a shackle upon them. With a thunderous roar beneath the might of that punch, the 9-layered ocean shattered, the imperial weapon crumbled, and the figure of the sea emperor disintegrated as well. His body erupted into countless fragments of flesh and blood. Even as the imperial might enveloped him, all the blood and flesh sought to coalesce, but Chongchongsheng's eyes shimmered with the room, instantly transforming into the true fire of the Tao, encasing the Sea Emperor's remnants within. Then, the essence of the Sea Emperor dissipated, his spirit and soul utterly consumed, vanishing completely from existence. This spectacle not only left the invincible beings in disbelief but rendered the remaining 6 supreme beings profoundly silent. Within the forbidden grounds, how could a transcendent being perish so effortlessly? It seemed he had merely struggled for a moment. This was simply beyond their comprehension. There was something amiss in this place. We must join forces to break free from it. A figure enveloped in Imperial Dragon energy spoke, and then, a surge of Imperial Dragon energy erupted, unleashing a supreme Imperial force. The remaining supreme beings reacted simultaneously, employing their utmost divine abilities to strike the very fabric of this realm. Chongchongsheng sensed a tremor within his own martial Tao. After all, these were 6 invincible supreme beings, and they quickly devised a countermeasure. Yet, it was still too late, for this was within his domain of martial Tao. He was akin to heaven itself. In the next moment, the 6 supreme beings appeared to lose a certain power simultaneously, their bodies beginning to invert, unable to control the supreme essence within. No, to be precise, the entire world around them was in upheaval, except for Chongchongsheng. He chuckled. Next, who shall it be? Chapter 63, Slaughter within the Void. An inverted world suddenly emerged in this realm. Only Chongchongsheng remained unaffected. The 6 ultimate imperial forces rampaged through this domain, unleashing their power to the utmost, intent on shattering this world entirely. Yet, Chongchongsheng merely observed with indifference. Though he could feel the tremors of this realm and the roar of his martial Tao within, the 6 supreme beings were still far from capable of completely dismantling his world. This was a unique domain formed from the fusion of 3 sources of martial Tao, a realm he named the martial Tao domain, capable of disregarding the laws of the great Tao and remaining unaffected by the heavenly Tao. As long as one resided within this martial Tao domain, it was as if he were the very deity of this world. Chongchongsheng speculated that even an emperor standing at the 3rd node might not be able to traverse such a path. This was also the hidden trump card that allowed him to accompany the Empress into the forbidden grounds. With a crack, the 6 supreme beings erupted with their full might within the martial Tao domain, their ultimate powers shattering countless dimensions, as imperial weapons unleashed their most potent strikes, radiating dazzling brilliance. However, with a gentle tremor of his martial Tao, Chongchongsheng waved his hand. In the next moment, as a dragon seal, imbued with countless dragon energies and imperial might, collided with this world, another identical dragon seal descended from the heavens, carrying the weight of ultimate power. How could this be possible? The towering figure surrounded by imperial dragon energy momentarily lost his composure upon witnessing the dragon seal. In the next instant, the 2 dragon seals clashed, and over 10 terrifying golden dragon figures converged upon one another, unleashing an explosion of overwhelming golden light. The entire martial Tao world was enveloped in rich golden ripples. As the once mighty human emperor stood resolute, his body suffused with imperial dragon energy, manifesting several golden dragons to sweep away the Tao ripples, a hint of confusion crossed his face. That was his great Tao. His law, he knew it all too well, yet he never anticipated it would manifest within this realm. This was truly terrifying. He gazed at the young man standing at the center of this realm, where the sun and moon seemed to fluctuate, his imposing presence radiating boundless combat intent. Meanwhile, a roar erupted from the Blood River Emperor, for he too encountered a similar scene. 2 blood rivers, indistinguishable in their dull aura, collided, tearing a vast, grotesque rift in the fabric of reality. Countless blood spirits crawled forth from the Blood River, converging in a frenzy. Who are you? The Blood River Emperor, Mu Ran, turned to the man standing at the center of this realm, his blood energy surging, wielding a blood banner as a torrent of blood river cascaded down. Yet soon, countless blood rivers intercepted his onslaught. A rumble echoed as bolts of lightning flashed, revealing a figure surrounded by myriad lightning laws. Wielding a heavenly spear like a divine thunder god, the multitude of thunderous beings emerged amidst the tumult. Clearly, he too faced a similar predicament, gazing at Chongchongsheng with confusion. Suddenly, a colossal rift tore open in the sky above this realm. 3 figures, exuding ultimate power, stepped forth. Instantly, a wave of spatial fluctuations erupted, dazzling worlds overlapping, all descending upon Chongchongsheng. One of the supreme beings spoke. He is the core of this world. Only by slaying him can we escape. In the next moment, the laws of the great Tao within the martial Tao world erupted violently, as the 6 highest powers tore through everything, simultaneously descending upon him. You guessed correctly. Unfortunately, you cannot achieve it. Chongchongsheng's eyes radiated with brilliant light as he stepped forward. With a single punch, he shattered 1,000 worlds. Then, he formed seals with both hands, empower all spirits. In an instant, the laws of this realm surged. As the power of every spirit coalesced upon the 6 supreme beings, erupting with such force that each bore the weight of 1,000 worlds' kill. A bolt of lightning obliterated all, as the Thunder Emperor raised his hand. Summoning a realm of thunder, imbued with terrifying slaughtering intent, thunder roared, engulfing the world in an overwhelming tempest. The thunderous forces annihilated everything, as terrifying lightning beams surged toward him. Chen Changshen's body glowed as he traversed the realm of thunder. Merely extending a finger, causing ripples to spread like tidal waves, in the next moment, all the lightning beams he touched vanished, and the thunderous sea receded like a tide. With a rumble, a blood river appeared. A brilliant dragon seal, suffused with imperial dragon energy, soared across the sky. A pitch-black long sword descended, releasing countless strands of dark sword energy. Chen Changshen merely looked up, waving his hand, causing the entire martial Dao world to tremble. I return this to you. In that instant, everything reversed. The dragon seal struck the once mighty human emperor. The blood river engulfed the blood river emperor. Countless sword lights altered their trajectory, charging toward the cloaked supreme being. The resplendent laws of the great Dao unleashed their destructive might, but just then, a rift in the void appeared before Chen Changshen. A figure emerged from within. Clever tactics. So you manipulated time and space. A hand came crashing down, sealing Chen Changshen with countless forces of time and space. Subsequently, segments of time began to collapse continuously, burying Chen Changshen within. Yet in the next moment, a spatial rift devoured this supreme being. In the void, waves of laws reverberated. With a crack, the void shattered like glass. Chen Changshen emerged from within, while the other supreme being had nearly lost half of his form. Are you not going to act? The half-dismembered supreme being suddenly cried out. Around Chen Changshen, enormous single eyes materialized, emanating a serene brilliance. Upon first glance, Chen Changshen was ensnared in a daze. Then, a spatial rift cleaved him in half. A heavenly sword instantly obliterated his form. Simultaneously, thousands of bolts of lightning descended, sealing everything, while a blood river swept all souls into its depths. It is done. The blood river emperor's expression brightened, for within that blood river, a blood spirit identical to Chen Changshen appeared. Yet devoid of any expression. After all, he was merely an invincible being. Facing our 6 emperors' encirclement was already a commendable feat. At that moment, the once mighty human emperor sensed something amiss. Wait. This realm has not vanished. The 6 supreme beings nearly simultaneously turned their gazes toward the entity within the blood river. At that moment, seated upon a throne within the blood river, a blood-colored being observed them with an enigmatic smile. What kind of illusion leads you to believe you can kill me? Who, indeed, is the one who has perished? At this moment, the hearts of the 6 supreme beings trembled, and everything before their eyes became clear. The blood river vanished, the thunderous sea also dissipated, only a remnant body, obliterated by the sword's radiance, remained in place. Chapter 64. The fall of the supreme, thus, the threat of death, the anguish of erased memories, and the cruel human experimentation intertwined over the span of 1 year and 9 months, gradually transforming these 23 boys, each with distinct personalities, into 23 brothers bound by life and death. However, after waiting for nearly half a minute, I still remained in the cockpit, and the anticipated miracle did not arrive. I had previously heard Jiang Lu mention that you seemed to harbor a strong aversion to Taoist arts. Is that not so? Jiang Li's grandfather regarded me with a serious expression and spoke. Yet, after a month, Guang Yichen began to feel a subtle weariness, perhaps due to transcending his original life, which led to a sense of unreality. He contemplated changing his life. Just a couple of days ago, he casually mentioned it to Uncle Chen, and to his surprise, Uncle Chen agreed. But without hearing the alert, Lelouch understood that his 3 attacks had completely missed the target. And as he prepared to fire again, the klaxon in the cockpit forced him to abandon his efforts. In such moments, who would dare to launch a surprise attack? Was that not courting death? Enraged, I immediately unleashed 70 to 80% of my strength. I refrained from using the Yu Wang spear and instead utilized my arm as a weapon, thrusting it forward with great force. Moreover, I did this in full view of countless disciples of the Star Soul sect. Should this matter not be handled properly, the entire Star Soul sect would be affected, shaking its very foundations. Now, not only had I invaded the Master's chamber to sleep upon his bed, but I had also stolen his precious belongings. He noticed that his body was being meticulously tended to. The sheets were neat, and everything appeared orderly. Nan Ganghao sat in the car for 7 minutes before finally alighting with the medicine box he had prepared in advance, entering the elevator and pressing the 12th floor. That feeling, I suppose, can only be truly understood by those who have experienced it. The depths of its torment. At night, Xiao Huai unexpectedly appeared, climbing in through the window, despite the height of the terrain below. 2 weeks after the midterm exams concluded, while awaiting the results, this cohort of students had gathered with their teachers several times for a celebration, even if he claimed he desired dominion over the world. To seize the kingdom and incite rebellion, none dared to divulge such words. Upon hearing the subsequent remarks, Xiao Wei leaned closer to the screen, eager to listen more intently. At that moment, observing the snow domain's savage king deep in thought, Ling Cheng couldn't help but burst into laughter, playfully reminding him, was it merely a light injury? Yuan Bo exclaimed, for the cost of that strike had been twice as much as before. Could the damage reduction of this ancient weapon be so formidable? As the war intensified, Xiao Huai maintained strict military discipline, employing harsh measures, causing the matter of Qingyue to gradually fade from memory. As expected, Ying Yi carefully observed the expressions of Zhang Zhuling and his companions. Feeling slightly relieved, he had genuinely feared being caught in the act of plagiarizing another's verses. Jiang Zongjuan gazed at Chen Luo's profile, a tender smile emerging, a smile that had never graced his face when he beheld Jiang Tiantian. Mu Lan's right eyelid twitched incessantly, rendering her unable to focus on the grand event of the top 10 newcomers of the 19th cohort of Longyan City. My lips twitched. I had merely intended to be modest, not to genuinely belittle myself, yet Duobo had earnestly exposed my intentions. Leng Yikong turned at the sound, coincidentally meeting Xin Guanghao's heavy gaze, as he frowned at him, unmasked reproach evident on his face. Though Mulong was unaware of Xiao Canghai's connections, in such critical moments, inspirational words were quite effective, and empty platitudes were equally appreciated. Lin Fan, has a donkey kicked your brain? Hurry up and get inside. Zhang Lianfang's face paled. Should he offend Yan Goen, the family clinic would be doomed. He personally opened the door, only to see a flash of crimson slip in like an eel, and upon turning around, it was already kneeling there in a daze. Shao Tsong could only see its thin back, unable to discern its face. He was to retrace the path of the black-clad, yet he wandered aimlessly. Knowing neither the purpose nor the destination, he exerted his hands once more, and a sound akin to cracking bones echoed in the air, followed by a new end's breath ceasing entirely. Waves of fierce energy rippled from within him, expanding rapidly, shattering all nearby tables, chairs, and instruments into fragments with a cacophony. Upon hearing this, Li Bujia cast him a glance, refraining from retorting, as if what Xue Yiren stated were indeed the truth. Liu Qian displayed a hint of regret on her face. Yet seeing that Yi Qingcheng showed no intent to retain her, Liu Qian could only turn and leave a newly deceased spectre. Zhao Zimai echoed these 4 words, his heart suddenly contracting before expanding again. Beating frantically in his chest, he looked at the figure sprawled upon the coffin, finally recognizing him. Hey, Xiao Tian, what are you doing? Why are you answering the phone so slowly? A warm voice resounded from the other end. Are you worried about someone? Ha ha, Xiang Chao gestured deliberately. As Spring Ni's identity had now changed, the unsealing procedure was taught by Xiao Pu, and it was also the first time Luo Li had handled it. Fortunately, without any blunders. No need to act like a parasite. I'm well aware, after so many years of childhood companionship, if I lacked even this awareness, it would be utterly irresponsible. Xiao Tian chuckled. Bonds, Su Wang murmured, stepping back unsteadily, her eyes growing increasingly red. Lin Xiao, oblivious to their feelings, unexpectedly received news about Lily, bringing him immense joy. Chapter 65. The Empress slays the master of the Forbidden Land. Confrontation of 2 invincibles. Chen Changsheng remained in the world of martial arts, patiently awaiting. The operations within the martial arts realm lay entirely within his grasp. Thus, the fierce battle between the Blood River Emperor and the invincible Mu Xian unfolded before him. Truly, a war king physique, Chen Changsheng praised. Among the human race, a few renowned physiques exist: the divine king physique, the human king physique, and the war king physique. While these physiques may not rival the special physiques and cannot match the grandeur of an emperor in full bloom, they are by no means weak. Particularly, this invincible individual named Mu Xian had achieved an alternative path to enlightenment. His war king physique transcended into that of a battle immortal. At this moment, his combat prowess was boundless, growing stronger with each battle, his figure becoming immensely formidable, a colossal battle immortal surrounded by celestial bodies, facing the relentless assaults of the Blood River. Chen Changsheng observed it all. In truth, this invincible being was somewhat inferior to the Blood River Emperor. However, due to his intervention, the Blood River Emperor had been significantly weakened, empowered by the forces of all beings. Even the Blood River Emperor could not dismiss it. And even the Blood River had begun to decline. Ultimately, after waiting for a considerable time, that massive battle immortal tore the Blood River into countless fragments, bringing down a gigantic hand, and the celestial light surged forth, obliterating the Blood River entirely. In the end, the Blood River Emperor, expending his utmost effort, battled Mu Xian until the heavens and earth trembled, countless beams of blood light flooding the skies. Ultimately, his body was shattered. He bled profusely in this realm, his form gradually dissipating, yet he laughed heartily. Mu Xian, you have succeeded. Our grievances have been resolved. Alas, I shall not perish at your hands. Ha ha, a blood-colored figure thus self-destructed. Both spirit and soul, path and law, all dissipating into nothingness, Henceforth, within the divine ruins, the 7 supreme beings were entirely extinguished, and under the bloodlight, Mu Xian, with his massive form, hauled skyward of some matters, even after slaying one's adversary. Observing their demise before one's eyes cannot be undone. Everything has come to an end. Chongchong gazed at this scene, sighed deeply, and felt the martial path within him gently tremble, subsequently splitting into 3 forms of martial arts. As the martial path diverged, the world of martial arts began to crumble, ultimately fading away. 2 figures emerged into the void. However, at this moment, the void resembled a chaotic realm before the creation of heaven and earth. Filled with immense rifts, chaotic energy swirling, and thunder and fire erupting, Mu Xian approached Chongchong and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my friend." Chongchong merely shook his head. It was but a trivial effort. He never expected such a powerful invincible being to emerge in later generations. Mu Xian reflected inwardly, recognizing that the individual before him was of the human race, yet he was not an emperor, but rather one who, like himself, had taken an alternative path to enlightenment. Thus, he understood the difficulties of traversing such a path. He never anticipated that a descendant would traverse so far along this road. Surpassing even those former emperors, it was truly astonishing, excessively frightening. Mu Xian had many inquiries to make, yet the moment was not opportune. Chongchong turned his gaze toward the divine ruins, noting that the brilliance of the entire site had dimmed somewhat. However, the forbidden killing array remained intact, leaving him uncertain of the current state of the Empress and that master of the divine ruins. He then looked at the invincible being. With this matter settled, I shall delve into the divine ruins. You may return first. The invincible being was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a spirited smile. Has the Empress already breached the entrance? Chongchong merely nodded. Mu Xian declared, I have been sealed for 1,000,000 years. Should I be able to eradicate a forbidden zone completely this time, I shall unhesitatingly assist the Empress, even if it means sacrificing my own life. Chongchong could never comprehend why such invincible beings possessed an unwavering spirit of selflessness, dedicated to safeguarding all living beings in the world. He did not. He was incapable. Thus he likely harbored little understanding. Or perhaps, this is what they refer to as the heart of a saint. Shaking his head, Chongchong did not refuse Mu Xian, and subsequently declared, Follow me. I shall lead the way. No sooner had he spoken than he advanced forward. With Mu Xian closely trailing behind, Chongchong emanated a tidal force. In the next moment, he unleashed a punch that struck the divine ruins, causing the entire expanse to erupt in resplendent brilliance. Dazzling beyond compare, with a crack, the radiance of his fist obliterated all in its path, as if opening a portal upon the towering light screen before them. Let us proceed. In an instant, the 2 figures entered the portal. Thunderous roars erupted as a series of forbidden killing formations activated, all aimed at the level of an emperor. However, the tidal force emanating from Chongchong seemed to isolate him from it all. The countless powers of the killing formations rained down, as though evaded by an unseen force. This scene stirred tumultuous waves within Mu Xian's heart. Such a level of forbidden killing formations, layered upon one another, would likely ensnare him even at full strength. Yet this individual before him navigated through these deadly traps as if traversing uncharted territory. The disparity between them felt insurmountable, akin to a colossal mountain that one could never scale. He remained silent, as the divine ruins were vast, the 2 continuing their advance while dismantling one forbidden formation after another. At that moment, the entire divine ruins trembled violently. An overwhelming force erupted from the center of the ruins, pulsating with the power of celestial beings and a domineering intent to devour all wherever it passed. The forbidden formations were overturned. The Guizhou bell materialized. With a mere finger, Chongchong summoned boundless temporal power to intercept this tremendous force. Then, his speed surged dramatically, breaking through the final barrier in an instant. The 2 finally arrived at the heart of the divine ruins, which resembled a world unto itself. Majestic ancient structures towered into the heavens, surrounded by the sun, moon, and rivers, radiating an aura of mystery. In the center, shattered stars fell to the ground, ancient relics lay in ruins, while celestial palaces floated amidst the starry sky, the landscape in tatters. A colossal golden dragon coiled and writhed above the broken earth and ruins. The golden dragon exuded a magnificent aura, suffused with golden light and vitality, embodying supreme majesty, yet on the brink of demise. Its life force waned, its great path dissipated, transforming into the purest essence. Its blazing, immense eyes flickered uncertainly, ultimately resting upon the domineering empress clad in black. With a soft sigh, it reflected, Once, I transformed from a mere mortal into a golden dragon, believing myself invincible throughout the realm, considering even emperors as mere trifles beneath me. In my eyes, no being was worth my regard. I never anticipated the emergence of a female emperor such as you in later generations. To fall by your hand, I harbor no regrets. The immense golden dragon began to radiate light. With one last glance towards Chongchong, It suddenly proclaimed, "These divine ruins now belongs to you." In the next instant, its form disintegrated, an overwhelming tide of golden light surged skyward, transforming into the purest essence. At this moment, the Empress in black turned, her gaze mirroring an icy indifference. "You wish to become the sovereign of this forbidden land." Without any forewarning, Chen Changsheng stepped forward, wielding an invincible force. The dazzling quintessence of divine light morphed into a lethal technique, as he held nothing back in his assault against the Emperor. At that moment, Mu Xian's eyes widened in alarm, transforming into a battle celestial to intervene. "Do you dare raise your hand against the Empress? Do you truly wish to become the sovereign of this forbidden land?" Chen Changsheng remained silent. The Wanling Ding manifested, and the power of myriad spirits instantly sent Mu Xian flying. The overwhelming force of the five elements descended. With a thunderous crash, a pitch-black Taoist treasure bottle trembled. Unleashing a surge of darkness that shot skyward, the Empress, wielding the Taoist treasure bottle, unleashed an unparalleled strike. The clash of radiant colors against the engulfing black force forged a tempest, obliterating the surrounding sun, moon, and rivers, reducing them to naught. The two stood in a tense standoff. The Empress, brandishing the grand treasure bottle, emanated an air of absolute dominance. Her expression cold. Chen Changxing, hands clasped behind his back, maintained a serene demeanor, as three types of Taoist soldiers manifested one after another. Meanwhile, Mu Xian, having been effortlessly cast aside, realized he was no longer capable of participating in this conflict yet. He was perplexed as to why the two had chosen to engage at this moment. Chen Changsheng sighed inwardly. Before departing the realms of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, he had obtained the Empress's essence of celestial beings, integrating it within himself. Just moments ago, that essence had awakened, leaving him with 4 words: "Please, kill me." Chapter 66. Changsheng confronts the Empress. Chen Changsheng fixed his gaze upon the Empress before him. She was entirely transformed. The power of celestial beings fully vanished, replaced by an overwhelmingly domineering law of annihilation. Perhaps, prior to entering the divine ruins, the Empress of the Begonia had already foreseen this outcome, thus leaving behind that essence, urging her own demise. Although Chen Changsheng was unaware of the changes that the emergence of the Empress's second persona would bring, one certainty remained. This Empress walked a path divergent from his own. A being like him might be regarded as an anomaly in her eyes, while he could not comprehend why the Begonia Empress desired her own death at his hands. Upon seeing her, he acted without a moment's hesitation. As for Mu Xian, he found himself entirely out of his depth. Thus, he turned to Mu Xian and stated, "You must depart from this place. It is beyond your capacity to intervene." A war celestial manifestation appeared behind Mu Xian, radiating with immense vitality amidst the surrounding cosmic expanse. "If you truly intend to slay the Empress, I cannot stand idly by." Chen Changsheng dismissed his words, the law of time unfolding as he effortlessly shattered the fabric of space, a myriad of rifts rapidly consuming Mu Xian. By the time Mu Xian comprehended the situation, he found himself ensnared within the forbidden killing formations of the divine ruins. His survival now relied solely upon his own resilience. In the very heart of the divine ruins, only the two remained, Chen Changsheng and the second persona of the Begonia Empress. "Very well, without outsiders, I shall test how the so-called invincible one truly reigns supreme." A cold smile crept onto the Empress's frosty visage. Above her head loomed a pitch-black Taoist treasure bottle emanating waves of dark light, suffused with a consuming dominion, sweeping through the heavens as if embodying imperial might. Behind her, a vast rift loomed, brimming with the power to devour all. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall, exuding an unparalleled dominance, while her brilliant eyes sparkled with supreme laws of the Emperor. Chen Changsheng merely smiled faintly. "You might not wish to know." With a thunderous roar, the Empress launched her assault without hesitation, her overwhelming power obliterating a swath of void. As the black light consumed all, the imperial pressure surged violently towards Chen Changxing. The Guisu bell materialized, and the force of time and space spread like a tide, anchoring the void in place. Yet, in the next instant, a colossal Taoist treasure bottle shattered all barriers. The bottle's mouth inverted, plunging the entire realm into darkness. Terrifying power surged forth from the bottle. A beam of black light, infused with supreme imperial might, broke through the restraints of time and space. With a crack, the void shattered, and Chen Changsheng was struck directly to the ground, creating a massive crater in the divine ruins. The Empress gazed intently at the gaping hole. Just then, a force from the void surged in, a portal of time and space opened, and Chen Changsheng emerged calmly, a 5-colored sword light cleaving down upon the Empress. She pivoted, delivering a palm strike that unleashed 9 pitch-black bronze chains. Piercing through the void, Chen Changsheng recognized them. They were forged from celestial gold, radiating supreme celestial might. The Empress had likely taken a majority of the divine materials and celestial gold to craft these. The 9 bronze chains were formidable, disrupting all laws of the Dao and plunging everything into chaos. Chen Changsheng stood atop the Wanling Ding, the Guisu bell suspended above his head, unleashing the full extent of his power. The three types of soldiers within him trembling in unison, a devastating axe cleaved forth, emanating an eternal brilliance / the tremendous axe light, imbued with annihilative laws, collided with the 9 bronze chains, erupting in a cascade of dazzling light. Instantly carving the surrounding space into isolated prisons, a Taoist treasure bottle descended, striking down with a resounding clang. The Guisu bell began to turn slowly, unleashing a tidal force to meet it. The heavens trembled. At that moment, both the Empress and Chen Changsheng recoiled, yet simultaneously stepped forward, engaging in a flurry of exchanges. The very fabric of the universe was torn asunder. Had it not been for the peculiar nature of the divine ruins, the entire expanse would have been reduced to true desolation by their battle. The walling din beneath Chen Changsheng expanded in an instant, overshadowing the skies, as countless spirits transformed into fiery essence raining down from above. The Empress's eyes glimmered, and the 9 bronze chains seemed to carve out worlds, wielding the power to devour everything, instantaneously severing time and space. The entire realm appeared to be cleaved in two. All the fiery essence poured down in torrents, yet it felt as though half were intercepted. The Empress snorted coldly, her bare feet treading upon the Taoist treasure bottle as she advanced, each step causing the very cosmos to tremble. Behind her loomed a dark void, gradually expanding with her every movement, devour him entirely. The grand Taoist vase emanates a dark luminescence, causing the entire world to tremble. The abyssal black hole appears to engulf all existence, swallowing even the very light standing beneath this ominous void. The Empress seems to embody the dominion of this realm. The immense black hole devours all, shaking the entire divine wasteland, as the laws of the Tao, time and space, and the void itself seem to be consumed by the unfathomable abyss. Chen Changsheng gazes upward at the colossal black hole that now envelopes the world, its terrifying power shrouding the heavens and eclipsing the sun. Surpassing even that of the great emperors, a sense of tyranny and annihilation permeates the atmosphere. He merely casts a glance at the Empress, and within him, the 3 strands of military Tao converge into one, causing his body to tremble as he crushes the black hole's devouring force with sheer power. Gradually, he raises the ruin axe in his hand. At that moment, the confluence of the 3 military Taos infuses the axe with unparalleled strength, radiating a forbidden power that far exceeds that of any emperor. Dark lightning flickers along the blade, manifesting as spatial rifts. This aura compels even the Empress to lower her gaze slightly, with a flick of her 5 fingers. The dark Taoist vase ascends, hovering in the center of the black hole. In that instant, the colossal black hole accelerates downward, resembling a vast sun plummeting from the sky. Darkness envelopes the world, suffused with an overwhelmingly tyrannical force of annihilation, eradicating all Taoist laws. Yet, at that moment, Chen Changsheng lifts his gaze. He moves his hand holding the ruined axe, raising it high before letting it fall. The heavens are opened. A blinding, indescribable radiance seems to pierce through the very fabric of existence, traversing the entirety of time, from above to below, without end. The axe light, though not excessively dazzling, at that moment becomes akin to a cosmic bridge. Without warning, the immense black hole, along with the Taoist vase, splits in two, as if the entire world has been cleaved in half. Clarity reigns in the heavens and earth. The Empress, sensing an insurmountable threat, vanishes from the black hole. However, in the next instant, a resplendent white light appears, the law of the flying immortals. It manifests before Chen Changsheng in an instant, allowing him to glimpse the Empress's cold yet radiant visage. He chuckles softly. I am aware that you have concealed the power of the flying immortals. But then, have I not done the same? Suddenly, Chen Changsheng's body begins to radiate, blinding white light pouring forth as the power of the flying immortals emerges. In that moment, 2 blinding beams of white light collide, unleashing countless dazzling bursts of flying immortal energy. The entire cosmos, shifting from darkness to brilliance, unfolds in an instant. Chapter 67. A single punch to vanquish the Empress. Yet, the entire world transforms into a realm of pristine white. Countless laws of the flying immortals intertwine, and amid this snowy expanse, 2 ethereal figures stir a tempest of void. It seems she truly regards you differently, even granting you her own Tao, seeing the flying immortal force prove ineffective. The Empress scoffs coldly, a dark rift reappearing behind her, the law of devouring surging forth. With a mere flick of her jade fingertip, the dark Taoist vase materializes anew. In that moment, 9 colossal bronze chains pierce through, sealing off time and space. The Empress, wielding the Taoist vase, exudes an overwhelming authority, unleashing a supreme strike. The sound of the Guisu bell reverberates, sending ripples through the air. Unfazed, Chen Changsheng counters with a single finger, manifesting countless tidal pathways that coalesce into a vast torrent of Tao soldiers surging towards the Empress. Devour it for me. The Empress, brimming with vigor and imperial might, unleashes the dark Taoist vase, which swallows countless Tao soldiers whole. The next moment, the vase trembles slightly, and a beam of immortal light shoots forth from its mouth. Instantly, a multitude of Tao soldiers surge forth, charging towards Chen Changsheng. The immense river of Tao soldiers seems to cleave through the very fabric of time. 9 gigantic bronze chains seal everything, the Empress advances, a rune flickering at her brow, transforming into a force of flying immortals. With a single palm strike, countless massive rifts emerge, colossal black holes descending like suns, as if multiple worlds collide in that instant. All Taoist laws are obliterated. Chongcheng merely smiles, his pupils emitting a golden light as the Guizhou bell reverses time. Ripples of bronze light energy flowing upward. When the torrent of Dao soldiers encounters a ripple, they begin to disintegrate entirely. This is the power of temporal reversal, returning all things to the void beyond time. Subsequently, the Wang Ling Ding emits a luminous glow, showering emerald light, intertwining the laws of the Dao, manifesting myriad spirits, their voices resonating through time and space. The resonating power of myriad spirits collides with the tyrannical law of annihilation, giving rise to terrifying phenomena. The world fractures and reconstitutes. At the very center of the divine wasteland, ancient structures crumble, ruins from eras long forgotten disintegrating in that moment. The entire center transforms into an empty, void realm, leaving only a throne shrouded in golden light, the core of the divine wasteland. However, Chongcheng does not even cast a glance, stepping forth, his figure appearing above the Empress, delivering a decisive blow with his axe. Open, the Taoist vase radiates light as the Empress raises her hand to strike back. The dark radiance and the annihilating axe light merge, becoming the purest ocean of loss. The myriad worlds return to the wasteland. From that terrifying ocean of annihilation, the Empress soars forth, the Taoist vase suspended above her head, a scene of constant dissolution unfolding behind her. The heavens and earth tremble as all law is absorbed by the Taoist vase, which, at that moment, seems to become the singularity. In the next instant, a massive surge of dark energy erupts, like a world-destroying dragon, shattering the very fabric of existence. Behind Chongcheng, a five-colored realm emerges, an unending influx of elemental laws pouring into the ruined axe. The axe blade cleaves forth a radiant beam entwined with the power of the five elements. At that moment, the dark energy intertwines with the annihilating radiance, revealing countless scenes of collapsing and shattering time and space. Yet, the Empress disregards this spectacle, striding through the river of time. Kill. Countless laws coalesce into a dark longsword, which she swings down at Chongcheng. The Guizhou bell above him spins continuously, its chimes resonating with tidal forces that obliterate the dark sword light entirely. However, the Empress pushes against the current, her snowy hand piercing through layers of tidal energy, her imperial might erupting as she channels the power of the flying immortals, forcibly repelling the Guizhou bell. Chongcheng remains undaunted, the military Dao within him quaking, radiating an indomitable light. With a thunderous punch, he sends the Empress flying, obliterating all in his path, entombing her along with the void itself. The Empress's essence seems to vanish. Chongcheng merely smiles, she cannot possibly be dead so easily. Suddenly, he turns his gaze to a particular spacetime, where one Empress wields a bronze chain, shattering the fabric of time. Then, 8 more Empresses appear simultaneously, each wielding a bronze chain in different realms. In that instant, the 9 chains forged from celestial gold entwine like a vast prism, sealing off all paths of time, transforming this place into a lawless expanse. Within this prism, Chongcheng cannot sense even a trace of the Dao laws, even his own power dissipating. This may very well be the true weapon against the former master of the divine wasteland. It bears some resemblance to his military Dao domain, however, it still falls short. If this is your final gambit, then the curtain may soon fall. The 9 Empresses move in perfect synchrony, their bronze chains radiating celestial light capable of annihilating all cosmic entities. The sound of thunder reverberates, as if a lethal array has been unleashed, the 9 chains intertwining, celestial light clashing, the aura of slaughter laid bare. You may certainly try. With a crack, the entire world is enveloped in celestial light. The Empress stands as an eternal sovereign, the 9 bronze chains soaring towards the heavens, resembling a celestial palace that halts the flow of time itself. Chongcheng gazes upward, realizing that the space here seems beyond his control. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, the 3 military weapons surge into his body. Military Dao domain, open. In an instant, the 3 strands of military Dao unite, radiating an eternal brilliance. Following this, a circular beam of law spreads from within Chongcheng, enveloping the entire world. Not only does it draw the Empress into the domain, but it also ensnares the 9 bronze chains within the military Dao domain. Shadows begin to dissipate, leaving only the Empress, her expression one of astonishment. The 9 bronze chains dim, suppressed by the laws within the military Dao domain. The world they initially formed collapsing entirely, the celestial palace disintegrating, leaving only the bronze chain standing firm. She raises her gaze to Chongcheng. It appears you have taken this step before me. The tyrannical imperial might erupts, echoing throughout the military Dao world, but what of it? With a thunderous roar, she descends, enveloped in a wave of annihilating light. Yet, in the next moment, the world is turned upside down. The figure of Chongcheng vanished, and in the next moment, a fist light that suppressed the ages descended upon the Empress, shattering her grand principles as if a star had plummeted to the ground. Yet immediately thereafter, 33 layers of pitch-black worlds began to overlap, and the Empress, wielding the Grand Dao treasure vase, soared skyward once more. With a delicate finger, she unleashed a multitude of immortal slaying flying daggers that filled the entire realm of military Dao. However, Chen Changsheng merely smiled and shook his head. All the immortal slaying flying daggers passed through his body and then returned to nothingness. The Empress's expression turned icy, as she summoned the 33 worlds to devour everything in their path. If it were merely this, it would have been just that. She clasped her hands together, and her pupils turned an abyssal black. In that moment, the Grand Dao treasure vase inhaled and exhaled countless essences of heaven and earth, along with the powers of the Grand Dao. Behind her, the 33 worlds seemed intent on annihilating the heavens, expanding endlessly, and Chen Changsheng could even sense a hint of instability in the realm of military Dao. Quite intriguing. Since this is the case, let me show you the true power of the military Dao realm. It is time to conclude. With a single step forward, Chen Changsheng caused the original military Dao world to dissipate. However, the aura of the military Dao around him grew increasingly potent. Ultimately, he raised his hand, channeling the entirety of the military Dao realm into a single punch. His fist emanated an aura capable of shattering myriad paths, and the surrounding spacetime was cleaved apart, subtly revealing the marks of an axe, a bell, and a cauldron. Chen Changsheng glanced at her, hesitated for a fleeting moment, and then his punch descended. A sudden roar reverberated through the heavens and earth. A single fistlight obliterated the ages, shattered the 33 worlds, and annihilated the Empress's grand principles. In that instant, the Empress appeared momentarily dazed, confronted by a power that she knew was insurmountable, yet she broke free from all constraints, merging all of her grand paths into the Grand Dao treasure vase. She charged towards the fistlight. The Grand Dao treasure vase radiated an aura that made the heavens tremble, but it could only withstand for a brief moment against that fistlight before shattering. The principle of annihilation was as fragile as paper at that moment. The Empress's form disintegrated beneath that punch, her figure vanishing in the light of the blow. The aura of invincibility swept through the divine ruins, toppling several forbidden killing formations within the divine ruins. Only a figure that trampled upon myriad paths remained, alongside a throne enveloped in golden light. The Empress had completely vanished, her very essence obliterated. A war immortal silhouette approached from afar, breaking through all barriers, exuding a formidable presence. He glared furiously and questioned, "Is the Empress dead?" Chen Changsheng cast a detached glance at him. "She is dead," with a thunderous roar. Mu Xian erupted with battle intent, his gaze fixed intensely upon him, the silhouette of the war immortal exuding supreme celestial light. At that moment, Chen Changsheng seemed to have discovered something, suddenly focusing on a particular spot where a familiar Dao rhythm flowed. He burst into laughter. What a remarkable strategy, to shatter the shell with an inevitable killing formation and external forces, then to sever the true and false selves with the power of the Grand Dao. Oh, the Empress of Begonia, was this unintentional or intentional on your part? Perhaps you had already calculated me into your plans. While I have sensed your intentions, I must admit, you are truly astonishing and invincible. The Empress had perished. She fell beneath the combined might of Chen Changsheng's 3 military Daos embodied in a single fistlight. However, she had lived out her third life. Chapter 68. The third life of the Begonia Empress. Chen Changsheng's peculiar behavior caused Mu Xian to furrow his brow slightly. He discerned nothing, only sensing the complete disappearance of the Empress's aura. Although this invincible being had slain 6 supreme beings within the divine ruins and avenged his own grievances, he had also killed the Empress of the Age. How did this differ from those supreme beings? Furthermore, from the Empress's own words, he learned that this invincible figure was attempting to pry into the Forbidden Lands, aspiring to become their master. What then of the Empress's destruction of the Forbidden Lands? The destruction of the Forbidden Lands could give rise to a brand new one, perhaps even stronger than the divine ruins of old. Wouldn't that be the greatest calamity for this world? Hence, even though Mu Xian felt that he might be inferior to this invincible being compared to those supreme beings, he still resolved to try, regardless of the risk to himself. As an invincible being, could he truly stand by and watch the birth of a new master of the Forbidden Lands that was set to sink? Boom! His grand principles began to coalesce, and the massive silhouette of the war immortal burst forth, radiating countless celestial lights, surrounded by a flowing river of stars, manifesting his unique supreme divine power. He wielded a heavenly blade, emanating an unmatched strength, its blade intent as pure as snow. Yet, Chen Changsheng seemed entirely unperturbed by Mu Xian's actions, either indifferent or completely dismissive. He merely focused on a particular spot, his expression subtly revealing a sense of gratifying self-satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. He gazed intently at a certain place where the Dao rhythm flowed, shrouded in an air of mystery, akin to the breath of a newly birthed world. This Dao rhythm revealed to Chen Changsheng a new path, causing the military Dao within him to tremble incessantly. You live out your third life through this, while I observe the Dao, thus repaying you a favor. Fortuitously, Chen Changsheng crouched down, He then cast a sidelong glance at Mu Xian. Stay put and be obedient. A shimmering, verdant 10,000 spirits cauldron suddenly appeared above Mu Xian's head, gently vibrating, descending with the power to seal myriad spirits. The 10,000 spirits cauldron was Chen Changshen's first weapon. Though its killing power was not particularly strong, its defensive and sealing capabilities were unparalleled, given his current realm. Temporarily sealing an alternative pathmaker with the 10,000 spirits cauldron in this scenario was not overly troublesome. Mu Xian clearly perceived Chen Changshen's intentions. He erupted, his snow-white blade light resembling a celestial river, as the massive silhouette of the war immortal tore through the sun, moon, and stars, shifting the cosmos. Yet he could not breach the seal of the 10,000 spirits cauldron. Subsequently, he observed coldly, eager to see what this invincible being intended to do. However, Chen Changshen no longer glanced at him, wholly focusing on the front. Suddenly, a dull rhythm emanated from his body, an indescribable essence that made him feel as if he had partially vanished from sight. As if he were situated within a very distant time and space. Following this, a primal essence of the five elements manifested on its own, transforming into a five-colored canopy that descended upon the principles of the Grand Tao. Simultaneously, 3 brilliant military dials within him began to rotate, releasing waves of peculiar fluctuations. This did not belong to the laws of life, yet bore resemblance to them, yet was even more magnificent. Rebirth, no. It could be considered a form of primordial refinement and rebirth. Chen Changshen quietly sensed this dull rhythm, and after a long while, he ceased his observation. Although this dull rhythm provided him with some enlightenment, it held little practical use for him. After all, he was Changshen. He might never reach this stage. Thus, he stood up, a smile gracing his face. In this lifetime, you clearly possess ample longevity, yet you forcefully turned the page and lived out a third life. This cannot be deemed as intentional. Perhaps, had you possessed even a hint of intent, there would have been no opportunity. Your true desire for death has led you to this point. Very well. Since this is the case, I shall assist you once more. Chen Changshen chuckled, and then a towering ancient tree manifested behind him, with the sun and moon suspended amidst it, a crimson river flowing resplendently. The power of the 5 elements surged forth, perpetually alive. Radiating an exalted aura, the 5 supreme essences coalesced into a 5-colored lotus, which slowly revolved and ultimately merged into that dull rhythm. In an instant, the entire Forbidden Land seemed to respond, beginning to tremble. All beings in the 9 heavens, 10 earths, and across the universe felt a peculiar sensation at that moment, as all the grand paths in the universe suddenly became vibrant. Simultaneously, the mandate of heaven materialized. Though it appeared exceptionally tranquil, however, they did not sense the mandate's emotions. It seemed to embody a sentiment of extreme reluctance yet helplessness. After radiating myriad beams of light, the mandate of heaven swiftly vanished, leaving only the vibrations of the grand paths. It was the Empress, a peerless being, gazed at the divine ruins that materialized in the cosmic starry sky, their voice trembling with excitement. The entire divine ruins now exuded an aura, the supreme aura of the Emperor. The Empress had succeeded. The Empress had sunk a forbidden land. The Empress had utterly annihilated the divine ruins. The forbidden land was obliterated. At that moment, all beings from the ancient lands of life in the 9 heavens, 10 earths, and the cosmos erupted in cheers. The destruction of a forbidden land had occurred in this era. One must realize that throughout history, how many emperors have been capable of obliterating a forbidden land? One could count them on one hand. This was an unparalleled achievement. Thus, when the 9 heavens and 10 earths felt that imperial might, all beings rejoiced in celebration. Meanwhile, those other beings from forbidden lands who had been monitoring the divine ruins fell silent at this moment, subsequently vanishing into nothingness, concealing themselves. At this moment, within the divine ruins, Chen Changshen beheld a jade body slowly materializing within the dull rhythm, a smile adorning his face. He then pointed a finger, draping a snow-white robe around that enchanting form. At that moment, Mu Xian fell silent as well. The Empress did not die. In the next moment, he finally comprehended the truth. After all, he was an unconventional cultivator, and a tempest of emotions surged within him. The Empress had indeed lived another life. It was uncertain how much time had passed when the delicate body, infused with the essence of the Tao, suddenly opened its eyes. A surge of transcendent power and an overwhelming aura that seemed capable of obliterating everything soared into the sky. Chen Changshen sensed the pervading essence of the newly awakened loss, and imperial might instantly radiated from her, enveloping the entire divine ruins with a tranquil yet boundless grandeur, illuminating the Empress like a resplendent star, rendering the world around her dim and insignificant. In that fleeting moment, the Empress's gaze fell upon Chen Changshen, her eyes calm, cold, and indifferent, threads of law intertwined within her gaze, ultimately dissolving into annihilation. Chen Changshen sighed silently within his heart. The Empress who had emerged in her third life was no longer the same. To sever the true self and then the false self, to unite them completely. She was neither the Emperor Haiten nor a mere second persona of the Emperor Haiten, but rather a brand new, perfect empress, devoid of any flaws. Chen Changsheng even felt that this current Empress Haiten had surpassed the Emperor Aotian and would tread even further. However, the next words from Empress Haiten made Chen Changsheng feel as though she still lingered on. A smile suddenly blossomed on the Empress's icy visage, reminiscent of a myriad of flowers blooming simultaneously, radiating celestial brilliance. Have you truly considered extending a life through our bloodlines? Chen Changsheng chuckled softly. That is quintessentially the Empress, he slowly replied. I have stated before, it is impossible. Chapter 69. I shall be the lord of my forbidden realm, while you shall be your empress. The two unparalleled beings of this era exchanged pleasantries and laughter. This left Mu Xian, who was sealed beneath the 10,000 spirits cauldron, momentarily baffled. He could hardly fathom how the two, who had once fought to the death, with the empress having been slain, now appeared to be on such amicable terms. The empress had been reborn, and their relationship seemed more akin to that of friends. Moreover, the empress's words were sharp and predatory, as if she harbored deeper sentiments toward this invincible being. This rendered him even more silent. Chen Changsheng observed this new empress before him. Although she bore some differences from the former empress, neither good nor bad, she was perfect in her own right. I have yet to congratulate you on your third life. The Empress Haitang's second life had not yet reached its end, yet she had forcefully turned the page to her third life. A rare occurrence that perhaps even she had not anticipated. Such an opportunity was indeed precious. It was likely that only at the moment of her death did the Empress attain enlightenment, decisively severing both her true and false selves. This was not within my plans. She sighed lightly, her expression serene, her entire being aglow. To bury the Lord of the Forbidden Realm, I shall inevitably fall into slumber, and then my second self shall emerge. She is unlike me. She is my extreme, even more formidable than I. Thus, she will undoubtedly bring about the greatest calamity to this world. Therefore, I have left a portion of my essence for you. When I am utterly unable to restrain her, you shall take my place, completely vanquish me, and enter both of us together. Initially, this choice was the Lord of the Divine Ruins, but alas, he was still inadequate. The Empress regarded Chen Changsheng, her eyes gleaming. You have embarked on a path unlike any other. I can perceive your divergence from it, yet, even in my current state, I may not be able to fully stand alongside you. Chen Changsheng merely smiled. Living a third life does not necessarily imply an increase in cultivation. Much like many emperors, the first and second lives often exist at a singular juncture, unable to transcend that barrier. The Empress's second life was extraordinarily dazzling. She had traversed far along this path. Thus, his third life bore little accumulation, merely standing more firmly upon that path. The new law he had recently comprehended might propel him forward rapidly in the future, perhaps enabling her to successfully cross that threshold. After all, this was a barrier that even Chen Changsheng's 3 perfected martial paths could not fully surmount. The Empress, like him, was very close, yet Chen Changsheng's martial domain was exceedingly monstrous. Even invincible beings standing at the third juncture would not dare claim to overshadow him with the power of 3 lives. Perhaps in this era, you too shall take that step. Chen Changsheng abruptly lifted his gaze toward the divine ruins. Now exposed to the heavens and the earth, thus, he could distinctly sense the great door beyond the realms. He pondered aloud. You have lived a third life, yet why do I sense that existence seems rather displeased? The Empress merely pursed her lips, gazing at him. Just as you have become the Lord of the Forbidden Realm, can you tolerate the emergence of an existence you cannot control within that realm? In an instant, Chen Changsheng grasped the meaning, then chuckled. No wonder. The lifespan of an emperor is limited and cannot be sealed away. It can only self-slice, so it too is on guard at this moment. The Empress appeared unperturbed by that existence, and she seemed prepared to divulge more secrets. In every era, it has been completing itself. Suddenly, the entire divine ruins trembled. All beings within the 9 heavens and 10 earths were astonished to find that the once concealed celestial mandate had reemerged, radiating myriad laws that firmly locked the divine ruins in place. Chen Changsheng and the Empress exchanged glances. Chen Changsheng shook his head. There is no need for further words. I have come to understand part of the secret, and I know how to proceed along the path ahead. One day, the secrets of this world will no longer be secrets in my eyes. The Empress merely nodded gently, sensing that after living a third life, the connection between herself and the celestial mandate had become estranged. However, she paid it no mind. Her ability to reach this point had not been due to its merit, as the two engaged in light-hearted conversation. Mu Xian, who was suppressed beneath the 10,000 spirits cauldron, suddenly spoke after a period of silence. Could you perhaps release me first? Only then did the Empress and Chen Changsheng turn their attention back to him. Chen Changsheng apologized profusely, albeit without a hint of sincerity. My apologies, for having forgotten you. Mu Xian then approached the two, The Empress Haiten scrutinized him for a moment, a once-sealed invincible being. His essence seems relatively adequate, Mu Xian nodded, but the next statement caused him to lose composure. She turned to Chen Changxing. Yet, he pales in comparison to you. Chen Changxing nodded. How many in this world can truly compare to me? Mu Xian clenched his fists and then relaxed. All right, he is indeed somewhat lacking. One was the current emperor, who had directly slain a lord of the Forbidden Realm within the confines of that realm. The one beside her was even more formidable, having vanquished this extraordinary contemporary empress. Both were supreme beings, thus, whatever they said held weight, and he could not refute it. This was Mu Xian's first realization that his unconventional path to enlightenment meant nothing in the presence of these two mighty figures. Even though he had once battled an emperor, even though he had recently slain the Blood River Emperor with his own hands, he found himself unable to argue against them, ultimately offering a wry smile as he began to recount his origins. He had been sealed away for 1,000,000 years, originating from the same era as the Blood River Emperor. However, the Blood River Emperor had ascended first, while he could only pursue an unconventional path to enlightenment. Subsequently, the Blood River Emperor had wreaked havoc upon living beings, causing immense suffering across the 9 heavens, 10 earths, and the cosmos, with his sect and family becoming mere specters within that sea of blood. For this reason, Mu Xian had taken the unconventional path, opposing the Blood River Emperor, dedicating his life to devising a means to vanquish him. Alas, the Emperor was invincible. This was no idle boast. Even though he walked an unconventional path, he could only contend with an emperor, never truly matching him. Initially, he thought this life would conclude in such a manner, yet, unexpectedly, one day, the Blood River Emperor vanished without a trace, without any forewarning. He disowned certain secrets and ultimately chose to seal himself. Hoping that one day he could personally slay the Blood River Emperor, 1,000,000 years passed, yet he finally achieved the opportunity to slay an emperor. The Empress regarded him thoughtfully. If every era could see the emergence of a few more invincible beings, those supreme beings would dare not act so recklessly, Mu Xian concurred, and it was evident that their thoughts aligned. Only Chen Changsheng found their perspectives overly idealistic, mere empty talk. Subsequently, Chen Changsheng gradually made his way toward the very center of the divine ruins. There, only a throne remained, encircled by golden light, the sole remnant within the central world of the divine ruins. Chen Changsheng arrived before the throne, then turned to gaze at the Empress. Does our pact still hold? I shall be the lord of my forbidden realm, while you shall be your emperor. The Empress smiled brightly. Of course, it holds. At that moment, Mu Xian furrowed his brow and cautioned the Empress. You have just sunk a forbidden realm. Do you truly intend to let him become the lord of the forbidden realm? Are you not afraid he will become the greatest calamity? The Empress merely watched Chen Changsheng, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Her tone resolute. Others might, but he will not. Chapter 70. A new forbidden realm, the Changsheng realm. Chen Changsheng approached the throne enveloped in golden light. The Empress Haiten and Mu Xian merely observed calmly, offering no opposition. Chen Changsheng cast a glance at the two. This time, having joined forces with the Empress to obliterate a forbidden realm, he was most concerned about the core of that realm. Should anyone dare to speak against it now, be it the Empress or Mu Xian, he would not hesitate to engage in battle once more. Although he had some rapport with the Empress, should she allow her emotions to cloud her judgment at this moment, thus, he would undoubtedly kill the Empress once more. At that time, there would be no fourth life to life. However, it is fortunate that the Empress has, for the most part, honored her promise, refraining from breaking her word simply because she has entered her third life. As for that Mu Xian, what could he do if he disagreed? He could only harbor dissent in his heart. Would he dare to intervene? With this thought, Chen Changsheng smiled brightly and boldly took his seat upon the throne. In an instant, a golden light soared into the heavens, piercing the depths of the void. The golden ripples spread ceaselessly, enveloping the entire divine ruins. His figure bathed in this golden radiance, even his pupils sparkled with brilliance. Akin to a celestial being, the entire divine ruins quivered, becoming increasingly enigmatic. As countless celestial lights surged into the sky, the Empress and Mu Xian were momentarily rendered speechless by this spectacle. The astonishment in the eyes of the Empress fleeting. She had not anticipated that he would seize control of a forbidden ground in such a brief span of time. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng, illuminated by the golden light, seemed to witness fragmented images before him. Visions of destruction. He beheld the universe in its cyclical nature, witnessing a cataclysm that could overturn existence itself. All worlds dissipated amidst the rain of light, leaving behind only a cocoon of light. After the annihilation of worlds, all the powers of sentient beings were absorbed by this cocoon. Ultimately, only fragments of the cocoon surged forth into the cosmos. Chen Changsheng abruptly opened his eyes, as if only an instant had passed. The images he had seen were shattered and disjointed, yet a singular light cocoon persisted throughout the fragmented visions. What, indeed, is this light cocoon? Chen Changsheng found himself perplexed, pondering whether the existence of the Forbidden Ground was a result of human design or a self-aware entity born from the passage of time. He could not fathom it, but he felt certain it was inextricably linked to the light cocoon. It mattered not. He sighed softly, then turned to the Empress and Mu Xian, flipping his palm to reveal a battered scepter emerging from the golden light. The scepter was etched with countless star patterns, some of which glimmered, while most were dim and lifeless. After sensing its essence, he could not help but feel a wave of frustration. Only 3 drops remained. He pointed at the bronze scepter, which glimmered at that moment, as if a portal had opened within, revealing 3 droplets of a liquid-like substance, radiating a unique luster and the power of laws. This was the tear of the divine, the core product of the Forbidden Ground. This explains why, throughout the ages, those emperors who severed themselves and entered the Forbidden Ground did so, first, to escape the constraints of fate. Second, to obtain this artifact capable of reshaping their origin and illuminating the path beyond the imperial realm. This bears a resemblance to the products of other Forbidden Grounds. Chen Changsheng approached the Empress and Mu Xian. It seems the former master of the Forbidden Ground anticipated our arrival. Depleting all the tears of the divine, no wonder those who severed themselves could maintain their abundant primal power. Even crossing that threshold, a faint smile graced the Empress's lips. It appears your plans have come to naught. However, a Forbidden Ground should still yield some benefit for you. Chen Changsheng chuckled lightly, returning the tears of the divine to the bronze scepter, although the ancient foundation of the divine ruins had been nearly exhausted. The core of the divine ruins remained. Every 10,000 years, the bronze scepter would produce a drop of the tear of the divine, which, to Chen Changsheng, was not a loss at all. Indeed, you speak the truth. Chen Changsheng stowed the scepter away, for he had ample time and could afford to wait. He then turned to the Empress and Mu Xian. What shall you do next? The Empress glanced at the divine ruins. The destruction of a Forbidden Ground must be proclaimed to the 9 heavens and 10 earths and all beings of ancient life. Those hidden Forbidden Grounds should remain silent for a time. As for Mu Xian, both Chen Changsheng and the Empress turned their gazes toward him. Mu Xian, taken aback, sighed deeply. With my great vengeance avenged, I have no further obsessions. Perhaps I shall return to the 9 heavens and 10 earths to find a tranquil place and spend my remaining days. The two seemed to disregard Mu Xian's words entirely. The Empress looked to Chen Changsheng. I believe he would be well suited to remain here. Chen Changsheng nodded in agreement. I feel the same. Mu Xian, are you two truly ignoring my words? Is lacking power equivalent to lacking rights? Mu Xian could only remain silent in his solitude soon. The Empress offered some counsel. By staying here, you may keep a close watch on him. Do you not distrust him? If he were to become a source of chaos in the future, you could seize the opportunity to suppress him and take control. Mu Xian fell silent again. He had the audacity, yet lacked the capability. It was at this moment that Chen Changsheng spoke. Perhaps you do not comprehend the power of the Forbidden Ground. Consider why those supreme emperors severed themselves to come here for beings like you. This is the most suitable place. Should turmoil arise in the 9 heavens and 10 earths one day, you could emerge to resolve it and contribute to the realm. Mu Xian was unwilling. He simply had no words to express. Ultimately, Mu Xian nodded to temporarily remain here, vowing to keep a vigilant eye on Chen Changsheng. Should Chen Changsheng ever become the source of chaos, he would not hold back. Chen Changsheng could only smile wryly in resignation. As a being of eternal life, why would he, in perfect condition, hide within a Forbidden Ground and venture forth to disrupt the lives of others? Was that not madness? Thus, it was settled. The Empress regarded Chen Changsheng before choosing to say no more. I must take my leave. Before departing, Chen Changsheng offered a final reminder. Now that you have entered your 3rd life, your destiny has changed somewhat, and considering the extensive duration of your existence, it is likely that no new emperors will emerge during this time. The Empress understood this as Chen Changsheng advising her to remain vigilant regarding her fate. And she nodded. I am aware. At last, the Empress departed, and Mu Xian followed suit temporarily. Once they had left, Chen Changsheng concealed the divine ruins once more, rendering them completely invisible within the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He now possessed the core power of the divine ruins, and everything lay within his control. Observing the dilapidated divine ruins, he shook his head in exasperation. He could not fathom why these entities always favored such mysterious places. Wouldn't it be better to cultivate flowers and plants, creating a refreshing environment? Truly, a collection of shadowy figures. Chen Changsheng walked with his hands clasped behind his back upon the land of the divine ruins. Mountains rising from the earth. As the dark sky began to clear, the crumbling palaces vanished, replaced by lush green mountains and flowing waters. The 5-layered forbidden killing formations concealed themselves entirely at this moment. In this instant, Chen Changsheng truly became the master of a Forbidden Ground. The divine ruins had become a thing of the past. Now let it be called Chapter 71. Crossing the 3rd threshold, unraveling the secrets of the world. The Empress returned to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. her supreme imperial might radiating across the universe like an immense sea. The life ancient lands within the 9 heavens, 10 earths, and the cosmos were enveloped by her imperial aura, allowing all beings to sense the presence of the emperor, quelling myriad paths into tranquility. At this moment, it was as if the entire universe was suffused with a dense imperial power, a supreme law of the imperial path. In a life ancient land, the Empress of the Sea Tam revealed her imperial form, encircled by countless celestial forces. Becoming the most resplendent figure in the world, she possessed unmatched grace and extraordinary beauty. With a pristine suspended above her head then, raising her hand, she summoned the hidden destiny. Though the resplendent destiny was utterly calm, it nonetheless cascaded down a myriad of golden destiny powers. The celestial forces intertwined with the destiny powers, and the golden rune flickered in the Empress's eyes. Thereafter, she proclaimed to all beings, I, the Empress of the Sea Tam, hereby declare the complete annihilation of the divine ruins in this era. From this moment forth, the divine void shall never emerge again. Accompanying me is Mu Xian, a sealed invincible being. Not far away in the void, a colossal war celestial manifested, surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars. Exuding an aura of invincibility that engulfed mountains and rivers, this figure of the celestial slayer clasped his fists in salute to the Empress. The Empress of the Sea Tam merely nodded slightly, then uttered another phrase. Future generations must remember, darkness will ultimately come to an end. Forbidden grounds are not invincible. As the great path progresses, there is always hope. Just then, the destiny flickered, suddenly returning to the void. The Empress of the Sea Tam cast a casual glance, seemingly unfazed, as she had now reached a state where she could transcend the constraints of fate, thus feeling no fear. After declaring these words, her figure completely vanished. Following this, the massive war celestial also dissipated within the cosmos. Beings across the universe erupted in jubilant cheers at this moment. Although the previous commotion had indicated the likely destruction of a forbidden ground, the Empress's personal proclamation carried a different weight. It signified a monumental achievement, earning the admiration of countless future generations. The Empress of the Sea Tam was destined to leave an indelible mark in the annals of history within the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In an instant, beings from the life ancient lands of the 9 heavens, 10 earths, and the cosmos flocked toward the Empress's location as if on a pilgrimage. Meanwhile, concealed within the void of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, Changsheng sat in a courtyard surrounded by verdant mountains and flowing waters. He naturally witnessed the scene where the Empress proclaimed to the beings of the universe. The reason her name was omitted was undoubtedly at the behest of Changsheng. As a longevity practitioner exposed to the public gaze was not what he desired. For him, ephemeral fame held no significance. No matter how stunning an emperor might be, they too would ultimately fall victim to the ravages of time. With a soft sigh, Changsheng reflected on the remarkable Empress of the 3rd generation. He had no doubt she would eventually take that step forward, yet what would it matter once she did? She would still merely be an emperor, destined to experience aging and the twilight of her years. At the very least, she still had a millennium ahead of her. Casting his gaze upon the current divine ruins, he noted the absence of its former mystery and desolation. Under Changsheng's transformation, it had evolved into a veritable paradise for humanity. What do you think of this place? Changsheng suddenly turned to the doll book, where the golden boy sat cross-legged atop it. It's mediocre, he replied haughtily, seemingly dismissive. Can you discern anything? Changsheng inquired. Upon hearing this, the golden boy furrowed his brow and circled the golden throne several times before finally stroking his chin. Nothing discernible. How? You are quite the fool. In an instant, the golden boy transformed into a streak of golden light and charged at Changsheng, only to be sent flying by a mere finger. Enraged, he unsheathed the long sword from his back. Do not think that just because you are half a step into the 3rd node, I am afraid of you. Once I emerge, I will subdue you with a single hand and sever your head without fail. Changsheng regarded him with a sidelong glance, then hurry and emerge. So I may properly study this doll book. Pa, you think you can have my treasure? Not a chance. With that, the golden boy rolled his eyes and vanished into the doll book. Changsheng could only smile wryly before gazing once more at the world outside. It is time for me to return and reclaim what is mine. In that moment, Changsheng departed from the realm of longevity, re-entering the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Now over 90,000 years old and half a step into the 3rd node, his perception of this world deepened. It seemed as if the myriad paths were deliberately evading him. He could vaguely sense a pressure emanating from the entirety of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Changsheng shook his head nonchalantly, aware that this was the work of the supreme decree, and that the current Empress might be experiencing a similar predicament. However, for him, the decree no longer posed a threat. With a single step, he arrived at the sacred Yao pool, where the plum tree seemed to be on the verge of divinity. Stretching its branches like a child expressing joy upon seeing Changsheng, he found this delightful. Should it attain spirit, it would transform into a demon, drastically shortening its lifespan. far from the ease it currently enjoyed. The forbidden array in this place remained unchanged, and the divine source was intact. Bai Weiwei lay within the essence of the divine source, appearing as if she were merely asleep. Chen Changsheng fell into a contemplative silence while observing her. With his current abilities, obtaining an elixir of immortality from other forbidden grounds would not be overly difficult yet. What meaning would it bear to grant her another life? The initial sealing of Bai Weiwei within the divine source stemmed from his loneliness. As there were no predecessors in this world thus, he had shared his secret with her, finding a semblance of solace, yet now, it seemed unlikely that any being could pose a threat to him. Still, he was at a loss for how to face Bai Weiwei. Her era had long since ended. Should he allow her to linger in the realm of longevity, confronting a world of solitude? Would it be too cruel to let her remain sealed away? Ultimately, his own selfishness had wrought the current situation. With hands clasped behind his back, he stood amid the peach blossoms atop the mountain. His robes billowing, only by thoroughly cleansing everything could he bring an end to it all. Perhaps he did not finish his thought. After standing atop the mountain for an extended period, he finally departed. Returning to his former little realm to take away all that remained, in the end, he cast this little realm into exile, erasing all traces of its existence. Time flew by like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. Since the Empress emerged in her third incarnation, Chen Changsheng had only seen her once. Following their separation, he returned to the realm of longevity. Mu Xian accompanied him back, soon sealing himself away. His essence remained relatively abundant, yet his lifespan was dwindling, even within the realm of longevity, capable of isolating him from the time and loss of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The passage of time was inescapable. To this end, Chen Changsheng bestowed upon him a drop of divine tears, hoping that for a long time to come, this Mu Xian could substitute for him in traversing the world. Over these 3,000 years, with only 2 drops of divine tears remaining and the extension power of Tongzi Gu, Chen Changsheng successfully stepped fully into the third node. Throughout history, few emperors had reached such heights. And he had finally arrived. Even the once arrogant Emperor Altian had never taken this step. Standing at the third node, Chen Changsheng undoubtedly gained a clearer understanding of the essence of this world. Feeling the suppression from the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths, the cycle of all things was governed by a certain order: seasons, day and night, the myriad paths in motion, the rise and fall of stars. All were supported by a unique rhythm of the Tao. The source of all this power lay in the supreme decree, high above the 9 heavens, concealed within the void. At that moment, Chen Changsheng perceived a severed path. A cold smile crept across his face. This world could never produce an emperor at the 4th node. The heavens and earth were flawed. Someone had deliberately severed this path. Chapter 72. The failure of the 4th military Tao. The Empress has become now. Having stepped into the 3rd node, Chen Changsheng's perception of this world was clearer than ever. He had glimpsed some of its mysteries. This world was flawed, which perhaps connected to what the Empress had once said about the decree striving to complete itself. Chen Changsheng speculated thus, yet regrettably, he could not fathom the deeper secrets behind it. His eyes seemed to pierce through the realm of longevity, gazing towards the very center of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. There, the great path was obscured, the heavenly mechanisms vague, and not a trace of the decree could be found. Subsequently, he turned his gaze toward the ancient land of life where the Empress resided, confirming only that she was still there. As the entire ancient land of life was enveloped in an imperial aura, shielding all from sight, was this in defense against him or the decree? He had already arrived at an answer. Shaking his head with a smile, Chen Changsheng ceased pondering these matters and opened the system. Longevity system bound host, Chen Changsheng realm, Supreme Emperor, 3rd realm. World subduing Emperor lifespan, eternal longevity points, 21,759,265. The longevity treasury has been open. Power of prediction, exchanged 42 times, can be exchanged twice, due to plot changes. Old readers may be unaware of this. Initially, the system was briefly mentioned, and after modifications, a bit more emphasis was added. This does not affect the plot and can be skipped. Chen Changsheng opened the longevity treasury, but alas, having stepped into the 3rd node, the contents remained unchanged since the initial binding still devoid of elixirs of immortality, semi-divine medicines, or celestial gold and wood. Tongzi Gu, you can no longer keep pace with me, Chen Changsheng jested. Nevertheless, the power of prediction from the system was still immensely beneficial to him, as it played a significant role in his ascent to this stage. Suddenly, Chen Changsheng fell silent. Why do I have the nagging feeling that my 4th military Tao cannot be realized? Indeed, it seemed he could not even forge a Tao soldier. Upon reaching this stage, one truly comprehends the meaning of inspiration and enlightenment, Chen Changsheng mused, and this feeling only confirmed the truth of the matter. Are you behind this? He abruptly looked up towards the heights. Sensing an intangible barrier enveloping him, far greater than the obstacles he had faced upon entering the imperial realm, retrieving his gaze, He leisurely sipped wine in his little courtyard. No rush, I have an eternity ahead of me. I refuse to believe you won't reveal even the slightest flaw. I shall wait your revelation. Time drifted by, and 7,000 years swiftly passed since the Empress's destruction of the divine ruins and her emergence in the third generation. The entire 9 heavens and 10 earths had entered a remarkably stable period. During this time, those forbidden lands had not reappeared, nor had even a trace of their aura leaked, let alone any supreme beings making their presence known. Throughout these millennia, the Empress had not reappeared, and he could only sense her essence from that ancient land of life. In the era of the Empress, the 9 heavens and 10 earths and the cosmic ancient land of life thrived, giving rise to a multitude of talented individuals from various races. They were dazzling, quickly reaching the pinnacle of the great path. These beings possessed extraordinary talents and lofty aspirations, dismissing all else, even believing they could become emperors if not for the Empress's presence. Consequently, many beings wielding imperial weapons ventured to challenge the Empress in her ancient land of life. However, with merely a wisp of celestial light, the being wielding the imperial weapon was sent flying into the void of the cosmos, the immense power even activating the imperial weapon and collapsing a portion of the starry sky. It was only then that all those standing at the pinnacle understood the vast chasm between themselves and the Empress. For a long time thereafter, those who had reached the pinnacle of the great path fell silent. Many beings chose to seal themselves away, avoiding the current incarnation of the Peach Blossom Empress. However, regardless of whether there is an emperor or not, the beings of the universe across the 9 heavens and 10 earths have lived extraordinarily vibrant lives. They contend with heaven, they contend with earth, and they contend with one another, each moment brimming with excitement. In the blink of an eye, the Empress has lived for 13,000 years in her third life. Chongchongsheng has also completely crossed the threshold of 100,000 years. He is now over 100,450 years old. Not long ago, he departed from the realm of eternal life and arrived in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, seeking to experience the mortal realm to alleviate his troubled emotions. The primary reason for this was that upon reaching 100,000 years, he considered it a joyous occasion and prepared to forge a fourth dull weapon. Even though he was fully aware of the potential for failure, Chongchongsheng still intended to give it a try. Ultimately, he failed. The rhythm of forging the dull weapon would inexplicably interrupt at critical moments. For thousands of years, he stubbornly persisted, akin to a mule, trying time and again, yet the outcomes remained unchanged. Consequently, he expended a vast amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, even destroying several pieces of celestial gold. Chongchongsheng's mood soured, and he nearly rushed out to confront the fate that eluded him. However, he restrained himself, recognizing the futility. Should fate choose to hide, even the mightiest of emperors might fail to locate it. Thus, he ventured into the 9 heavens and 10 earths, concealing his cultivation, and accompanied a group of cultivators to the tomb of a king. Yes, a tomb of a king who had severed the path. Incredibly powerful, terrifyingly so run, there as a killing array, Chongchongsheng observed a sword formation, beneath which many beings from various lands met their tragic ends. His lips twitched as he feigned narrowly escaping. This brought to mind the time he traveled with Altian and the others, boldly entering perilous realms, where none could rival their prowess. As someone began to decipher the formation, their group ultimately penetrated deep into the tomb. Suddenly, a radiant light erupted, revealing the undeniable aura of a king. This is mine. No one shall take it. Dare to seize my kingly weapon, and you shall seek death. Boom! A great battle broke out, with various divine powers and dull weapons clashing wildly. Chongchongsheng merely observed calmly, feeling his own emotions gradually settle. Yet at a certain moment, he seemed to sense something. Turning to gaze at a specific spot, his eyes pierced through the tomb, transcending the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the cosmic realm, an ancient land of life where the Empress resided was abruptly enveloped by a vast, catastrophic force of annihilation, shrouding the entire ancient land. Following this, a dense power of ascension and an impending force of destruction surged forth. The entirety of the ancient land erupted with brilliant laws of power, as a figure stood tall, tearing through the sea of thunder, ascending toward the 9 heavens, while Chongchongsheng was momentarily stunned. The kingly weapon that everyone was vying for suddenly surged toward him, yet, at the moment it approached his body, it shattered into nothingness, leaving not even a trace. This scene plunged all the beings still contending into a state of eerie silence. Chongchongsheng regained his composure. My apologies. Allow me to compensate you with a weapon. But in the next instant, he realized he could not afford such compensation. He could find no kingly weapon on his person. Just then, a figure burst into the tomb. It was an unparalleled woman, who firmly grasped Chongchongsheng's shoulder. A smile playing at her lips stopped the games. Come with me. In an instant, the two vanished, where they had disappeared. A long spear remained, exuding faint imperial resonance, a quasi-imperial weapon. A throng of beings stared, utterly bewildered. Within the tomb of a king who had severed the path appeared a quasi-imperial weapon. they felt no joy. Rather, they were engulfed by profound terror. If even a mere hint of its power were to leak, would not this group of lesser beings be utterly obliterated? Yet, after a long while, they discovered that the quasi-imperial weapon was sealed. And a fierce battle soon ensued. Then, news of this spread before long. Even some imperial clans and sacred sects became embroiled in the fray, the conflict escalating tremendously. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng remained unaware of this unfolding scene. At this moment, he had already arrived in the ancient land of life alongside the Empress. Have you crossed over? Chen Changsheng looked at the Empress, clearly noting that she, like him, had traversed the third node. The Empress nodded and quickly uttered a phrase. There is a deficiency in heaven and earth. Chapter 73. The Empress and Destiny. The secrets behind it. Chen Changsheng's expression bore no trace of surprise. For when he successfully crossed into the third node, he felt it as well as the destined one. The Empress's bond with destiny was profound. Upon crossing into the third node, she would certainly perceive this deficiency before he did. I am aware, he replied nonchalantly, then fixed his gaze on the Empress. At this moment, an inexplicable wave of Dao energy surged from her, as if in fierce opposition to her own Dao, the rich power of ascension and destructive force. Along with a third, entirely new force akin to nascent laws, began to intertwine continuously. The Empress remained composed, though the spectacle was undeniably terrifying. The entire ancient land of life shone with brilliance, a manifestation of her Dao evolving. As waves of magnificent imperial might echoed throughout, she spoke calmly. Before I crossed that node, destiny once descended a will upon me. She fixed her gaze upon Chen Changsheng. It commanded me to self-slaughter. At that moment, Chen Changsheng's expression finally shifted. Boom! The entire ancient land of life erupted with an extreme force, akin to the combined strike of multiple supreme beings. The supreme Dao flowed force, seeking to completely rend the ancient land asunder. However, a dazzling power of ascension exploded, enveloping the entire ancient land. A colossal figure soared into the heavens, a manifestation of the Empress's ascension, seemingly gazing down upon the entire ancient land. Two massive hands, suffused with the supreme Dao, slowly converged, cradling the ancient land within their grasp. Boom! The supreme aura of the Dao flowed, as if to annihilate the world. Yet, that colossal figure bore the burden of it all, cleaving through the highest laws as if countless bolts of thunder and fire had simultaneously descended. Many beings mistakenly believed a supreme being had emerged to confront the Empress, unaware that the supreme beings within the various forbidden zones were also awakening. Silently observing this grand spectacle, the Empress's adversary was not them, but rather, destiny. At that moment, Chen Changsheng's eyes radiated a terrifying light, as if seeking to tear apart the eternal river of time. Yet, he still could not discern the visage of destiny. Subsequently, he looked toward the Empress. At this moment, an inferno of destiny erupted from within her, enveloping all her Dao, spirit, roots, and flesh. He had no doubt about the alarming power. Any ordinary emperor would find themselves utterly powerless against such a force of destiny. Or rather, they would be incapable of even the slightest resistance, for the power of destiny itself is the very source from which the strength of emperors is derived. They have relied on destiny to attain enlightenment. Having long since merged with it, the void collapsed. The Empress stood amidst heaven and earth, a supreme flame of destiny incinerating everything, intent on completely obliterating her traces as the emperor of this realm. However, the Empress was no ordinary emperor. She had traversed the third node, across the vast eons. How many emperors could take this step? No need for action, she sighed lightly, allowing Chen Changsheng to observe as three Dao energies revolved and ascended from her being, ultimately forcing the fire of destiny out of her body. This was utterly astonishing, equivalent to severing the power of destiny. Yet, throughout history, those emperors capable of severing the power of destiny invariably became supreme beings. However, the imperial might of the Empress before him was so overwhelming that it seemed as if severing the power of destiny had no effect on her whatsoever. In the void, only that golden fire of destiny remained, continuously refining the fabric of time and space, akin to an eternal, unquenchable flame. The Empress simply gazed faintly upwards at the nine heavens. The immense pressure of supremacy lingered, as if a colossal entity in the upper realms was glaring down with fury. Chen Changsheng sensed it too, yet he paid it no mind. The Empress now was even less concerned. After neutralizing the forbidden zone, I have lived through my third life. When you urged me to heed destiny, I began to perceive some truths. Subsequently, I devoted a millennium to completely reshaping my own power of destiny, not daring to let it reveal the slightest trace. Indeed, throughout history, those so-called emperors have thrived on destiny, yet have also fallen victim to it. She looked at Chen Changsheng. Now, perhaps you and I understand why those astonishingly brilliant emperors ultimately make such necessary choices. At this moment, within Chen Changsheng, three strands of weapon Dao converged into one, radiating with resplendent light. Soon, a world of weapon Dao was formed, enveloping the entire ancient land of life and intercepting the overwhelming pressure from the Empress. The Empress gazed at the world of weapon Dao created by Chen Changsheng and sighed lightly. Even though I have crossed the field node, I am still unable to comprehend my own Dao as you do. Chen Changsheng merely chuckled softly. In my world, even the power of destiny struggles to enter. The Empress glanced back, declaring, I can no longer discern the path behind me, the road is severed. Chen Changsheng fell into a profound silence. Today, the secrets divulged by the Empress stirred something within him. Perhaps, when the proud Emperor Aotian ventured onto the path of immortality, fate itself guided him. After all, the Emperor had once proclaimed that he possessed the means to live a third life. As he gazed at the Empress, the complexities of this world became increasingly opaque to him. Emperors, forbidden lands, destiny, supremacy, what role did he, an individual incapable of ascending to the throne, play in all of this? It seemed the Empress perceived Chen Changsheng's contemplations. You are an anomaly, a being that destiny fears yet cannot ignore. You have not validated your path, yet you tread upon heights unattainable to many emperors. Perhaps, you possess the potential to shatter this barrier. As for me, and those of my ilk among the emperors, we may forever remain constrained under destiny's grasp. Chen Changsheng looked at the Empress, as if pondering something profound. Then what will you do next? The Empress merely smiled faintly. Regardless of the circumstances, I still count as an Empress. Although destiny has begun to regard me with caution, it cannot truly harm me. Nor can I exert my will upon it yet. It dares not overstep its bounds. Should these secrets be revealed, it may well complicate the aspirations of any who seek to become emperors henceforth. Thus, it will patiently await the end of my lifespan, ensuring I never see a fourth life. Chen Changsheng shook his head, unconvinced that destiny would simply bide its time for this incarnation of the Empress to reach her conclusion. Otherwise, it would not have recklessly unleashed its supreme pressure. Come with me back to the realm of eternal life, he proclaimed. The Empress chuckled softly. It is too late, I am aware of far more than you. The moment I harbor thoughts of entering the Forbidden Land, destiny will manifest. At that point, the entirety of the 9 heavens and 10 earths may be drawn into the fray, unless I were to self-destruct. Yet, that is precisely what it wishes to witness. This is a deadlock. He regarded the Empress, a sense of impending calamity weighing heavily upon him, a feeling that intensified with each passing moment. I have already revealed much of this world's secrets. Astute readers may piece them together. Should you succeed, what is mine may also become yours. Ho ho ho. Moreover, the Empress will be logging off tomorrow or the day after, still within the chapters of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. But with some new plotlines. Chapter 74. The transaction with the Golden Boy. Ultimately, the Empress returned to her ancient realm of life, after she revealed certain secrets regarding destiny and the Imperial realm. Severing all ties to her own fate without leaving a trace, the overwhelming pressure that had enveloped the realm began to dissipate. However, from that moment forth, the Empress remained the sovereign of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Yet she stood in opposition to the will of destiny. It was akin to a monarch observing their appointed heir, who had gained the strength to contest with them, forcing the monarch to devise measures to assert their authority over this realm. Although the Empress had become estranged from destiny, there was an unspoken understanding between the two, a tacit agreement to coexist without infringing upon one another's domains, as long as the Empress refrained from violating its rules. Following this, the Empress proclaimed to all beings that a supreme entity from the Forbidden Land had trespassed and had been subdued by her. Thus, tranquility returned once more. Yet, Chen Changsheng sensed that matters were not so simple. He returned to the realm of eternal life and summoned the system directly. When you allowed me to choose eternal life, did you not already uncover something? I wish to know the secrets of destiny. However, the system remained steadfast in its demeanor. Apologies, host, I am merely a program and cannot extrapolate further. Chen Changsheng could only smile wryly. He then inquired of the Golden Boy within the Dao book. Seeking any knowledge he might have regarding the secrets of this world, the Golden Boy shook his head, admitting he knew nothing, as he hailed from another realm but had lost much of his memory. Including how he had arrived here, how could he possibly remember anything else? Chen Changsheng fell into contemplation. Just as the Empress had stated, he was indeed an anomaly. He could sense a peculiar pressure emanating from the entirety of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A pressure that, while not overly burdensome, categorized him as a taboo. He mused that his inability to genuinely ascend was likely due to destiny's apprehension that he could potentially live indefinitely after achieving enlightenment. That, fundamentally, was the crux of the matter. Destiny had no need for an emperor who could persist eternally. To it, an immortal was merely an eyesore. Yet, destiny may have miscalculated. It had not anticipated Chen Changsheng's ability to traverse an alternative path to enlightenment. Nor did it foresee his clarity regarding the road ahead, an accomplishment beyond the reach of many past emperors. Yet, Chen Changsheng had achieved it, the Tao of 50, the transformation of 49, even destiny itself could not predict everything. This sliver of cosmic insight represented the greatest variable now. Chen Changsheng had grown formidable enough to evoke its trepidation, and it was evident that destiny had no recourse against him, because he was not an emperor. It had lost its initial advantage. These were the entirety of Chen Changsheng's thoughts. He let out a cold laugh. It appears you are powerless against me now, and you clearly lack the time to deal with me. The Empress is currently your target, then. Chen Changsheng suddenly recalled the proud Emperor Aotian, linking it to a possible scenario. If the Empress had not made her choice, would you not assist her in making one? This aligned with Chen Changsheng's foreboding that some calamity would arise in this era, a feeling that grew ever stronger. He turned to the Golden Boy. I wish to know if there exists a method to surpass the fourth node. The Golden Boy spread his hands, somewhat exasperated. Do you think that the emperors at the fourth node are as common as cabbages? Furthermore, the Tao of this world is incomplete, rendering such possibilities non-existent. Chen Changsheng sighed, uncertain of his next steps. He could see a path, yet this path was obstructed by a vision of an ethereal palace. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on the Golden Boy. If I were within Baiyu Jing, could I transcend the fourth node? Of course, the Golden Boy's eyes narrowed with suspicion. What are you planning? From the glint in his eyes, Chen Changsheng sensed a potentiality and smiled. I wish to peruse the Tao book. That is impossible, the Golden Boy shouted in outrage, then dove into the Tao book in an attempt to flee. Yet, how could he escape Chen Changsheng's grasp? With a mere gesture, Chen Changsheng seized the bronze Tao book. The Golden Boy could only emit a series of frustrated protests. Without my permission, you shall not lay eyes upon the Tao book. Chen Changsheng merely regarded the tome in his hand, stating coolly, I offer you two choices. First, lead me to the token for entering Baiyu Jing. Second, allow me to inspect the contents of this Tao book, which may contain the location of said token. The entire bronze Tao book began to glow, yet it could not break free from Chen Changsheng's grip. Thus, the Golden Boy had no choice but to reappear, drawing his sword and lunging directly at Chen Changsheng. However, the strike held little potency. Chen Changsheng merely exuded an aura that sent the attack reeling away. I would rather die than divulge anything. Then I shall have no choice but to seal you beneath a latrine for 100,000 years. The Golden Boy fell silent. Chen Changsheng regarded him. Very well, I may forego examining the Tao book, but you must reveal what it contains. Observing the conflicted expression on the Golden Boy's face, Chen Changsheng suddenly smiled. I understand now. It seems you can only access this Tao book, residing within it, yet you remain oblivious to its contents. As if struck at a tender point, the Golden Boy's face flushed red. You speak nonsense. I simply have not reached the right moment. When I emerge, I shall surely comprehend the contents within. Chen Changsheng cast him a sidelong glance, his tone dripping with derision. What a useless creature. The Golden Boy's golden form began to redden, mortified by the insult. In a fit of rage, he brandished his sword, striking at Chen Changsheng with renewed vigor, yet the golden light dissipated harmlessly upon contact. At that moment, Chen Changsheng finally leveled a cold gaze at him. I shall ask you one final question. If you do not answer truthfully, I will send you back whence you came. I suspect you linger by my side with ulterior motives. Everything else is inconsequential. I will sever all ties between us. Perhaps in the future, you may pursue an emperor who might assist you. The Golden Boy fell into a deep silence. After a lengthy pause, he finally lifted his head, his demeanor somewhat despondent. Ask your question, Chen Changsheng then inquired. Since you are unaware of the contents of the Tao book, I wish to know if you possess any leads regarding the token for Baiyu Jing. The Golden Boy appeared to struggle for a long while before finally managing to utter a single word. Yes. Chen Changsheng's face broke into a radiant smile. Excellent. In the future, I will require your assistance in locating the token for Baiyu Jing. And in return, I will help you uncover the method to access the Tao book. How does that sound? Shock flickered across the Golden Boy's face. How do you know? Chen Changsheng smiled, saying, with a child like you. Your thoughts are all written on your face, and I can read you like a book. Jin Tang felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Soon, however, he began to sigh despondently, stating, I can only vaguely recall certain things. But to find the token of Baiyu Jing, I must have this particular scripture. Yet I have not been able to remember much, and this may take an extensive amount of time. Chen Changsheng, however, remained unfazed. No matter, he replied, I can wait, as long as there is a glimmer of hope. What is it to wait for 1,000,000 years? Chapter 75. The turmoil of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Jin Tong returned directly to the scripture. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng brewed a pot of tea in his small courtyard, pondering various matters, but soon achieved a state of tranquility. This series of events could not be resolved in a short span of time. Thus, he could only wait. When soldiers come, let them be met by soldiers. When water comes, let it be dammed by earth. He chuckled softly. having once thought that the emperor was the most free of all. Yet now it seemed that even the emperor bore shackles. What a pity. His thoughts drifted to the empress. It had already been 13,000 years, even if the empress had some time left in her third incarnation. She too would likely not escape this layer of constraint. Suddenly, he gazed toward a certain direction. Perhaps, after the empress, the one you would target next is me. Shaking his head, Chen Changsheng did not dwell on it. It was time for it to fear him instead. 1,000 years passed. Chen Changsheng had completely relinquished any thoughts of cultivating the fourth weapon Dao and the Dao weapons. After his attempts to transform the essence of the five elements into the weapon Dao through the power of deduction failed, he finally gave up. Thus, as long as he remained within the 9 heavens and 10 lands, he would forever be unable to transcend the fourth node. The mandate of heaven prevented any living being from taking this step. A force severed this path, rendering it impossible to proceed. Chen Changsheng stepped into the 9 heavens and 10 lands, then, without hesitation, unleashed his supreme power. This force surged like an ocean, comparable to the might of an emperor, causing myriad paths to retreat, saturating the entire expanse of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. However, aside from attracting the attention of some beings, he felt not a trace of the mandate's power. Naturally, the oppressive force from the 9 heavens and 10 lands still lingered, as if attempting to completely expel him. He smiled, ultimately returning to the Changsheng realm. Chen Changsheng believed that the mandate of heaven would not hide indefinitely. After all, once the era of the empress concluded, new emperors would inevitably arise. Thus, the mandate would certainly manifest in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. I have ample time. I can afford to wait indefinitely. I do not believe you will not show yourself. And so, Chen Changsheng began his wait within the Changsheng realm, occasionally venturing to traverse the ancient grounds of life in the cosmos. Yet merely a century had passed when the sense of impending calamity within him grew ever stronger. One day, he entered a peculiar desolate land within the universe. Not delving too deeply, at that moment, he suddenly sensed the entire world erupting with an unfathomable aura, shaking the heavens and earth, pressuring all, causing all paths to retreat. Infused with an unparalleled demonic essence, it was emanating from the direction of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In that instant, Chen Changsheng broke through the desolation, standing amidst the cosmic starry sky, gazing toward the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At that moment, an indescribable radiance enveloped the entirety of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, like an ever-shifting aura that severed all. Chen Changsheng effortlessly tore through the void and arrived beyond the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Frowning as he observed the constantly shifting aura surrounding them, realizing that even he could not perceive what transpired within, a vast imperial might suddenly envelop the area. The dense power of the flying immortals tearing through space beside Chen Changsheng. The empress, too, frowned. Can you discern anything? Chen Changsheng inquired. The empress shook her head. Unless we break through that layer of aura and delve into the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Chen Changsheng's expression turned cold. Then let us go in. He stepped forward, unleashing the eternal radiance of the 3 weapon Daos within him. A massive axe materialized in his hand, and with one strike, the light of obliteration tore through all, unleashing myriad laws that descended in an instant. At that moment, the empress also made her move. The great Dao treasure vase trembled gently. The dense laws of the flying immortals intertwined with the laws of annihilation, delivering a supreme strike. Boom! The 2 emperors, having crossed the third node, unleashed their might. Even if faced with a forbidden ground, they would likely shatter it. Yet, this dazzling strike, representing the utmost path, merely tore a rift in the strange aura, which began to heal almost instantly. Without hesitation, they both entered the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and as they did so, the rift began to close. Within the 9 heavens and 10 lands, Chen Changsheng and the empress silently sensed their surroundings. They could no longer perceive the laws of the great path. The empress had even severed her last connection with the mandate of heaven. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were devoid of sun, moon, and stars. Looking up, one could only see the eerie aura swirling endlessly. At this moment, a peculiar wave of law emanated from one direction, entirely different from the great path laws of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, yet far clearer. Chen Changsheng glanced at the empress and said, I will go to a certain place. The empress nodded, and the 2 separated, heading in different directions. Chen Changsheng traversed layer upon layer of heaven and earth, ultimately arriving at the Yaoqi sacred ground of Taqingtian. Along the way, the imperial clans, sacred grounds, and ancient sects of the 9 heavens and 10 lands were unaware of what had transpired. However, they had all activated their imperial formations, even summoning their foundational powers. Waves of imperial might permeated the air, emanating from the imperial weapons that were in a state of half-recovery. But soon, an even greater imperial might surged forth, sweeping across every corner of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It was the empress's imperial might, seemingly conveying a message to all beings. She had arrived. Chen Changsheng first glanced in the direction of the empress, then exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing that the sealed area remained undisturbed. What were you about to say just now? he suddenly inquired. A bronze scripture appeared, rippling with the essence of the great path. Jin Tang sat cross-legged upon the scripture, furrowing his brows, one hand stroking his chin. After a long while, he finally spoke. I sensed the complete great path laws. Chen Changsheng turned his head, fixing his gaze upon him. Are you sure? Jin Tang, uncertain, merely replied. Perhaps I misinterpreted, but it resembles certain memories I possess. Chen Changsheng fell silent for a moment, yet the next instant, his eyes erupted with a terrifying light, akin to the simultaneous extinction of myriad paths. A colossal and horrifying aura surged from a certain location within the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It was a presence that transcended even the emperor. This aura brutally shattered the empress's imperial might. Then, Chen Changsheng sensed that the empress had engaged in battle with that entity. The entire 9 heavens and 10 lands were enveloped in the dense laws of the flying immortals, transforming the world into a snow-white realm. Where countless powers of the flying immortals surged forth, Chen Changsheng tore through the void, his ultimate power crushing everything. Swiftly reaching the empress's side, he frowned, for before him loomed an immensely thick barrier of light, which completely isolated the 9 Yu heaven from the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The empress suddenly spoke. I feel as if the 9 Yu heaven has completely vanished. Just now, I clashed with a certain entity within, and I sensed its great path. It was the once captive moon demon emperor. The face of the empress suddenly blossomed with a captivating smile, akin to a myriad of flowering begonia blossoms. She laughed, saying, I believe it has already made its choice for me. Chapter 76. The Empress Haitang's final choice. The Empress Haitang smiled radiantly, as the power of the flying immortal stirred ripples around her, reminiscent of a flower of the great path perpetually unfurling. Within the 9 heavens and 10 lands, it appeared as if the entire 9 Yu heaven had been utterly erased, enveloped by that colossal, transcendent barrier of light. Outside this barrier, Chen Changsheng and the Empress faced each other. The Empress smiled, as if sensing something profound, her gaze fixed upon the immense barrier, as if glimpsing her ultimate destination. Is it determined now? Chen Changsheng spoke, turning back, unleashing an earth-shattering aura. The brilliance of the 3 weapon dials at this moment seemed poised to split heaven and earth, obliterating the eternal river of time, the Wanjing Cauldron, the Annihilation Axe, the Return to Ruin spell. The 3 dull weapons surged, as if to suppress all realms, radiating the indestructible laws of the great path. With the combined strength of us two, we cannot quell this calamity. Long ago, he had sensed that a calamity would arise, a feeling that had been exceedingly strong. Little did he expect it to come to fruition. The Empress simply shook her head, her hands clasped behind her back, smiling brightly. You think we should both feel this pit together? You may truly fulfill the wishes of a certain being, and what does this matter have to do with you? Chen Changsheng remained silent, gazing intently at the luminous barrier before him. He held an unwavering confidence in his ability to shatter this radiant veil. Yet, as the Empress had stated, the ultimate outcome might very well result in both of them falling into this abyss together. As she had indicated, this matter bore little significance to him. Both had surmised that the underlying issue was intricately linked to the supreme destiny of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, they could hardly have anticipated that the entire realm would become embroiled in this predicament. The 9 netherworlds experienced a tumultuous shift, a development that even the most exalted beings would instinctively avoid. For within the 9 netherworlds lay a forbidden zone of epochs, the reincarnation plateau. It was here that an extraordinarily magnificent demon emperor had once ventured, only to be condemned to eternal cycles of reincarnation without liberation. Not long ago, the Huitan Empress may have already clashed with that very demon emperor. It was unfathomable that a being of such ancient lineage would engage in battle with a contemporary sovereign, and not be inferior to the Huitan Empress. This illustrated that the terror of this affair far surpassed the earlier campaign against the Forbidden Land of the Divine Ruins. Why could they not simply remain indifferent? Chen Changsheng looked at the Empress with a sigh. The Emperor, still positioned at the field node, could traverse anywhere in the world. The upheaval of the reincarnation plateau affected the entirety of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and it would surely bear consequences for him as well. There was no benefit in it for him whatsoever. The Huitan Empress merely smiled at him and uttered a single phrase, because I am the Emperor. With that single statement, Chen Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. The decree of fate was evidently clear. The Emperor. How? Suddenly, Chen Changsheng felt that the title of Emperor had become utterly meaningless. Yet he could not find grounds to refute. It was akin to the era following the 9 Aperture Stone Sovereign, where the ancient life forms of the cosmic expanse were washed away by the blood of supreme beings, and the once sealed invincible entity had to sacrifice itself to quell that upheaval. Could one deem that invincible being insignificant? From the very beginning, the paths of the Empress and himself had never aligned. Not even parallel, but rather were in stark opposition. The Empress safeguarded all sentient beings. That was her creed. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng silently aspired to accumulate knowledge over countless lifetimes, ultimately unraveling all mysteries, concluding all matters, and reshaping everything. Was the emperor truly remarkable? He gazed at the empress, feeling suddenly weary. The empress, however, chuckled softly, stating, "Because you have never ascended to the position of emperor, nor have you ever truly been one." Perhaps she was right. He was reluctant to voice his thoughts, but his demeanor suddenly turned frigid, exuding an aura that transcended all. He sensed that the luminous barrier before him was undergoing tremendous transformation. An overwhelming energy erupted at that moment, a force capable of overturning all paths. Merely a trace of this essence emanating from within plunged both Chen Changsheng and the empress into a fleeting stupor. It was the genuine power of reincarnation. Waves of profound energy enveloped their beings, only to eventually dissipate, returning to the primal source, chaos. The empress remained unfazed, wielding the power of the flying immortals with grace. From within the barrier, it seemed as if a gaze had locked onto her, entirely disregarding Chen Changsheng, further reinforcing his belief that fate was orchestrating everything behind the scenes. Yet, could fate truly manipulate such an ancient forbidden zone? Remnants of an unknown epoch, the power of the flying immortals erupted, and the Huitan empress instructed Chen Changsheng to observe from the sidelines. She once more engaged in combat with the entity residing within the luminous barrier. As if moonlight descended, illuminating the scene with ethereal brilliance, at that moment, two figures clashed fiercely, the power of the flying immortals, the force of annihilation, the might of moonlight, various principles of the great Tao intertwined. As if they were forging new dimensions, yet, within the 9 heavens and 10 earths, that peculiar aura effortlessly smoothed over all ripples of conflict. Chen Changsheng confirmed his suspicions. That entity was indeed a demon emperor. And the principles of the great Tao it wielded bore a striking resemblance to the sun-masking demon emperor chronicled in ancient texts. Yet there was an anomaly. How had it traversed the third node? Chen Changsheng observed the silhouette of the demon emperor. Behind it lay an expansive ocean, a full moon rising, casting countless beams of moonlight, a manifestation of the great Tao's evolution, countering the 33 layers of darkness behind the empress. The time in which the two supreme emperors clashed was brief, and soon the curtain fell, ultimately revealing that the empress had the upper hand, her pure hand striking the demon emperor into the luminous barrier. "What have you discovered?" she inquired. Chen Changsheng merely shook his head. "I could only sense that something was amiss with the demon emperor. It seems that its physical form lacks a proper affinity." The empress interjected, "In our confrontation, I too have sensed this issue. The great Tao and principles are present, yet the demon emperor is flawed, incomplete. For the time being, the 9 heavens and 10 earths remain unscathed. We should return. Perhaps we can devise another method." Chen Changsheng felt that even if the empress entered, she might be at a loss. The empress did not refute this. Thus, they directly broke through the enigmatic aura surrounding the 9 heavens and 10 earths and departed from that realm. A beam of celestial light approached them. It was the awakened Mu Xian, who had also arrived. He glanced at the 9 heavens and 10 earths, his expression solemn. "Are you both unable to resolve this?" Chen Changsheng remained silent. The empress simply smiled and shook her head. Soon after, Chen Changsheng returned alone to the Changsheng realm. While Mu Xian followed the empress, Chen Changsheng took out the Dao book. And the figure of Jin Chang materialized. "I have confirmed that the demon emperor who clashed with the empress bears complete traces of the great Tao. However, that demon emperor exists in a rather peculiar state." As if it is half awake, Jin Chang stroked his chin, deep in thought. After a moment of silence, Chen Changsheng spoke. "What else do you know?" Jin Chang shook his head. "Nothing more. This is all that has appeared in my mind for now." Chen Changsheng sighed, his gaze illuminating with unique symbols of the great Tao. "The empress did not choose. Therefore, you created a choice for her, did you not, even at the cost of your own detriment?" A hint of coldness crept into Chen Changsheng's smile, as his eyes seemed to seek out the existence behind this matter. Yet, all was in vain. Chen Changsheng pondered the probability of quelling this chaos if the empress and he were to join forces. The conclusion was one he hesitated to consider. Little did he know, merely 3 short years had passed, and the empress had already made her choice. A surge of flying immortal power pierced through the cosmic void. Finding its way to Chen Changsheng before him, the empress extended her hand and directly cleaved open her heart. It emanated a dazzling radiance infused with the power of the flying immortals, her very essence. She smiled, saying, "I have not self-destructed. I have utilized a special method to sever the imprint that once fused with fate. In this world, a new emperor may yet be born." Chen Changsheng stared at her. "Uncertain of how to respond, this matter does not concern you. It is born of me and shall end with me." The empress smiled brightly, yet Chen Changsheng remained silent. "Remember when I told you that in the future, someone with the body of a flying immortal will emerge. Allow me to share another secret. This unique physique illuminated by the great Tao will no longer be subject to the influence of fate. However, it shall also be unable to ascend as an emperor. the Empress suddenly cast her gaze towards the 9 heavens above. This is my path, my journey. I hope someone can perfect it. She extended that radiant essence towards Chen Chongxing. He reached out to accept it, sighing, must it truly come to this? The Empress's lips curled into a slight smile, responding indirectly. In these past lifetimes, encountering you has been my fortune. Alas, my regrets may never be fulfilled. Even if you agree now, time is no longer on our side. Chen Chongsheng was momentarily rendered speechless. The Empress had already turned, standing gracefully, the power of the flying immortal surging to its zenith, transforming her into an incredibly resplendent figure. At that moment, she embodied the most stunning emperor of this world, unparalleled throughout the ages. She glanced back, revealing a smile. Like a celestial being, do not seek to trouble it. It is meaningless and without consequence. Thunderous sounds echoed through the 9 heavens, and a fissure appeared at the center of her brow. She finally ceased her words, uttering but two. Farewell. A beam of flying immortal light that shattered the cosmic expanse. She lingered not for a moment, breaking through the unique aura encircling the 9 heavens and 10 earths, shattering the barrier isolating the 9 netherworlds. The Empress's presence vanished completely. Chapter 77. The left behind Chen Chongsheng stood alone, gazing towards the direction of the 9 heavens and 10 earths amidst the cosmic starry sky. In that moment, his heart found an unparalleled tranquility, as if he had come to a profound realization, an unwavering resolve that nothing could shake. He calmly regarded the radiant essence in his palm. You are emperors, and you possess your choices, while I too have mine. He stowed away the brilliant essence and then lifted his gaze. The 3 paths of martial prowess converged, shattering all barriers as he began to ascend step by step. The power of martial prowess surged, and his transcendent, supreme essence blossomed, completely suppressing all principles of the great Tao beneath his feet. With a single step, the cosmic center of the 9 heavens and 10 earths erupted in a resplendent divine radiance, countless fissures of the great Tao sprawling across the expanse. What if countless paths refuse recognition? What can you do to me? He let out a cold laugh, his entire being radiating light, as if he were an independent world unto himself. With a sweeping motion, the light of martial prowess cleaved through all barriers. He advanced onward, with the spatio-temporal fabric before him being ceaselessly cleaved apart, until ultimately, only a realm of chaos remained. He stood silently in this chaotic expanse. Soon, a circular radiance emanated from within him, instantly expanding and utterly shattering this chaotic land, transforming it into a void of nothingness. The vitality of Chen Chongsheng was overwhelmingly potent. At that moment, countless beings across the universe sensed the upheaval occurring at the center of the cosmos. Everyone felt that a monumental transformation was imminent in this world. However, in an instant, that aura, which had sent shivers through the souls of countless beings, suddenly vanished. This was due to the appearance of a celestial power, which gradually dissipated before his eyes. Mu Xian has been suppressed by me. You will receive an item. Furthermore, do not boom. The celestial power erupted at that moment, without any forewarning. Chen Chongsheng stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, and after a long while, he let out a sigh. Between him and the Empress, they could be considered both rivals and friends. The Empress was astonishingly radiant, and Chen Chongsheng believed that such an Empress could indeed make the world a better place. Although he did not agree with her choices, he chose to respect them. He cast a glance at the void, now transformed into a realm of chaos, though he understood that even if he were to uncover his destiny, he might still be powerless against it. At best, they would merely regard each other with caution. After a moment of silence, his body began to radiate light, expanding like the tides. Subsequently, he traversed through layers of time and space, returning to the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Gazing towards that direction, he noted that the disruption had not dissipated simply because the Empress had intruded. The entirety of the 9 heavens and 10 earths remained enveloped in that eerie airflow. While this did not adversely affect the beings of the 9 heavens and 10 earths for the moment, the entire 9 nether heaven was still in a state of disappearance. Chen Chongsheng had grown weary of such matters. Even the Empress had failed to quell this chaos, rendering the disappearance of the 9 heavens and 10 earths inconsequential to him. This was not his concern, but rather the concern of destiny. After casting a cold glance upwards towards the 9 heavens, Chen Chongsheng turned away without a second thought. Everything had gone awry from the moment of his long life. He had initially believed that those so-called emperors and supreme beings would be his greatest adversaries. For if his secret were to be revealed, he would face the combined might of all supreme beings or the reigning emperors, and indeed, this was the case. Yet now, Chen Chongsheng realized that the true barrier before him was not a supreme being, but destiny. His path was obstructed. If he continued to linger at this third node, even if he were to exist eternally, he would ultimately face reckoning. Contemplating this, Chen Chongsheng suddenly burst into laughter. In life after life, you scheme from behind. Very well, let us see who will ultimately have the last laugh, whether it be the supreme being or destiny. everything that stands before me shall one day be crushed to dust. At that moment, Chen Changshen's figure shattered the void, completely vanishing from the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the ancient realm of life where the Empress Haitang resided, a figure suddenly materialized. His gaze encompassed the entirety of that ancient land of life. Although the Empress had intruded into the 9 heavens and 10 earths, her imperial laws remained intact. This was her place of proof. Thus her imperial aura was remarkable. Chen Changshen flowed with a rhythm of Dao and swiftly found the place where Mu Xian was being suppressed. It was an ancient star, and Mu Xian was confined deep within it. He broke through the great seal of this ancient star, reaching out to grasp a figure from within. The moment the sealing power dissipated, Mu Xian awakened, and a colossal silhouette of a battle immortal emerged. Surrounded by countless rays of celestial light, with a solemn expression, he inquired, "Where is the Empress Haitang? Where is she?" Chen Changshen, with his hands clasped behind his back, replied, "She has gone inside." Mu Xian stepped forward. Ready to head towards the 9 heavens and 10 earths, Chen Changshen extended his hand to intercept him. This was her choice. Mu Xian glared in anger. "She has confined me here, fearing I would hinder her. I have battled emperors. Though I may not be as formidable as you, I can still be of assistance to her." Chen Changshen simply shook his head. "That would merely be a path to death. That is still better than remaining here, unable to assist at all. I would rather die in battle." Mu Xian gazed at him. "And you? Why do you remain here? Oh, indeed, you types are all selfish beings." Mu Xian brushed past him. Suddenly, Chen Changshen made his move. A massive hand imbued with the laws of weaponry descended, directly suppressing him. His expression remained calm. "You overestimate yourself. With your capabilities, you cannot even enter the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Once I retrieve the item the Empress left for me, you may die wherever you wish." Mu Xian was once again subdued, his entire being restrained by the laws of the Dao, and as he heard Chen Changshen's words, he became somewhat perplexed. "I do not possess anything left by the Empress." Chen Changshen furrowed his brow, then comprehended something, and said, "Then come with me back to the Changshen realm." Mu Xian wished to speak further, but at that moment, Chen Changshen suddenly looked at him, his gaze devoid of emotion. His voice turned icy. "Do not compel me to suppress you. You may certainly try saying another word." Ultimately, Mu Xian fell silent. Following Chen Changshen back to the Changshen realm, upon their return, Chen Changshen did not discover any items left by the Empress on Mu Xian. Moreover, Mu Xian himself seemed unaware, as if he were not pretending. After pondering for a moment, Chen Changshen released the domain of weaponry, overlapping it with the Changshen realm, completely sealing everything. He then looked at Mu Xian. "I apologize for the inconvenience." In the next instant, Mu Xian was entirely suppressed by the power of weaponry, sealing away all his capabilities, and he fell into a deep slumber. At that moment, Chen Changshen retrieved the source of the Empress's celestial power. Subsequently, a force began to resonate from the slumbering Mu Xian. Chen Changshen pointed, and at that instant, the source of celestial power directly extracted a surge of celestial light from Mu Xian's body. He grasped it firmly. It was the power of a newly comprehended law of rebirth, not yet fully realized, which the Empress had attained in her third life. It continuously morphed in Chen Changshen's grasp, emanating a peculiar energy. Chen Changshen silently sensed it. The next moment, an expression of utmost seriousness emerged in his eyes, for within that new law, something was enveloped. That was destiny. Chapter 78. The Mark of Destiny. A myriad of paths emerged. Chen Changshen lowered his gaze upon the object in his hand. A unique law flowed incessantly, morphing like liquid, yet persistently preventing the contents within from escaping. This was the Dao law of the Empress Haitang, representing rebirth and the power of resurrection. Within this law, the essence of destiny rippled continuously. The moment Chen Changshen beheld this object, he immediately surmised what the Empress had done, utilizing this imperfect law of power. She had stripped away and sealed the mark of destiny. The Empress Haitang had told him that she had employed a special method to deprive the mark of destiny that had originally fused with destiny. Now, without this mark of destiny, the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths could potentially give birth to a new emperor. However, it seemed as though destiny did not react at all, almost as if shielding the Empress, although the Empress's action was not self-destructive, but rather a direct severance of the mark of destiny. In the eyes of destiny, this could be seen as betrayal. The mark of destiny had vanished, yet simultaneously, she had forfeited the power of this Dao law, rendering her hopes of a fourth life utterly bleak. Chen Changshen sighed softly, thinking of the Empress who had vanished into the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and connecting it to destiny. He pinched the object before him between his fingers, his eyes radiating Dao symbols as if attempting to penetrate the secrets of this mark of destiny. He glanced at the Changshen realm, and then, with a thought, he began to shrink the world of weaponry. ultimately leaving only a space of about 10 feet. Chen Changsheng was enveloped in a grayish light, the aura of weaponry intensifying to a palpable degree. Only then did he feel at ease, extending a finger to pierce a gap through the outer layer of the power. The force of destiny surged forth. In the next moment, a beam of golden light shot out, darting back and forth within the confines of this weaponry world, which was only 10 feet in size. Chen Changsheng felt an overwhelming force of destiny, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In my realm, where can you possibly escape to? Then, with a mere lift of his hand, the entirety of the power within the realm of weaponry descended in suppression. That tiny golden mark of destiny began to tremble incessantly. Countless golden ripples emanating forth, yet it could not break free. Chen Changsheng then grasped it within his palm, but at that moment, several imperial forces merged and surged toward him, akin to a pick strike from multiple emperors. With a thunderous roar, it seemed as though countless paths fell silent in that instant. Within this minuscule realm of weaponry, the might of the emperors completely engulfed it, and at that moment, Chen Changsheng erupted with resplendent divine light. The shadows of the Gui Shu Bell, the destruction axe, and the myriad spirits cauldron simultaneously materialized. In the entire world of weaponry, light and darkness alternated, akin to the explosive birth of a new universe. As fissures spread across every inch of space, at this moment, the world of the culture soldiers was in a constant state of rotation, ultimately erasing all the laws of the great emperors. Yet, the radiance enveloping him remained flickering and uncertain, his eyes transforming into a pure golden hue, while signs of the annihilation of myriad realms appeared behind him. So it is, Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. Fixating intently on the golden glowing destiny mark in his hand, within the recently erupted ultimate imperial laws, he sensed the powers of dozens of great emperors. Among them, he even discerned the imperial laws of the proud Tian Emperor and the 9 Aperture Stone Sovereign. This revelation instigated speculations regarding destiny. Destiny is perpetually completing itself. Chen Changsheng suddenly smiled. Throughout history, how many great emperors have there been? This implies that ultimately, all the great emperors' paths culminate within destiny. Unimaginable. Chen Changsheng himself found it somewhat incredible. Each great emperor is an invincible entity of their era, and their paths, upon reaching their zenith, represent the pinnacle of every distinct path. What might transpire if all the great emperors' paths converged upon a single being? He dared not contemplate. Moreover, what of destiny? However, Chen Changsheng struggled to fathom why destiny possessed such a multitude of great emperors' path laws. Logically, even if the empress stood with him at the field node, it should not invoke such trepidation. Chen Changsheng pondered deeply, ultimately returning to that statement, destiny is completing itself. He mused that perhaps it is precisely because destiny is completing itself that it faces numerous restrictions. Thus, what could be the reason for destiny's need to complete itself in this universe where the great paths remain incomplete? Chen Changsheng could only shake his head and sigh. He had uncovered certain secrets, yet they remained insufficient. Is this the final gift you have left me? He gazed at the destiny in his hand, realizing what the Empress intended for him. The Empress wished for him to utilize the destiny mark to devise a method of counterbalancing destiny. For this, she willingly relinquished a supreme path, severing her connection to destiny, ultimately choosing the path that destiny had selected for her. The Empress also understood that the destiny mark, for beings like them who tread the path of destiny, imposed limitations. All great emperors could not pose a genuine threat to destiny. Only beings who tread an alternative path of enlightenment might possess a sliver of insight into its secrets, and Chen Changsheng is the sole candidate. If that is the case, I shall accept this gift. In that instant, Chen Changsheng unleashed his own path laws, resembling a supreme emperor overlooking the ages, 3 paths of military strategy intertwining, a supreme essence of the 5 elements flowing incessantly. A new game began, yet it shall be I who commands the pieces. He glanced at the sleeping Mu Xian and subsequently sealed her away entirely. After all, the destiny mark had left traces within her body. Thus, he would not permit any errors. The destiny mark was temporarily sealed, ensuring that no one would be aware of it, including destiny. A century after the Empress of High Ten entered the 9 heavens and 10 earths, a resplendent destiny suddenly manifested at the cosmic center of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, cascading down billions of golden ripples of the great path. The golden ripples rippled and spread to every ancient land of life within the universe. Destiny bore a sense of sorrow, felt by all beings. This also signified the Empress of High Ten had vanished. At this moment, countless beings were astonished, for many were aware of the upheaval in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and knew that the Empress of High Ten had ventured into the realm to resolve this crisis. Yet, all beings found it hard to believe that the Empress of High Ten, who had lived 3 lifetimes, obliterated the forbidden land of the divine ruins, and was invincible across the world, had perished just like that. It was simply too difficult to fathom. However, soon thereafter, destiny experienced another tremendous upheaval, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. Subsequently, the myriad shackles of the great path shattered, as billions of paths unfolded simultaneously across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This compelled the beings from every corner to accept the reality. The Empress of High Ten truly fell. In this moment, countless beings mourned the Empress of High Ten, singing praises of her achievements. Yet there were many who appeared exuberant and spirited, for the opening of the myriad shackles of destiny implied that this era could witness the ascension of emperors. Meanwhile, in the realm of Changxing, Changsheng held the destiny mark, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, even you believed that part of your mark was entombed with the Empress in that epoch's forbidden land. Yet had the Empress of High Ten truly fallen, Chapter 79, the separation of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, beings gathered in the 9 nether heavens merely a century had passed, and destiny had unleashed the myriad paths. To Changxing, it seemed destiny was impatient. However, during the century of the Empress of High Ten's disappearance, the upheaval in the 9 heavens and 10 earths remained unresolved, even with destiny now releasing the myriad paths. This was destined to be a chaotic era. Would any beings truly succeed in their paths? He thought of the Empress of High Ten, feeling a surge of admiration for her. Perhaps even destiny could not anticipate that the Empress had severed her destiny mark, leaving it within the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and still in the hands of a being it feared the most, although destiny had proclaimed to all beings that the Empress of High Ten had fallen. Changsheng felt that such an extraordinary empress should not meet her end in this manner, yet the likelihood of her survival was exceedingly slim, as she had ventured into one of the 3 great forbidden lands of epochs. Changsheng gazed at the golden glow in his hand. This was the destiny mark left by the Empress, and over the century, under the suppression and arrangement of Changsheng's path laws, this entity devoid of consciousness had seemingly discovered some form of pattern, finally becoming slightly more obedient. Changsheng allowed this sun-sized destiny mark to begin ascending, disregarding it, for he had already established rules for it. Observing the destiny mark wandering about, Changsheng suddenly took out the bronze scepter, the core of the entire Changsheng realm. The moment the bronze scepter emerged, it emanated ripples of a bronze hue, beginning to vibrate incessantly, until the bronze power of the laws enveloped the entire bronze scepter. At that moment, the destiny mark, which had begun to rise, abruptly transformed into a beam of golden light, descending before Changsheng, creating waves of golden ripples around it. It was as if the destiny mark was confronting the bronze scepter. Changsheng, witnessing this scene, was no longer surprised. Over the past century, he had uncovered the secret between the destiny mark and the bronze scepter. He had observed the two for an extended period, yet had found no connection between them. However, it was intriguing that destiny exhibited a marked wariness toward the bronze scepter. Yet, amidst this wariness, a desire to devour it had emerged, and with each encounter, this tendency grew more pronounced. Conversely, the bronze scepter maintained a state of self-protection throughout, neither entirely calm nor fearful. Changsheng struggled to comprehend the nature of their relationship. Yet, suddenly, an idea emerged for constraining destiny. However, it required his ongoing, lengthy experimentation. He withdrew his hand, stowing away the bronze scepter. Changsheng rose, firmly grasping the destiny mark in his hand, casting a glance beyond the realm of Changxing. Though the myriad shackles had been released, the Empress's imperial traces had not completely dissipated. During this period, it would be challenging for any being to ascend to emperorhood. The Empress of High Ten had lived 3 lifetimes. Her presence in the world too prolonged, her path traces exceedingly profound, far surpassing those of the 9 Aperture Stone Sovereigns era. Nevertheless, Changsheng believed that the Empress's path traces might not suppress the beings of the Great Path for long. Mu Xian remained sealed by Changsheng, perhaps not to reappear for a considerable time. He did not wish to jeopardize his grand plan due to a momentary oversight. Now, he operated in the shadows, while destiny existed in the light. Thus, he held the initiative. May the future great emperors bring me a hint of surprise and amusement. His figure vanished, along with the destiny mark, 1200 years after the disappearance of the Empress of High Ten. A tremendous tremor suddenly emanated from the direction of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was as if one world had collided with another, generating colossal ripples of the great path. Akin to the stride of a supreme being, the heart of the entire universe radiated with resplendent divine light, billions of radiant beams soaring into the sky boom, at the periphery of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The eerie aura began to recede at that moment, along with the vanished 9 nether heavens reappearing. Subsequently, the originally interconnected 9 realms completely separated at that instant, enveloping the entirety of the 9 heavens and 10 earths in various phenomena. The void was torn asunder, giving birth to countless dark fissures and thunderfire calamities. The 9 realms began to shift slowly as though drawn by some force. Ultimately, the 9 heavens separated entirely, forming a massive circle. Disconnected from one another, yet mutually attracting, at the center of the great circle formed by the 9 heavens lay the 10 earths. The entire expanse of the 10 earths at that moment was larger than the sum of the 9 heavens. Truly becoming the heart of the 9 heavens and 10 earths universe, this transformation of the 9 heavens and 10 earths rapidly spread throughout the universe. Beings from every corner hastened to the 9 heavens and 10 earths to witness the spectacle. However, they soon discovered that the 9 heavens and 10 earths had become even more fortified than before, especially the barriers between the various realms, which even the sages cannot tear asunder. Only those who stand at the pinnacle of the great Tao, the absolute quasi-emperors, can rend these barriers to enter other realms. This signifies that, at this moment, the 9 heavens and 10 earths have truly become independent realms, making the prospect of inter-realm travel exceedingly challenging. Besides the transformation of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, many beings have also arrived at the 9 nether heavens, inquiring what transpired within the great sanctuaries of the 9 nether heavens over the past millennium. Where has the Empress gone? The result, all beings in the 9 nether heavens, including those from the great sanctuaries, are utterly bewildered, even unaware that the Empress Haiteng has departed. Their memories seem to have frozen at the very second before the disappearance of the 9 nether heavens. Furthermore, many beings appear to have stagnated over the course of a millennium. It is not merely a state of suspension. Even time itself seems to have left no mark upon them. This matter soon astonished beings across the cosmos. The inhabitants of the 9 nether heavens seem to have been forgotten, or perhaps sealed away. They blinked, and then, over 1,000 years have passed. Soon, the 9 nether heavens became a convergence point for beings from all corners of the universe, including those from the great sanctuaries, imperial clans, and ancient hidden families, all drawn to the 9 nether heavens. Ultimately, they congregated in a mysterious ancient site. Here lies the reincarnation plateau, one of the 3 epical forbidden lands. It is also highly probable that this is the source of the upheaval across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Yet now, countless beings gather at the periphery of the reincarnation plateau, many of whom have reached the pinnacle of the great Tao. They remain ensconced in the essence of divine sources, exuding an air of decay. On this day, an unrestrained supreme power directly tore through the barrier of the 9 nether heavens. Shortly thereafter, 2 additional decayed supreme laws simultaneously rent the barrier of the 9 nether heavens. Cheng Changxing, residing in the eternal life realm, witnessed this scene and simply scoffed. Does great calamity truly lead to great fortune? Or do you genuinely believe that the epical forbidden land can grant you a second life? Chapter 80. The Terror of the Reincarnation Plateau, Part 1. Cheng Changxing gazed towards the direction of the 9 nether heavens, initially contemplating whether to venture forth to uncover the truth, perhaps to find clues regarding the Empress's continued existence. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. The will of destiny is inscrutable. Should he emerge, the heavenly mandate mark he carries, linked to the Empress, may be exposed. Only when he thoroughly suppresses and refines this heavenly mandate mark might he escape the scrutiny of fate. Thus, after casting one last glance towards the 9 nether heavens, he withdrew his gaze, isolating the entire eternal life realm from the external cosmos. At that moment, the 9 nether heavens had nearly gathered the most exceptional beings from various realms, countless entities converging at the periphery of the reincarnation plateau. The oppressive aura of sages, the pressure of quasi-emperors, and the faint presence of imperial artifacts swirled in the air. As one gazed ahead, an immense plateau unfolded, its peaks interconnected, appearing no different from the other plateaus within the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Devoid of any apparent danger, yet all beings harbored an immense trepidation towards the reincarnation plateau. The Empress Haiteng had entered, yet she had not returned. All beings observed cautiously, convinced that the reincarnation plateau concealed profound secrets. Perhaps even the secret to eternal life, as evidenced by those who had traversed over a millennium without leaving any trace, despite their profound awareness of the dangers inherent in an epical forbidden land. Everything paled in comparison to the allure of eternal life. Yet now, all beings awaited. Even the imperial clans and the great sanctuaries remained poised, refraining from rash actions. However, at that moment, a sudden cry of astonishment erupted from the crowd. It was the immortal divine herb, a being exclaimed, yelling amidst the throng, claiming to have spotted an immortal divine herb within the reincarnation plateau. The following instant, a great saint's imposing aura shattered all barriers, and a figure surged into the reincarnation plateau, watched by a throng of apex beings. To their surprise, the great saint encountered no tribulation. His figure swiftly ascended to a plateau. Witnessing this scene, many beings felt their hearts stir. Soon, several saints joined forces, their overwhelming pressure permeating the air as they surged towards the reincarnation plateau. Like the previous individual, they too met no tribulation. The immortal divine herb is mine. Before long, the few saints who entered the plateau began to clash, vying for the immortal divine herb. Observing this spectacle, many could no longer remain still. Countless beings surged into the reincarnation plateau at that moment, eager to contest for the immortal divine herb, including several quasi-emperors from the great sanctuaries. Is it truly the immortal divine herb, Why do I see a scroll of scriptures instead? An ancient elder, lying in a black wooden coffin, spoke with a hint of skepticism. Soon, many beings concurred with his assertion. For what they observed was also a scroll of scriptures. What scriptures? That is clearly a piece of dull weaponry. On the other side, another being spoke, yet their observation transformed into a piece of dull weaponry as well. This scene astonished many, as it appeared that what each being perceived differed significantly from others. This discrepancy led the ancestors of the great sanctuaries and imperial clans to hesitate, refraining from hastily entering the plateau. However, an event soon transpired that instantly compelled them to reconsider. A significant number of beings had already entered the reincarnation plateau and engaged in fierce battles over the immortal divine herb. Countless divine powers erupted, showcasing various divine abilities, with sword lights piercing the heavens, yet none inflicted significant damage upon the plateau. At this moment, a being standing at the pinnacle of the great saints suddenly broke through to quasi-emperor cultivation. Ha ha ha, I have broken through. I have become a quasi-emperor. That being laughed heartily, an overwhelming quasi-emperor pressure beginning to radiate, continuously escalating. I feel my origin and the great Tao elevating. Is this the essence of quasi-emperorship? Get lost, the immortal divine herb is mine. A profound divine might erupted, and in a brief moment, this being as cultivation surged to the pinnacle of quasi-emperorship, subsequently sending a group of individuals flying. This spectacle left many beings utterly astounded, yet even more astonishing events unfolded thereafter. One after another, beings at the peak of the great saints began to break through, unleashing waves of quasi-emperor aura that enveloped the entire plateau. How is this possible? At this moment, the onlookers could no longer contain themselves. An aged quasi-emperor, whose time was running short, cast aside all reservations, directly breaking through the divine source to enter the reincarnation plateau. However, he did not seek to contend for the so-called immortal divine herb. Instead, he chose another plateau to ascend, his figure continuously rising, ultimately reaching halfway up the mountain. My origin has activated. That aged quasi-emperor exclaimed. Filled with excitement, at this moment, his decayed body miraculously halted, and under the influence of a certain power, his form began to mend, brimming with vitality. A mysterious radiance surged around him, and as he ascended, the transformations of his body grew increasingly pronounced. When he finally reached the summit of a plateau, the once decayed, aged figure had entirely vanished, replaced by a youthful and strikingly handsome visage, as if a sword had been drawn from its sheath. He gazed incredulously at himself. Have I truly lived again? I have regained my youthful appearance, along with my origin. Ha ha ha, I have lived again. The rich aura of a quasi-emperor radiated, and an overwhelming surge of vitality erupted. As he held an ancient mirror, directly joining the fray for the immortal divine herb, witnessing this scene, those who had hesitated could no longer restrain themselves and surged into the reincarnation plateau. What immense power can restore a decayed quasi-emperor to his youthful form? They recognized a monumental opportunity, even the potential to life again. Let us go. With a thunderous roar, all beings from the great sanctuaries, the grand teachings, and the imperial clan stormed into the reincarnation plateau, swiftly ascending the nearby plateaus. This power, my origin, is truly revitalizing. Some ancient, undying beings felt a surge of energy upon reaching the plateau. Sensing their bodies emanating vitality, and their dull origins reigniting with the force of life, this truly can, they were utterly astonished. Those who surged in at this moment had completely succumbed to madness. Before their eyes lay a treasure trove of unseen celestial materials and earthly treasures. It is the half-divine herb, the immortal divine herb, a flawless dull weapon. I see a phoenix hatchling, unparalleled in the world, possessing the most exalted bloodline, celestial gold. Ha ha, I have found a type of celestial gold. At this moment, every being that entered the reincarnation plateau had completely descended into a frenzy, seemingly forgetting that they were within an epical forbidden land. My decayed origin has truly been reborn. This is not an illusion. Among the throng, an elder with seemingly white hair murmured softly. A once extremely decayed aura now stagnated and began to rejuvenate. Waves of astonishment surged within his heart. Does such a power truly exist in this world? Capable of allowing one to live again, even though he himself senses it, doubt still lingers within him, for he is unlike any other being. He is a supreme entity, hailing from Zhangtian Island. Once a great emperor, he possesses knowledge far beyond that of others, yet now, the force awakening his body feels undeniably real. Even his imperial essence begins to revive, radiating vitality. He experiences a profound sensation that if this continues, he could even return to his pinnacle, brimming with vigor and essence. Eventually, he begins to embrace this power, feeling his body rejuvenate, a sensation that is exquisite. However, in the next moment, a flicker of terror crosses his face. No, this is wrong. An overwhelming imperial might erupts, instantly permeating the highland, as an unparalleled imperial aura emanates from him, attempting to expel the force that promises his rebirth. it is false, all of it is false. A resplendent blue flower of the great path hovers above his head. Without a backward glance, he departs swiftly, fueled by unwillingness and fury. The principles of the imperial path intertwine, and the blue flower of the great path blooms with supreme power. Shaking the very foundations of the world, the vast might appears as though it could upheave the entire highland. This sudden turn of events quickly captures the attention of all beings. Has a supreme entity also arrived here? The ancient ones from the great sects and sacred lands have discerned the intentions of this supreme being and are prepared to awaken the imperial weapons at a moment's notice. Yet just then, a figure tumbles directly from the highland. This is the first being to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. He has already reached the pinnacle of quasi-emperorship and is in the process of transcending, seeking to attain the emperor's path and subdue all ages. But now, his body has lost its luster, hair turned white, skin withered and devoid of vitality, as even his great path begins to wither. And these signs seem to appear in an instant. No, no, I must become an emperor. My essence, my great path, no. He plummets from the highland. In that fleeting moment of descent, his body dissipates like a bubble, leaving nothing behind. The entire highland descends into a momentary silence. Then, panic ensues. Flee, hurry and escape. Chapter 81. The Terror of the Reincarnation Highland, Part 2. In the forbidden land of epics, the death of a being might not amount to much. Yet the manner of this being's demise is exceedingly bizarre. He first broke through to quasi-emperor at the pinnacle of the great sage, soaring to the summit of quasi-emperorship, possessing unparalleled power, only a step away from ultimate transcendence. However, in the blink of an eye, he ages instantaneously, his essence plummeting from its zenith, becoming desiccated and barren, even his own great path withering. This is a terrifying omen, as if within that brief moment, he has traversed the passage of millennia, his body, his great path, and his essence all age simultaneously, ultimately leaving nothing behind. Many beings witness this chilling scene, yet only a small fraction of them contemplate retreat. The majority continue to absorb the opportunities that the highland offers. In this forbidden land, only one being has perished, which has eased their tension. However, at this moment, even a concealed supreme entity is preparing to flee. Avoiding this place, instilling a sense of foreboding in the hearts of those who have intruded, prepared to awaken the imperial weapons. We must leave this place. An ancient ancestor of a great sect, having regained his youth, furrows his brow, feeling that he has returned to a state even stronger than at his previous pinnacle. Yet now, an unsettling sensation creeps into his heart, even with the imperial weapons at his side. He feels this way. The entire highland is now suffused with imperial might, as the blue lotus of the great path blossoms with breaths of ultimate essence, and the mighty figure steps away, seemingly treading in place in the eyes of those beings. Grant me passage. At this moment, the overwhelming power of the ultimate path erupts. A flawless imperial force revives, the great path's divine radiance enveloping the highland. It seems as though every ripple harbors a being. The figure crowned by the great path lotus advances, a golden path unfurling beneath his feet, myriad great paths appearing around him to pave his way. He steps forward, surrounded by countless immortal lights, as the great path lotus soars forth, shattering the void, ultimately blossoming into a skyward blue radiance. Hurry, activate the imperial weapons. The pinnacle strike of the emperor detonates upon the reincarnation highland, obliterating all with the power of the ultimate path, the principles of the imperial path intertwining, overwhelming the earthly realm with absolute power, sweeping across the entire highland under this force of the imperial path. Waves of imperial might begin to awaken. Those from various sacred lands, great sects, and imperial clans simultaneously revive their imperial weapons, using their rejuvenated great path essence and abundant vitality to protect their disciples below. With a thunderous roar, not only do the imperial weapons revive under this supreme emperor's strike, but two other supreme beings' auras also begin to awaken, though they have not yet reached ultimate transcendence. The presence of their supremacy is unmistakable. 3 supreme beings have indeed arrived at this place. An ancient ancestor, restored to his youthful state, is filled with astonishment, even if they have regained their peak. Standing at the pinnacle of the great path, and are even stronger than before, the weight of confronting a supreme being weighs heavily on their hearts. The disparity between the apex of the great path and an emperor is vast. Even with the enhancement of imperial weapons, it proves futile. Imperial weapons are ultimately weapons, not emperors. Even at their utmost revival, they embody only a fraction of the emperor's might, and to truly unleash the pinnacle strike of an imperial weapon demands a tremendous price. Several ancient ancestors from the great sects exchange messages, swiftly forming an alliance. The number of beings entering the reincarnation highland is overwhelming. There are more than 10 imperial weapons alone. If all 10 were to fully revive, they could barely hold their ground. No, those supreme beings are in a state of fear. They wish to leave this place and are oblivious to us. A being cradling a dark blue tower furrows his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Isn't this place supposed to be where one can restore their essence, those supreme beings should be able to as well. What could they possibly fear? Another being with antlers on his head inquires, damn it, we cannot escape from here. At this moment, the supreme being, crowned with the blue lotus of the great path and having reached ultimate transcendence, realizes something. Simultaneously, the ultimate power within him begins to thoroughly mold every inch of his body. Expelling the power he has drawn from this place, the other two supreme beings also reveal themselves, having similarly gained strength from this location, restoring part of their essence. Yet they too sense something amiss, an impending great terror looming. Thus, like the supreme being, they continuously suppress that force with their own ultimate powers while contemplating their escape. Let us unite our efforts. The three supreme beings from different forbidden lands choose to join forces at this moment, with the two supreme beings unhesitatingly achieving ultimate transcendence. Three vast, perfect manifestations of imperial might surge across this highland region. Thousands of principles resonate, and the imperial light flickers. With a thunderous roar, the three supreme beings simultaneously strike, the overwhelming imperial path principles erupting from their bodies, shattering the very void of this realm. The blue lotus of the great path sways with ethereal might, akin to supreme sword lies, continuously erasing the void. A crimson spear radiates infinite divine brilliance, as if tearing apart the heavens and earth. With every thrust, a red phoenix strikes forth. The remaining supreme being transforms into a massive black ape, his true form immense beyond measure, with 3 heads and 6 arms, each arm wielding a weapon of the path. As dark blood energy reverberates through the heavens, a pitch-black imperial staff collapses a section of the void, shattering the great path. As the surrounding space quakes, emanating boundless light, we must retreat. The overwhelming ultimate powers of the three supreme beings are so great that the ancient ancestors of the great sects can only use the imperial weapons to shield the crowd as they withdraw. But just then, an unexpected turn of events occurs. A being who had just broken through to the pinnacle of quasi-emperor in this place suddenly becomes incredibly aged in an instant. His appearance transforms, his great path essence weakening instantaneously. Like a sun that has fallen without life, save me, he cries out in terror, yet his body has withered, devoid of any blood, unable even to utilize the great path. An ancient ancestor of a great sect activates an imperial weapon, and an ultimate breath descends. Unfortunately, this ultimate force cannot suppress the power within him, and the ultimate energy collapses as well. Boss. The figure before him dissipates like a bubble. Without any warning, yet soon, every being sheltered by their respective imperial weapons experiences the same scene. Those at the pinnacle of quasi-emperorship suddenly grow exceedingly old, their great path essence draining instantaneously, until ultimately they all vanish like bubbles. This scene, laden with a sense of malevolence, reverberates through the crowd of beings, sending them spiraling into despair. They do not fear being slain by some entity, rather, they dread this silent, unnoticed extinction. There lies an immense terror here. We must leave this place, quickly, leave now. A multitude of beings erupted in frantic cries, heedless of the overwhelming imperial might emanating from the three supreme entities. As they surged forth in a desperate bid to flee the Psycho Plateau, alas, those who dared to escape soon found themselves bereft of the protection afforded by the imperial weapons, and they were swiftly annihilated by the formidable presence of the supreme beings. At that moment, the ancient ancestors of the sacred sects felt a sudden jolt in their hearts, a nameless dread enveloping them. Concurrently, a peculiar force began to emanate from within their bodies, a power that restored them to their prime, yet instilled a profound unease. My body, it continues to grow younger, one of the ancestors gasped in horror, having already reached the pinnacle of his middle age, only to now find himself transformed into a youthful figure in his 20s. Rather than elation, this transformation only deepened his terror, for this unsettling change showed no signs of abating. This is dire. There is something amiss. We must leave this place at once. We cannot linger here. The rejuvenated ancestors of the sects, now akin to ants on a hot skillet, began to panic. Soon, the imperial weapon stirred to life, radiating unparalleled laws of the utmost path. Boom. One by one, disciples were transformed into clouds of blood mist, merging into the imperial weapons to sustain their impending actions. Onward, in this moment, all the ancestors connected as one, intending to harness the power of the imperial weapons to break through the imperial might of the three supreme beings and escape the plateau. Yet, in the next instant, without warning, one of the ancient ancestors of a sect suddenly reverted to the form of a 6 or 7-year-old child, only to further regress into an infant. An eerie power surged within him. The infant's eyes widened in sheer terror. No, snap, in an instant, the infant was reduced to a mere essence of pure origin. Ultimately, this essence returned to the cosmos. Chapter 82. The Horror of the Psycho Plateau, Part 3. An ancestor of a great sect, shielded by the imperial weapon, was instantaneously transformed into an infant, and subsequently dissipated into pure essence within the heavens and earth. This scene left countless beings in a state of stupor. Meanwhile, those ancient ancestors, who had also regained their youthful prime, were gripped by an even greater fear. Their hearts racing with dread quickly, revive the imperial weapons. We must leave this place. At that moment, over a dozen laws of the imperial weapons erupted, soaring skyward as if the supreme beings themselves had unleashed their might. A colossal force of the utmost path descending upon them. The entire plateau's laws were swept clean in an instant by the overwhelming power of the imperial weapons. All beings released their blood essence and the laws of the path to invigorate the imperial weapons. With the rejuvenated ancestors pouring forth their abundant life force, merging their blood essence and origin into the imperial weapons, boom, the imperial weapons awakened, capable of delivering a blow equivalent to that of an emperor. Onward, over a dozen forces of the utmost path intertwined, then unleashed a strike equivalent to that of an emperor, tearing apart the imperial might of the three supreme beings before them. However, at that very moment, one of the ancient ancestors encountered a sudden anomaly. His body began to glow, an unsettling force spilling forth soon. He grew even younger, transforming into a youthful figure in his teens. No, alarmed, he grasped the imperial weapon tight, hoping to quell the changes within him using its overwhelming power. The laws of the imperial weapon enveloped him, yet he soon realized that even this might could not contain the force surging within him. It merely alleviated it slightly. What kind of power is this that even the imperial weapon cannot suppress? Despair began to take hold as he helplessly watched his body gradually revert to a more youthful state. Meanwhile, the other ancient ancestors, who had similarly regained their youth, found themselves beset by the same phenomenon, their bodies regressing further under the influence of an unseen force, leaving them feeling as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Quickly, they each used their imperial weapons to suppress their transformations, but this only slowed the pace of the changes. What to do? Is there truly no way? Even for the imperial weapons, a wave of despondency washed over the beings. We must escape this place to evade this force, or we shall perish. This is a cursed land, beyond our reach. We must flee. Countless beings sought to abandon the plateau, no longer vying for the immortal divine herb. Dull weapons, or golden tomes. Suddenly, a power erupted, instilling despair within all beings. This force, though not of imperial caliber, surpassed it greatly. At that moment, the three supreme beings were simultaneously hurled backward by this force, even with their utmost efforts to rejuvenate and restore their emperor-level strength. They found themselves unable to escape the cycle plateau. Just then, an imperial ancestor on the verge of losing control over his own power called out, "Elders, there are more than 10 imperial weapons here. If we can revive them all, combined with the strength of the three elders, can we break free?" In that instant, all beings grasped the intent of the imperial ancestor, the three fully revived supreme beings, together with over a dozen imperial weapons, would yield power that could be described as cataclysmic. It is worth a try. The supreme being hesitated for a moment before consenting. In this life or death crisis, even these supreme beings would set aside all else. The revival of the imperial weapons would indeed provide significant assistance. The three supreme beings exchanged glances, as if reaching a silent agreement. There is only one chance. We shall converge all our strength. You need only revive the imperial weapons to unleash the supreme strike. Whether we succeed in escaping hinges on this moment, very well, we shall give it our all. At that point, the ancient ancestors of the great sects prepared to fight with all their might. Even with the imperial weapon suppression, their bodies were nearing their limits, leaving them no choice but to engage in one final desperate struggle. They would exhaust every effort to revive the imperial weapons and unleash the supreme strike. An ancient ancestor proclaimed loudly, and without hesitation, they began to fervently revive the imperial weapons, countless blood essences soaring into the sky, merging entirely into the imperial weapons. In that moment, the imperial light erupted as if a slumbering emperor had awakened. Waves of flawless powers of the utmost path revived in succession, creating worlds anew. Standing tall against the heavens, while indistinct figures materialized, those figures were once the masters of these imperial weapons, the emperors of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Now, the imperial weapons reflected their presence. Boom! The entire plateau seemed to convulse, an overwhelming force of despair beginning to awaken. Beings were engulfed in terror as their bodies glowed, simultaneously ascending in their cultivation realms. In a brief span, all the saints stepped into the ranks of quasi-emperors. However, this only served to amplify their blood essence, becoming even more formidable. Over a dozen imperial weapons radiated an eternal brilliance, and the ethereal figures solidified further. Then, those phantoms simultaneously grasped the fully revived imperial weapons. Now is the time. At that moment, the 3 supreme beings appeared as if they had been diminished to mere shadows, unleashing their full powers, the laws of the imperial path saturating the heavens and earth. Azure lotus flowers of the path burst forth, crimson spears shattered myriad ways, and the obsidian imperial staff obscured the skies, collapsing all realms. Boom! The ethereal figures of the emperors wielded the imperial weapons, their forms dissipating, as all revived imperial weapons released their supreme might, a deluge of utmost power and laws descending, enveloping the entire plateau. This vast force even permeated beyond the cycle plateau, reaching all beings within the 9 underworlds and the realms of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Instilling a profound sense of annihilation, yet it was fleeting. Boom! A cataclysmic blaze obliterated all, manifesting as the purest essence of the utmost path, unparalleled and astonishing in its might, the joint strike of the 3 supreme beings, combined with the revival of the imperial weapons, rent the air before them, creating an irreparable chasm in the plateau. An ancient ancestor of a great sect sensed the aura of the 9 heavens and 10 earths at that moment. Filled with elation, yet soon after, some of the ancient ancestors could no longer withstand it. Having unleashed the supreme strike, they found themselves bereft of the imperial weapon suppression, rapidly regressing into infants, who in turn transformed into pure origin. Meanwhile, another group of beings who had ascended to the pinnacle of quasi-emperors rapidly aged and dissipated like bubbles. The void trembled, the 3 supreme beings radiated light, their internal forces becoming uncontainable. A power that instilled a profound fear within them surged through their beings. Without a moment's hesitation, a massive rift opened in the cycle plateau. The 3 supreme beings advanced forward. However, at that moment, an enigmatic figure abruptly appeared, positioning itself before the vast chasm as if to block it. Clear the way for this sovereign, the 3 supreme beings unleashed their imperial might once more. Yet the figure merely lifted its gaze, expressionless. Before gently raising a hand, the world transformed. In an instant, it felt as though night had fallen, followed by the emergence of a colossal full moon, hovering above the heads of all present. The thunderous, gargantuan round moon merely stirred a chilling radiance, directly obliterating the great Tao of 3 supreme beings. In an instant, the colossal moon descended, enveloping all 3 supreme beings entirely. From beginning to end, the trio had no opportunity for response. This scene left all remaining beings dumbfounded, even causing them to forget their escape. However, the figure that sealed the rift seemed to pay them little heed. He merely glanced at the imperial weapons. With a raised hand, a stream of ethereal light cascaded down, with a resounding boom. An imperial weapon shattered. The tremendous roar finally roused countless beings from their stupor. Flee, escape, again. Another imperial weapon shattered, as that figure disregarded the fleeing beings, allowing them to depart from the enormous rift. Yet each imperial weapon trembled. Ultimately, none of the imperial weapons could escape, all erupting in a cataclysmic explosion, dissolving into the purest essence of law. Terrified, these beings fled recklessly from the scene, and those who managed to escape glanced back. Witnessing amidst the aftermath of the imperial weapons detonation, within the intersecting highlands, a silhouette seemingly shrouded by a divine halo, akin to an immortal, eternal and solitary, supreme as the celestial Tao. Chapter 83. 7,000 years. The Empress's Tao trace vanishes. Destiny reappears. A violent tremor shook the 9 nether realm. At that moment, the entire reincarnation highland erupted with a blinding radiance, stirring the laws of the great Tao across the heavens and earth to roar in response. However, this phenomenon did not last long. Soon, the reincarnation highland fell silent once more. As if nothing had ever occurred. From the periphery, the entire plateau appeared eerily tranquil, resembling an ordinary location within the 9 nether realm. Yet afterward, some beings fled from the reincarnation highland, their expressions filled with terror, unwilling to look back, desperately fleeing the plateau and directly departing the 9 nether realm. Among those who escaped, all were beings below the same realm. While the ancestors of great sects and imperial families, along with their imperial weapons, vanished without a trace. Before long, news that shocked all beings spread across the heavens and earth and throughout the ancient lands of the universe. This time, the reincarnation highland expedition had not only buried the ancestors of the great sects but also obliterated the revived imperial weapons within. Furthermore, 3 supreme beings from other forbidden zones had also perished there. This was simply terrifying. Beings across various regions debated the incident, realizing for the first time the dreadfulness of the reincarnation highland. However, the major sects that had once produced great emperors, such as the Dian Holy Land, the Tenshu Sword Sect, the Wanxiang Divine Dynasty, the Zhu Yin Clan, and the Tenji Puppet Clan, suffered tremendous losses. Not only had their venerable ancestors perished, but even their long-standing imperial weapons had disappeared. Following this catastrophe, these major sects and imperial families were severely weakened. Although some remnants remained, they paled in comparison to those sects that had also previously produced great emperors. Shortly thereafter, these major sects successively announced the closure of their gates, retreating from the world. Moreover, aside from these events, another piece of news emerged. Some fleeing beings claimed to have seen a female emperor within the reincarnation highland, suspected to be the long-lost Huitang Empress. However, no being believed this account, for the Empress had not only vanished for over a millennium, but her destiny had also released myriad shackles, indicating that she was truly gone. Consequently, the rumors surrounding this matter gradually faded away, leaving the reincarnation highland as a taboo, with no one daring to venture there in search of purported opportunities. As time passed, the entire affair surrounding the reincarnation highland gradually subsided, with the laws of the myriad paths manifesting across various regions. All beings began to prepare, for it would not be long before a new emperor might arise in this universe, the Huitan Empress. You say Chen Changsheng was naturally aware of the events that transpired in the reincarnation highland. Yet he remained remarkably calm even upon receiving news of the Empress. His demeanor did not waver. Are you pondering the Empress? A volume of bronze scripture materialized, with the golden child perched atop it. Gazing at Chen Changsheng, a mischievous glint in his eyes, if you had captured the Empress back then and forcibly brought her into the realm of longevity, perhaps now the child would be of a similar age to me. Chen Changsheng cast a sidelong glance at the golden child, lightly sipping his tea. Instead of indulging in such fanciful thoughts, you might consider where to find the key to unlock this scripture. The golden child sighed, his brow furrowed. I wish I knew, but my stubborn mind simply cannot recall anything. Without the key, I cannot unlock this scripture, and without unlocking it, you will not find the token needed to enter the white jade capital. It forms a perfect closed loop. The golden child spread his hands, somewhat helpless, yet Chen Changsheng was unperturbed. After all, he had lived a mere 100,000 years, and time was his ally. He suddenly recalled something and inquired. How many immortal herbs are there within the white jade capital? The golden child crossed his arms, speaking with a hint of arrogance. Several, I suppose, but I cannot remember clearly. Chen Changsheng shook his head, perhaps regretting that in 100,000 years, he had never possessed even a single immortal herb. At most, he had acquired one semi-divine herb, and his system's treasury held none of these items. In truth, the immortal herbs held little utility for him. However, he merely wished to probe the differences between the longevity of the immortal herbs and his own, looking up at the vast expanse. He observed that the current 9 heavens and 10 earths had undergone significant changes, undoubtedly influenced by destiny. Thus, until he thoroughly resolved that mark of destiny, Chen Changsheng would not easily reveal himself in the world. Patience is key. Time flowed gently. It has been a full 6,000 years since the incident in the reincarnation highland of the 9 nether realm. Throughout these 6 millennia, the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths has experienced no further chaos. The essence of the great Tao and laws has intensified, even giving rise to extraordinary phenomena across various regions. On this day, the entire universe suddenly began to tremble, countless divine thunders roaring and shaking the cosmos. Manifesting the myriad paths, in the very center of heaven and earth, a dazzling golden light tore through the sea of thunder, vast golden ripples cascading like an ocean across the universe. Destiny has emerged. The myriad shackles have completely vanished. The last trace of the Huitan Empress's Tao has entirely dissipated. A new era has arrived, signifying that in this lifetime, beings may seize destiny and attain the path of emperor. Within the realm of longevity, Chen Changsheng felt the changes occurring in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Compared to before, the current universe appeared more stable, indicating that the great Tao was approaching a state of equilibrium. Has it truly been merely over 7,000 years since the Huitan Empress's Tao trace vanished? Generally, even when a contemporary emperor departs or disappears, their Tao traces would likely suppress the great Tao for a millennium. Yet now, the Huitan Empress's Tao trace lasted only a mere 7,000 years, marking a peculiar anomaly. This may be related to her past choices or perhaps to recent shifts in destiny. Such changes could only imply one thing. Destiny has accelerated the emergence of emperors within the 9 heavens and 10 earths. I sense that an emperor will arise in this lifetime within a short span. Chen Changsheng's eyes seemed to pierce through the realm of longevity. Regrettably, he still could not comprehend that mass of destiny, nor could he calculate everything. Ultimately, he merely chuckled softly and shook his head. To him, the current emperors might not even pose a threat, unless, of course, an existence akin to Altian or the Huitan Empress were to emerge. Then he might pay a modicum of attention. Yet not every emperor is as resplendent as Emperor Altian or the Empress. Should an emperor truly appear, they would likely be the first of a new 9 heavens and 10 earths, which would indeed be intriguing. Chen Changsheng rose, slowly raising a hand, as a resplendent golden mark gradually materialized in his palm. This golden mark radiated light, as if countless golden threads intertwined, constantly reshaping into various forms. It rested quietly in the palm of Chen Changsheng's hand, serene, beautiful, and radiating brilliant golden ripples. Chen Changsheng smiled, then, without hesitation, severed a sliver of his own soul, erasing all consciousness within it before infusing that fragment into the golden mark of destiny. Such acts were something he performed periodically. He remarked, I eagerly await the day of your complete transformation. Chapter 84. The Emergence of Hongtian. The siege of the major sects. The cosmic destiny of the 9 heavens and 10 earths has thoroughly released myriad paths throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths and the ancient lands of the universe. An exceptionally dense aura of the Tao has manifested, leading to extraordinary phenomena across various regions, giving rise to numerous remarkable beings. Within the 9 heavens and 10 earths, these phenomena are even more pronounced. Have you heard? A child was born in the central continent of the 10 earths, accompanied by the manifestation of red clouds and divine radiance, and at birth, divine thunder descended, along with a celestial scripture. What of it? The ancient Qin clan of the Qiankun realm reportedly birthed an extraordinary girl, possessing an astonishing bloodline, reminiscent of the ancient ancestors. In this era, the fire dragon cave of Huangshan has emerged. Giving rise to a remarkable successor, the ancient Jiang family has welcomed a pair of twins, whose astonishing talents have earned them the title of possessing dual supreme auras at such a tender age. The demon race of Bailing has birthed a body of 10,000 demons. In the brief span of a century since the destiny has fully unleashed its great path, numerous gifted beings have already appeared across the universe. From the moment of their birth, they have been marked by extraordinary phenomena, basking in immense fortune that elicits envy from countless beings. As they embark on the path of cultivation, they navigate their journeys with ease, effortlessly suppressing their peers with a mere wave of their hands. This is indeed a momentous year. The emergence of these so-called prodigies in this age is astonishingly abundant. However, for now, the barriers of the 9 heavens and 10 earths are beyond their reach. These prodigies can only wander within their respective realms, yet one cannot help but ponder, should these prodigies ever converge in one place, the ensuing clash on the path to divinity would undoubtedly be fierce and brutal. At this moment, in the realm of longevity, Cheng Changsheng stands before a divine source, within which is sealed a woman clad in black Hongtian. In every era, Cheng Changsheng releases Hongtian for approximately a century, allowing her to engage in battles with the prodigies of each age, honing her resolve along the way. In truth, Hongtian's actual age is even less than 1,000 years. This predicament arises from her lackluster talent. Reaching the pinnacle of the great path is a daunting challenge for her. Thus, Cheng Changsheng has devised the only method to break her corporeal constraints by forging her demonic body through the great paths of the prodigies of various eras. Of course, this is also an experiment of his. In this life, she still has only a century's time. With a flick of his hand, Hongtian, who had been slumbering within the divine source, awakens. She shatters the divine source. Her eyes come yet resembling black holes, exuding an overpowering aura of demonic nature. She merely nods at Cheng Changsheng and utters nothing more. Hongtian departs from the realm of longevity. Cheng Changsheng gazes at her, sensing the intensifying demonic essence within her, yet he remains unconcerned. If she cannot even surpass this trial, how can she hope to advance along the path of the great? He shakes his head, casting his gaze towards the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The endless cycles of contention and reincarnation ultimately feel mundane. Now, at the age of 110,000, the so-called struggle of destiny seems rather bland in his eyes. He suddenly considers that he has become the master of a forbidden land. If, in this life, a being were to ascend to emperorhood, would they not seek to challenge him, the lord of this forbidden zone? A flicker of interest arises within him. This time, Hongtian arrives at Qingyou heaven clad in black. Her appearance is not particularly striking, yet she emanates a unique aura, one that repels the living, a demonic presence that compels anyone who sees her from a distance to flee in terror. She stands atop a mountain peak, hands clasped behind her back, as golden veins continuously bloom and contract above her head. This is her great path, derived from her battles against those prodigious beings. Though incomplete, she is certain this is the path she must tread. She no longer wishes to be defeated. She aspires to suppress all adversaries. With her first strike, the image of Cheng Changsheng flickers in her mind, and she murmurs, "Master, I shall not tread the path you have chosen for me." Her gaze shifts towards the distant horizon, where an endless expanse of snow lies. In the midst of this snowy plain stands a colossal ice palace. Let it all begin here. In that moment, Hongtian tears through the void, heading straight for the grand ice palace. Shortly thereafter, an astonishing rumor spreads throughout Qingyou heaven. A black-clad woman has emerged, employing an exceptionally forceful method to directly subdue the most extraordinary successor of the ice palace. Although the ice palace dispatched numerous elders to hunt her down and inflicted severe injuries upon her, she ultimately escaped and, during her flight, successfully attained sainthood, retaliating against several elders of the ice palace. This incited the ire of the ice palace, which promptly sent forth multiple elders to pursue the black-clad woman. For an extended period, the presence of ice palace elders was felt throughout Qingyou heaven. Yet, for Hongtian, this had no bearing. During her travels across Qingyou heaven, she continuously challenged the prodigies of prominent sects and ancient families, defeating those already renowned and poised to ascend the path of divinity with an overwhelming display of dominance. To conceal her identity, she crafted a ghostly mask for herself, leading to the rapid rise of the moniker Ghostface within Qingyou heaven. Simultaneously, the so-called great sects and holy lands mobilized considerable forces. Intent on extinguishing this so-called prodigy known as Ghostface, However, amidst the encirclement of several major sects in Qingyou heaven, Hongtian miraculously evaded capture time and again, growing even stronger with each encounter. Consequently, the name Ghostface began to resonate throughout Qingyou heaven. She became renowned alongside other exceptional prodigies from different realms, heralded as one of the most likely candidates to leave her mark on the path of divinity in this era. In the blink of an eye, a century has swiftly passed. Chen Changsheng, residing in the realm of longevity, has not paid much attention to Hongtian's activities yet. With time now at hand, he must bring Hongtian back. There are far too many prodigies in this life. May your resolve remain unshaken. Chen Changsheng smiles gently, and then a radiant five-colored aura emanates from his being, manifesting as his dual body of the five elements. His true self does not intend to leave the realm of longevity, as the mark of destiny has yet to be fully resolved. Therefore, he sends forth the five-element dual body to retrieve Hongtian. Upon exiting the realm of longevity, the five-element dual body, mirroring Chen Changsheng, first senses the current changes across the 9 heavens and 10 earths before concealing its aura. Is she within Qingyou heaven? Upon sensing Hongtian's location, the five-element dual body tears through the void, embarking towards the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Meanwhile, within the Duanhun mountain range of Qingyou heaven, a black-clad woman, drenched in blood, bears the marks of a grievous injury. Her complexion is pale, yet her gaze is exceptionally cold. She perches upon a black peak, surrounded by the eerie sounds of wails, as strange waves continually invade her consciousness. This place is infamous as a perilous ground within Qingyou heaven. Though its reputation may not rival that of a forbidden zone, it is shrouded in mystery and fraught with unknown dangers. It is said that a great emperor once vanquished an anomaly here. Yet the lingering aura of the anomaly adds to the peril of this place. Even a quasi-emperor would hesitate to delve too deeply within. Outside this perilous ground, various major sects have completely encircled it. Thunderous roars resonate as majestic beasts break through the void, pulling a dragon and phoenix chariot, akin to the beating of war drums, exuding an overwhelming might. Soon after, an ancient palace, glimmering and translucent, pierces through the void, emanating a chilling aura that freezes the surrounding space. Not far away, a colossal hand rends the void, and a massive divine ship emerges, upon which stand figures of astonishing presence. In the blink of an eye, several factions from major sects arrive, effectively besieging the Duanhun mountain range. At this moment, a voice emanates from within the crystalline palace. Young friend, return with me to the ice palace, if your sincerity is sufficient. My ice palace is willing to erase this debt quickly. A voice also arises from the dragon and phoenix chariot, pulled by divine beasts. The holy teachings of Butian share this sentiment. As long as you return with us, all grievances shall be resolved. Voices from the divine ship echo similarly, expressing hope that Hongtian will accompany them in exchange for considerable rewards. However, the black-clad Hongtian, perched upon the peak, merely lets out a cold laugh. Her voice chilling and imbued with an innate dominance. Ice palace, Butian holy teachings, Su Sheng sect, all of you, roll in here. If you wish to claim the demigod medicine in my possession, come and take it if you dare. Chapter 85. The revival of the demi-emperor weapon. Hongtian's demonic nature. Hongtian's domineering voice reverberates through the Duanhun mountain range, causing the expressions of numerous disciples from various major sects to change dramatically. Arrogance. The crystalline palace emits an icy blue aura of the great path, shaking the heavens, as a hint of quasi-emperor's presence seeps forth. Simultaneously, the divine ship and the chariot drawn by majestic beasts also reveal astonishing auras. Clearly, these three figures from major sects are all quasi-emperors. In this era, even if they have not reached the pinnacle of the great path, they are considered ancient ancestors. It is unexpected that such individuals would mobilize forces for a young junior. Hand over the demigod medicine, or this Duanhun mountain range shall become your grave. A voice once again emanates from within the crystalline palace, now laced with a chilling threat. What a pity! The path to emperorhood is about to open. Beings like you, as prodigies, will surely shine brilliantly on the path to divinity, perhaps even leaving your name at its conclusion. An obsession too strong is not a good thing. Surrender the demigod medicine. Such divine objects are not yours to possess. Aside from the Ice Palace, the Celestial Restoration Sect, and the Void Divine Sect, which have all produced great emperors, several other major sects are clamoring for Hongtian to surrender the demigod herb. At this moment, Hongtian, ensconced within the soul-severing mountain range, gazes coldly at the sanctified grounds of those sects encircling the entire mountain. That demigod herb was an unexpected acquisition during her flight, and she never anticipated that it would attract the attention of these formidable sects. Though she currently stands at the pinnacle of the great sage level, not yet a quasi-emperor, she feels no fear whatsoever. If you desire my demigod herb, then come and take it. Let us see if you possess the life force to claim it. Boom! The entire soul-severing mountain range is shrouded by waves of quasi-emperor might. Seeking death, indeed, the The first to strike is a jade chariot pulled by several divine beasts. These extraordinary creatures advance like a war chariot capable of annihilating all, their bodies radiating an astonishing blood aura. All this blood energy merges into one, transforming into a colossal entity resembling a three-headed, blood-red flood dragon. At this moment, the three-headed dragon unleashes a thunderous roar towards the heavens, and a massive beam of blood light obliterates the void before it. Surging into the soul-severing mountain range, crack, from the jade chariot, a gigantic hand pulsating with seven-colored light reaches out, encompassing an entire expanse of heaven and earth, attempting to seize the herb, mere talents. You are but trifles. Had you embarked on the path of the emperors, I might have regarded you with some caution, but now, boom, the void before her churns violently as if being torn apart by a powerful force. Hong Tian merely observes the formidable blood light and the colossal hand that seeks to ensnare everything. Above her head, a beam of golden light suddenly blossoms, just a quasi-emperor. In that instant, she ascends, unleashing a torrent of golden radiance that floods the entire realm. She feels no trepidation. With a single slap, she shatters the blood light into fragments, then, facing the enormous hand, Hong Tian's eyes shimmer with golden light. In the next moment, a vast golden circular world unfolds. Within this golden realm, countless golden lotuses bloom simultaneously. Concurrently, the golden petals begin to detach, swirling densely throughout the golden expanse. Divine suppression killing technique, she cries out fiercely, and the entire golden realm erupts, transforming all the golden petals into instruments of lethal force that instantaneously bombard the massive hand. Crack, a fissure appears on the enormous hand beneath the deluge of golden light. Soon, this crack begins to spread, swiftly engulfing the entire hand. The Empress steps forward, launching a punch that utterly obliterates the gigantic hand. The heavens and earth suddenly brighten. She, with her great sage cultivation, has actually withstood a blow from a quasi-emperor. At this moment, many disciples outside the soul-severing mountain range stand in stunned silence. The figure donning the ghost mask is formidable enough to stand against a quasi-emperor. This single strike indeed signifies that you possess the qualification to leave your name upon the path of the emperors. From the jade chariot, a figure emerges, a middle-aged man clad in azure, who charges directly into the soul-severing mountain range, emanating the might of a quasi-emperor. Upon witnessing this scene, the crystalline palace and the enormous divine vessel can no longer remain idle. Rushing in simultaneously, soon, all major sects, accompanied by their disciples, surge into the soul-severing mountain range. Boom! The entire soul-severing mountain range trembles suddenly, and a strange aura begins to awaken, sending shivers through all living beings. Seize the demigod herb first. The azure-clad quasi-emperor charges towards Hong Tian, a crack materializing on his forehead. In an instant, a multitude of seven-colored divine lightning envelopes the void before him. Boss, Hong Tian no longer holds back. The golden path blossoms, and from her body, a golden tower bursts forth. Merging with the golden light, the tower comprises 9 levels, each resonating with a unique aura of the great path. Get lost, she advances. The tower radiating light as it tears through the dense seven-colored divine lightning. Hong Tian, exuding unbridled dominance, her eyes swirling with pure golden light, steps before the azure-clad man, her hand displaying a dense network of golden veins. Exuding the power to suppress Odeon, the sheer force of this power momentarily astonishes the azure-clad quasi-emperor. A cyan inkstone appears in his hand, his entire being radiating a spectrum of light. Yet, under Hong Tian's strike, even he, a quasi-emperor, is sent flying. Unmatched dominance, Hong Tian initially intends to pursue, but an icy chill suddenly burgeons within her heart, prompting her to retreat immediately. Simultaneously, the golden tower above her emits an extraordinarily rich golden light. Boom! An extreme chill instantly freezes the entire space. A woman in a palace skirt, holding a blue lamp, releases a strand of ice blue flame, which swiftly encases everything in ice. Hong Tian casts a cold glance at her. Then a surge of golden light erupts, shattering the frozen space around her. The tower above her trembles, and an intertwining force of yin and yang rushes towards the woman. In that moment, Hong Tian transforms into a dragon-shaped golden light. Shattering the surrounding space in an instant, a golden light spreads towards the woman in the palace skirt. However, her expression remains unchanged. The blue lamp in her hand glows, unleashing waves of ice blue flames that bloom into a colossal ice flower. The extreme cold path freezes everything, instantly transforming the void into an icy expanse filled with mountains of ice and snow plains. Clearly, this is a powerful quasi-emperor weapon, yet Hong Tian shatters everything in that moment. Her complexion pales, revealing her injuries. However, she remains undeterred, the small tower above her continuing to spin, stirring up ripples of golden light. But just then, an overwhelming sense of crisis suddenly arises from deep within her. In the far distance, atop the colossal divine vessel, a somewhat gaunt figure holds a long bow, merging all paths, blood energy, and divine souls into one. Boom! The heavens erupt with a divine light, as the bowstring is drawn. A verdant beam of light pierces the void, obliterating all in its path. Instantly, that verdant light drives directly into Hong Tian's body. A terrifying force sweeps through her entire being, shattering all her meridians. Hong Tian spits out a mouthful of blood. Casting a cold gaze towards the direction of the colossal divine vessel, feeling everything within her dissipating, the woman in the palace skirt and the azure-clad man advance simultaneously. You are still too naive. Too young, talents like you, with such lofty aspirations, overlook us, and that is your downfall. Now, will you surrender the demigod herb? Hong Tian gazes at the two figures before her, along with the approaching forces from various sects. And suddenly smiles, blood blooming from her chest. Have I been defeated? The image of Chen Changsheng surfaces in her mind as she stumbles to her feet. I have said, my path is mine to walk. At that moment, an extremely domineering fluctuation erupts from within her. The heart, which had previously darkened, suddenly trembles, filled with boundless demonic energy. Immediately, a surge of dense blood energy ascends from her body, vast and magnificent as the sea. Shaking the heavens, accompanying the emergence of the blood aura is the might of an emperor. A blood-red spear manifests in her hand, and the verdant long arrow embedded in her chest begins to shatter. She suddenly looks up, her pupils having transformed from pure gold to an abyssal black, as if ready to devour all. Come, who will die first? At this moment, in the realm of Changxing, Chen Changsheng furrows his brow. Has that half-emperor weapon awakened? How is this possible? Chapter 86. Annihilating Quasi-Emperors, the bones of the soul-severing mountain range. Emperor weapons. At this moment, Chen Changsheng senses a fluctuation related to him, a restriction he had set upon Hong Tian. As long as Hong Tian finds herself in an absolute deadlock from which she cannot survive, the half-emperor weapon dormant within her will awaken to ensure her safety. Yet no. Chen Changsheng feels that the restriction he has laid is not passively triggered but actively awakened. This implies that Hong Tian has actively communicated with the half-emperor weapon within her, bringing it to life. Moreover, that half-emperor weapon appears to show no sign of rejection. How on earth did Hong Tian accomplish this? Even Chen Changsheng finds himself puzzled, for the restriction was planted by him personally, and he understands its potency. Sighing, Chen Changsheng clasps his hands behind his back, gazing towards the heavens and earth. So, you have reached such a height. Hong Tian, you have exceeded my expectations. Subsequently, he merely waved his hand, and at that moment, the immense Shenzhou shattered the void. Immediately thereafter, the colossal vessel began to radiate boundless light. Then, a scarlet beam that tore through space was unleashed. Equivalent to a strike from a quasi-emperor, the divine elixir was up for grabs, and whoever seized it first would claim it as their own. With these words spoken, the major sects, long restless, erupted into chaos. Countless divine lights and the brilliance of Dao treasures flooded the entire Duanhun mountain range. At this moment, Hong Tian's visage betrayed no emotion. Amidst the thick aura of blood, her figure was enshrouded in a pitch-black glow. Reminiscent of dark flames consuming her, she slowly raised the crimson spear in her hand and took a step forward. At that instant, the starlit light obliterated everything, as an unparalleled power began to awaken. The heavens rumbled as if they were about to rend apart, and myriad laws roared in unison. A blood-soaked battle flag tore through the void, accompanied by countless disciples rushing forth, their murderous intent coalescing into a legion of slaughtering warriors. Advancing towards Hong Tian, a massive heavenly sword then appeared, unleashing a sword light spanning 100 zhang, sharp and resplendent, its sword aura astonishingly fierce. Yet, Hong Tian's expression remained unchanged. She boldly charged in, casually striking. As the spear in her grasp effortlessly extinguished the assault of both the battle flag and the heavenly sword, in the next moment, the battle flag shattered, the heavenly sword lamented, and the disciples from the major sects instantaneously transformed into a mist of blood. The entire Duanhun mountain range echoed with the sounds of anguished cries, as a chilling wind swept through. This scene left the disciples of the sacred sects in shock. That was an imperial weapon. The voice of the cloaked man turned incredulous. He could not mistake the overwhelming aura. The might of the imperial weapon was insurmountable, and only the summoning of an imperial weapon could contend against it. The woman holding the green lantern furrowed her brow, exuding an endless chill. It was too late to flee now. She had no intention of allowing our escape. The emaciated being gazed up at the sky above the Duanhun mountain range, where a colossal blood-red sun suddenly burst forth. Instantly, the entire mountain range was enveloped in a sanguine realm. I have sent word back. Soon someone will arrive bearing an imperial weapon, and we can only delay for a moment. The cloaked quasi-emperor wore a bitter smile. How could one imperial weapon serve to delay? It was unimaginable who stood behind her, possessing an imperial weapon for protection. Hong Tian stood at the very center of this blood-drenched world, her spear emanating the laws of the emperor, trembling incessantly, as if the imperial weapon itself was in a state of excitement. Yet, at that very moment, the entire Duanhun mountain range trembled. Countless eerie black mists surged forth from the ground. Ah, what is this? A disciple was instantly pierced by a snow-white bone spike, as their essence and blood were swiftly drained away. Following this, from beneath the Duanhun mountain range, numerous snow-white bone spikes emerged. each accurately piercing the chests of the disciples. In mere moments, the disciples of the major sects had become lifeless husks. The ground cracked and trembled, and soon, countless snow-white skeletons crawled forth, densely packed. The scent of blood lingered. It had indeed been long since this place had witnessed such commotion. Not far away, atop a mountain peak, a snow-white skeleton resembling a small dog observed all this. It lay atop the summit, devoid of flesh and blood, its eyes glowing with a vivid crimson light. At that moment, Hong Tian cast her gaze upon it. The 3 quasi-emperors from the sacred sects also turned their attention to that mountain peak, their expressions shifting drastically, for that snow-white skeleton, akin to a small dog, emanated an incredibly formidable pressure, stronger even than those beings standing at the pinnacle of the Dao, fleeing now. The 3 quasi-emperors began to retreat immediately. However, Hong Tian paid no heed to the peculiar presence atop the mountain peak and instead pursued the 3 quasi-emperors directly. At that moment, her body was enveloped in surging black light. Her expression remained impassive, her form momentarily phasing out of existence, only to reappear before the emaciated being. With a tremor of her spear, a blinding blood light erupted forth. Without a hint of hesitation, the emaciated being was consumed by the blood light. Offering no struggle whatsoever yet, Hong Tian suddenly turned her head. With a swift motion, she tore open a piece of the void, and the pale, emaciated man's countenance shifted dramatically. The law of substitution. Hong Tian recognized this technique. He had evaded her strike, and someone of close kinship had taken his place in death. The emaciated quasi-emperor began to glow, as treasures flew from within him, launching towards Hong Tian in a furious barrage, while he himself began to flee the Duanhun mountain range at an unparalleled speed. If you dare to kill me, even with your imperial weapon, the Su Sheng sect will not spare you. Hong Tian merely scoffed coldly, swinging her crimson spear. In an instant, the supreme power of the law surged forth. Almost in a heartbeat, it obliterated all the treasures, and the blood-red force of the law swiftly pursued the quasi-emperor. Thus, a quasi-emperor was utterly vanquished, their essence and soul becoming one with the spear in her hand. After the demise of one quasi-emperor, Hong Tian turned her gaze upon the remaining 2 quasi-emperors and the beings of the major sects. She charged forward, her half-imperial weapon annihilating all in its path, as countless beings howled in agony, ultimately transforming into streams of blood light. The entire Duanhun mountain range erupted into a great battle. It was not solely Hong Tian who was slaughtering them. The densely packed white bones were also in pursuit of the disciples from the major sects. Soon, another quasi-emperor fell. The cloaked quasi-emperor, along with the jade carriage drawn by the otherworldly beast, was shattered. At that moment, the previously observant snow-white skeleton resembling a small dog suddenly turned its head, its gaze seemingly piercing through the blood-red sky, emanating an aura of tremendous dread. It appeared that something extraordinary was approaching. No sooner had the thought crossed its mind than a towering azure light, imbued with the power of obliteration, instantaneously rent the blood-red world asunder. That was the might of the extreme Dao. Who dares to harm the disciples of my sect? Chapter 87, Supreme Beings, the Emperor. In that moment, the blood-red world was torn open, leaving a massive rift that could not be mended. An old man, with hair and beard as white as snow, radiated an aura of authority without fury, as he held aloft a resplendent azure ruler, its azure energy soaring to the heavens, cascading down streams of extreme Dao essence. That was the celestial azure ruler of the Butian sacred sect, an imperial weapon said to have the power to transform all things in the world. The aura emanating from the old man marked him as a being standing at the zenith of the quasi-emperor realm. You dare! At this moment, Hong Tian brandished her blood-red spear, shattering the azure lantern held by the woman in the palace gown, followed by a blood-red light that completely sealed her fate. The 3 quasi-emperors from the sacred sects were all slain. The old man, exuding an aura of authority, swung his imperial weapon, unleashing billions of zhang of azure light that soared into the sky, as if propping up a firmament of blue, while boundless extreme Dao essence rained down. This was the true power of the extreme Dao. Even though the imperial weapon had yet to fully awaken, it was not something an ordinary quasi-emperor could hope to withstand. Yet, Hong Tian merely turned away. A 9-layered golden pagoda above her head cascading down countless golden rays, her expression cold and detached, as the blood-red spear in her hand also radiated the essence of the extreme Dao. The blinding bloodlight transformed into a colossal spear, tearing through the void, directly confronting that azure expanse. With a thunderous roar, not only did the entire Duanhun mountain range tremble, but the numerous major sects across the Qingyou heaven also felt the tremendous fluctuations of the extreme Dao power. Indeed, it was an imperial weapon. The old man furrowed his brow. He had no desire to provoke a force that possessed an imperial weapon. If true conflict erupted, with both imperial weapons awakening, it would undoubtedly cause a cataclysmic upheaval throughout the entire Qingyou heaven. Soon, however, he discerned a hint of anomaly. The imperial weapon is flawed. The extreme Dao power is incomplete. yet its might is akin to being in a state of awakening. The old man's eyes glimmered with a fearsome light. As boundless azure energy surged forth behind him, revealing countless stars, as if the azure sky had been adorned with innumerable starry lights. This was the imperial technique of the Butian secret sect. The starry sky technique, the azure energy surged, opening myriad paths. As the old man casually raised his hand, in the next moment, the entire azure sky began to illuminate, as countless stars released brilliant light. Subsequently, massive stars were enveloped by the Dao and began to plummet towards the Blanghun mountain range. At this moment, Hong Tian also unleashed her own Dao. The golden light overhead erupted, transforming into a golden ocean. Rippling with boundless domineering essence, simultaneously, the black energy surrounding her grew denser, as if a demonic deity were about to be born from her being, the dark flames refining the Dao itself. The blood-red spear in her hand trembled continuously, radiating an unprecedented excitement. Clad in black, with a golden ocean above her, the relentless surge of domineering power awakened within her, as the blood-red spear erupted with a light never before seen. The power of the extreme Dao erupted forth. In an instant, she thrust her blood-red spear, unleashing a horrific surge of blood loss that engulfed all the falling stars. Her figure nearly appeared before the old man in the next breath. Then, the golden ocean above her descended, enveloping the world in a cascade of golden light, sealing the heavens and the earth. A blood-red spear pierced through the void, obliterating the Dao before her. However, at that moment, the elderly figure wielded the imperial weapon in his hand, a verdant enveloped in a radiant azure light, directly colliding with the starlit spear. A resounding hum reverberated as a terrifying wave of energy instantly spread between the two. The sheer force shattered the void, annihilating all the peaks within the soul-severing mountains. In that instant, the elder confirmed his suspicions, a semi-imperial weapon, perfectly attuned to her being, capable of awakening at any moment. A pristine white skeleton descended to the ground, opening its mouth to devour the few remaining disciples of the great sect. Before casting a lingering glance at the two combatants, the clash of the two imperial weapons was indeed extraordinary. More to come. It suddenly turned its gaze toward a certain direction. Two immensely powerful forces tore through the blood-red world at that moment. The entire soul-severing mountain range was shrouded in waves of extreme power, causing the very laws of the universe to tremble. Beneath the mountains, an endless stream of black mist surged forth, the ground appearing as though etched with intricate arrays, black light flowing like liquid, continuously filling the patterns. Subsequently, thick shafts of black light shot skyward, emanating an exceedingly terrifying aura. Streams of black radiance incessantly entered the small dog-like skeleton above the soul-severing mountains. Two dreadful imperial weapons radiated an unparalleled aura of supreme power, completely sealing off the entire range. One was a jade ruby, sculpted as if from ice, with blossoms of frost continually blooming, embraced by a woman from the ice palace. The other was a pitch-black peak, held aloft by a middle-aged man, swirling with a deep grey law of power, hailing from the void divine sect. The woman from the ice palace, cradling the jade ruby, gazed at the imposing and malevolent Hong Tian, while the man directed his attention to the soul-severing mountains, casually striking down to obliterate countless white bones on the ground, ensuring the safety of several disciples of the great sect. Only then did he turn his gaze toward the skeleton enveloped in dark power, an anomaly. He furrowed his brow. At that moment, Hong Tian stood in the very center of the soul-severing mountains, golden light cascading from above like a vast ocean, exuding an overwhelming power, the scarlet spear in his hand entwined with blood light, waves of crimson radiance continuously surging forth, even in the face of the blockade from 3 imperial weapons. Hong Tian seemed devoid of fear. However, just then, he suddenly heard a voice. "Little girl, I see you possess a semi-imperial weapon. Why not join forces and leave these 3 old fools here?" Hong Tian turned to the white skeleton beneath the soul-severing mountains. "Get lost." Raising her hand, she unleashed a palm strike toward the skeleton, the vast golden light bearing the power to suppress all. With a thunderous roar, the dog-like skeleton let out a hearty laugh, a pitch-black wave of light gathering at its brow, erupting instantly to clash with the boundless golden radiance. Hong Tian paid it no mind, instead directing her attention to the 3 beings wielding imperial weapons. Without uttering a word, she swept the scarlet spear toward the trio. A beam of blood light, infused with the power of extremes, swept across the entirety of space. Yet, at that moment, the entire soul-severing mountains underwent a transformation, a terrifying dark force rising in overwhelming waves. In an instant, from the depths of the mountains, gigantic bone spikes, resembling peaks, erupted from the ground. The earth trembled and split open, revealing a colossal humanoid skeleton that rose from the ground. Its head bore 2 enormous, pointed horns, and its frame was covered with countless bone spikes. Behind it, a pair of massive skeletal wings slowly unfurled, fierce and terrifying. Perched atop the enormous skeleton's head was a dog-like skeleton, exuding an air of wicked excitement. "Kill them, slay them all." A massive skeletal hand enveloped the entire soul-severing mountains, radiating a unique, forbidden power. A supreme being, At that moment, the three who wielded imperial weapons changed countenance. Entirely disregarding Hong Tian's attack, and almost simultaneously began to awaken their imperial weapons. Boom! The three imperial weapons unleashed an overwhelming surge of extreme power, forcing all paths to retreat. In the next moment, the three imperial weapons simultaneously unleashed their might, turning the very heavens and earth upside down, engulfing the entire soul-severing mountains. The four forces of imperial energy and supreme power were on the verge of colliding. But just then, a radiance of the five elements broke through, expanding like the universe itself, as a figure instantly appeared at the very center of this realm, merely glancing at the dark-clad woman and chuckling lightly. So, you are here, then. With a mere gesture, he obliterated all with the loss of the primal force of the five elements. The enormous skeletal hand shattered into countless fragments, dispersing like dust across the heavens. Following that, he stamped down with a foot, unleashing a burst of five elemental light, which with a resounding crash, extinguished the combined might of the three imperial weapons. A gaze tore through the cosmic firmament. Boss! At that moment, the three imperial weapons trembled, almost instantaneously flying from the hands of the three beings. Their expressions transformed in shock. An emperor. Chapter 88. I want my path at this juncture. The entire realm of the soul-severing mountains fell into an eerie silence. With only a figure shrouded in the supreme essence of the five elements, emanating imperial laws, this overwhelming power was so vast, akin to the rebirth of an emperor, causing the myriad paths to sway, the sun and moon to change color, as countless laws intertwined, thundering. It was as if time, paths, space, and all things were being trampled beneath their feet. No wonder the three beings, standing atop the pinnacle of the paths, mistook Chongchangshan's five-element body for an emperor. The oppressive force of the laws was indistinguishable from that of an emperor. This was the glorious righteous path, the imperial might vast as the ocean. At this moment, all three imperial weapons had departed, leaving the three extraordinary beings in a state of shock. However, they soon regained their composure. Not an emperor, just a supreme being, yet this five-element body radiated power akin to that of a peak emperor. The imperial pressure was immense, but it was evident that he lacked the power of destiny. This was a supreme being. Their astonishment deepened. A supreme being with the power of a peak emperor was beyond their wildest imaginations, instilling terror within them. Indeed, if it were merely a slumbering supreme being, it would not easily repel the three awakened imperial weapons. Only a peak emperor or an immensely transcended supreme being could achieve such a feat. Now, the three top ancestors from the holy lands of the great sects found themselves enveloped in despair. The emperor's dignity must not be violated. Moreover, they were facing a supreme being, even though they had ascended to the pinnacle of the paths. They harbored no thoughts of resistance. They were not on the same level as emperors or supreme beings. Each of them felt a deep sense of bitterness, never having anticipated that such a terrifying existence stood behind that figure. Even if emperors existed in this era, they would likely hesitate to assert they could suppress a supreme being at its peak. However, what the three had not foreseen was that the figure clothed in the supreme essence of the five elements merely glanced over, and their bodies seemed to act of their own accord. Thought, the three beings standing atop the path's pinnacle knelt in midair, having no means of resistance before the imperial power. The five-element body uttered a faint phrase. This matter is settled, serving as punishment for you. As for the three imperial weapons, they shall return to their rightful owner in 1,000 years. The three beings atop the path's pinnacle were drenched in sweat. Compelled to lower their heads, their hearts tumultuous, they heard the voice. Even if the imperial weapons would only be returned in 1,000 years, they had no objections. Thank you, Supreme Emperor. The five-element body merely nodded. This is not a place for you. Return. The three figures, as if granted a reprieve, bowed deeply to the five-element body before transforming into three beams of light, departing from the soul-severing mountains. At this moment, Chongchangshan's five-element body did not glance at Hong Tian but rather regarded the gigantic skeleton with keen interest. He chuckled lightly. Quite intriguing. It seems this place is not ordinary. Having nurtured an anomaly with a hint of forbidden power, he again scrutinized the vast expanse of the soul-severing mountains, as if attempting to discern some underlying principle. This is a grand formation. Beings, all things, and the methods of emperors and the Buddha. Who possesses such grand designs? Chongchangshan's body grew increasingly astonished, fixing his gaze on the massive skeleton. What a pity. It seems you've strayed from the path. At this moment, the immense humanoid skeleton exuded an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Waves of forbidden energy radiating outward. The white skeleton atop its head bristled, sensing a tremendous danger approaching, while previously it felt no fear in the presence of the three imperial weapons. Now, this was a living emperor, whose might was unfathomable. It had once witnessed the power of an emperor, hence its prolonged existence here. You and I are of the same kind, it suddenly spoke. Yet, in the next moment, the figure shrouded in the supreme essence of the five elements descended with a single palm strike, and countless laws cascaded down as if an entire world were descending. Who among you is my equal? The thunderclap of the soul-severing mountains shook violently at that instant, as the enormous skeletal frame exuded a forbidden might. Dark pillars of light soared into the sky, creating a pitch-black realm. While two massive skeletons enveloped in dark flames attempted to intercept this strike, however, all was in vain. The laws of the five elements effortlessly obliterated that dark world, as if a colossal realm of light had descended, annihilating the gigantic skeleton. With the intertwining flames of the five elements reducing everything to nothingness, a dark radiance burst forth from the light of the five elements, enveloping it entirely. It was filled with immense dread. Sensing its proximity to death, as the flames of the five elements scorched its very essence, it yearned to flee. But how could it escape from the grasp of a supreme emperor at that moment? Its heart was in utter turmoil, never expecting that upon awakening, it would encounter such misfortune, where life and death hung in the balance. The next instant, it unexpectedly turned its gaze towards the figure adorned with a ghostly mask. And in a sudden shift of thought, it charged directly towards her. At this moment, Hongtian also noticed the figure enveloped in the multicolored light rushing towards her, and she raised the crimson spear in her hand. However, the skeletal form wrapped in the five-colored light merely paused before her. Then, it suddenly knelt down, like a little dog, pressing itself against the ground. Please, save me, I don't want to die. This scene momentarily stunned Hongtian. The embodiment of the five elements merely approached with arms crossed. How amusing. That skeleton has just entered this realm and has touched upon forbidden power, yet it is still far beneath the level I attained when I first forged my weapon. He paid no heed to the skeleton, instead focusing on Hongtian. At this moment, Hongtian also looked at the figure shrouded in the five-colored flames and called out, Master. The skeleton, now lying at Hongtian's feet, could only feign death, never anticipating that this terrifying supreme emperor was her master. Thus, it whimpered softly and leaned against Hongtian's feet. At this point, it was its only lifeline. The embodiment of the five elements gazed at Hongtian, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in its eyes. Hongtian, I never imagined you would bring your demonic form to this level in such a short time. I am truly pleased. You are now on par with the prodigious talents across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Now, return with me. However, after a moment of silence, Hongtian suddenly lifted her gaze to the embodiment of the five elements and uttered words she had never dared to speak to Chen Changshen. Master, this time, I will not return. The path you have arranged for me is admirable, but now, I wish to walk my own path. Chapter 89. Escape. At this moment, the true form of Chen Changshen, situated within the realm of eternal life, bore an expression of astonishment, for he was privy to the sensations experienced by the embodiment of the five elements. This girl, could it be that her demonic form's completion has led to complications? He began to gaze towards the direction of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, a smirk suddenly gracing his lips. You have truly exceeded my expectations. Within the soul-severing mountains, the face of the embodiment of the five elements revealed a trace of amusement as he fixed his gaze upon Hongtian. Why? Do you aspire to attain enlightenment and become an emperor in this lifetime? Hongtian remained silent. The embodiment of the five elements, still with arms crossed, looked up at the heavens and spoke. This realm is ultimately too small. Only when you truly step into a greater domain will you understand. Yet, this lifetime is far too mundane. Even if the 9 heavens and 10 earths undergo upheaval, it will remain so. He scrutinized Hongtian. Do you not wish to witness the golden age I speak of? At this moment, Hongtian locked eyes with Chen Changshen. Master, it is precisely because I wish to witness the golden age you speak of that I must choose the path I desire. Observing Hongtian's unwavering determination, Chen Changshen merely smiled faintly, for it mirrored the gaze he had first encountered her with. He suddenly sighed. In truth, with your aptitude, you should not have reached this stage. I allowed you to cultivate your demonic form through countless defeats. Yet your resolute heart has surpassed my expectations, allowing your demonic form to flourish in merely 2 or 3 lifetimes. The embodiment of the five elements fixed his gaze upon Hongtian. As long as you can sever your demonic form through your own means, refining a new body and ascending the path of grandeur, then you shall inevitably become an emperor. So, do you still wish to choose your own path? He lowered his head slightly, scrutinizing Hongtian, who possessed 2 paths within her. One was the overwhelmingly authoritative path of sailing she had comprehended, though still requiring much progress, and the other was, naturally, the path of the demonic form. She smiled, awaiting Hongtian's response. However, Hongtian's answer was somewhat unexpected. I am simply myself, be it demonic form or celestial form. They are all me. Thus I do not intend to sever my demonic form. Hongtian recalled her past, the countless times she had been vanquished by others. The bitterness and helplessness of those experiences lingered in her memory. She refused to accept mediocrity, even if she were merely an ordinary being. That was still her. and she alone knew the effort she had expended to achieve strength, therefore, she could never sever all ties to her past. For it was the foundation upon which she had grown stronger. The embodiment of the five elements was momentarily taken back, remaining silent for a long while before speaking. Then how do you choose? Must you attain enlightenment and become an emperor in this lifetime? If so, you may never witness the true golden age, and perhaps I shall have to suppress you myself. Hongtian merely lifted her head. Raising her resolute face, her gaze unwavering. In this world, there exists more than one path to becoming an emperor. The embodiment of the five elements suddenly erupted in hearty laughter. Ha ha, so, it seems you indeed have your own thoughts. It's a pity that pursuing another path will be far more arduous than you imagine. You are not suited for this route. The embodiment of the five elements had already discerned Hongtian's intentions, which involved forcibly carving out another path for herself, not through destiny and enlightenment, but in an alternative manner akin to his own. Chen Changsheng held her in high regard, yet he deemed this path far too challenging. Believing that countless beings with superior aptitude than Hongtian had met their demise along the path of grandeur, his own success had not stemmed from exceptional brilliance but rather from a certain system, an aspect that was irreplicable. Although the path of destiny and enlightenment currently bore significant flaws and constraints, he firmly believed that one day, if Hongtian were to embark on the path of destiny, he would be able to assist her in breaking free from the shackles of fate and enable her to journey further. I have stated, this is my path, and I shall walk it myself. Hongtian's expression remained steadfast, clearly indicating that Chen Changsheng had failed to sway her. Thus, the embodiment of the five elements simply shook his head and said, very well, if you wish to tread your own path, I shall grant you an opportunity. If you can escape from my grasp, I will allow you to choose. This time Hongtian's expression remained calm. She was well aware of the chasm between a quasi-emperor and a supreme emperor. Yet this time, she hesitated not for an instant. Master, I must offend you then. At this moment, Hongtian wasted no time and launched her attack, the spear of blood in her hand transforming into a colossal stream of crimson light, unleashing its full might and piercing through the heavens and earth simultaneously. She turned to glance at the skeleton lying at her feet. I can do nothing to save you now. If you wish to live, then help me escape from here. The skeletal figure, having just managed to dispel the five-colored flames with all its essence and the peculiarities of the soul-severing mountains, initially thought it had evaded disaster. However, upon hearing Hongtian's words, it felt as if the sky had fallen. Sister, do you truly believe we can flee from the hands of a supreme emperor? Hongtian had already soared into the air, charging towards the embodiment of the five elements. I will only give you 10 breaths of time. Without allowing the skeleton to refuse, Hongtian's figure had vanished, and a gigantic silhouette of demonic and celestial essence suddenly appeared in the heavens, the energies of both realms swirling around. As she brandished a massive crimson spear that caused the very heavens to tremble, the skeletal figure, witnessing this spectacle, gritted its teeth. Madness, but I too shall fight with all I have. I recall there is something here that may allow us to escape. In that moment, the skeleton suddenly descended upon a ruined peak, a glimmer of sorrow in its eyes. This place is utterly destroyed. It struck the ground with a single palm, causing the earth to, revealing an array platform, where dark light faintly shimmered. Without a moment's hesitation, it poured all its forbidden might into this array, causing the entire soul-severing mountains to fissure. As a dark luminescence obscured the sky, Hongtian, if this is all there is, then it shall end here. Gazing at the colossal demonic and celestial body, even the embodiment of the five elements couldn't help but express admiration. Yet, it remained insufficient. Ultimately, it was still a quasi-emperor, and even with a half-emperor weapon, it was the same. Thus, with a mere gesture, he unleashed his supreme source power. In an instant, he shattered the enormous demonic and celestial form. However, simultaneously, a crimson force of absolute power surged forth. He merely smiled and casually scattered it with a wave of his hand. However, he suddenly became aware of the changes within the entire Duanhuan mountain range. A colossal formation rose from the ground, emanating an aura of forbidden power. He furrowed his brow, realizing that this imperial-level array was originally meant to protect this place. Regrettably, it had now been altered, transforming into a forbidden killing formation. Quite intriguing. At that moment, the power of the five elements erupted completely, yet a black beam of light suddenly appeared beneath Hongtian's feet, causing her figure to vanish in an instant. This is madness. Are we truly not provoking him, only to be directly annihilated? Hongtian was momentarily taken aback as the skeletal figure lifted her and swiftly moved in a certain direction. Where are we going? Wait, we will arrive soon. The skeletal figure arrived in an instant, halting before a lake. We must descend. Boom. At that moment, the forbidden killing formation that had surged from the depths of the Duanhuan mountain range trembled violently. Then, before their eyes, that forbidden killing formation shattered into pieces. My heavens, a formation capable of resisting an emperor has simply vanished. The skeletal figure felt an overwhelming disbelief before directly seizing Hong Tian and plunging into the lake. Let death come. Just then, the five elements' dull body sensed something amiss, as a gigantic hand obliterated the entire lake. However, both Hong Tian and the skeletal figure had already disappeared without a trace. All that remained at the site was a stone tablet. Exuding an ancient aura filled with the passage of time, in the Changsheng realm, Chen Changsheng suddenly gazed towards a direction in the universe. Qian Kun Tian, Chapter 90. The forbidden land of the epic Buddhist soul, a figure enveloped in the light of the five elements, stood before a massive stone tablet. The tablet was shrouded in chaos, with characters continuously rolling and appearing intermittently. Buddhist scriptures. The five elements' dull body furrowed his brow. The fact that this tablet remained unscathed after his strike was enough to indicate its extraordinary nature. Furthermore, he discovered the celestial techniques of the Buddhist sect inscribed upon the tablet. After a moment of contemplation, the five elements' dull body approached, placing a palm upon the vast stone tablet, and the supreme power of the five elements instantly radiated outward. Boss, the chaotic energy atop the immense stone tablet roiled even more violently. In no time, a golden light burst forth, and in that moment, the five elements' dull body seemed to glimpse an expansive golden world, where a colossal Buddha sat at the universe's edge, while 3,000 worlds floated around him. When a sound of Buddhist chanting resonated, countless golden rays began to emanate from within Chen Changsheng's body, seemingly threatening to envelop the supreme power of the five elements. With a cold snort, he unleashed the essence of the five elements, allowing the laws of the great Tao to flow unceasingly. While the five-colored flames enveloped him, utterly extinguishing the power that had begun to manifest within him, he then withdrew his hand from the immense stone tablet. Are we no longer in Qotin? At that moment, the five elements' dull body cast a glance towards another direction in the universe. Subsequently, a gigantic hand seized the massive stone tablet, unleashing an unparalleled force. It was the unique power of his five elements' essence, felt by all living beings in Qotin, who soon sensed that this power had pierced through the barriers of the universe, swiftly vanishing from sight. At that moment, within the Changsheng realm, Chen Changsheng beheld the chaotic stone tablet brought back by the five elements' dull body. Undoubtedly, this was an extraordinary tablet, a sacred object belonging to imperial level. However, this imperial sacred object was imbued with a unique Buddhist essence. Alternatively, it bore a demonic quality, reminiscent of a familiar aura he had sensed before, a summoning array. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brows, and after a lengthy moment, he turned his gaze towards the universe. It seems I must venture out. He approached the place sealing Mu Xian, awakening her directly. Simultaneously, he summoned the once docile heavenly mandate mark and retrieved the rebirth and nirvana laws left behind by the Empress Haitang, sealing the heavenly mandate mark within. As Mu Xian regained consciousness, she remained unaware of the situation. What happened? Nothing. Chen Changsheng merely smiled faintly before sealing the heavenly mandate mark back into Mu Xian's body. He then raised his hand again, causing the newly awakened Mu Xian to fall into slumber once more. He clapped his hands, and the five elements' dull body transformed into a beam of light, merging into his being. He then turned his attention to the chaotic tablet. Extending his fingers, and an overwhelmingly powerful force surged forth, melting the entire massive chaotic tablet until it transformed into a heart-sized object that he held in his hand. Having completed all of this, Chen Changsheng stepped out of the Changsheng realm, appearing in the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He glanced upwards toward the heavens, not overly focused, before tearing apart the void to arrive outside Qian Kun Tian. Directly rending the barrier of Qian Kun Tian boss, he was enveloped in the laws of weaponry as he stepped forth, arriving at the most mysterious place within Qian Kun Tian, the Buddhist soil. This was one of the 3 great forbidden lands of the epic, alongside the burial ground and the reincarnation plateau, steeped in mystery. Even emperors dared not enter lightly. Previously, during the Altian era, he had glimpsed the Buddhist soil from a distance. It was a vast golden world where countless beings were seen making pilgrimages. Now, standing once more outside the Buddhist soil, Chen Changsheng found himself at the 3rd node on the path of the emperor, a feat seldom achieved throughout history, showcasing his formidable strength. Yet, at this moment, the vast golden world appeared different from what he had observed before. What is the essence of Buddhism? His eyes shimmered with runes. As countless powers of the laws descended, the aura of weaponry swirling around him as he gazed forward, he saw not pilgrims, but a desolate expanse of sand, littered with white bones, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Chen Changsheng felt an inexplicable overwhelming power surging from within. As the weaponry essence within him clashed against this force, he remained silent. Clearly, Hong Tian had vanished, and she was no longer within the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, but had entered this land of epics known as the Buddhist soil. A heart-sized stone floated out from Chen Changsheng's body, rippling with golden waves, resonating with the golden world before him. Although the forbidden land of the epic was situated within the 9 heavens and 10 earths, it was not always accessible. At this moment, Chen Changsheng believed that this stone was the key to entering the Buddhist soil. Is it all mere coincidence? He gazed at the stone before him while also observing the golden world. Suddenly, he recalled something. Throughout the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, many emperors, grand sects, sacred lands, and imperial clans had emerged, yet only the Buddhist sect had never manifested a true Buddha. Perhaps the reason behind it all lay within this Buddhist soil. Chen Changsheng merely smiled faintly. Reaching out to crush the chaotic stone shimmering with golden light, he regarded the Buddhist soil before him, abruptly dismissing the thought of entering it. That previous thought had been exceedingly profound. A hint of demonic essence had subtly begun to take root in his heart, but he quickly extinguished it, finding himself calm once more. Too many changes had occurred. Perhaps stepping inside would truly render him unable to extricate himself. He suddenly raised his head. The aura of heavenly mandate above the 9 heavens flickered and vanished. A cold smile crept upon his face as he silently regarded the Buddhist soil, then shook his head. Hongtian, since this is your choice, let it be deemed as your victory this time. Perhaps your choice is not wrong. Chen Changsheng turned to leave without a moment's hesitation, subsequently tearing open the barrier of Qian Kuntian and returning to the Changsheng realm. It was only after returning to the Changsheng realm that a scroll of bronze scripture unexpectedly materialized, with the figure of the golden boy perched atop it, once again adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed Chen Changsheng. I sensed the complete essence of the great Tao in that realm as well. Chen Changsheng naturally understood that the golden boy referred to the Buddhist soil. He sat upon a wooden chair, his mind deep in contemplation. This suggests that within the 3 great forbidden lands of the epic reincarnation plateau, Buddhist soil, and perhaps the burial ground, complete powers of the great Tao exist. He suddenly chuckled, looking at the golden boy. How increasingly intriguing. I wonder if I can transcend that threshold within these 3 great forbidden lands of the epic. The golden boy fell silent, and Chen Changsheng did not glance at him, instead turning his gaze skyward. Meanwhile, within the vast golden world, 2 figures traversed through this golden expanse, one adorned with a ghostly mask, accompanied by a skeletal frame resembling that of a small dog. What on earth am I doing here? The skeletal figure felt an unsettling chill within. Although it had evaded the invincible Supreme Emperor, its sudden arrival in this place instilled a deeper sense of crisis. Moreover, the overwhelming force of Buddhist essence here was suffocating. It sensed itself enveloped by the Buddhist aura, almost on the brink of conversion to Buddhism, its very essence nearly obliterated. Its blood-red eyes gazed at the figure beside it, contemplating whether it should devour her to replenish its essence. Yet upon looking at that figure, it was overwhelmed by a sense of dread. At this very moment, within a world imbued with the essence of Buddhism, the figure beside me, donning a grotesque mask, is unleashing her overwhelming demonic nature. This malevolence ascends into the heavens, as if all the purity of Buddhism is rendered as mere sustenance for her at this instant. It blots out the sun and the stars. In a heartbeat, she makes a decision that defies the legacy of her ancestors. I shall firmly embrace this powerful ally. Chapter 91, The Awakening of the Imperial Path. The great prodigies showcased their powers. Chen Changsheng was unable to bring Hongtian back. He vanished into the land of Buddhism. Even the numerous seals he had placed upon Hongtian were now beyond his perception. However, Hongtian's departure did not greatly disturb Chen Changsheng. To him, it was akin to watching a grown child make their own choices. For someone like him, who is destined for eternal life, solitude would ultimately accompany him throughout his existence. Thus, even as he witnesses Hongtian's growth and now understands her decision, his heart remains largely untroubled. The figure of the golden boy gradually materializes, coiled within the scriptures of the Tao, shimmering with golden light, bearing a long sword, exuding an air of ancient wisdom. Alas, how could a woman of great stature be so easily taken away? It appears that the fault lies with you for being so unworthy. Chen Changsheng merely sits on a wooden chair, casually savoring tea, flipping through a book, seemingly indifferent to the golden boy's words, embodying a sense of leisure and tranquility. The golden boy flits around Chen Changsheng, animatedly chattering. You say both of the great epics possess perfect principles of the Tao. Do you not yearn to visit the last forbidden zone? Just imagine, should you traverse the 4th node within, becoming a sovereign of that realm, there would be no creature in existence capable of threatening you, would there? Is this not simpler than discovering the token of Baiyujing? Chen Changsheng pondered the reason behind the golden boy's interest in the forbidden zones of epics. Perhaps, like Baiyujing, they too harbored complete principles of the Tao. Yet at this moment, he clearly did not wish to squander time. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. He suddenly inquired, "What do you think of this era?" The golden boy crossed his arms. Although this era has witnessed some changes across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, it is merely the beginning. Nothing significant is discernible yet. However, if I were to emerge, I would undoubtedly sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths with ease, obliterating all challengers along the imperial path, compelling the fates to seek me out for ascension. Chen Changsheng merely smiled. The golden boy, residing within the Tao scriptures, was extraordinary. Even he found it difficult to truly perceive him, as he stated, should the Golden Boy emerge. It is likely that he alone would achieve the status of an emperor in this era. He shared the Golden Boy's perspective. While this era had its fluctuations, it was ultimately just that. With this thought, Chen Changsheng shook his head. The path of the Tao is simply a tumultuous journey for all living beings. In less than a century following Hongtian's disappearance, the entire universe began to tremble violently. Countless celestial lights emerged, myriad pathways of the Tao transformed into divine thunder rolling forth, and billions of starlight erupted across the cosmos. The mandate of heaven reappeared, descending with overwhelming power, as vast as the ocean, spreading to every corner of the universe. The cosmos erupted in chaos, ancient pathways of the imperial path, imbued with the essence of time. Interconnected across the universe, even between the 9 heavens and 10 earths, pathways began to intertwine, and the barriers of realms grew feeble, allowing numerous beings to tear through the boundaries and traverse into other worlds. The imperial path had emerged. This signified the official commencement of the contest for the mandate of heaven in this era. Life forms from ancient lands and countless prodigies from the 9 heavens and 10 earths stepped onto the imperial path at this moment. Embarking on their journey, compared to previous eras, the number of prodigies rising in this age is undoubtedly greater, indicating that the contest for the imperial path would be exceedingly fierce and brutal. Within a mere 50 years, multiple paths of the imperial path shattered due to the battles among prodigies, their growth accelerating at an astonishing pace, embodying what it truly means to cultivate as easily as one drinks water. Leaving the older generation in awe, Mo Yan of the Sea Clan approached invincibility on one of the imperial paths, having defeated all rival beings. The invincible Yuo of the Divine Water Clan relentlessly pursued the dual sovereigns of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Shattering an entire imperial path, the prodigious talents of the Ice Soul Clan also faced no rivals on an imperial path. It is said that her eyes bore frost patterns, and with a mere gesture, she could seal all adversaries, even claiming the life of a peerless genius from the Lin Mei clan. The myriad demons of the 9 heavens and 10 earths were also astonishingly formidable, having ensnared a peaked quasi-emperor of the older generation. It is rumored they seek to hunt down the most monstrous prodigies. Almost all beings were fixated on the events within the imperial path. These extraordinary prodigies had carved out their names on the path, establishing an unparalleled reputation. Many prodigies who entered the imperial path were eliminated, perishing in the cosmic void and the fierce competition of the imperial path. Such is the cruelty of the imperial path. Now, the remaining prodigies within the imperial path exhibited little variation. They were all powerful figures who had traversed an entire imperial path, standing at the pinnacle of this era, awaiting the final battle to commence. In the 80th year since the inception of the imperial path, yet another path was shattered, resulting from a battle between 2 beings. One a prodigy from the Flame Demon clan, already invincible, even exploring other imperial paths. Yet in this particular imperial path, he encountered a formidable opponent. It was a man adorned with antlers, his body entwined with starlight, drifting like a celestial body, a magnificent cauldron hovering above his head. He engaged in a fierce duel with the Flame Demon as prodigy, fracturing the entire imperial path, the 2 battling through the cosmos. As torrents of flames descended, a colossal flame demon emerging from the inferno, extinguishing the void with each movement. The flame demon wielded a crimson spear, shattering the sun, moon, and stars with a mere shake. However, the antlered man showed no fear. The starlight enveloped him, and the resplendent cauldron above absorbed the essence of countless stars, each strike repelling the immense flame demon. Afterward, he conjured an ocean of stars, using the infinite power of the stars to suppress the gigantic flame demon, extinguishing the endless torrents of fire. Ultimately, the antlered man shattered half of the flame demon-s body. And this battle left the flame demon-s prodigy heavily injured, fleeing and ultimately departing from the imperial path. The antlered man was then recognized by the elder generation. It was him. An ancient being from the era of Emperor Haitang identified the antlered entity. A figure contemporaneous with the Empress Haitang, possessing extraordinary combat prowess, who had once drawn the calamity of the emperor but managed to escape the grip of supreme beings. Unfortunately, the Empress Haitang was too dazzling. Before she became an emperor, she single-handedly received an imperial weapon. In the end, the Empress Haitang ascended to the throne, and that astonishing man vanished, presumably sealed away, only to unexpectedly reappear in this era. It can be said that he is undeniably powerful, even astonishing during the era of the Empress Haitang. Now, having evaded the era of the Empress Haitang, many beings speculate that this entity could very well ascend to become an emperor. However, the twists of the imperial path are unpredictable. While a being from the same era as the Empress defeated the flame demon as prodigy, another imperial path witnessed a newly entered youth brutally slaying several prodigies with his fists, subsequently challenging the most formidable genius on that path. The 2 quickly engaged in a cataclysmic battle, which also shattered the Imperial path. Yet this confrontation concluded swiftly beneath the cosmic expanse. The youth defeated the prodigy from the Yangming Bone clan with his fists, but did not completely obliterate the skeletal figure bathed in the celestial light. His eyes sparkled with runes, exuding an unparalleled dominance. The name Bai Wuhai reverberated throughout the Imperial Path. Chapter 92. The chaotic Imperial Steel records names. 22 beings within the Imperial Path. Battles rage incessantly. Even now, many invincible beings have traversed entire Imperial Paths, rendering them utterly dominant. Yet some beings forcefully breach the Imperial Path, engaging in fierce combat with the Path's invincibles. Within a mere 30 years, several beings who once dominated entire Imperial Paths have been defeated, becoming stepping stones for others on their paths. Such occurrences are commonplace within the Imperial Path now. The remaining invincible beings within the Imperial Path have gained immense renown, deemed worthy of leaving their names upon the Imperial Steel, recognized by the mandate of heaven. Yet, with the Imperial Path having been open for so long, the chaotic Imperial Steel is nearing emergence. Nevertheless, the battles within the Imperial Path remain exceedingly fierce, as the prodigious geniuses of this era are simply too numerous, with none willing to concede, each believing they will achieve the status of emperor in this lifetime. Among these prodigious geniuses are those born of this era, others from different timelines, and descendants of ancient emperors, their bloodlines astonishing. Alongside some possessing unique physiques, they each stand atop an Imperial Path, gazing down upon their peers. Looking down upon the world, suddenly, the heavens and earth trembled violently, the entire Imperial Path illuminated, countless celestial lights manifesting, the power of the Tao resonating thunderously, and numerous divine radiances rolling forth like thunder. At the end of the Imperial Path, a colossal stone steel gradually ascended from the chaotic mist, emanating the laws of the Imperial Tao, the names of once renowned emperors echoing throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths surfacing within. Boss, the destined emergence unfurls like a resplendent and brilliant sun, casting countless golden ripples across the cosmos. At this moment, within the myriad Imperial pathways, those beings who have long since become invincible sensed something stirring in their hearts. Subsequently, they all summoned their profound powers, shattering the barriers of the Imperial roads, and journeyed towards the ultimate realm. Over 20 figures departed from the Imperial roads, having reached the zenith of their respective paths. Becoming the most extraordinary beings in existence, radiant beams of divine light danced in a kaleidoscope of colors, invoking extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and the earth. Thus, a great battle erupted. A tremendous ripple of cosmic laws surged through the entire starry universe. As the powers of the great paths expanded, tearing apart the void, causing countless stars to shatter in the wake of this clash, celestial prodigies from various races and lands engaged in chaotic combat, each employing their ultimate techniques, shrouding the sun and moon in darkness, until they ultimately fought their way to the front of the Chaos Emperor Steel. The Chaos Emperor Steel emanated the laws of Imperial pathways, quelling the tumult as an overwhelming pressure akin to the heavenly Tao stunned all present, bringing the chaos to a close. Yet, even so, this tumultuous clash left 5 once invincible prodigies grievously wounded, forcing them to withdraw from the Imperial roads, forever severing their ties to the Chaos Emperor Steel and forfeiting their ultimate fate's boss. The Chaos Emperor Steel trembled lightly, and destinies manifested in the ultimate realm. Subsequently, streams of golden destiny power descended upon the 22 figures in this ultimate realm. Enveloped by destiny, they radiated with resplendent golden light, exuding immense power. At that very moment, the names of the 22 appeared in succession upon the Emperor Steel, without any order of precedence. Any being recognized by destiny would have their name clearly inscribed upon the Chaos Emperor Steel, a testament to their qualifications for eternal glory. However, in the end, only one name would remain upon the steel, that of the great emperor of this era, the names of the likes of the Huitan Empress, the 9 Aperture Stone Sovereign, and the proud Sky Emperor echoed forth among them, a being adorned with antlers shimmering like stars, with a celestial cauldron swallowing the cosmos above, gazed intently at the names inscribed on the Chaos Emperor Steel. Lost in thought, finally, he sighed and was the first to depart from the ultimate realm. Soon, other beings gathered before the Chaos Emperor Steel. Some were melancholic, some filled with admiration, while others were brimming with ambition. The fire-scale ancient emperor, a strikingly handsome youth, his blood coursing like crimson gold, with thick golden hair flowing, looked at the steel, a hint of sadness in his eyes, leaving behind a resolute declaration. I shall break the shackles of my bloodline and ascend to the throne of the emperor in this lifetime. He too departed, followed by several other beings who left with cold laughter. In the blink of an eye, only a few figures remained. A seemingly youthful boy clad in a mere beast hide approached and caressed the Chaos Emperor Steel, a radiant smile upon his face. Alas, only one name can be inscribed here. If only one name can remain, then that name must be mine, Bai Wuhai. Ultimately, all the invincible beings departed from the ultimate realm, returning to their ancient stars and homelands, preparing for the impending ultimate battle. The Imperial Road had reached this juncture, merely a step away from destiny, they could not possibly relinquish their aspirations. To attain the status of emperor was a glory etched deep within the bones of their kind. The 22 invincible beings vanished into the cosmos, and for a long time, their whereabouts remained unknown, the imperial road finally settling into tranquility due to their absence. However, this tranquility was but an illusion. When the final showdown commenced, it would erupt into an exceedingly brutal and fierce contest for destiny. Among the 22 beings standing at the pinnacle of the great paths, ultimately, only one could make the final leap and become the great emperor of this era. While the rest would merely serve as a backdrop, beings across the universe speculated as to who would ascend to the status of emperor in this lifetime. The prodigious talents of this age were too numerous, making it difficult to ascertain who would ultimately succeed. I believe that being from the same era as the Wei Empress has a high probability. After all, he has endured an imperial tribulation before, and this time he will surely be more composed. He is truly remarkable. I think that prodigy from the Ice Soul clan is terrifying. He has already slain several peers of equal standing. And that woman from the Holy Land of Siam, with her purple extreme demon eyes, when they open, all must evade her brilliance. I have heard that there is a son of an ancient emperor who has sealed himself for several eras, intending to sever the ties of bloodline. He too must be exceedingly formidable. And then there's Bai Wuhai, rumored to hail from the ancient divine sect, a lineage with an incredibly long heritage, although they have never produced a supreme emperor. It is said that some imperial clan emperors have emerged from the ancient divine sect. Many beings engaged in discussions, noting that those prodigies inscribed upon the Chaos Emperor still all possessed formidable backgrounds, rendering it impossible to predict the outcome of this era. They could only wait for the final battle, which promised to be spectacular. Yet, some elder figures expressed concerns. There are too many prodigies in this era. I cannot discern whether it is a blessing or a curse. I fear it may provoke those beings from forbidden realms. Such worries were not unfounded. While not every era sees supreme beings intervening to prevent others from attaining the status of emperor, it is inevitable that should a supreme being take action, the resulting calamity would be considerable. In the era of the Wei Empress, had she not been so extraordinary, perhaps it would have been an age devoid of emperors. Meanwhile, in the realm of eternal life, Chen Changsheng sat opposite Mu Xian, who wore an expression of fury. He had been suppressed for a long time and had only just been released. Enough about the empress. It is a matter of the past. Why not focus on the present? Who do you think will become the emperor in this era? Mu Xian merely scoffed, fixing his gaze on Chen Changsheng, and suddenly spoke. I do not care who will attain the status of emperor in this lifetime. I only wish to know whether those supreme beings lurking in the shadows will emerge. Chen Changsheng abruptly halted his actions, lost in thought. Perhaps, after all, this era is somewhat different, for him, for those supreme beings, and for destiny itself. Chapter 93, The Fierce Blood Battle. The imperial tribulation descends. This tranquility on the imperial road did not last long. Within merely 3 years of the 22 beings receiving the recognition of destiny and inscribing their names on the Chaos Emperor stele, destiny manifested once more, at the center of the universe. A radiant destiny, interwoven with myriad laws, emerged, blindingly bright, akin to a sun pulsating with golden light, sending forth waves of golden ripples. As destiny intertwined, countless great paths surfaced, and innumerable divine order lights appeared, swirling like dragons and phoenixes. Subsequently, thunder clouds gathered, and divine thunder, formed from myriad great paths, roared in the heavens above. The entire world shook violently, causing countless beings to gaze towards the cosmic center, where the embodiment of supreme paths and the heavenly Tao, the destiny, shone forth. Soon, 22 golden laws of the great path separated from destiny and spread across the universe. In no time, golden pillars of light surged skyward from various locations, rippling with the power of destiny. These pillars represented the invincible beings acknowledged by destiny. At this moment, destiny had issued its final decree, summoning all beings to converge and prepare for the ultimate showdown. Are they that impatient? Chen Changsheng, situated within the realm of eternal life, also focused on the universe, witnessing the emergence of the 22 golden pillars, which quickly ignited the flames of battle. Now, all stood at the pinnacle of the great path, merely a final leap away from the true realm of the supreme emperor. None were inferior to one another. It was merely a matter of who would ultimately succeed in the path of the emperor. With a thunderous roar, a void was torn asunder, and a being surrounded by countless thunders emerged from the rift, raising a hand to unleash a colossal realm of thunder upon another being. This other being, a woman from the Ice Soul clan, bore a frosty demeanor, her eyes adorned with frost patterns, and with a mere gesture, she froze everything in her vicinity. The path of extreme cold rendered the void solid, and a magnificent ice flower bloomed upon her brow, while an immense river encircled her, its waters dark and foreboding, reminiscent of the 9 nether yellow springs. Crack! At that moment, the void was riddled with countless fissures. As the being entwined in thunder wielded a thunder spear, exuding an aura of annihilation as they charged forward, the peaked quasi-emperor's power erupted. Even if not yet an emperor, it commanded the attention of numerous beings. Meanwhile, on the other side, golden pillars of light continued to emerge, and without hesitation, the invincible beings instantly identified their opponents, igniting the final battle. A beam of sword light sliced through the void, revealing an incomprehensibly dark chasm. A golden-haired youth, his vitality surging like crimson gold, unleashed his indomitable presence, summoning forth a colossal crimson golden chilin, shattering the surrounding void in an instant, prompting several prodigies to retreat rapidly. With a thunderous crash, a cauldron capable of swallowing stars struck with blinding speed, instantly sending a prodigious beam flying. Yet simultaneously, a woman clad in purple, enveloped in endless purple light, effortlessly deflected the star-swirling cauldron with a single swipe. Subsequently, she unleashed her grand divine powers, enveloping the entire cosmos in a myriad of violet lights. In the next moment, a pair of colossal eyes gradually opened, as if the sun and moon had been extinguished. Several prodigious beings were severely wounded at that instant, their own paths of enlightenment obliterated. The violet extreme demon eyes, one being surged forward, shrouded in an aura of inky darkness, the interplay of light and shadow revealing fleeting phantoms. The violet light rippled, and those immense demon eyes, akin to the creation of the universe, eradicated all traces of the great past, subsequently annihilating the figure of that prodigy. However, soon in the void, a mass of obsidian light re-emerged. Following this, in the absence of illumination, countless dark figures began to surge forth, resembling myriad shadowy silhouettes, the shadow burial realm technique. In an instant, the entire void was filled with dense, pitch-black shadows, all converging to envelop the gigantic demon eyes. As if forming a world of utter darkness, then, that dark realm erupted violently, a wave of black light expanding instantaneously. The woman with the violet extreme demon eyes was gravely injured, her powers fading. As several prodigies charged towards her, one raising a hand to unleash chaotic void currents, another roared, shattering countless fragments of space. Boom! At this moment, the universe was engulfed in the final battle, which had spread across countless star domains. The ferocity of this conflict was unparalleled. Soon, prodigies began to fall, engaging in a bloody struggle amidst the starry sky. Yet, ultimately, some could not evade their fate, succumbing to grievous wounds, their blood staining the cosmos. A sword beam imbued with death directly obliterated one prodigy, leaving not even a trace of their form. In no time, a prodigy from the oceanic race was devoured by a colossal Shenlong. This beast was overwhelmingly powerful, hailing from the Taisu Shenlong lineage, and this marked its second kill of a peer. Subsequently, the being wielding the destructive thunder law ultimately could not withstand the might of a prodigy from the Ice Crystal clan. As their thunder was encased in an overwhelming chill, rendering their body lifeless, crack, in the distant expanse, an ancient star exploded. A youth clad in beast hide emerged, exuding a primal ferocity, with the phantoms of ancient ferocious beasts manifesting behind him. Thus, it became clear, each being cultivating the path of the ancient gods would traverse their own unique path of enlightenment. I have comprehended. This is my path, my ancient god's journey, beneath the starry sky. The youth took a mighty step forward, transforming into a celestial phoenix, an inferno of endless flames engulfing the void. With a spread of his wings, he shattered the fabric of space itself. Then, his speed reached its zenith. His razor-sharp claws sealing the void, and with a single strike, he crushed the body of a prodigious being. In the blink of an eye, that immense celestial phoenix turned, morphing into a lion of golden blood. Its roar shattering the surrounding space, causing several prodigies to plummet into a black hole. Boom! A starry cauldron hurtled towards him, a being adorned with antlers surrounded by endless starlight. With a mere gesture, he transformed into a vast ocean of stars, subsequently unleashing a terrifying force of carnage. The power of the Star River intertwined, submerging the pure-blood golden lion. Yet soon, the Star River trembled violently, and before long, an enormous, unparalleled dragon surged forth from its depths, swaying its massive body, every inch adorned with gleaming scales. Boom! That colossal dragon tore through the entire Star River, charging towards the antlered being. Ah! How could I be defeated? How could I be defeated? A being bled amidst the stars, enshrouded in flames, half of its body in ruins, confronting a bloodthirsty man who, with a mere fist, obliterated its form. The woman possessing the violet extreme demon eyes was extraordinarily formidable. Yet at this moment, she too suffered grave injuries. A shadow as dark as night traversed the interplay of light and darkness, a dagger in hand radiating terrifying murderous intent. A celestial map unfurled. Endless violet mist cascading down, colossal violet mountains descending from the heavens, densely falling towards the starry expanse. Yet soon, all was shattered, for a figure, veiled in the ebb and flow of light and dark, materialized behind her, the dagger brimming with murderous aura effortlessly cleaving a body in twain. A prodigy from the 9 heavens and 10 earths thus fell. This was the ultimate imperial battle, the entire cosmos now reeked of a pungent, sanguine aroma. At this moment, among the 22 invincible beings, numerous prodigies had already perished in battle. Even among the remaining prodigies, most bore wounds. This could be regarded as the most brutal contest for destiny in several eras. At this juncture, in the realm of eternal life, Chen Changshen and Mu Xian also focused on this fierce conflict, while simultaneously remaining vigilant of other circumstances. For instance, whether those concealed forbidden lands would witness supreme beings hunting down the impending emperors. Yet, until only a few beings remained in this contest for destiny, Chen Changshen still could not perceive the aura of those supreme beings. Could it be that in this era, they had no intention of intervening? Boom! In the heavens above, a resounding thunderclap echoed like a colossal divine lightning strike, a golden light piercing through all, illuminating the remaining invincible beings. Following this, numerous imperial tribulations descended simultaneously. The remaining prodigies, upon sensing the call of destiny, almost instantaneously invoked their own imperial tribulations. At this moment, the entire universe was shrouded in a vast imperial tribulation. Chapter 94. The encirclement of supreme beings. You are already surrounded. Boom. The colossal imperial tribulation enveloped the cosmic expanse, emanating an aura of annihilation that surpassed all. As boundless as the ocean, terrifying bolts of lightning shattered the void, the supreme imperial tribulation obliterating all in its path. Amidst the tempest of tribulation, lightning manifested various phenomena: path soldiers, humanoid beings, ancient ferocious beasts. These manifestations of the tribulation descended with an aura that threatened to obliterate all paths. In that vast sea of lightning tribulation, only 10 beings remained, unparalleled in the world, unleashing their ultimate path techniques, battling amidst the tribulation, striving to break free from their bindings. From the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the myriad demon bodies, a prince of ancient lineage, sealed for epochs, and a dazzling being of the same era as the Empress Haitang, the rebellious prodigy from the Ice Crystal clan, swam against the currents of the imperial tribulation, her path even freezing the tribulation itself. The prodigy of the Tai Su Shenlong clan transformed into a massive dragon, its eyes resembling the sun, its powerful claws shattering all nearby tribulations. Additionally, the youth clad in beast hide roared skyward, transforming into an ancient ferocious beast amidst the tribulation, crushing all in his path, even the tribulation itself. Who will ultimately ascend to be an emperor? In the cosmos, beings beheld the breathtaking scene, their souls trembling in awe. The imperial tribulation was overwhelmingly powerful, far exceeding previous trials. Now, even those standing at the pinnacle of their paths would likely face annihilation if they ventured forth. The magnitude of this imperial tribulation was immense. It was not a solitary trial, but rather the combined tribulations invoked by those 10 beings, its might unparalleled in history, likely rendering any being unable to survive its onslaught. Elders of old concluded such. Recognizing that the current tribulation transcended all, presenting insurmountable obstacles, even though these prodigies were extraordinary, they ultimately could not cross that threshold. Within this imperial tribulation, it was likely that any who came would meet their doom. Although their performances appeared prodigious, shattering the tribulation's lightning, the power of the imperial tribulation intensified, as bolts of lightning imbued with supreme might descended, instilling dread even in those prodigies perched atop their paths. Boom! A humanoid lightning tribulation descended like a youthful emperor from the sea of lightning, charging towards a prodigy. Crack! That bolt of lightning shattered the prodigy's path technique, and torrents of lightning engulfed him, fracturing his bones and blood. Ah, get away from me! The prodigy, amidst the tribulation, was torn asunder, his body aglow. He then invoked a healing technique, the power of his path rippling as all wounds restored to their former state. Yet in the next moment, another bolt of lightning descended. A massive path soldier forged from the tribulation, advancing to crush him. At that moment, the prodigy summoned his own path soldier, a dark furnace exhaling countless ghostly flames, hurtling towards the lightning soldier. When a tremendous wave surged forth from the imperial tribulation sea, both the lightning soldier and the prodigy's furnace erupted simultaneously. The prodigy coughed blood, suffering grievous injuries, soon engulfed by the lightning. He let out a roar of defiance, yet ultimately, beneath the imperial tribulation, his soul was annihilated, leaving nothing behind. A peerless prodigy thus vanished within the sea of imperial tribulation. The remaining prodigies naturally witnessed this scene, also enduring severe injuries within the tempest of tribulation, acutely aware of its terror. The tribulation did not weaken due to the demise of a singular invincible prodigy. Rather, it grew stronger. This was an inescapable reality. The magnitude of this tribulation far exceeded their expectations, and they understood well the reason for such an overwhelming calamity. Too many beings were undergoing tribulation. Destiny would never permit such a multitude to ascend to emperorhood. Thus, almost in an instant, the remaining 9 beings made their choice. With a thunderous roar, a fierce battle erupted within the imperial cataclysm Thunder Sea. At that moment, 9 prodigious beings, standing at the pinnacle of the Great Dao, unleashed their utmost powers, reigniting their fierce confrontations. Before long, the second of these illustrious beings succumbed to the Imperial Cataclysm, a prodigy from the Eternal Night Shadow clan, whose capabilities were severely limited within the confines of the Thunder Sea. Thus, the creature adorned with antlers confronted him, a fierce clash ensued, yet ultimately, the vast cauldron that devoured the stars suppressed him, and countless Imperial cataclysms descended, obliterating his very existence. In the aftermath, 2 more prodigies fell within the Thunder Sea. The myriad demons from the 9 heavens and 10 earths shattered one severely wounded prodigy into dust. The entity possessing ancient royal blood manifested an overwhelming fist light, ruthlessly annihilating another prodigy amidst the thunderous chaos. Even though that prodigy wielded sword light that pierced the heavens, he too was ultimately defeated. Presently, only 6 prodigious beings remained within the Imperial Cataclysm Thunder Sea, each drenched in the sanguine glow of battle. Exuding an overwhelming aura, mere steps away from the supreme Imperial realm, the Imperial Cataclysm remained terrifying. Therefore, the remaining 6 prodigies clashed once more. The young man clad in animal hide faced off against the prodigy from the Tai Su Shenlong clan. Both transformed into colossal entities, engaging in a fierce melee amidst the Thunder Sea, where countless bursts of blood light erupted. The myriad demons of the 9 heavens and 10 earths faced the prodigy of the Ice Soul clan. Creating a world within the Thunder Sea, one side radiated with demonic energy, while the other was enveloped in an all-freezing chill, a river sealing the fabric of time and space. Their confrontation ignited genuine flames, as their great deities appeared to burn, shattering the void around them. Meanwhile, the antlered creature faced the young man with ancient royal blood, both wielding their ultimate Dao techniques, conjuring a massive crimson golden chilling that severed countless lightning tribulations. This was an unparalleled imperial technique. The young man, whose blood aura shimmered like crimson gold, traversed the Thunder Sea, his momentum escalating continuously, as he formed a fist seal, reminiscent of an ancient emperor reborn. Suppressing all before him, however, the antlered being remained composed, its head adorned with a resplendent cauldron surrounded by myriad stars, akin to the sovereign of a billion celestial bodies. In this lifetime, I shall not be defeated again. With a thunderous roar, a vast starry realm unfolded within the Imperial Cataclysm Thunder Sea, radiant and eternal. The 6 prodigies fought fiercely, their bodies becoming a gruesome tapestry of flesh and blood, even as the lightning tribulations shattered their bones and blood. They continued to battle without restraint. The 6 figures were engulfed by the Imperial Cataclysm Thunder Sea, and no being could discern who among them would ultimately ascend to imperial status. All beings in the universe gazed upon this grand conflict, waiting and hoping that the supreme beings of this era would not manifest once more. At this moment, Chongcheng, residing in the realm of eternal life, felt a twinge of surprise. The supreme beings from the Forbidden Lands had indeed not appeared. Suddenly, he sensed something and stepped into the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He began to traverse the void, tearing through the fabric of reality, eventually arriving at the desolate edges of the universe. He gazed at the swirling mysterious mists at the universe's brink, furrowing his brow slightly. Under his perception, it appeared that the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths was slowly consuming the desolate edges. In a manner that could be expressed as the universe expanding, he abruptly turned his head, a trace of a smile gracing his lips. So, it seems you have set your sights upon me, then, in the desolate edges of the universe. An aura of supremacy began to awaken, without hesitation or concealment. All those supreme auras transcending to their utmost heights, perfectly flawless imperial auras emerged, devouring the cosmos, collapsing the heavens, transforming the entire desolate edges of the universe into chaos, creating a fully sealed world. The reason no supreme beings hunted down those prodigies on the path of enlightenment this time was that they had all gathered here. Chongcheng gazed at the more than 10 fully awakened supreme beings, his expression remaining calm as 3 weapons of the Dao leapt from his body. This was a most unwise choice. He chuckled. Excellent, you are now surrounded by me. Simultaneously, at the center of the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, someone was on the verge of becoming an emperor. Chapter 95. The Weapon Dao World battles the Supremes. Is this it? The auras of over 10 perfect supreme emperors manifested near the desolate edges of the universe, completely enveloping and sealing off the entire space, blocking all. Such a phenomenon was terrifying. Each figure resembled invincible beings standing at the end of the river of time, their flawless great Dao laws swirling, causing the heavens and earth to pale. Each emperor had once been an invincible entity of their era, standing tall, their imperial laws permeating the surroundings, myriad paths converging, golden roads unfurling beneath their feet. The overwhelming imperial might blanketing the world as if they had opened up realms of their own, causing the heavens to tremble. Presently, at the desolate edges of the universe, over 10 supreme emperors had transcended to their utmost heights. A spectacle too astonishing to behold. Chongcheng stood with hands clasped behind his back, 3 weapons of the Dao radiating the supreme aura of weaponry, his expression remained serene. Even as he faced the onslaught of numerous transcendent supreme emperors who had laid down intricate fatal arrays, he remained composed. On one side were beings attaining enlightenment, on the other, the supreme beings orchestrating my extermination. His gaze seemed to pierce through the sealed heavens and earth, looking towards the direction of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, where magnificent lightning tribulations surged violently. As beings began their path to enlightenment for unknown reasons, he withdrew his gaze, ultimately settling on the supreme beings before him. It was evident that this was a meticulously planned assassination aimed at him. Perhaps conceived long ago, even he had not foreseen this. With a thunderous crack, the heavens split open, and a towering figure shrouded in resplendent imperial law spoke slowly. There is a legend that drinking your blood can grant one immortality. Chen Changsheng simply smiled. Oh, which being in this world can truly attain immortality? Even you, hidden in the Forbidden Lands, should understand that the notion of immortality is but a fallacy. He paused slightly before continuing. You and the Empress Haiten obliterated a Forbidden Land. The Empress has perished, and now it is time for you to atone for your deeds. Chen Changsheng shook his head. The obliteration of the Forbidden Land was primarily the work of the Empress Haiten. I merely lent some assistance. Do not attribute all the credit to me. He regarded the figures of the more than 10 supreme beings, among whom were several standing at the second node of the imperial realm, deserving of the title Universal Emperor, undeniably breathtaking. In truth, Chen Changsheng had always felt that the disparity among the first 3 nodes above the emperor was not exceedingly vast. An emperor at the second node was stronger than one at the first node. Yet the difference was not so pronounced that one could effortlessly dominate the other. Defeating a peak first node emperor would surely come at a cost. As for the third node, while there was a difference, it was not insurmountable. Chen Changsheng believed that only upon stepping into the fourth node would a significant demarcation emerge, representing true transcendence. However, Chen Changsheng's third node was exceptional. He observed the supreme beings before him. Their revival transcending the capabilities of newly enlightened emperors. They stood at their zenith. At the pinnacle of the first node, it was likely that those hidden in the Forbidden Lands had paid an immeasurable price to orchestrate such a scheme, all to ensure his complete annihilation. A smile suddenly blossomed on his face. I am merely curious. Whose idea was this assassination plot? Without any forewarning, the overwhelming imperial powers converged, obliterating all existence. As the forbidden killing array erupted, simultaneously, the more than 10 supreme beings unleashed their full might, the pinnacle of imperial power exploding, their loss overshadowing the entirety of the universe. Even the lightning tribulations from the 9 heavens and 10 earths paled in comparison to a fraction of this power. All great deaths, loss, and the very fabric of time and space ceased to exist. This was the combined strike of numerous peak supreme emperors. Such power, even the Empress Haiten in her prime would have to retreat. Despite standing at the third node, yet, Chen Changsheng, standing at the center, found this immense force indeed surpassed the supreme power of a third node emperor. Unfortunately, he was distinct from those emperors at the third node. The former Empress Haiten had once uttered similar words. She could not compare to him, boss. At that moment, Chen Changsheng's figure was utterly engulfed, the power of the supreme emperors annihilating his body and Dao. Yet simultaneously, within him, 3 distinct powers of the weaponry Dao resonated, converging into one. A unique force erupted at that moment, the supreme might of the unified weaponry Dao radiating from his being, obliterating all imperial power. Subsequently, a colossal world formed, enveloping all the supreme emperors within. Chen Changsheng stood there, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes shimmering with pure gold, reminiscent of a supreme celestial emperor. There exists a distinction even among emperors. Today, let me show you what it means to witness me as a mere mayfly gazing upon the vast sky. At this moment, Chen Changsheng stepped down with great force. The colossal realm of martial paths trembled simultaneously. And soon after, the entire world was inverted, causing all the supreme emperors to plummet from their lofty positions. Without hesitation, he advanced a step forward, unleashing over 10 principles of imperial laws that erupted in tandem. A power as vast as celestial wrath, precisely the extreme laws wielded by those numerous supreme beings. The entire martial realm was rocked with a tremendous quake, as the multitude of supreme emperors acted in unison, their imperial might radiating forth, filling the expanse of the martial world with an overwhelming flood of laws. Crack, a section of the void shattered, as a dragon sparrow annihilated the extreme law, with a forceful push of its hands. A myriad of temporal and spatial blades swiftly surrounded Chen Changsheng. This was a temporal imperial technique. Not even the most powerful emperors dared to underestimate. Simultaneously, the dragon sparrow's eyes gleamed, and in that instant, 2 imperial symbols surged forth, transforming into a sword and a saber, wielding unparalleled might that pierced through the void. Yet, in the next moment, Chen Changsheng simply pointed, and all the temporal blades shattered into fragments. He then stepped forward, revealing a cauldron of myriad spirits that shimmered with boundless life force, which obliterated all in its path. He advanced further, transforming into a radiant figure akin to a celestial being. Nearly instantaneously arriving before the Dragon Sparrow Emperor, the two imperial entities locked gazes. As the colossal Dragon Sparrow materialized, its imperial might overwhelming, intertwining time and space into two realms that descended with immense pressure. However, in the next heartbeat, a hand penetrated the dense imperial laws, pressing firmly upon the massive head of the Dragon Sparrow. With a gentle press, a thunderous roar erupted. The gigantic Dragon Sparrow Emperor plummeted from the skies. Crashing heavily onto the ground of this realm, he chuckled softly, casting his gaze towards the other supreme beings, all of whom felt their extreme might dissipate in that moment, unleashing their imperial techniques in a furious onslaught. A colossal ancient tree began to grow within the martial realm, as if to pierce through the very fabric of reality. This ancient tree was suffused with a sense of death, with charred corpses dangling from every branch. It was an old acquaintance, a once sealed supreme from the tree race, encountered during the quest for the bronze scripture. Boom! A massive song floated in the sky, within which a gigantic dragon sparrow resided. Its blazing laws illuminating the entire martial world, showering down countless embers of flame. Soon after, towering waves surged forth, as a being stood atop an expansive ocean, wielding a long spear. In another direction, a luminous blade of grass glimmered, its starlit radiance casting a sword light that illuminated heaven and earth, its terrifying sword intent flattening the surrounding cosmos. Numerous other supreme beings appeared from various directions, as imperial weapons began to awaken. Exuding an aura that threatened to suppress the heavens, Chen Changsheng merely smiled faintly. Was this all? In the next moment, a colossal hand descended, imbued with an essence of utter annihilation. The entire martial realm quaked. Chapter 96, Ascending to Emperorhood. As a battle of supremacy unfolded in the vast wilderness of the cosmos, at the heart of the universe, no one anticipated that the fateful contest would take an unforeseen turn. The being with antlers, hailing from the same era as the Empress of Hawthorne, was defeated by a youth claiming to possess ancient royal blood. Beneath the tempest of imperial tribulation, blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, and the antlers atop his head lay shattered. A once resplendent star cauldron had been reduced to ruins, and his body was left in tatters. Cough, cough, I have been defeated. His ethereal demeanor, now marred by blood, appeared even more poignant amidst the starlit sky. He bore no resentment, merely letting out a long sigh, devoid of regret, casting one last glance into the depths of the universe, as all his powers of the path abruptly crumbled. The blood-clad figure, radiant like crimson gold, was enveloped in a dense aura of the path, accompanied by the imposing silhouette of a colossal crimson gold Qilin. He held aloft a majestic seal, resembling an ancient emperor in the flesh. However, he too had suffered grievous wounds, and it must be said that his opponent was truly astonishing and formidable. Had he not invoked the power of his bloodline at the last moment, he might have faced defeat himself. The rumbling of the imperial tribulation continued to descend, and he merely glanced at another battlefield before charging headlong into the storm of lightning. Crimson gold blood surged skyward. As the Qilin's phantom stood tall, he sought to sever the shackles of his bloodline. In this moment of enlightenment, boom! The entire sea of imperial tribulation roared continuously, and then, unexpectedly, the being from the myriad demons, hailing from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, also faced defeat. Even as celestial demons surged forth, with one enormous celestial demon bearing the sun and moon upon its shoulders, it ultimately succumbed to the icy spirit maiden's might. The icy spirit maiden struck down all in her path, surrounded by a vast and mighty river, reminiscent of a 9-layered infernal stream. She wielded an exceedingly peculiar path, causing the great river to tremble, as countless bizarre flowers blossomed, transforming it into a resplendent river of blooms. The entire flow of flowered water encircled her as she gently closed her eyes. Behind her, a colossal phantom materialized, straddling the line between reality and illusion. Its features obscured, seated upon a 9-layered infernal stream. As the myriad realms swayed in its wake, all around, darkness enveloped everything, as if only that immense phantom remained in existence. Then, a gigantic hand slowly rose, and just as slowly fell. In an instant, the path disintegrated, as if 1,000 arms had simultaneously struck down. The enormous celestial demon was utterly shattered in that moment, with no chance for resistance, vanishing completely into the sea of imperial tribulation. Yet, just as all eyes were fixated on the icy spirit maiden, believing her to be on the verge of ascension, they suddenly froze, witnessing an inconceivable sight. For, after subduing the myriad demon entity, the icy spirit maiden merely smiled faintly, and without a trace of hesitation, departed from the sea of imperial tribulation. A golden beam of light extinguished completely. She actually relinquished her claim to destiny. What is happening? She was entirely capable of ascending to emperorhood in this lifetime. This action undoubtedly bewildered countless beings, many of whom were left in a daze, unable to comprehend why. mere steps away from ascension. She would suddenly abandon her quest at the final moment. It made no sense, however. Their astonishment was only compounded thereafter. After the icy spirit maiden vacated the battlefield of destiny, the prodigy from the Void Mirage Dragon clan exhibited a similar departure. Laughing heartily after evading the beast-skinned youth, in this lifetime, I shall not contend with you. This emperorhood is yours. Ha ha ha, before the gazes of all beings, the enormous Mirage Dragon, just like the icy spirit maiden, voluntarily withdrew from the sea of imperial tribulation, subsequently forsaking the mark of destiny. This scene left countless beings in an uproar. Why was this happening? This was emperorhood they were discarding. Countless beings were perplexed, left speechless, yet the imperial tribulation continued unabated now. Only 2 prodigious beings remained. One was a youth from the ancient divine sect, possessing the strength of 100 beasts, formidable beyond measure. The other was the descendant of ancient royal blood, sealed away through countless eras. Who among these 2 would ascend to emperorhood? It was said that those with ancient royal blood were inherently constrained by fate, their bloodline restrictions still in place, rendering their path to emperorhood exceedingly arduous. Although the descendant of ancient royalty was potent, the threshold to ascend remained dauntingly high. All waited to see who would ultimately shatter the sea of imperial tribulation and take that final leap. At this moment, with only 2 prodigies remaining, the fluctuations of the imperial tribulation sea were far less intense than before, yet both individuals had sustained serious injuries, and under the strain of the imperial tribulation, could only desperately shatter the lightning strikes. Swimming upstream towards the pinnacle, open up for me, the beast-skinned youth roared amidst the tribulation, his body already a bloody mess. Surrounding him were 4 ancient ferocious beasts, tirelessly erasing the imperial tribulation. However, on the other side, the youth clad in crimson gold blood was even more formidable. He formed an invincible fist seal, and a colossal crimson gold chilling materialized, its fist light obliterating the lightning strikes. Though he was drenched in blood, he radiated immense strength, his speed surpassing that of the youth in beast skin. Boom! A fist light struck the sea of lightning, shaking the entire tempest. Was he about to ascend? His speed was unmatched. Was he about to break the curse that forbade descendants of ancient royalty from becoming emperors? All beings fixated their gaze upon this moment. The crimson gold figure advanced beneath the sea of imperial tribulation, creating distance from the beast-skinned youth. In that moment, fist lights shattered the lightning strikes, and he prepared to make a final push to break open the entire sea of imperial tribulation, shattering all chains. But just then, fate manifested, and a vast imperial might suddenly descended. In its wake, a towering phantom appeared amidst the heavens and earth, a colossal figure exuding the essence of the emperor, radiating the ultimate path. The youth bathed in crimson gold blood let out a furious roar. Give me the blade. Within him, crimson gold blood surged skyward, transforming into a gigantic phantom. This phantom resonated with the emperor that fate had projected, creating an inexplicable connection, drawing the suppression of the sea of imperial tribulation upon them. Yet at this moment, the young man, relying on his own path and drawing upon the formidable power of the Empyrean cataclysm Thunder Sea, put everything on the line. With a thunderous crash, 2 immense phantoms shattered simultaneously. Could it be he truly severed the bonds of his bloodline? Beings gazed in astonishment at this unbelievable scene, their hearts filled with dread. The bloodline of the emperor was not merely a divine gift, it was also a form of bondage. Everyone believed that the young man had succeeded in breaking free from the constraints of his lineage, paving the way for his ascension as an emperor. However, the Empyrean cataclysm Thunder Sea remained unshattered, and suddenly, a voice filled with profound sorrow emanated from the young man. Ha ha ha, it is all a lie. Everything is a deception. Father, Emperor. The youth, imbued with the bloodline of an ancient sovereign, appeared utterly deranged in that instant. Ultimately, he relinquished everything, forsaking his own path, and under the Empyrean cataclysm Thunder Sea, he was completely reduced to ash, leaving nothing behind. Even the ancient beings sealed away could not help but sigh. It was not that he did not defy the heavens, rather, he was too defiant. Such a curse could not be broken by anyone. He was but a breath away from success, yet alas, that fire-scaled emperor, he was not dead. He had even deceived his own offspring. Indeed, the path is ruthless. No one anticipated such a scene. The being with the ancient sovereign bloodline also met with failure, relinquishing everything and perishing beneath the thunderous tribulation, leaving countless beings to lament. It seemed that the youth was destined for success. At that moment, within the Empyrean cataclysm Thunder Sea, only one being remained, the beast skin-clad youth. By Wu Hai, no one could doubt him any longer. At present, he alone could ascend to emperorship. Bai Wuhai himself had not anticipated such an outcome, yet even so, his resolve remained steadfast. Soon, not long after, a youth clad in beast skin broke through the Empyrean cataclysm Thunder Sea. Piercing through myriad barriers, he ascended step by step from the Sea of Thunder, completely aligning with the heavenly mandate, as billions of divine rays burgeoned through the cosmos. dragons soaring and phoenixes dancing. Myriad paths resonating, and the golden path of light traversing the universe, showering countless blessings. By Wuhai, he had become an emperor. Chapter 97, the mandate grows, the emperor arrives, in the vast world of martial law. The sun and moon shone no more, and everything before one revealed an extreme desolation. Massive ancient stars shattered, the stellar rivers dimmed, and the void was filled with immense fissures, thunder and lightning crackling, rendering all sides a charred black, with myriad paths obliterated, and waves of chaotic breath surging forth. At the center of this world stood an enormous ancient tree, yet it had been reduced to charred, lifeless branches, devoid of vitality. A great sun fell, and a figure, resembling celestial light, stepped upon the massive corpse of a dragon sparrow, long dead, with a colossal spear piercing through its head. Across the world, massive bodies lay prostrate on the ground, their imperial laws wholly extinguished, shattered imperial weapons, broken halberds, desiccated earth, and indelible imperial corpses all bore testament to the brutality of this battle. Chen Changsheng stood calmly, hands clasped behind his back, upon the corpse of the dragon sparrow. Suddenly furrowing his brow, had the emperor of this era fallen so swiftly? He then surveyed the entire martial law world. This assassination plot aimed at him would surely have claimed the life of any emperor from ancient times to the present. Even Ao Tian and the Empress Hai Tang would not have escaped. It was a kill-or-be-killed scenario, yet he was not like those so-called emperors. Nevertheless, even so, he had sustained injuries, for he had not anticipated that the sovereigns within these forbidden lands wielded a weapon of mass destruction far surpassing imperial weapons. In the final moments, although he had vanquished the majority of the sovereign beings, the last 2 or 3, relying on that weapon, managed to injure him, even piercing through his martial law domain. This was unforeseen. After the obliteration of the divine ruins, he had thought that those so-called forbidden lands were mostly similar. Once his martial law domain was activated, no being would pose a threat to him. Yet he had underestimated the supreme beings who had lived for countless eons. They possessed a weapon comparable to his domain, a force not bound by the laws of the Great Path, capable of countering portions of his martial law domain. However, the power they wielded seemed to be consumable. Chen Changsheng frowned, sighed, and then employed his martial law domain to suppress the force within him that differed from the laws of the Great Path. Afterward, he waved his hand. In the world of martial law, the corpses of all sovereign beings and the shattered path weapons were obliterated by the aura of martial law, transforming into nothingness. Thus, the assassination plot against Chen Changsheng orchestrated by the various forbidden lands came to an end. About a dozen sovereign beings were left here, utterly vanishing from the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Chen Changsheng began to retract his martial law world, and his figure reappeared at the juncture of the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths and the border wasteland. His eyes shimmering with golden light, fixating intently on this place, ultimately reaching a conclusion. The heavenly mandate had grown and become more complete in this era. Hence, did the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths also expand accordingly. He fell into silence, realizing that the heavenly mandate had undergone certain changes this time. The depths of this era, I shall slowly reclaim. However, for now, I must hasten my progress, seemingly having made a certain resolution. Chen Changsheng directly used the power of martial law to break through the void of the universe, returning once more to the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and then back to the realm of eternal life. You are injured. Mu Xian stepped forward to inquire. Chen Changsheng remained silent, and then grasped, capturing a golden heavenly mandate imprint in his hand. At this moment, this heavenly mandate imprint had already undergone significant changes. It was no longer merely an imprint. Within this heavenly mandate imprint, lines of golden light, resembling the intertwining laws of the Great Path, gathered together, resplendent in brilliance. Chen Changsheng looked at Mu Xian. You may slumber. In the future, I shall require your assistance with several matters. Mu Xian said nothing, letting out a long sigh before swiftly departing from the scene. Only Chen Changsheng remained alone, holding the heavenly mandate imprint in one hand and the bronze authority of eternal life in the other. Lost in thought, the youth Bai Wuhai from the ancient divine sect had attained emperorship. He shattered the Empyrean cataclysm Thunder Sea, achieving the ultimate leap. His path, flesh, spirit, and essence had successfully ascended to a new level at that moment. He stepped into the realm of Supreme Emperor, surrounded by myriad paths, aligning with the heavenly mandate, and completing his final transformation. Countless extraordinary phenomena descended upon the center of the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Celestial light cascaded from the heavens, auspicious beasts appeared, and the golden path formed from myriad laws extended beneath his feet. Subsequently, an imperial might surged forth, spreading across the universe. The heavenly mandate shone brilliantly, and the imperial might was vast as the sea. Bai Wuhai's figure stood tall in the cosmos, appearing as a youth, his expression stern, exuding an immense authority. Beings from all corners of the universe cheered. welcoming the new emperor of this era in the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The following 10,000 years would surely be a glorious epoch for this new emperor. In the millennium following by Wu Hai's ascension, he established his own lineage, named the Sacred Land of Beasts, and he was also known as the Beast Emperor, signifying the supremacy of all beasts during the era of the Beast Emperor. Although his prestige was considerable, some unfavorable rumors began to circulate. Whispers suggested that this Beast Emperor's throne was merely stumbled upon, acquired through unworthy means, relying solely on good fortune, with some even referring to him in hushed tones as the Water Cargo Emperor. However, the Beast Emperor paid no heed to these remarks, yet his lineage suffered greatly as a result. Those who spread rumors faced annihilation, leading to a mixed reception of the Beast Emperor among many beings. Nevertheless, this Beast Emperor was not like past emperors. He seldom stayed within his domain but often roamed the 9 heavens and 10 earths, exploring its hidden realms. On one occasion, the Beast Emperor even ventured into the forbidden land of Burial Sky Island. However, he did not engage in battle with Burial Sky Island. Rather, he walked out with remarkable ease. This further fueled the belief among beings that this era's emperor might not even surpass a common emperor. Deemed lacking in significant accomplishments, for a long time thereafter, the Beast Emperor continued this trend, successively entering the remaining few forbidden lands as if on a leisurely tour. No battles occurred as one might expect. It wasn't until the Beast Emperor's 5,000th year that he returned to the ancient divine set, remaining for nearly 1,000 years before re-emerging. On that day, while Chen Changsheng was leisurely sipping tea in the realm of eternal life, he suddenly sensed an imperial might approaching soon. That imperial might swiftly locked onto the realm of eternal life. An uninvited guest had arrived. This caught Chen Changsheng by surprise, yet it was also within his expectations. The realm of eternal life did not impede this uninvited guest but welcomed him instead. Chen Changsheng did not rise but rather scrutinized the Beast Emperor before him. After 6,000 years, he still appeared as a youth, seemingly unchanged in temperament. This first emperor following the transformations of the universe of the 9 heavens and 10 earths seemed quite extraordinary. He smiled and said, "Beast Emperor, what brings you to my door?" Chapter 98, A Transaction with the Beast Emperor. In the realm of eternal life, a figure, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of imperial majesty, strode forth with an air of grandeur. Like a radiant flame of multicolored glass, upon entering this realm, it shed its outer shell entirely. This was a remarkably youthful visage, reminiscent of a young boy, clad merely in a garment of animal hide. Were it not for the surging waves of imperial laws and power emanating from his form, he would appear as an ordinary individual. Chen Changsheng remained seated, motionless, while the youth, seemingly unperturbed by formality, approached him directly with a query. "Is there any wine?" Chen Changsheng did not cease his tea preparation but tossed a bottle of wine towards him without hesitation, the youth more precisely. The great emperor of beasts accepted the bottle and drank with nonchalance, showing no regard for the supreme being before him nor the fact that he was in a forbidden domain. After a considerable time spent consuming the wine, the great emperor of beasts finally fixed his intense gaze upon Chen Changsheng. "What is the true reason for the existence of this forbidden land?" Chen Changsheng found himself somewhat taken aback, not anticipating that the great emperor would pose such a question immediately. Nevertheless, he shook his head. Harboring some conjectures that remained unverified, the great emperor of beasts suddenly exhaled a sigh, leaning back with his hands supporting him, gazing skyward. "Your locale is indeed unique. The forbidden lands I have encountered are either boundless seas or desolate wastelands, shrouded in darkness and bloodshed. Only here can one truly find a paradise on earth." He then fixed his gaze upon Chen Changsheng, sitting upright with a serious demeanor. "I have come merely to meet the one who once, alongside the Empress, obliterated a forbidden land." Chen Changsheng lifted his eyes, calmly savoring his tea. During the era of the Penny Empress, he had indeed joined forces with her to bring down the divine ruins, a fact proclaimed to all living beings, known by nearly all. However, few were aware that this realm of Changsheng was, in fact, the former divine ruins. It appeared that contemporary emperors possessed knowledge surpassing that of ordinary beings. He offered a faint smile. The great emperor of beasts, however, refrained from commenting. "It is indeed a regret not to have lived in the same era as the Penny Empress. Were you truly of her time, you would not harbor such sentiments. Perhaps you could attempt to dismantle a forbidden zone. Perhaps." The great emperor of beasts chuckled casually, observing Chen Changsheng, who remained focused on his tea preparation. "I am well aware of my limitations in dismantling a forbidden land. Nor do I wish to do so." Only then did Chen Changsheng pause in his actions, smiling as he inquired, "Is it not the goal of every emperor to subdue supreme beings and eradicate forbidden zones in order to safeguard the myriad souls of the universe across the heavens and the earth?"